In the 73rd year of the new era, over 70 years ago, humanity was beset by an unprecedented catastrophe. One fateful night, an innumerable array of meteors descended from the heavens, shattering the tranquility of human existence. These celestial bodies obliterated cities, roads, and bridges, marking merely the inception of a truly horrific calamity. The meteors bore with them a certain mutated virus. Upon infection, humans underwent grotesque mutations, transforming into beings that had previously existed solely in the realm of imagination and myth. These entities were merciless, bloodthirsty, and had long since lost their original consciousness. They were the very source of the great disaster. In the textbooks of the new era, this virus is designated as the progenitor, and those afflicted undergo a transformation into aberrations. For over 70 years, humanity has been locked in a struggle against these mutations for dominion over the planet. This knowledge is common among the inhabitants of the No. 7 settlement, be they the affluent elite or the impoverished masses. However, for Hong Yi, who has never ventured beyond the confines of Base 7, survival consists of scavenging valuable items from refuse to exchange for currency. The terrifying aberrations described in books hold little relevance to his existence. At this moment, Hong Yi rummages through the open garbage dump in the outer slums. The refuse consists of waste transported from the affluent district at the settlement center, temporarily piled up in the dump to be carted away at dawn. With a population of over 100,000 in the wealthy area, the daily waste produced is staggering. As one of the lowest rungs in the slum, Hong Yi's daily task is to search for items of value among the debris. He seeks out components, rare metals, usable circuit boards and batteries, dirty but wearable clothes, toothbrushes, and even expired medications. Anything that holds potential. Worth is his target. With a stroke of luck, he might even unearth something of profound significance to him. By collecting and selling refuse, Hong Yi earns a modest sum each day, perhaps 7 or 8 new coins, occasionally a bit more, yet never exceeding 20. A portion of this he saves, while the remainder barely suffices to purchase a few greasy meat pancakes from Master Tion in the slum, or, if he indulges a bit more, a steaming bowl of meat dumplings from a nearby eatery. The thought of food causes saliva to well up in his mouth, and his empty stomach burns painfully, prompting him to swallow hard and tighten his belt in a futile attempt to quell the maddening hunger. The value of an assistant brain is indisputable in textbooks. It is hailed as a revolutionary invention that connects with the human brain to assist in bodily control. By stimulating the body with unique neural signals, it enhances strength, speed, and reflexes. Moreover, by activating certain mysterious regions of the brain, it grants humans the ability to manipulate elements. In simpler terms, a well-functioning assistant brain can elevate an ordinary person to superhuman status. With the infusion of knowledge data, one can become an erudite scholar with combat programs, a formidable warrior. Most assistant brains can, to some extent, augment human physiology, slowing the aging of organs and diminishing reliance on ordinary sustenance. Hong Yi's assistant brain is a relic of the earliest generation. Incapable of drawing bioelectric energy from the body, it relies on external batteries. However, following his father's disappearance, Hong Yi's once comfortable life plummeted into despair. Not only was he expelled from the affluent district, but his assistant brain had ceased functioning 4 years prior due to a lack of energy. Even the earliest models command substantial prices on the black market. Yet Hong Yi has never contemplated selling his assistant brain, as it is the sole legacy left to him by his father. How could one part with memories? At present, his backpack brims with assorted refuse, and in his hand, he clutches a sturdy burlap sack for additional finds. Today, he has not only collected numerous valuable items, but has also discovered mechanical parts he desperately needs. Over the past year, Hong Yi has been assembling his mechanical Doga combat robot designed for the settlement's specialized battles. Success in these contests can yield considerable earnings, which is part of Hong Yi's plan to alter his fate. Currently, his mechanical dog is 90 assembled, needing only a few more components to be completed. At that moment, his keen eye catches sight of something amidst the chaotic mound of refuse. Searching for valuable items has become an acquired skill. He spots a clump of dirt-stained material, partially obscured by the detritus, an unremarkable find. Yet, even so, Hong Yi instantly recognizes its significance. It's an assistant brain. His heart races as he lunges forward, carefully extracting the object from the disarray of garbage. After brushing away the dirt, he confirms his discovery. This assistant brain, of a model he has never encountered, appears to be relatively new. Even if damaged, it could fetch a considerable sum if intact. It would serve him perfectly. Hong Yi is overwhelmed with excitement, having scavenged for years. This is the first time he has uncovered a discarded assistant brain. Not only for himself, but he has never heard of anyone else finding one. This underscores its rarity even in the affluent district. It is a prized possession. The settlement maintains stringent control over assistant brains, as they are deemed strategic resources. To think that today, fortune smiles upon him, and he has stumbled upon such a treasure. Elated, Hong Yi glances around to ensure no one has noticed. He discreetly conceals the assistant brain within his pocket. With this remarkable windfall, he decides to conclude his scavenging for the day. With a bulging backpack and burlap sack in hand, Hong Yi skillfully descends the refuse mound. A few fellow scavengers spot him and exchange greetings. Those who frequently scour the dump are familiar with one another, often belonging to different organizations that permit scavenging only in designated areas rule of the slums. As a seasoned scavenger, Hong Yi is well known among many. Go. How was today's haul? A dark-skinned youth of 17 or 18 eagerly approaches Hong Yi as he descends. Not bad. That area up top is free, you should check it out. Hong Yi replies, and the youth expresses gratitude before eagerly climbing back up. Among the scavengers, Hong Yi stands out as a notable figure, earning considerable respect. In the slums, the only way for an individual to garner respect is to display strength, asserting their formidable presence. Over the past year, Hong Yi has vanquished no fewer than 7 or 8 rivals contesting for territory, securing his dominance in this refuse-laden realm to the extent that no one dares to scavenge within a 30-meter radius when he is present. Thus, even a youth slightly older than Hong Yi treats him with utmost deference. Not to mention the dark-skinned boy, exuberantly diving into the heap of refuse, but rather to focus on Hong Yi as he departs the dump with his spoils, maneuvering through the labyrinthine alleys of the slum. This alley leads to the nearest commercial street, yet even here, only a handful of establishments are illuminated, the majority relying on torches for light. Unlike the affluent districts, the power supply in the slums is severely constrained at night. The area, housing millions of impoverished souls, appears as an expanse of darkness. From afar on this street, there are individuals who specialize in purchasing items salvaged from the dump. Hong Yi is acquainted with a scrap dealer known as Mad Dog. Mad Dog, whose surname is Zhang, is a man in his 20s, having lost his right hand to a vicious attack years ago, an incident that nearly claimed his life. Yet, upon his return days later, he sported a mechanical arm in place of his severed limb that he subsequently exacted revenge on his enemies, dismembering them and their families in a fit of rage, earning him the notorious moniker. In this locality, the name Mad Dog is universally recognized. However, following one fateful night, Hong Yi and Mad Dog parted ways, each pursuing their own paths, the rift stemming from Mad Dog's heinous act of murdering the 6-year-old son of a rival. Hong Yi believed that vengeance should not extend to innocent families, especially not to a child. In contrast, Mad Dog argued that one must eradicate the roots of a problem to prevent its resurgence. This disagreement led to a fierce quarrel, shattering their brotherly bond and marking the divergence of their ideologies. Subsequently, Mad Dog affiliated himself with a gang in the slums, leveraging his metal arm and unbridled ferocity to ascend as a small-time leader overseeing refuse procurement. Meanwhile, Hong Yi continued his life as a scavenger, selling his finds to Mad Dog without exchanging more than a few words, treating each other as mere strangers. Mad Dog's establishment is modest, with 2 burly men lounging against the wall at the entrance. Upon spotting Hong Yi, they offered no acknowledgement. Their familiarity stems from Hong Yi's daily visits to sell his haul. Alternatively, it may have been Mad Dog's explicit instruction not to inquire further. Upon entering the shop, Hong Yi encountered a scrawny fellow draped in a tattered vest, dozing atop the table. With Mad Dog absent, this individual likely sought rest in the back, which is precisely why Hong Yi chose this moment to visit. He wished to avoid encountering Mad Dog. Is that you, Ika? Have you found something good again? The lean attendant, a longtime associate of Mad Dog, greeted him with enthusiasm, aware of the unique bond between Hong Yi and Mad Dog. Despite being younger, Hong Yi was addressed with warmth and familiarity. Chapter 2, Shame, Part 1. These are the items. Take a look. Hong Yi declared as he removed his backpack and placed it on the table. The lanky fellow immediately set to work, expertly opening the bag and methodically laying out its contents. His efficiency was commendable. After all, He had been chosen by the Mad Dog for assistance. Within moments, the table was filled with an assortment of items. There were various metal components, as the inhabitants of the impoverished district often resorted to assembling their mechanical devices. Hence, the demand for such parts was substantial. While these items were discarded as refuse in affluent areas, they represented valuable resources in the slums. Among these components were energy storage batteries, which were indeed prized possessions. Additionally, there were several electronic chips, the most valuable of all the items. The lanky man was an expert in his field and quickly assessed the materials Hongi had brought, estimating their worth. According to the rules, these items can fetch you 19 new coins. Let me round it up for you. He then produced 20 new coins and handed them to Hongi. After counting the coins, Hongi inquired, "By the way, do you have the item I requested?" "Yes. We just received one today. I almost overlooked it," the lanky man exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he rummaged through a chaotic stack of wooden boxes behind him. He eventually extracted a metal bottle, its label long worn away, rendering it unrecognizable. Hongi took the bottle, shook it gently, and noted the viscous liquid inside, reminiscent of motor oil. He unscrewed the cap and was met with a pungent aroma, nodding in satisfaction. As he prepared to pay, the lanky man waved his hand dismissively. Brother Dog said this isn't worth much, no need to pay. Although Hongi hesitated momentarily, he ultimately retrieved a crumpled stack of money, totaling 50 new coins, which included some coins of lesser denomination. He placed the money on the table without uttering a word and departed with his acquisition. The liquid within the metal bottle was a neuroelectrolytic fluid, essential for connecting various components of mechanical dogs. This substance was not only vital for mechanical canines, but also for the robotic police that maintained order in the community, akin to biological blood. To ensure the functionality of these machines, such fluid was indispensable. However, most of the discarded robotic parts scavenged from the junkyard were beyond salvage, prompting Hongi to enlist the lanky man as help in keeping an eye out for any sale of high-quality neuroelectrolytic fluid. Despite understanding that Mad Dog's intentions were good, Hongi preferred not to owe him a favor, hence he left the coins behind. As dawn approached, Hongi visited a stall selling fried meat cakes. The proprietor had just set up shop, and upon seeing Hongi, immediately began frying 2 cakes made of a mixture of rat meat, wild vegetables, and flour, a popular dish in the slums priced at 2 new coins each, with a surprisingly palatable flavor. Greeting the vendor, Hongi, a regular customer, was met with prompt service. The sizzling cakes filled the air with an enticing aroma, and once cooked, Hongi eagerly took a bite, relishing the flaky and tender crust combined with the chewy wild greens. In a cramped iron shed of less than 15 square meters, the interior was cluttered with mechanical parts, and a mechanical dog over 2 meters in length lay quietly. Almost fully assembled, its body was a patchwork of various components, yet the all-metal skeleton and exterior exuded an intimidating aura. After placing the salvage parts on the table, Hongi washed his face, consumed the remaining meat cake, and then powered on a nearly dilapidated computer to commence programming. This antiquated machine was a relic of the past, barely operational. To sustain its functionality, Hongi had amassed numerous large batteries, a feat that had not come without hardship. Although legitimate stores sold brand-new combat-grade mechanical dogs and even combat robots, their prices were exorbitantly high, at least tens of thousands of new coins, with more advanced models costing even higher. Lacking the means to afford such luxuries, Hongi resorted to assembling and programming his own creations. Both his programming and mechanical modification skills had been imparted by his father. Once affluent, his family's fortune had drastically changed after his father's disappearance. Hours slipped away unnoticed as Hongi penned the final line of code. After simulating the execution without errors, he rubbed his eyes, shut down the computer, and collapsed onto a nearby bed, falling into a deep slumber until the evening. Next, he intended to finalize the assembly of the mechanical dog and upload the control program, followed by the introduction of the neuroelectrolytic fluid, thus enabling the activation of this mechanical beast. Before that, however, well rested, Hongi retrieved the recently salvaged 8S brain and connected it to the computer using a specialized cable. With a beep, a series of codes appeared on the screen, the diagnostic program. Fortunately, the 8S brain was intact, and even more fortuitously, it was a new model developed in recent years that could draw energy from bioelectricity, eliminating the need for batteries. This was excellent news. The 8S brain Hongi had been using was the oldest version, reliant on specialized batteries that were nearly impossible to find in the slums. Even in the affluent districts, production had ceased long ago due to its obsolescence, rendering it merely a keepsake for Hongi. The new model, however, could generate basic energy from the bioelectricity of its host. Combat-grade A brains, due to their high energy demands, required the most advanced vanadium polymer batteries, capable of lasting months without recharging, while even more advanced options included miniature nuclear batteries that could last years, if not decades. For everyday use, the newer A brain, which could harness bioelectricity for power, was more than sufficient for Hong Yi. He was eager to replace his old A brain. Yet it was not a simple matter of just swapping them out. Each A brain possessed unique biological codes, binding them to specific users, akin to a computer secured with a password, accessible only to its rightful owner. To utilize it, one would need to unlock the biological code, a task requiring a special unlocking device that Hong Yi lacked. However, such devices could be found in the slums, provided one was willing to spend. As Hong Yi contemplated his plans, a sudden series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Who is it? He wondered. Surprised, few ventured to seek him out. Nevertheless, he concealed the newly acquired A brain and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman accompanied by two others, a middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s. Their attire was immaculate and well-fitted, instantly revealing their origins from the affluent district. At that moment, all three of them instinctively covered their noses, seemingly unaccustomed to the unpleasant air of the place. Upon seeing Hong Yi, the middle-aged man's eyes glinted with a hint of disdain as he spoke. Hong Yi? Hong Yi nodded, recognizing the man's familiar face, though he struggled to recall his name, as did the girl of similar age who also seemed vaguely familiar. Indeed, you are here. Finding you is no easy feat. Look at this disheveled place, both filthy and chaotic, yet it seems rather fitting for you, the middle-aged man remarked as he uninvitedly entered Hong Yi's abode, followed by a young man, while a beautiful girl refrained from entering, seemingly displeased by the disorder of the surroundings. Hong Yi frowned, about to speak, when the middle-aged man interjected, "What's the matter? Do you not recognize your Uncle Wang?" Uncle Wang? His father and Wang Haibo were colleagues, working within the same institution. Yet his father's rank far surpassed Wang Haiba's, relegating the latter to the status of a subordinate. Even then, Hong Yi could discern that the Wang family was desperately trying to curry favor with the Hong family. However, after his father's disappearance, the Wang ceased to visit him. When Hong Yi was expelled from the affluent district, stripped of everything and discarded like refuse into the slums, the Wang family remained conspicuously absent, offering no assistance. Could this be deemed as burning bridges? It is worth noting that his father had lent considerable aid to the Wang family in the past. Years of life in the impoverished district had matured Hong Yi's perspective, leading him to absolve the Wang family of blame. Nevertheless, it was evident that their visit was not without ulterior motives, prompting him to refrain from engaging in banter and instead ask with an air of indifference, "Do you need something?" Upon finishing his inquiry, he extended a piece of paper. Hong Yi did not accept it, for this so-called IOU was clearly a fabrication. Given his father's former status and wealth, there was no reason nor necessity to borrow anything from the Wang family. In fact, it was the Wangs who had appropriated numerous items from his father, including many possessions belonging to his daughter, Wang Xian. Hong Yi found it perplexing how shameless one could be. With this sudden visit, he was not oblivious. He recognized that he possessed nothing of value for them to covet, save for his aide's intellect. Chapter 3, Humiliation, Part 2. Hong Yi remained silent. Given that Wang Haibo had come to confront him so brazenly, it was evident that he had devised a plan. Claiming that his father had borrowed something from them, and now presenting a promissory note to demand repayment left no room for dispute. As for the authenticity of the note, questioning it would be futile. If they insisted it was genuine, what could he possibly say? Moreover, Hong Yi discerned the ulterior motive of his adversaries. Since entering the room, Wang Haibo and the silent young man had been casting furtive glances at his old-style assistant brain, their eyes gleaming with avarice. If it were any other item, they would simply take it without hesitation. Hong Yi understood that he was no match for them. The Wang family could easily subdue him. Additionally, he found himself curious as to why Wang Haibo would go so far as to forge a promissory note for his assistant brain, which was outdated and contained no valuable data. This question lingered in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he resolutely shook his head and declared, "Uncle Wang, I am unaware of the matters between you and my father, nor have I participated in them. Regardless of the note's legitimacy, it is solely an affair between you and my father. Therefore, you have no right to demand anything from me." Wang Haibo's expression darkened instantly as a smirk of derision crept onto his lips, seemingly mocking Hong Yi's audacity. "Uncle, Why waste words on this brat? What can he do to resist our demands? The previously silent young man interjected with a sneer, simultaneously reaching out to seize Hong Yi. The adversaries possessed a state-of-the-art assistant brain, which could manipulate biological signals to enhance human strength and speed. Thus, their speed was formidable and their strength overwhelming. However, having grown up in the slums, Hong Yi was no stranger to brawls. He reacted swiftly, crouching down to narrowly evade the grasp aimed at him. With a sudden burst of momentum, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the young man's waist and using his force to topple him. This maneuver allowed Hong Yi to seize the upper hand, mounting the young man and delivering a series of strikes. In the impoverished district, he had triumphed over foes who were larger and stronger using this very tactic. Faced with an opponent equipped with an assistant brain, it remained effective, yet Hong Yi had overlooked one crucial detail. He was not contending with a single adversary. As he raised his fist, a sudden grip seized his wrist, and an overwhelming force surged through him. In the next moment, Hong Yi felt himself hurled like a rag doll, crashing violently against the wall of the room. The wall, constructed from synthetic wood panels, could not withstand the immense impact, and he broke through, landing in the neighboring unit. The occupant of the adjacent space was also a resident of the slums, a middle-aged man in his 40s, employed in a mechanical factory, who was somewhat acquainted with Hong Yi. As he lay on the ground, Hong Yi felt as though he were falling apart, dazed and disoriented, with excruciating pain radiating from his arm, which he suspected was dislocated. In the new era, humanity continuously fortified itself against the threats posed by terrifying mutations. Beyond advanced weaponry and combat robots, the emergence of assistant brains had given rise to evolved ones among humans. More than a century ago, humanity had come to realize that the average brain development was under 5. Before the advent of assistant brains, there was no effective method for expanding the potential of the human mind. The introduction of assistant brains solved this issue, acting as a key to unlock dormant cerebral regions. The greater the development of these regions, the stronger the individual became. Scientists classified these undeveloped cerebral areas into multiple zones, and upon unlocking each zone, individuals could acquire unique abilities or skills. Some might gain enhanced physical strength, enabling them to lift a car, while others might experience significant boosts in intelligence, memory, and analytical capabilities, known as cognitive enhancement. There were also those whose physiological traits transformed, such as developing resilient, scaled skin like reptiles, sonar-like auditory organs akin to bats, aquatic respiration capabilities, or claws reminiscent of ferocious beasts. Such individuals were referred to as evolved ones. They represented the elite of humanity, classified into 3 ranks: White Star, Silver Star, and Gold Star, with each rank further divided into 5 levels, delineating their respective strengths. The strength of an evolved one was intrinsically linked to their potential. With the same assistant brain and cerebral unlocking programs, some individuals could access higher cerebral domains, gaining formidable powers, while others could not. The one who had effortlessly propelled Hong Yi like a sack of potatoes was undoubtedly an evolved one of at least the 2nd level of the White Star rank. The assailant was Wang Xian. Her speed was so remarkable that Hong Yi had not even noticed her approach. He recalled how, during their time in the affluent district's comprehensive school, Wang Xian had been an admirer of his, as his academic performance, including potential in cerebral testing, had surpassed hers. Had it not been for his father's sudden disappearance and the inability to afford exorbitant living expenses, he would still be residing in the affluent district. Undoubtedly as an evolved one of a higher rank than Wang Xian. Struggling to rise from the ground, he found his right arm agonizingly painful and uncontrollable, forcing him to rely on his left arm for support. Meanwhile, Wang Haiba, Wang Xian, and the young man approached, their gazes directed at Hong Yi filled with mockery and disdain. Hong Yi noticed Wang Xian holding the young man's hand affectionately. "Hong Yi, look at yourself. This is self-inflicted suffering. As the saying goes, a son must repay his father's debts. If I cannot find your father, I must seek you for what he owes me. Oh, and do not blame Xian. She is simply protecting her boyfriend, Shiji. Let us settle this quickly. Return your assistant brain to me, and we shall consider it settled," Wang Haiba proclaimed with a smile that bore no warmth, exuding an air of triumph over Hong Yi. At this moment, Wang Xian interjected. "Shiji, why bother with such a person? He is merely a lowly insect from the slums, incapable of ever rising. It's not worth your time." While speaking, Wang Xian did not even glance at Hong Yi, and Wang Haibao added, "Indeed, Shiji, although this is a slum, causing a ruckus here could lead to trouble." Yuan Shiji, though reluctant, nodded in agreement under the urging of Wang Haiba and Wang Xian. Very well. I shall take the high road and not stoop to the level of this insect. He advanced, casually picking up a wrench from the room, and began to smash the nearly completed mechanical dog into pieces. Hong Yi yearned to intervene, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. He understood that even if he rushed forward, what could he possibly achieve? Once Yuan Shiji had vented his frustration, he approached Hong Yi, laughing heartily. My apologies. I accidentally destroyed your toy. Don't take it to heart. But even if you did, would I be afraid of you? Ha! With that, he erupted into a boisterous laugh. It was undeniable that Yuan Shiji was excessively arrogant, to the extent that even the Wang family found his behavior too domineering. However, given the Yuan family's wealth and influence in the affluent district, they were more inclined to appease him than to speak out, let alone support Hong Yi's grievances against him. At that moment, tears brimmed in Hong Yi's eyes. The mechanical dog had taken him an entire year to assemble, and now this Yuan had so callously destroyed it. Compared to the mechanical hound, the auxiliary intelligence left to him by his father appeared equally untenable, filling Hong Yi with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Indeed, it was humiliation. A man of stature, unable to safeguard his own possessions, subject to ruthless plunder. At that moment, Hong Yi contemplated a desperate confrontation. Yet just then, a middle-aged man from next door hurried over to assist him, quietly whispering in his ear, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Do not act impulsively. Upon hearing these words, Hong Yi's body jolted, and he instantly regained his composure. Years ago, when his father vanished and he was driven from the affluent district, the circumstances had been scarcely better than they were now. Yet, he had persevered. Moreover, fortunes are ephemeral. Every flower has its day, and he would inevitably rise again. When that day came, he would return today as humiliation twofold. With this thought, Hong Yi suppressed the fury within him, nodded at his neighbor, and fixed his gaze upon the Wang family and Yuan Shiji, committing their features to memory. He then extended his left hand to grasp the auxiliary intelligence at the back of his head and pulled forcefully. The extraction was excruciating, blood streaming forth. Yet he remained indifferent, flinging the bloodied, antiquated auxiliary intelligence towards Wang Haiba. Throughout this ordeal, he uttered not a sound, and anyone could perceive the resilience coursing through him. However, in her eyes, Hong Yi now held no semblance of utility, and his tenacity merely appeared as the futile defiance of a failure, utterly laughable. Chapter 4. The mercenary having resided in the impoverished district for several years, Hong Yi only knew that his neighbor's surname was Li, and everyone referred to him as Old Li, so Hong Yi did the same. After Wang's father and daughter departed with Yuan Shiji, Old Li first sought the assistance of an unlicensed orthopedic doctor to help mend Hong Yi's dislocated arm, followed by producing a small bottle of hemostatic spray to staunch the bleeding from Hong Yi's head. This treatment spray was rather expensive, costing around 50 to 60 Singapore dollars. Yet Old Li used it without hesitation, leaving Hong Yi feeling indebted to him, not to mention that it was his own recklessness that had damaged Old Li's home. Old Li, clearly an experienced individual, advised Hong Yi that enduring temporary hardships would lead to tranquility, suggesting that any storm could be weathered with patience. Hong Yi chuckled and shook his head. While he could tolerate many things, today's events were not among them. There were undoubtedly hidden truths at play, perhaps connected to his father. Hong Yi pondered the matter but could not grasp the key. The officer's intelligence core had been in his possession for several years, and though he had become quite familiar with it, he had not discovered any secrets within. Deciding to set aside his confusion for the moment, Hong Yi examined the mechanical dog that had been damaged. To his relief, he found that the core components were not severely harmed and could be replaced. Old Li, being a skilled mechanic, came over to assist, informing Hong Yi that he had spare parts at home that could be utilized for the repairs. That fellow named Yuan Shiji is truly a fool, Old Li remarked with a smile. He smashed only unimportant components, making it easy to fix. If it were me, I would have targeted the control system and battery first. Old Li's craftsmanship was impressive. He fared better in the slums than Hong Yi, as he had a stable job assembling mechanical dogs and robots in a factory. The damaged exterior parts were replaced with better ones than those Hong Yi had scavenged from the refuse. After the repairs were complete, Hong Yi insisted on compensating Old Li, as the replaced parts held significant value, and he felt guilty for having broken through Old Li's wall, which would have required considerable effort to mend. However, Old Li waved him off, stating that he earned a decent income of 1,000 Singapore dollars each month, while Hong Yi relied on scavenging to survive. Having been neighbors for several years, he felt that helping was no burden. If Hong Yi wished to express his gratitude, a meal would suffice. Hong Yi did not press the issue, but he felt a warm glow in his heart, marking old Li's kindness in his memory. After witnessing Hong Yi's skill in assembling the mechanical dog and programming its control system, old Li inquired whether Hong Yi would consider working at the factory. As he had a good rapport with the foreman and could put in a good word, Hong Yi shook his head. He had already sought employment, and the skills of assembly and programming were taught to him by his father, making it relatively easy for him to secure a stable job. The reason he refrained from doing so was that he was unwilling to live a life of mere survival. The disappearance of his father remained a thorn in Hong Yi's heart, though it was akin to death to vanish after leaving the settlement. He refused to believe that his father had perished without a trace. He was determined to find him, seeking work in the slums, where he would face daily exploitation by the affluent, was not the life Hong Yi envisioned. By painstakingly assembling a mechanical dog, he intended to earn his first fortune, alter his fate, and empower himself, thus earning the right to pursue his aspirations. In the number 7 settlement of the impoverished district, Hong Yi held a controller resembling a gamepad, capable of commanding the mechanical dog within a 50-meter radius. Accompanied by the mechanical dog, which old Li had successfully repaired and activated, Hong Yi marveled at its stature of over 2 meters, constructed entirely of metal, armed with alloy claws and teeth. He had tested it, discovering that it could effortlessly crush a log as thick as an adult's waist with just 2 bites. The force of the mechanical dog's strikes exceeded 400 kilograms, while its bite force reached an astounding 1,200 kilograms. In the impoverished district, there were shops specializing in mechanical dogs and robots, with models of this size priced above 36,000 Singapore dollars. And those capable of autonomous operation and combat commanded at least 5 times that amount. Robots were even more expensive. In a world governed by humanity, wealth held immense importance, symbolizing status, education, and protection. The impoverished district housed millions, with estimates ranging from 4 to 5 million residents, while the affluent district contained fewer than 100,000 people. Every individual in the slums aspired to enter the more comfortable and secure affluent district, and while the government did not prohibit impoverished individuals from applying for residence there, a minimum asset requirement of 300,000 Singapore dollars was imposed. This was merely the baseline condition. Indeed, a daunting chasm existed for ordinary people like old Li. Even a lifetime of labor in a mechanical assembly factory would yield insufficient earnings to meet such requirements. Thus, for the vast majority of the poor, the affluent district remained an unattainable paradise, a dream pursued yet perpetually out of reach. Hong Yi had once belonged to the affluent district, but was expelled overnight by its enforcers, highly intelligent combat robots, standing as tall as adult men, with alloy skeletons and exteriors, capable of exerting over 500 kilograms of grip strength, equipped with holographic imaging systems that could see clearly in both day and night, armed with high-caliber rifles. Even a human evolved to a 2-star level would dare not confront them. It would be akin to courting death. Consequently, Hong Yi was unable to take any possessions from his home as he was forcibly ejected from the affluent district. Returning there was his foremost goal. However, the path was fraught with challenges. Accumulating 300,000 Singapore dollars was an extraordinary feat, if not outright impossible through conventional means. Yet, alternative routes to enter the affluent district existed. If one could become a star-level evolved individual, achieving a white star rating of level 3, it was possible to become a resident of the affluent district by paying a deposit of 300,000 Singapore dollars. This sum was far less than the 3 million required. However, attaining a white star level 3 status was not an option for everyone. It necessitated a certain degree of potential. The affluent district employed stringent standards, calculating personal potential through physical and cerebral assessments, yielding scores from 10 to 100. Only those achieving a score of 60 or above could qualify as star-level evolved individuals, as a higher score allowed the brain to endure the special programs of the officer's intelligence core. A score too low could result in catastrophic failure, leading to brain rupture and death. Numerous such failures had occurred. Insufficient potential coupled with reckless attempts to enhance the brain's capacity could only lead to doom. At the age of 12, Hong Yi had undergone testing, revealing his personal potential score to be 75, which was considered excellent. This was why he harbored hope. Given the opportunity, he could very well become a star-level evolved individual, fundamentally altering his destiny. Hence, this alternative path seemed more feasible. To become a star-level evolved individual, one required a potential score exceeding 60, an officer's intelligence core, to upload the evolution program. and the corresponding evolution serum. Hong Yi had already met the potential requirement, and he had salvaged an officer's intelligence core from the refuse. Now, all that remained was to acquire the appropriate evolution program and serum. In this place, both items are available for purchase. However, even a basic level 1 evolution program and potion demand at least 20,000 new coins, with higher tier options being even more exorbitant. It is utterly implausible to amass such a sum solely through scavenging. Over the past few years, Hong Yi has scarcely accumulated any wealth, much of which has been expended on assembling his mechanical dog to generate income. Hong Yi currently finds himself with two avenues. One is to participate in the underground mechanical dog competitions in the slums. But even victory yields only a few hundred new coins per event. Initially, Hong Yi intended to pursue this path. But after the Wang family usurped the assistant neural brain gifted by his father, he reconsidered his strategy. To expedite his objectives, he must opt for the second route, becoming a mercenary. At this juncture, Hong Yi arrived before a modest 3-story building, its entrance adorned with a dragon head emblem, a symbol representing the mercenary organization. Wealthy individuals and large corporations frequently employ mercenaries to venture beyond the slum's borders to hunt monsters, gather resources, rescue individuals, and undertake various perilous tasks, offering substantial remuneration in return. It is often said that within the slums, mercenaries command the highest earnings. However, such lucrative prospects come hand in hand with considerable risks, as the mortality rate among mercenaries is also the highest. What Hong Yi must do now is register with the Mercenary Association and embrace the life of a mercenary. Chapter 5. The secrets of the intelligent brain. Accumulating a certain number of contribution points allows one to elevate their mercenary rank or exchange various resources from the Mercenary Association, sometimes even more valuable than currency. Upon returning to his residence, Hong Yi busily prepared for his very first mercenary mission. The expenses incurred had virtually depleted his savings from the past few years, and his ultimate task was to install the officer's intelligent brain that he salvaged from a junkyard onto himself. It is no exaggeration to assert that with the officer's intelligent brain, Hong Yi's chances of survival would increase exponentially. With his last remaining savings, he procured a decoder for the officer's intelligent brain from the black market, enabling him to rebind the device for personal use. After unlocking the intelligent brain with the decoder, Hong Yi held it in his hands, took a deep breath, and positioned it at the back of his head and neck. In the next moment, the neural probes of the intelligent brain began to function, seamlessly penetrating Hong Yi's skin and embedding themselves firmly in the nape of his neck like a parasite. At that point, bioelectric energy activated the entire intelligent brain, and the diamond-shaped metallic plate illuminated with a soft chime, signaling its initiation. Beep. In an instant, Hong Yi was engulfed in a sensation of dizziness, unable to hear or see anything. This was a normal reaction upon the first activation of the intelligent brain, as it connected with the wearer's neural pathways akin to a secondary brain. After a few brief seconds, his vision and hearing returned, revealing a complete holographic display before him. Undoubtedly, this model of the intelligent brain was quite new, its system significantly more advanced and dazzling than previous iterations, exuding an impressive technological aura. A myriad of options appeared, representing the initial settings, including the type of synthesized voice for the intelligent brain: male, female, gentle, stern. Choosing the latter, Hong Yi spent a few minutes finalizing these initial parameters, opting for a resolute female voice, reminiscent of the previous intelligent brain he had used. Shortly thereafter, the intelligent brain issued an electronic synthesized voice, confirming its connection with Hong Yi's body. Rising to his feet, he moved about, punching the air to record his physical statistics, including heart rate, blood pressure, and muscle explosiveness, each measurement falling within the normal range, slightly above that of an average person but inferior to an evolved individual. Ultimately, these metrics would be digitized by the intelligent brain, categorized into 6 primary indicators: muscle strength, bone strength, power, agility, reflexes, and immunity. The results were as follows: muscle strength, 3, bone strength, 3, power, 3, agility, 4, reflexes, 4, immunity, 3. These values placed Hong Yi on par with an ordinary adult, whose metrics typically fluctuate between 2 and 3. Notably, Hong Yi exhibited superior agility and reflexes compared to the average individual. He then examined the extent of his cerebral domain development, discovering his brain domain activation level was at the civilian tier, with the next level being white star eye, requiring the activation of the corresponding cerebral domain and a cumulative score exceeding 25 points. In essence, Hong Yi was merely a common citizen, and per the standards of star-tier evolvers, he could only be classified as White Star I upon activating the requisite cerebral domain and surpassing the 25-point threshold. Activation of the White Star I domain would also grant him a skill. Should he activate the White Star II domain with a total score exceeding 30 points, he would ascend to that tier, and so forth. Wang Xin was a White Star II evolver, boasting metrics at least 10 points higher than Hong Yi's, along with 2 unique abilities, thereby ensuring her dominance in a confrontation. Pushing aside his swirling thoughts, Hong Yi retrieved an antiquated handgun and aimed it at an empty bottle resting on his nightstand. Adjusting the sights, he commanded, "Align the electronic reticle." The intelligent brain promptly complied, and suddenly, an electronic reticle appeared within his line of sight. Whenever he wielded a firearm, this reticle would materialize, facilitating swift aiming and shooting, allowing Hong Yi to operate the weaponry as if he were a trained soldier, despite his lack of regular marksmanship training. Should he integrate advanced combat and shooting programs, he could transform into a master fighter and marksman, an undeniable advantage offered by the intelligent brain, illustrating the magnificence of human technology. This intelligent brain appeared promising. Hong Yi felt exhilarated, astonished by its remarkable functionality. However, at that moment, the intelligent brain alerted him to the discovery of several encrypted data packets within his brain during a routine cerebral scan. Stunned by this revelation, Hong Yi pondered the implications of having encrypted data packets lodged within his mind. Nonetheless, the intelligent brain reiterated its findings. There were indeed multiple encrypted packets in his brain. This left Hong Yi momentarily bewildered, yet he quickly recalled a theory suggesting that the human brain functions as an immense storage device, akin to a hard drive, one that even the most advanced technological products could not replicate. Hence, if the brain serves as a storage medium, the presence of data packets is not entirely unfathomable. Yet, the question remained, who had implanted those packets in his mind, and why was he unaware of it? The intelligent brain provided clarity, revealing that there were 9 encrypted packets in total, with the first being accessible while the remaining 8 were lodged deep within the undeveloped domains of his brain. Without unlocking the corresponding cerebral domains, it was impossible to access these packets, and thus, their contents remained a mystery. In other words, he could only access the first packet. The others would require continuous unlocking of his cerebral domains to retrieve them one by one. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Hong Yi. Could it be that his father had implanted those packets through the old model of the intelligent brain? After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation. He vividly recalled the moment he had the previous intelligent brain implanted, during which he had lapsed into unconsciousness for over an hour. In hindsight, it was peculiar for him to lose consciousness for such an extended period during an initial implantation. Perhaps, while he was unconscious, the previous intelligent brain had methodically embedded those packets within the dormant regions of his mind. This reasoning seemed coherent, and undoubtedly, only his father would have possessed the capability to execute such an act. With this deduction, Hong Yi commanded the intelligent brain to open the first data packet, eager to uncover its contents. Without hesitation, the intelligent brain complied, and as the first packet was accessed, a virtual window emerged, showcasing a rapid succession of bizarre symbols that left him momentarily dazed. In the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his head, as if pricked by a needle, an entirely novel sensation. The intelligent brain then reverted to its normal state, seemingly having rebooted, as Hong Yi noticed alterations in its operating system, specifically the addition of a new symbol in the upper right corner. Upon investigation, he discovered it contained a skill tree. Indeed, it was a skill tree, reminiscent of the computer games he played as a child in the affluent district. Labeled Skill Tree Category: Hunter. This cutting-edge skill tree program enabled the acquisition of experience points to elevate professional levels, unlocking corresponding skills at certain thresholds, thus granting the ability to utilize those skills. Experience points could be earned by vanquishing mutated beings, differentiated by the level and strength of the adversaries. As of now, his experience points stood at 0. Chapter 6: The First Victory. A colossal metallic wall, towering over 50 meters in height, with a summit spacious enough to accommodate 10 soldiers standing side by side, stands as a formidable barrier of life. A mere glance bestows an overwhelming sense of safety and confidence. Encircling the wall is an intelligent defense system, capable of repelling all forms of mutants, embodying a true bastion of security. This is the outermost line of defense at gathering point number 7. To fulfill his mercenary mission, Hong Yi must venture beyond the confines of the gathering point into the wilderness. Beneath the wall lies a designated passage, bustling with activity, guarded by intelligent combat robots. Their metal skeletal frames and large-caliber assault rifles exuding an air of lethal authority, while others move hurriedly, accustomed to entering and exiting the gathering point. For Hong Yi, this is akin to a maiden's first ride in a sedan chair. To claim he feels no tension or excitement would be disingenuous. Striving to control his emotions and appear composed like everyone else, he guides his assembled mechanical dog through the passage. The wind blows against him, carrying a scent of blood. If the gathering point represents humanity's domain, then the vast expanse beyond unequivocally belongs to the mutants, a realm dominated by slaughter and death. An hour later, Hong Yi finds himself 15 kilometers from the gathering point, crouched behind a massive rock, scarcely daring to breathe. The mechanical dog lies silently beside him, its metallic weight providing a modicum of reassurance. But how long can that sense of safety endure? 20 meters away, a gaunt creature, resembling a famished specter from hell, gnaws at a corpse. What is a hungry ghost? It is a being from myth, as described in Buddhist lore, one of the 6 realms of existence. Condemned to perpetual hunger from birth to death, characterized by elongated limbs and an enormous belly that can never be satiated. Though rated as a low-tier mutant, barely classified as a White Star Level 1, it is nonetheless far superior to an ordinary human. Confronted by such a terrifying adversary, human fear can severely diminish one's capabilities. While the hungry ghost is devoid of any fear, it is singularly focused on one objective: to find prey and transform it into sustenance. Moments ago, Hong Yi had spotted a fellow human, presumably another mercenary, resting ahead. Just as he prepared to approach, a hungry ghost suddenly emerged from the shadows, launching an assault on the unsuspecting mercenary. The creature moved with astonishing speed, tackling the mercenary before he could react, sinking its teeth into his neck. Even from 20 meters away, Hong Yi could hear the sickening sound of flesh and blood vessels being torn apart, mingled with the mercenary's dying cries. Though the unfortunate man wielded a loaded shotgun, it was of little use at that moment. After dispatching the ill-fated mercenary, the hungry ghost eagerly commenced its feast. While Hong Yi remained concealed nearby, paralyzed by fear, acutely aware that even the slightest sound could betray his presence. Yet, as fate would have it, when Hong Yi peered out, he accidentally stepped on a stone, which emitted a sharp crack. Instantly, the ravenous ghost lifted its head, its milky eyes devoid of pupils fixating on Hong Yi's location. Discovered. Panic surged through him as the hungry ghost emitted an excruciatingly shrill cry and lunged towards him with the swiftness of a cheetah. This was Hong Yi's first venture beyond the gathering point into the wild. Despite having honed his skills in the slums, where brawling was routine, facing a mutant for the first time left him feeling apprehensive. Nevertheless, he acted swiftly, with his left hand gripping the mechanical dog's remote. He raised his right hand to wield his pistol. The electronic sight provided by the smart brain locked onto the mutant. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The worn 9mm handgun, though antiquated, possessed considerable power at close range. With the aid of the electronic sight, Hong Yi's first shot struck the hungry ghost squarely in the chest, splattering black blood. However, the creature appeared unconcerned by the injury, momentarily stunned before continuing its advance with a frenzied shriek. Hong Yi fired rapidly, his left hand pressing the remote as the lurking mechanical dog surged forward, tackling the hungry ghost within 5 meters. While the ghost possessed strength exceeding that of an ordinary human, it was no match for the mechanical dog, which weighed over 200 kilograms. The ghost was easily pinned to the ground, yet it showed no fear, thrashing wildly and attempting to bite the mechanical dog. It had clearly chosen the wrong opponent. The steel frame of the dog was impervious to its feeble attempts at biting. Hong Yi promptly commanded the mechanical dog to deliver a downward bite, its sharp jaws piercing the ghost's neck without resistance. Black blood sprayed across the ground as the creature continued to struggle, but Hong Yi knew that with its neck in the grip of the mechanical dog, the ghost's demise was imminent. Instead of commanding the dog to finish it off, he approached and aimed his handgun at the creature's forehead. At this distance, the ghost's murky eyes remained locked onto Hong Yi, its throat emitting a gurgling sound mixed with blood, indicating that the mechanical dog's bite had likely pierced its vocal cords, rendering it mute. Without hesitation, Hong Yi pulled the trigger repeatedly and at such close range. The ghost's head was swiftly obliterated, black, viscous blood mingling with repulsive fragments of brain matter splattering everywhere. In the next moment, the ghost's body twitched twice before falling still. Only then did Hong Yi exhale deeply. The skirmish had unfolded in mere seconds yet felt interminable. He wiped the cold sweat from his neck and noted that all 10 rounds in his handgun had been expended, the spent shells littering the ground. A notification chimed. You have slain a low-level hungry ghost. Experience points gained. 1. Upon seeing this message, a surge of exhilaration washed over Hong Yi. After acquiring that peculiar skill tree, he yearned to validate its authenticity. If earning experience points hinged on personally slaying mutants, he was eager to test it. Clearly, it was no fabrication. Having killed a hungry ghost, he had indeed received experience points. Though it was merely 1 point, it held immense significance for Hong Yi, as accumulating sufficient experience could elevate his hunter profession to a higher level, unlocking corresponding skills. He perused the skill tree through his assistant and realized that acquiring 49 more experience points would elevate his hunter profession from level 0 to 1, thereby unlocking a skill known as weak point shot. Hong Yi was eager to discover the effects of this newfound skill. At that moment, the mechanical dog remained atop the fallen ghost, firmly pinning its body down. Hong Yi approached to examine the corpse closely. Up close, the ghost's body was grotesque, its black blood exuding a nauseating stench that was difficult to articulate. A mere whiff could induce violent retching. The ghost's skin was taut over its bony frame, its nails sharp and menacing, and its swollen belly resembled that of a woman nearing childbirth. Hong Yi recognized that without the mechanical dog, he would not have succeeded in dispatching the hungry ghost. Had it not been for the dog, his antiquated 9mm handgun would likely have met the same fate as the corpse nearby. He commanded the mechanical dog to dispose of the ghost's head and, suppressing his disgust, he hurled the severed head aside with force. Within the minds of the mutants, there exists a certain probability of encountering a crystalline formation, referred to by the new era of humanity as the brain crystal. This precious entity is not found in every mutant's brain. Its occurrence is estimated to be around 1 in 10 to 20, implying that among a dozen mutants, only one may possess a brain crystal. The brain crystals are classified into various grades, with the white brain crystal being the most common. Even the most ordinary white brain crystal can fetch a staggering price of $1,000 new dollars. If one could procure such a treasure, it would undoubtedly signify a substantial profit for Hong Yi. After meticulously wiping the tainted blood from his dagger, Hong Yi shook his head. The starving ghoul possessed no brain crystal. He then approached the grotesquely disfigured corpse, gnawed upon by the ghoul, to salvage any usable equipment. It was evident that the deceased was a low-ranking mercenary, operating alone, devoid of an implanted auxiliary intelligence, armed only with an antiquated portable tablet, which lay shattered and non-functional. Apart from this, the individual wielded a shotgun, accompanied by a bandolier brimming with ammunition and a finely honed alloy machete. Additionally, his backpack contained some provisions and water. Without hesitation, Hong Yi gathered all the useful items. Rather than squander them, it was far more prudent to put them to good use. Once his task was complete, he directed his mechanical dog to swiftly depart from the scene. He was acutely aware that the scent of blood would attract more bloodthirsty mutants. The survival manuals emphasize a crucial rule: to quickly distance oneself from the corpses of companions, for one can never ascertain what creatures might be drawn by the scent of blood. As he traversed the route, Hong Yi endeavored to stick to the main roads, occasionally encountering speeding vehicles that were evidently also piloted by mercenaries, who were considerably wealthier than he. Moreover, merely walking consumed a significant amount of energy from the mechanical dog, which constituted a notable expense in itself. Chapter 7, Victorious First Battle, Part 2, an hour later. Hong Yi confirmed through the electronic map that he had ventured into a more perilous area. Along the way, he had dispatched several solitary mutants with the aid of his mechanical dog. First, a ghoul, then a zombie, and finally a lizard-like mutant. The ghoul and the zombie were relatively easy to handle, as the mechanical dog swiftly dealt with the former by delivering a fatal bite. However, the encounter with the lizard mutant proved far more treacherous. Its formidable tongue and armored scales rendered his old pistol ineffective, and even the shotgun merely inflicted superficial wounds. Ultimately, it was the mechanical dog that managed to subdue the creature, clamping its jaws around the mutant's head, allowing Hong Yi the opportunity to target its comparatively softer abdomen with his shotgun, ultimately bringing the lizard mutant down. These 3 mutants collectively granted Hong Yi a total of 2 experience points, originally 3. But the ghoul's demise at the hands of the mechanical dog taught him an important lesson. Only mutants he personally dispatched would yield experience points. After assessing his battle losses, Hong Yi noted that he had but 1 magazine left for his old pistol, 10 bullets, while his shotgun fared slightly better with 22 rounds remaining. Additionally, his mechanical dog bore numerous gashes from the lizard mutant's claws, with several punctures in its back armor. Although it was not severely damaged, it appeared more worn. and its right forearm had sustained slight deformation. Its power level stood at 40%, but fortunately, Hong-Yi had prepared a spare battery. He understood the need for caution. Should the mechanical dog's power be depleted, his own safety would be jeopardized. Earning experience points through the extermination of mutants was evidently crucial. But Hong-Yi recognized that he must resist the temptation of haste. His primary objective was to complete the mercenary task at hand, with sufficient funds. He could acquire superior weaponry, facilitating swifter eliminations and thereby increasing his experience gains. Proceeding cautiously for approximately a kilometer without encountering any solitary mutants, he opted to circumvent any group of 2 or more mutants, as engaging them could easily entangle his mechanical companion, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Before long, a highland appeared ahead. Ascending it, Hong-Yi activated the long-distance visual capabilities of his auxiliary intelligence, allowing him to survey the landscape several hundred meters away, akin to peering through a telescope. Soon, he identified his target. Amidst a field of rubble, a werewolf mutant was voraciously consuming the carcass of another mutant, which resembled a massive bovine. The beast was unmistakably lifeless, its ribs exposed after the flesh and entrails had been devoured. The werewolf mutant was gnawing at the thigh of the corpse, methodically tearing away the remaining flesh with its sharp teeth. Despite the distance of over 200 meters, the sight of the werewolf mutant instilled a profound sense of awe within Hong-Yi. It resembled the legendary werewolves of Western folklore. Its body cloaked in dark gray fur and standing between the stature of a wolf and a human, capable of both bipedal movement and quadrupedal sprinting. It was impressively muscular, towering over 190 centimeters, with a head transformed into that of a wolf, its teeth effortlessly shredding the mutant's flesh. Only one werewolf mutant was present, engrossed in its meal, making this an opportune time to strike. Yet, Hong-Yi refrained from acting impulsively. He surveyed his surroundings to ensure no other mutants lurked nearby. His prudence was rewarded when he spotted another werewolf mutant not far from the first. Hong-Yi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that had he acted recklessly, he would have faced the onslaught of 2 werewolf mutants, which would have spelled certain doom, even with the mechanical dog by his side, unless he were a star-level evolver. In that moment, Hong-Yi could do nothing but exercise patience. Although it was his inaugural venture into the wild beyond the encampment, his adaptability proved robust, allowing him to gradually acclimate to survival in the wilderness. In truth, it bore similarities to surviving in the slums, differing primarily in the nature of the adversaries faced. Overcoming his psychological fear of mutants was the crux of his challenge. Concealed upon the high ground, he pressed his body against the earth while the mechanical dog lay beside him, awaiting the perfect opportunity to strike, a moment to eliminate the foe swiftly and abscond with its remains. At last, the werewolf mutant had satisfied its hunger and, after emitting a terrifying howl, departed. The comparatively frilier werewolf mutant that had been lurking nearby approached to scavenge the nearly fleshless corpse. Observing this, Hong-Yi felt a surge of determination. The moment had arrived. With the stronger werewolf mutant having left, only the relatively smaller one remained. He activated the dormant mechanical dog, loading his shotgun and pistol, and stealthily maneuvered closer. When he reached approximately 50 meters, Hong-Yi halted, devising a strategy. He concealed the mechanical dog behind a large boulder while he advanced further. At around 30 meters, he paused, aware that any closer proximity would likely alert the werewolf mutant. Drawing his pistol, he engaged the electronic sight, aiming at the mutant's left eye and decisively pulling the trigger. At 30 meters, the pistol's power proved effective. The werewolf's left eye erupted in a burst of crimson mist, eliciting a horrific wail. Hong-Yi did not linger, immediately retreating. He was acutely aware that a single shot to the eye would not suffice to vanquish the werewolf mutant. Had it been that simple, humanity would not have fallen into despair. In the next moment, the wounded werewolf mutant detected him and charged with ferocity, closing the distance in mere breaths. Fortunately, Hong-Yi reached the concealment of the mechanical dog just in time, swiftly ducking behind it while commanding the dog to launch a forward attack. Timing was critical. The werewolf's momentum was too great for it to evade, and it collided with the mechanical dog. With a resounding crash, the mechanical dog was sent tumbling 2 to 3 meters, but the werewolf mutant fared worse, being flung 5 meters away. A considerable chunk of flesh torn from its body by the mechanical dog's metallic claws. Under Hong-Yi's control, the mechanical dog quickly regained its footing. Its mechanical nature rendered it impervious to pain, provided its components remained intact and it had sufficient energy. It was an unyielding killing machine. Hong-Yi urged the mechanical dog to advance, hoping to repeat their earlier success by subduing the werewolf and delivering the final blow himself. However, this time, the werewolf mutant proved far more agile than the previous ghouls and zombies. At a critical moment, it rolled aside, narrowly evading the mechanical dog, before leaping high and striking the dog's head with a powerful paw. The impact caused a loud clang, denting the dog's metallic head and igniting a shower of sparks. In the next instant, Hong-Yi realized that the remote control was malfunctioning. He immediately surmised that the antenna responsible for receiving signals in the dog's head had been damaged. The werewolf mutant, emboldened by its success, continued its relentless assault. Clawing and biting, Hong-Yi watched in anguish, fully aware that he could not allow the mechanical dog to be destroyed, for his own survival depended on it. In a moment of desperation, he abandoned all hesitation, charging forth with his shotgun aimed at the werewolf mutant. Firing at close range, the scattered bullets struck the werewolf's back, erupting in a cloud of blood. The creature, aggrieved, swiftly redirected its fury towards Hong-Yi, lunging at him with its maw agape, intent on tearing him apart. Faced with the werewolf's gaping jaws lined with sharp fangs, Hong-Yi knew he could not afford to succumb to fear or retreat, for doing so would ensure his demise. In an instant, Hong-Yi reloaded his weapon, not flinching but instead shouting loudly as he boldly thrust the shotgun forward, directly inserting it into the wolfman's mouth. In that fleeting moment, he could see the wolfman's sharp teeth carving deep grooves into the metallic barrel. The next second, Hong-Yi pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the entire back of the wolfman's skull was blown apart, shattered bone and brain matter erupting into a mist of crimson. Despite the ferocity of his defense, the wolfman lunged forward, collapsing lifelessly upon Hong-Yi. A notification appeared, one low-level wolfman slain, earning 2 experience points. Hong-Yi merely glanced at the electronic prompt before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of life and death. He perhaps felt no fear in that moment, but he knew that afterward, dread would surely set in, aware that lingering here was perilous. With the gunfire and the scent of blood likely to attract other mutated creatures, he understood the urgency to evacuate. Immediately, Hong-Yi struggled free from beneath the wolfman's corpse, disregarding the body as he hurried to assess the condition of his mechanical dog. After the fierce battle, the mechanical canine was also battered and bruised, but fortunately, most of the damage was superficial. Upon removing the deformed metal cover from the dog's head, he discovered that the antenna used to control its movements had been severed, though the damage appeared to be manageable. Well-versed in electronics and mechanics, particularly since he had assembled this mechanical dog himself, he quickly retrieved a spare wire, stripped away the rubber casing, and reconnected the damaged antenna to the mechanical dog, securing it simply. Testing the remote, he found it operational once more. Closing the metal cover, Hong-Yi hoisted the wolfman's body onto the back of the mechanical dog and swiftly made his exit. Chapter 8. The Hunt for the Undead, Mercenary Guild. The lycanthropic mutant suffered a grievous gunshot wound to the head, leaving less than half of it intact. Its back bore bullet holes, and its chest was marred by the wound of a sharp instrument, with an integrity rating of 82%. Congratulations, young mercenary, your mission is accomplished. The evaluator, perceiving Hong-Yi as a novice, offered a compliment. Hong-Yi received his reward, $800 new and a handful of mercenary contribution points. Additionally, the skin he had extracted from the lizard-like mutant was sold for $300 new. Thus, he earned a total of $1,100 new from his inaugural mission, a remarkable acceleration compared to scavenging for refuse. In his exhilaration, Hong-Yi recognized that his swift success was largely due to the mechanical dog. Without it, and armed only with his 2 subpar firearms, he would have been unable to contend with not only lycans, but even ordinary ghouls and zombies. However, he was also aware that the mechanical dog was merely a support tool. During this mission, its control antenna had malfunctioned, nearly leading to his demise at the jaws of the lycan. Choosing the path of a mercenary inherently involves risks. Without risk, how could one earn in a day what others toil for an entire month? Thus, continuous self-improvement is the only viable principle. Hong-Yi did not immediately accept his next mission. He needed time to assimilate the experience garnered from combat in the wild and to repair his mechanical dog. The Dawn Company, situated in a posh district, was a technologically advanced and robust 15-story edifice, a true landmark in the premium yet confined space of Zone 7. Decades ago, the founder of Dawn Company invented the epoch-defining assistant brain, a technological marvel that allowed humanity, beleaguered by the threat of mutants, to regain the upper hand. This invention birthed numerous powerful star-level evolvers, establishing Dawn Company as the largest corporation in the new era of human civilization. Understood, Officer Wong. I hope you will summon me only when you are certain next time. I harbor no fondness for those who waste my time. An elderly man remarked sharply to someone behind him before storming off, his disdain palpable. The Officer Wong he referred to was none other than Wong Haiba. At this moment, Wong Haiba felt equally disheartened. His superior, Professor Jean, had just departed, and he had intended to curry favor but had inadvertently made a misstep. How could this be? Wong Haiba lamented. 5 years prior, Hong Yi's father had been his superior, overseeing a crucial secret project. However, at a pivotal moment, Hong Yi's father vanished, and the prototype data for the research inexplicably disappeared. Those who coveted the data swiftly leveraged their connections to alter the Hong family's asset documentation, branding them as illegal immigrants, and dispatched combat robots to seal their residence. They expelled the 12-year-old Hong Yi from the affluent district and conducted a thorough search of the home, yet found no trace of the prototype data. No one knew who orchestrated this incident, nor did anyone advocate for the Hong family. Wong Haibo had been vigilantly monitoring this matter just days ago. He recalled that Hong Yi possessed an old assistant brain, leading him to speculate that the vital data might have been concealed within it by Hong Yi's father. With a plan forming, he resolved that to enhance his own strength, he must leverage his advantages, particularly the hunter skill tree from the first data packet, which allowed for the acquisition of experience points through the elimination of mutants to unlock skills. Currently, he possessed 5 experience points, needing an additional 45 to unlock his first skill. Hong Yi understood that stronger mutants yielded greater experience, albeit with increased risk. Thus, he devised a strategy to hunt the more easily vanquished ghouls and zombies, both of which had relatively weak defenses and could suffer considerable damage from standard firearms. Armed with a handgun and a shotgun, supplemented by his mechanical dog, he believed the challenge would not prove insurmountable. Having formulated his plan, Hong Yi proceeded to the weapons shop affiliated with the Mercenary Guild to procure over 100 rounds of handgun ammunition and several dozen shotgun shells, spending more than $400 new. Such was the reality of the gathering place. Weaponry came at a premium price. While mercenaries could earn quickly, their expenses escalated just as swiftly. In addition to the ammunition, Hong Yi purchased a tactical vest, crafted from special materials that afforded a degree of protection. The vest featured small plates of fish-scale steel and mesh within its layers, capable of repelling less penetrative bullets or the attacks of ordinary zombies. The multifunctional pockets could accommodate various items. In essence, this was standard gear for any mercenary. With the expenditure of over $500 new on the vest, he felt the weight of financial strain as he realized he had already spent the majority of his first mission's earnings. On the following morning, having made the necessary preparations, Hong Yi accepted a mercenary task and ventured alone into the wild once more. Zombies represented the most rudimentary form of mutant, inferior even to ghouls. They retained vestiges of human characteristics, yet were grotesquely transformed into decaying husks, victims of viral corruption. Their numbers were vast, adorned in tattered clothing, their features rotten and contorted, aimlessly wandering the wilderness. Perhaps due to remnants of their former humanity, zombies exhibited a preference for congregating in groups, attacking any other beings they encountered indiscriminately. It was not uncommon to encounter hordes numbering from dozens to hundreds, even thousands. Large hordes of zombies deterred even the most formidable mercenary teams and powerful mutants. Such an amalgamation possessed the capacity to consume everything in their path. Conversely, smaller groups of zombies were the preferred quarry of mercenaries. Despite being mutants, zombies could still harbor brain crystals within their heads. While most were the most common white brain crystals, they still held considerable value. After searching for over an hour and successfully avoiding more perilous mutants, Hong Yi discovered a small horde of zombies. Comprising merely several dozen, they were widely dispersed, allowing for a tactical approach to eliminate them one by one. However, it was evident that he was not the only mercenary eyeing this small horde. Not far off, a mercenary team shadowed the small horde, likely having noticed Hong Yi and swiftly closing in. This team was well-equipped, boasting a modified jeep reinforced with steel bars, its open-top design facilitating easier shooting. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, were fully armed, stopping their vehicle not far from Hong Yi. 2 members exited the vehicle, one from the front passenger side and another from the rear, advancing toward Hong Yi. Hong Yi instinctively placed his hand on the handgun at his waist. He had scanned the team with his assistant brain and noted that their weaponry far surpassed his own. Should a conflict arise, his chances of survival were negligible. One of the individuals, a man in his 20s, addressed Hong Yi, his gaze sweeping the surroundings but lingering on the mechanical dog beside him, revealing a hint of caution and concern. Mercenaries equipped with mechanical dogs were a rarity. While formidable, these devices were prohibitively expensive, and their maintenance required significant resources. Only those adept in mechanics and electronics could maintain them. Otherwise, once damaged, especially in the wild, they would become mere scrap metal. His caution was understandable. Mercenaries rarely ventured out alone for missions and typically required companions. Observing Hong Yi alone, it was only natural for him to assume that the latter had allies lurking nearby. Hong Yi remained silent, unwilling to reveal his hand until he comprehended the intentions of these newcomers. Upon noticing that Hong Yi remained silent, the man discerned his wariness and straightforwardly declared, "We were the first to discover this horde of corpses. If you wish to hunt the undead, you should head north, where there are plenty more." This was an attempt to drive Hong Yi away, as it was evident that these individuals sought to monopolize the small horde. Sighing, Hong Yi recognized that when it came to easily hunted mutants, competition was inevitable and strength would determine the victor. The opposing group consisted of 5 seasoned individuals, well-equipped, placing him at a disadvantage. In such circumstances, he had no choice but to concede the prey to them. Without further debate, Hong Yi turned and departed. After walking less than 2 kilometers north, he indeed encountered a few scattered undead. The man's words held some truth, however. The value of these wandering corpses paled in comparison to the earlier horde. Nevertheless, for a lone wolf like Hong Yi, dealing with these stragglers was comparatively safer. The hunt commenced. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, Hong Yi felt no trace of the initial anxiety. When confronting the undead, it was preferable to refrain from deploying his mechanical dog, as combat would hasten its battery depletion. At a distance of 20 to 30 meters, he adeptly utilized his electronic sight to dispatch the undead with either his handgun or shotgun. A female zombie, having caught the scent of the living, began sprinting towards Hong Yi, emitting guttural growls from her toothy maw. The undead could indeed run, and at a notable pace. However, Hong Yi had already locked onto the female zombie's head and pulled the trigger. At 30 meters, a single shot to the head proved effective. As a low-level mutant, firearms inflicted considerable damage upon them. The bullet penetrated through the left eye of the female zombie, exiting through the back of her skull, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl. With the elimination of a low-level undead, Hong Yi received a notification from the assistant brain, awarding him 1 experience point. Subsequently, he continued to employ his handgun and shotgun in conjunction with his mechanical dog to hunt the undead in this area. The terrain was relatively open, allowing him to detect any approaching mutants should the gunfire attract them. Fortunately, aside from the zombies, there were no other mutants present, leading to an unexpectedly smooth hunt for Hong Yi. Chapter 9, The Haunted Mother, Part 1. When confronted by more than 2 wandering corpses, Hong Yi would command his mechanical dog to join the fray. Under the assault of its metallic claws, the flesh and blood of the corpses could hardly withstand the onslaught. Occasionally, Hong Yi found himself in peril. Once, a corpse lunged at him, its claw striking his back. Fortunately, he wore an armored vest. Had it not been for that, a scratch from the corpse would have meant a death sentence. In less than an hour, Hong Yi had dispatched over 20 corpses in the area. The stench of the decaying bodies wafted under the scorching sun as he replaced the magazine in his handgun before drawing his dagger to pry open the skulls of these corpses in search of brain crystals. This was Hong Yi's first excavation of brain crystals, and naturally, he was quite exhilarated. He meticulously wiped the blood and brain matter from the crystals, holding them up to the sunlight. The 2 crystals sparkled like exquisite gems. No one knew how brain crystals were formed, and few understood their purpose. They existed solely within the brains of mutated beings, and in gathering places, they were never in short supply. Major corporations, mercenary associations, and official agencies all clamored to acquire them. The 2 white brain crystals could easily fetch at least 2,000 new coins. Just from this, Hong Yi had already profited handsomely. In addition to the brain crystals, Hong Yi extracted 2 sharp fangs from the corpses, totaling 42 in all, which he cleaned and stowed in his backpack. Collecting the fangs of the corpses was the task assigned to him, requiring him to gather 80 fangs to submit to the Mercenary Association in exchange for 1,200 new coins and an additional 2 contribution points. Given his current progress, it seemed an easy task to accomplish. Yet, Hong Yi's paramount objective was to gain experience points. He was merely 24 points shy of leveling up to hunter rank. Continuing northward, Hong Yi encountered more wandering corpses. Some of them had been roaming the wilderness for so long that their clothing was in tatters, their skin sun-bleached and hair fallen, resembling skeletons. Others had recently succumbed to the virus, their appearances grotesque. Many were unfortunate mercenaries bitten or scratched by corpses, who transformed into these monsters within mere seconds. All these corpses met their end at Hong Yi's hands. However, as he pressed on, the number of wandering corpses dwindled, and there were no hordes or other mutated beings in sight, which was decidedly abnormal. Hong Yi surmised that there must be a mercenary supply point nearby. Mercenaries would typically gather to rest, trade, and procure supplies, so it was logical that the absence of mutated beings indicated the area was cleared by passing mercenaries. Supply points were strategically situated in relatively safe locales, designed for defense. After a thorough search, Hong Yi soon spotted a supply camp on the outskirts of the ancient city ruins. Officer, retrieve information on this supply point. Hong Yi commanded his officer SAI. Previously, while at the Mercenary Association, he had utilized his status to download a wealth of basic intelligence, including supply points within 100 kilometers of gathering point number 7. The AI swiftly processed and delivered the information to Hong Yi. Supply point D4 was located 21 kilometers northwest of gathering point number 7. On the eastern outskirts of the ruins of the ancient city, it was manned by 3 T5 combat robots, surrounded by a wall made of high-strength alloy steel. Standing 3 meters high and 4 centimeters thick, and reinforced by 4 buildings forming a defensive perimeter. The point had its own generator and offered trading, resting, and provisions for food and water, with an entry fee of 50 new coins. Information about the supply point appeared before Hong Yi, and since he had stumbled upon it, he intended to explore, particularly after several hours of combat. A secure location like supply point D4 would be ideal for respite. Upon arrival, he noticed a combat robot guard wielding a heavy assault rifle at the entrance, along with a staff member from the Mercenary Association responsible for collecting the entrance fee. After paying 50 new coins, Hong Yi entered the supply point. The site was modest, consisting of several dilapidated structures and a wide open area, selling food, water, and various weapons, even featuring a small bar. Of course, alcohol was not cheap in the gathering places and was even pricier here. Mercenaries often indulged in drinking. Given their perilous lifestyles, and alcohol served as a prime means of stress relief. Hong Yi habitually scanned the area while the officer SAI rapidly calculated the number of individuals present: 31 mercenaries, 2 association employees, and 3 T5 combat robots. This was the remarkable capability of the officer SAI. If Hong Yi wished, he could even scan and record the faces of everyone present. Conversely, those mercenaries equipped with their own AI could do the same. The presence of Hong Yi and his mechanical dog drew considerable attention, as mercenaries were ranked. And Hong Yi was the lowest tier, an F-level mercenary. The combat mechanical dog was a costly asset, owned by only a select few, making Hong Yi quite conspicuous. Aside from Hong Yi, only one 3-person mercenary team possessed a combat mechanical dog, though theirs was clearly of superior quality. Built from finer materials and design compared to Hong Yi's cobbled-together model. Hong Yi approached the food and water stall and purchased a freshly baked meat pie. Then found a spot to sit and enjoy his meal. Though the ingredients were ordinary, the pie was exceptionally well-cooked. He ate with care, thoroughly chewing before swallowing to ensure better digestion. At that moment, another mercenary entered, an apparent lone wolf, appearing much more disheveled than others. His clothing was torn, and he bore a haggard expression. Judging by his direction of arrival, he had emerged from the ruins of the ancient city. This mercenary carried a backpack and held a battle rifle stained with congealed blood, the serrated bayonet at its front smeared with bits of flesh, suggesting he had just endured a fierce battle. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings with wary eyes, akin to a wounded and weary beast. Before heading directly to the food stall, he purchased 3 large meat pies and a sizable bottle of drinking water, retreating to a corner to eat. Placing his backpack in front of him, holding it tightly with one arm, indicating its contents were of great importance. This mercenary attracted the attention of several onlookers. Yet no one approached to inquire. It was a severe taboo among mercenaries to pry into another's affairs, as it could provoke conflict. For some inexplicable reason, Hong Yi found the mercenary peculiar. The officer SAI detected a rapid heartbeat, beads of sweat on his brow, and a flicker of fear in his eyes. As even the slightest disturbance caused him to tense up, Hong Yi continued to savor his meat pie, and as he swallowed the last bite, a jeep drove into the supply point. He recognized it as the mercenary team he had encountered earlier. They had evidently succeeded in annihilating the small horde of corpses, as evidenced by the expressions on their faces. They, too, noticed Hong Yi, for mercenaries with mechanical dogs were a rarity, especially one as distinctive as his. The young mercenary, who had previously exchanged words with Hong Yi, nodded in acknowledgement, greeting him before the five disembarked. 2 members headed to procure food and water, while the remaining 3 sought a vacant area to rest. The primary function of the supply point is to provide mercenaries in the wilderness with a secure place to rest. Should one inadvertently doze off in the wild, they might awaken to find themselves encircled by mutated creatures, leaving them with nothing but remnants. After a refreshing respite, Hong Yi intended to depart, as he was merely 12 experience points away from advancing to Hunter Level 1. This indicated that by slaying approximately 12 more zombies, he could achieve this milestone, which would simultaneously unlock a new skill, a prospect that filled him with eager anticipation. At that moment, a young man from the 5-member team, who had previously interacted with Hong Yi, approached him, bearing 2 meat pies and a bottle of water. "Brother, I apologize for earlier. Please accept these." In the wilderness, having more friends opens up more paths. The mercenaries were startled, instinctively grasping their weapons in a display of fear. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. But it was soon interrupted by a faint tremor emanating from the ground, which intensified over time, reminiscent of an army of thousands charging forth, accompanied by a cacophony of low growls and howls. Chapter 10: The Demon Mother, Part 2. A cry of alarm pierced the air as a Mercenary Association employee rushed to the alloy wall, peering outside. The moment he caught sight of the scene beyond, his complexion drained of color, and he emitted a terrified warning. "Seal the entrance. Combat robots, engage battle mode." Another employee hastily tapped commands into a computer, causing the sole entrance to the supply point to slam shut with a resounding thud, the heavy metallic door sealing off the only escape route. 3 combat robots, entirely crafted from metal, swiftly ascended the wall. Meanwhile, one of the Mercenary Association staff retrieved an unusual weapon from a large wooden crate. This firearm measured at least 1.45 meters in length. Adorned with numerous metallic canister-like attachments, its muzzle coiled with copper wire in a spiral. Upon pressing a button, the weapon whirred to life, emitting a buzzing sound akin to an electric appliance. Hong Yi recognized the firearm as an electromagnetic pulse gun, a high-tech weapon of formidable power. It utilized specialized plasma rather than traditional gunpowder-driven metal projectiles, unleashing powerful arcs of electricity that could surpass the lethality of heavy machine guns within a 100-meter radius. Even those mutated beings with skin capable of resisting ordinary bullets, such as rhinoceros mutants, might withstand a large-caliber machine gun, yet they would falter under the assault of the electromagnetic pulse gun. Another staff member utilized a specialized communication device to contact the gathering point, urgently requesting reinforcements. All of this transpired in mere seconds, and the mercenaries quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Outside the supply point, a horde of starving ghouls surged forth from the ruins of the ancient city, their numbers swelling like an unstoppable tide, encircling the supply point within minutes. They did not immediately attack. Instead, they clawed at the air and screeched from a distance of 100 meters. Among them loomed an especially towering mutant ghoul, slowly advancing. This colossal creature, exceeding 4 meters in height and resembling a massive truck, barreled through, demolishing any structures in its path. Witnessing this scene, a chill gripped the hearts of all mercenaries, and a singular thought emerged. We are doomed. This is the Demon Mother Luoling, a rare Silver Star level mutant. One mercenary, confirming the identity of the giant ghoul through his assistant's neural interface, was instantly overcome with despair. Typically, as a seasoned mercenary accustomed to battling mutants in the wild, he would possess considerable courage, yet this instance was different. Not only he, but others equipped with neural assistants also turned pale. The Mercenary Association had provided free downloads of mutant data packets containing detailed information on thousands of mutants, all accessible via the neural interface. Hong Yi quickly consulted the mutant database and found a match. The Demon Mother Luoling, a Silver Star mutant and a ghoul-type being, had once been a female mercenary from gathering point number 7. She had gone missing during a mission 5 years ago, and months later, the region where she disappeared began to manifest Demon Mother-level mutants. Her identity was confirmed through the remnants of her neural interface. What had transpired to transform her into such a terrifying mutant remained a mystery, with no information in the database shedding light on the circumstances. All that was known was that the Demon Mother Luoling was exceedingly fearsome, having claimed countless human lives. The Mercenary Association had attempted to hunt her down several times, all ending in failure, for Luo Ling was a high-level ghoul-type being with the ability to control other ghouls. At any moment, she was flanked by legions of ghoul minions. To ordinary mercenaries, the demon mother represented the very embodiment of death. After all, many ordinary mercenaries were merely common folk, hardly qualifying as even White Star-level evolvers, and therefore could hardly stand against a Silver Star-level demon mother. How could this happen? The D4 supply point has been established for years without incident, and the demon mother Luo Ling should be active over 100 kilometers away in the Red Hell region. How could she possibly have arrived here? An experienced mercenary quavered. In an instant, everyone comprehended the severity of the situation. Escape was futile as their retreat had been blocked. Charging forward recklessly would lead to certain death, regardless of one's strength. Their only hope for survival lay in fortifying their position behind the 3-meter-high alloy wall of the supply point, relying on its defenses while awaiting rescue from the gathering point. But could they endure until then? Displaying their training, the mercenaries instinctively took positions, each occupying advantageous terrain. Weapons aimed at the ravenous ghouls outside, their expressions tense. The mercenaries wielded a hodgepodge of weaponry, primarily older models, and not a word was spoken as they focused intently on the looming threat. Hong Yi felt the tension as well, never anticipating finding himself in such a dire predicament. The moment those ghouls launched their assault, the supply point would likely be overwhelmed within a minute. An unsettling intuition gnawed at him. There was something amiss. As a mercenary had previously remarked, the demon mother Luo Ling had never appeared in this area before. What had drawn her here? Was she lured? That seemed unlikely, for she appeared more intent on pursuing a specific target. This thought sparked a memory of the peculiar mercenary he had noticed earlier. Scanning the surroundings, Hong Yi realized he had lost sight of him. Assistant, replay the memory of what I just witnessed and track that mercenary's movements, he commanded urgently. The target fled into a building during the chaos, the assistant reported. That scoundrel must be involved. Hong Yi frowned, just as the demon mother emitted a piercing shriek, prompting the surrounding ghouls to launch their attack. The mercenaries immediately opened fire. Aiming was unnecessary in the frenzy, as any shot could find its mark. The 3 combat robots were undoubtedly the backbone of their defense, wielding large-caliber assault rifles that wreaked havoc upon the ghouls. Despite this, they could not stem the relentless tide of the advancing horde. With a thunderous crash, the foremost ghoul collided with the alloy wall, causing it to shudder and bend under the impact, while agile ghouls began to scale it using their razor-sharp claws. Hong Yi quickly exhausted the ammunition in both his handgun and shotgun. The assistant informed him that he had slain 7 ghouls, earning 7 points of experience. In mere seconds, ghouls had begun to ascend the wall, lunging toward the terrified mercenaries. We can't hold them off, Hong Yi resolved, swiftly turning to direct his mechanical dog toward a nearby building. A few sharp-witted mercenaries outpaced him, rushing ahead. The demon mother, relying on her immense size and strength, crashed through the alloy wall as if it were mere paper. Her colossal claws swept through the air, tearing apart more than 3 mercenaries, their blood and remained scattering, while one combat robot was crushed beneath her foot, rendered utterly inoperative. Behind the demon mother, countless ghouls surged in like a swarm of locusts, the scene resembling an apocalyptic disaster. Without hesitation, Hong Yi quickened his pace. The mechanical dog, however, lagged behind, soon overwhelmed by the ghouls. Cursing under his breath, he abandoned the remote control and dashed into the building as several mercenaries hurried to close the door behind him. The door, though metallic, might not withstand a blow from the demon mother, yet it could provide a momentary barrier against the ghouls. The structure in question is a 4-story building. Yet at this moment, no one foolishly ascends. Instead, all rush towards the depths below. The underground has been expanded, comprising 3 levels. The first is a bar, while the second and third levels serve as storage facilities. In a frantic dash, they reach the 3rd subterranean level, only to discover that the iron door is inexplicably locked from the inside. It is evident that someone has arrived ahead of them. Hong Yi surmises that it must be the troublesome mercenary from earlier. He is aware of the ghost mother's impending arrival and has taken refuge here. Undoubtedly privy to significant information, perhaps even the fact that the ghost mother is pursuing him. At this moment, the surviving mercenaries, including Hong Yi, number no more than 7. The others are presumed dead. A robust mercenary strides towards the locked metal door, pounding upon it with urgency. Is anyone inside? Open the door. No response. Damn it. If you don't open up, I'll blow this place to smithereens with a grenade. We'll die together. Panic-stricken, the mercenary tears a hand grenade from his gear, aware that the ravenous entities are relentlessly assaulting the ground floor. Once they breach the entrance, they will reach this level in mere moments, sealing their fate. Perhaps spurred by the mercenaries' threat, the iron door creaks open, and Hong Yi and the others swiftly file inside. The last person in quickly shuts the door and secures it with a lock. Here, there is no turning back. All are gasping for breath. From the onset of the ravenous assault until now, scarcely a minute has passed, yet for these fortunate survivors, it feels interminable. Chapter 11. Hunter Level 1 Hong Yi cast a glance at the mercenary who had just opened the door. It was indeed the suspicious figure from before. The man's face was ashen, weapon in hand. He leaned against the wall, clutching his backpack tightly behind him, his body trembling violently. The other 6 mercenaries who had rushed in with Hong Yi were clearly not inept. Each possessed a subordinate intelligence system and grasped the surreal nature of the crisis that had befallen them. Like Hong Yi, they instinctively directed their attention towards this particular mercenary. His reaction was far from normal. He had barely arrived when the ghost mother descended upon them. Such a coincidence was implausible. Moreover, he had sought refuge here the moment the screams erupted outside, evidently aware of the dire situation. It was likely he had known about the ghost mother's pursuit long before, which was the only explanation for his behavior. Additionally, his excessive concern for the backpack he clutched suggested it contained something significant. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed from outside, signaling that the iron door on the first level had been breached. Soon, a horde of hungry ghosts would descend upon them, and the iron door here was their final barrier. Quick! Use grenades to demolish the passage outside. Someone shouted. The mercenary equipped with grenades immediately sprang into action, hastily removing the grenades from his gear, pulling the pins, and tossing them through the iron door into the chaos beyond. Outside, several hungry ghosts charged down the passage. In the dim light, their grotesque faces and sharp fangs were visible. The grenades sailed overhead, landing at the staircase's end. As the ghosts continued to pour down, Hong Yi reacted swiftly, raising his pistol the instant the iron door swung open, firing with precision, each shot finding its mark. The third underground level, a space carved from the earth, had a narrow entrance. The mercenary had thrown 3 high-explosive grenades, their destructive power immense. Moments later, a resounding explosion rocked the area, sending plumes of dust and debris spiraling through the air. The entire underground level trembled violently, as if it were raining rubble. In a few seconds, tranquility returned. At the moment of the blast, the mercenaries had swiftly closed the iron door, mitigating much of the explosion's impact. Nevertheless, the force still left them dazed and disoriented, their ears ringing. Coughing and muffled groans echoed in the aftermath. After a while, a mercenary managed to rise, weapon in hand, and slowly opened the iron door. Outside lay devastation. The entrance from the second level had collapsed, blocked by heaps of rubble and earth. Most of the hungry ghosts had been obliterated, though a few remained, severely wounded. Witnessing this, Hong Yi felt a surge of determination. Despite the dizziness and discomfort from the blast, he gritted his teeth, drew his alloy machete, and stepped outside to dispatch the remaining ghosts. Defeated a low-level hungry ghost, gained 1 experience point. The same notification appeared 5 times, and finally, Hong Yi saw what he had longed for. His current experience points reached 50, elevating his hunter level to 1, increasing his agility by 1 point, and unlocking the skill weak point shot. Would you like to unlock it? Upon seeing this prompt, Hong Yi exhaled in relief. He immediately chose to unlock the skill. Given the uncertain circumstances, gaining any semblance of assurance was beneficial. Not only did he acquire a skill, but his agility also increased by 1 point. Typically, one could only enhance physical attributes through a reinforcement program combined with an evolution serum to activate brain domains. He had not anticipated that advancing his hunter level would also elevate his stats. This was an unexpected delight. To reach hunter level 2, he required 75 experience points. With no skills to unlock at this level, his current status was as follows: muscle strength, 3, bone strength, 3, power, 3, agility, 5, reflexes, 4, immunity, 3. Hong Yi examined his status further, realizing he could continue to advance his hunter level, but the next tier provided no skills to unlock. According to the skill tree, only at hunter level 3 could he unlock the second skill, domestication. Upon leveling up, the green light on the subordinate intelligence system behind Hong Yi flickered, and he felt significantly rejuvenated. Additionally, he felt as light as a feather, the 5 points in agility instilling in him a sense of readiness. The effects of the newly acquired weak point shot skill remained to be discovered. Su Lang was also among the survivors, though his team had not been as fortunate. Aside from 1 female mercenary who had escaped with him, The others had perished outside. Hong-yi. Su Lang acknowledged him with a nod, recognizing the necessity of mutual assistance in such dire times. Otherwise, none of them might survive. Meanwhile, the bickering behind them escalated. All my men are dead. Damn it. Now we're trapped here. That ghost mother might soon breach this place, and then we'll have no escape. If I find out you're responsible for this, I swear I'll blow your brains out, shouted a volatile mercenary. The surrounded mercenary, pale and agitated, ignored the others and glanced up at the ceiling, suddenly breaking into a grim smile. Dead? Yes, we are all going to die. The ghost mother will not spare us. We are all doomed. Since death is inevitable, it might as well be at your hands. Hurry, shoot. Shoot. The mercenary's sanity seemed to unravel as he screamed, raising his rifle in a frenzy. Hong-yi, sensing impending disaster, lunged forward, kicking the weapon from his grasp. His speed was astonishing. Before the others could react, the rifle clattered to the ground. Su Lang's eyes widened with realization, a White Star Level 1 evolver. Only a White Star Level 1 evolver could exhibit such extraordinary speed. However, he was mistaken. Hong-yi had not reached White Star Level 1. His agility had merely increased to a level that matched that of a typical White Star Level 1 evolver after elevating his hunter level. The other mercenaries swiftly subdued the deranged individual, with one particularly irate member delivering a punch to his face. They confiscated the deranged mercenary's backpack, pistol, and dagger, securing his hands with rope meant for binding prey. Since Zhou Jie had undertaken a task related to the Ghost Mother, it was highly probable that the Ghost Mother had been drawn to him. As they spoke, someone began rummaging through Zhou Jie's backpack. Soon, an object was unearthed, a decrepit and bloodstained subordinate intelligence system, visibly damaged and warped. Upon seeing it, Zhou Jie nearly lost his mind, struggling against his bindings. But he was firmly tethered to a metal pipe and could not escape. The mercenaries, including Hong-yi, stared in shock, wondering if this was the very subordinate intelligence system once wielded by the Ghost Mother, Luo Ling. No wonder she had pursued Zhou Jie with such ferocity. It seemed he had stolen something of hers. That bastard. He really provoked the Ghost Mother. The mercenaries glared at Zhou Jie, their eyes filled with murderous intent. But soon, their focus shifted back to the battered subordinate intelligence system. Seize the Ghost Mother Luo Ling's subordinate intelligence system. This is a B-level mission with a reward of 300,000 new coins and 200 contribution points to the Mercenary Association. Everyone, this is an opportunity. Perhaps we should split the rewards together. A mercenary's eyes gleamed with greed. Bound and restrained, Zhou Jie perhaps succumbed to an overwhelming cascade of fear and pressure, leading to his current state of mental disarray, during which he began to laugh foolishly and babble incoherently. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted above, accompanied by a relentless tremor. This was dire. The ghostly mother intended to unearth them. Panic ensued among the group, for they found themselves at a dead end. They had hoped that the collapsed passage would provide them a reprieve, but evidently, the ghostly mother's tenacity exceeded their expectations. The cacophony of booming sounds intensified, drawing ever closer and more distinct. It was clear that the ghostly mother was on the verge of reaching them. Everyone held their breath, hearts racing in their throats, tightly gripping their weapons. Apart from Zhou Jie, who muttered incomprehensible phrases in a frenzied manner, silence enveloped the group. What was destined to come would ultimately arrive. With a resounding crack, a heavy concrete slab of the ceiling was pried open, allowing a blinding beam of light to flood in, revealing a colossal, desiccated claw, the hand of the ghostly mother. The claw moved with astonishing speed, snatching Zhou Jie, who was bound to a metal pipe directly beneath the gaping hole. Before anyone could react, with a tremendous force, his hands were forcibly torn from their bindings, and his body was yanked upward, a scream erupting from him, only to be abruptly silenced within mere seconds. Blood began to drip from the newly formed aperture above. It was evident that Zhou Jie had met a gruesome fate. After a brief silence, the surviving mercenaries instinctively raised their weapons and began to fire, as if such actions could alleviate the dread swelling within them. Yet, their onslaught proved futile against the ghostly mother. Her exterior was impervious to ordinary bullets. The ghostly claw descended with ferocity, shattering a slab of concrete and mercilessly crushing a mercenary who was frantically screaming and shooting below. The gruesome spectacle of shattered flesh and blood further deepened the despair among the survivors. Once more, the ghostly claw reached down, targeting Hong-yi. The surrounding mercenaries, gripped by terror, hastily dodged, acutely aware that he was doomed. In such dire circumstances, the fate of one was indistinguishable from another. In that critical moment, Hong-yi had no time for contemplation and activated his first acquired skill, weak point shooting. A pinpoint of light appeared in his vision, marking a specific spot on the wrist of the ghostly claw. Without hesitation, he fired. The weak point shooting skill ensured that his attack would hit its target with absolute certainty. Miraculously, the 9mm bullet pierced through the ghostly mother's wrist, splattering a jet of black blood. Chapter 12. A fortuitous escape success. A surge of joy coursed through Hong Yi's heart. He had not anticipated that the skill weak point shot, unlocked at Hunter Level 1, would prove to be so remarkably effective. While other mercenaries unleashed a barrage of gunfire without causing the relentless claws of the Ghost Mother to waver, a single bullet from him had succeeded in pushing her back. This alone rendered the weak point shot an extraordinary skill. For a brief moment, the Ghost Mother was unable to advance, and amidst the collective fear, a glimmer of hope emerged. Perhaps they would not perish today. Thanks to Hong Yi's performance, Su Lang and the others instinctively regarded him as a Level 1 White Star Evolver. Such an Evolver, upon opening the brain domain, would acquire certain skills. Perhaps his earlier, unerring shots were manifestations of one such ability. Naturally, no one dared to inquire. And the moment was not one for questions. As Hong Yi's handgun emptied once more, he had no time to reload. Instead, he swiftly grabbed a shotgun, aiming it with precision. The weak point shot demanded no hesitation. A missed opportunity could spell doom. Although he had consistently repelled the Ghost Mother, he understood that he was merely leveraging the terrain and his skills. In an open field, even with the weak point shot, he could not hope to confront the Ghost Mother, as the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. Just then, the Ghost Mother began to widen the breach soon. Whether it was other starving ghosts or the Ghost Mother herself descending upon them, they would face certain death. At that moment, a cement slab weighing at least 1,000 kilograms fell from the ceiling, crashing down with a thunderous roar, creating a pit in the ground, revealing another path below. All the surviving mercenaries witnessed this scene, and without discussion, they instinctively converged on the idea of escaping through the new opening. What had been a dead end now presented a sliver of hope. They had to attempt it. "Let us go," Su Lang shouted, beckoning his sole surviving female teammate. Lu Jia. A seasoned mercenary, she was no less swift than her male counterparts. She discarded her empty rifle and unsheathed her large-caliber handgun, diving without hesitation into the fissure created by the fallen debris. The Ghost Mother, now more frenzied than ever, made it seem as if the very ground would collapse beneath them. Another mercenary made for the opening, but just then, a greedy comrade seized the Ghost Mother's lieutenant's intelligence core, preparing to follow suit. In that instant, the Ghost Mother launched an attack, and several starving ghosts leaped down from above. Hong Yi could only focus on hitting the Ghost Mother's weak point, pushing her back once more. But he could not spare attention for the other starving ghosts. The result was that the greedy mercenary was seized by several of the creatures, along with the intelligence core of the Ghost Mother's lieutenant, and pulled upwards. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. There was no time to rescue anyone. Only Hong Yi and Su Lang remained. While Hong Yi concentrated on the Ghost Mother, he could not evacuate. Su Lang, displaying commendable camaraderie, continued to provide cover for him. Perhaps it was the earlier distraction caused by the mercenary's capture that alleviated some of their pressure. Understanding that this was their final chance at escape, they wasted no time and leapt through the opening in the ground. Su Lang still had 2 grenades on him, which he threw just as they descended, resulting in 2 thunderous explosions that collapsed the entrance behind them. "Lieutenant, activate night vision," Hong Yi ordered, for the surrounding environment was shrouded in darkness. Once the night vision was engaged, he discerned their surroundings, a notably spacious tunnel, reminiscent of ancient subway lines, with several iron tracks alongside them. Su Lang, Lu Jia, and another mercenary were not far off. Equipped with their own intelligence cores, they too activated night vision, allowing them to see in the dark. Behind them, a collapse had sealed off their previous location, and although it was blocked by debris, they could not be certain that the Ghost Mother would not burrow through again. "Let's self-vacate this perilous place." Su Lang, an experienced mercenary despite his youth, was the leader of their small team. His suggestion was readily accepted by the other 3. With their retreat cut off, they could only forge ahead. The 4 of them spread out, moving cautiously. The intelligence core provided no information about this area, suggesting it had likely never been traversed by humans. They had no way of knowing what might lurk within, and any noise could attract unwanted attention. To minimize sound, the 4 communicated sparingly. Su Lang and another robust mercenary led the way, armed with powerful large-caliber assault rifles and alloy machetes at their waists, ready to unleash formidable firepower should they encounter foes. Meanwhile, Hong Yi and Lu Jia followed closely behind. Hong Yi clutched a shotgun loaded with 7 rounds, while Lu Jia held her handgun, prepared to provide support. After traversing approximately 200 meters, they arrived at a fork in the path, coming to a halt. A fork signified a choice, but a wrong decision could plunge them into dire straits. Though unspoken, they all understood that their ammunition was running low, and having fled, they had had no opportunity to carry sufficient food or water. A misstep could yield catastrophic consequences. Let us discuss which way to go, Su Lang suggested, crouching down. The other three formed a circle around him. Under the green glow of night vision, their features appeared somewhat distorted. I have no opinion. I'll follow your lead. The burly mercenary replied quietly, having survived alone after losing his comrades. Lu Jia shook her head, casting a glance at Su Lang, clearly placing her trust in him. That left Hong Yi. He recognized that this was not the moment for modesty. Su Lang was likely uncertain as well. Otherwise, he would not have suggested a discussion. Thus, he deemed it necessary to speak up. As it pertained to their lives, we are likely within an old subway tunnel. More than 70 years ago, this underground system was still under construction. Therefore, one path is paved with complete tracks, while the other is not. The unpaved route may not have been completed and could lead to a dead end. I suggest we take the left path, where tracks are laid. It is highly probable that a subway station lies ahead, which would certainly have an exit. The knowledge Hong Yi shared stemmed from his studies in the affluent district school library, and it now proved invaluable. Agreed. Let us heed Hong Yi's advice. Su Lang affirmed, and the four began to move towards the tunnel with the laid tracks. After walking several hundred meters and turning at another fork, a shadow suddenly darted past them. The four mercenaries immediately froze, crouching low, their weapons aimed forward. As the figure approached, they could discern its outline from a distance of about 30 meters. It appeared to be a creature resembling a half-human, half-rat hybrid, hunched over and crawling on all fours, occasionally rising to sniff the air with a strained effort. This was a mutated entity, a rat man. Living in the perpetual darkness of the underground, these gregarious, omnivorous mutants would feast even on decayed corpses. This creature was perilous, not only due to its teeth capable of crunching through metal, but also because it harbored various viruses. A mere scratch could lead to rapid decay, and the unfortunate could transform into a mindless zombie. Most troublesome of all, these creatures were social beings. One misstep could ensnare them in a horde of rat men. At this moment, Su Lang made a gesture indicating that they should refrain from making any rash movements, urging his companions to avoid provoking the rat men if possible. The other three nodded in agreement and cautiously maneuvered closer to the wall on the side away from the rat men, remaining still in the hope that the creatures would simply pass by. The rat men, with poor eyesight and relying solely on their sense of smell, were unlikely to detect them in this foul-smelling tunnel. This scenario highlighted the experience of seasoned mercenaries, had they been novices. An impulsive attack upon encountering the mutated beings could have resulted in dire consequences, leaving them as nothing more than remnants of their former selves. As the rat men crawled and sniffed their way along, they indeed began to move past the mercenaries, who sighed in relief only after the figures of the rat men had faded from sight. At that moment, their clothes were drenched in cold sweat, the perilous encounter having left them on edge. They knew all too well that attracting a horde of rat men in such a tunnel could lead to disastrous outcomes. Fortunately, luck was on their side. After continuing for several hundred meters, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. The four hastened their pace, and indeed, they found themselves at an abandoned subway platform. This location was part of the ruins of an ancient city, situated less than 2 kilometers from supply point D4, indicating they had not yet completely escaped the danger zone. Without a moment's hesitation, they circled around to avoid the vicinity of supply point D4 and only confirmed their safety once they reached within 10 kilometers of gathering point number 7. Throughout their journey, the four mercenaries had exercised utmost caution, and now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiaola suggested they rest in this secure location. At this juncture, the robust mercenary turned to Hong Yi and Su Lang, exclaiming, "We are finally safe. We have shared life and death together. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Shuai, an assault troop member of the now-defunct Blade Squad." A trace of sorrow flickered across Ma Shuai's face as he spoke the last words. Yet, as a mercenary, he was all too familiar with the cycle of life and death. Lamentation served little purpose. The deceased were gone, and those who remain must strive to survive. Chapter 13 Upgrade. Upgrade, Part 1. Hong Yi, Su Lang, and Lu Jia introduced themselves. Like Su Lang and Lu Jia, they were the only survivors from their small team of 5. And the recent ambush by the Ghost Mother had undeniably resulted in significant casualties. In contrast to the losses endured by Ma Shuai and Su Lang, Hong Yi's losses were negligible. He had merely lost a mechanical dog he had painstakingly assembled. However, upon realizing the benefits brought by the elevation of hunter levels, Hong Yi understood that true strength lay in his own empowerment. He was acutely aware of the potency of the weak point shooting skill, which had undoubtedly saved them from the Ghost Mother's wrath. Thus, Hong Yi contemplated his future plans. When Su Lang proposed that the four of them form a new mercenary team to tackle missions together, Hong Yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an awareness of the secrets he harbored. Forming a mercenary team with others would heighten the risk of exposure. Therefore, for the sake of caution, Hong Yi opted for solitary action. Seeing his resolute stance, Su Lang did not press the matter further, merely stating that they had faced life and death together and were now friends. He assured Hong Yi that he could always call upon them for assistance, and the door to their newly established team would always remain open for him. Lu Jia remained silent, yet her expression conveyed her confusion regarding Hong Yi's choice. Ma Shuai, however, gallantly approached Hong Yi, clapping him on the shoulder and declaring, "From now on, we are brothers. When we gain strength, we shall seek vengeance on the Ghost Mother." More importantly, Hong Yi aimed to hasten his upgrade to a higher hunter level. At the gathering point number 7. In the affluent district's administrative office conference room, several prominent figures were present, including the chief executive, the defense commander, and the president of the Mercenary Association. The video content displayed was that of the D4 supply point, which had been overrun by the hungry ghosts. The footage was captured by a small drone equipped with a camera, providing a clear yet unsettling depiction of the current situation at the D4 supply point. 2 hours prior, the association had received an urgent distress signal from the D4 supply point. A minute later, contact was lost. Upon investigation, it was revealed that over 2,000 mutated hungry ghosts had attacked, among them the Silver Star Level 2 Ghost Mother, Luo Ling. The investigation uncovered that a mercenary team had launched a surprise attack on the Ghost Mother from 100 kilometers away, successfully stealing the remaining aide's intelligence core. However, they were discovered, and the Ghost Mother relentlessly pursued them, eliminating them one by one until the last mercenary fled to the D4 supply point. Mere minutes later, the Ghost Mother unleashed a horde of hungry ghosts to overwhelm the supply point. The intelligence director, after delivering this information, distributed several printed documents. At this moment, a somewhat portly official spoke up, expressing his disbelief. "As far as I know, our supply points are well defended, with high-strength alloy walls and 3 combat robots. How could they be breached so easily?" This internal affairs officer clearly lacked awareness of the terrifying capabilities of the mutated creatures, prompting disdainful smiles from both the defense commander and the Mercenary Association representatives. "Director Hu, you underestimate the horror of these mutants. Even 30 combat robots would be futile in such a scenario, let alone 3. The Ghost Mother is a Silver Star level mutant. The alloy walls are as fragile as a sheet of paper before her," replied the defense commander. Embarrassed, Director Hu fell silent. "Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for convening this emergency meeting is not merely the destruction of the D4 supply point. Our daily losses are substantial. One supply point is inconsequential. The true purpose of gathering you all is the Ghost Mother. Have you all forgotten her identity?" The chief executive of gathering point number 7, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, punctuating his words with a tap on the table. Instantly, the room fell silent. They were all acutely aware of the implications. In the year 73 of the new era, humanity's military might had undergone a transformation. In the initial years following the disaster, conventional military forces and firearms reigned supreme. As mechanical technology advanced, combat robots became the primary fighting force. Now, the aide's intelligence core had elevated the status of human evolved beings to the forefront of power. High-level evolved beings represented the most formidable force, and these influential figures at the gathering point had each cultivated their own cadre of elite evolved individuals. Addressing the Ghost Mother required a strategy beyond deploying large ground forces and robotic units, as the area surrounding the gathering point was entirely overrun by mutants. A large-scale pursuit would be tantamount to suicide. Only a small, elite team with high mobility stood a chance of success. Hence, the chief executive sought counsel from these powerful figures, for the evolved beings under their command constituted the strongest assets at the gathering point. "Then I shall participate. I will dispatch Qi Ying," declared the defense commander, the first to voice his commitment. Upon hearing the name Qi Ying, the expressions of the other leaders shifted considerably. Clearly, Qi Ying was no ordinary evolved being. The other leaders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Since Qi Ying is involved, we cannot hold back." Before long, all the leaders pledged to send forth their most powerful evolved beings to pursue the Ghost Mother. The meeting had not yet concluded when orders to mobilize high-level evolved beings were issued, and those evolved individuals promptly sprang into action. In the Stone Valley, he hung the now-empty shotgun on his back and checked his handgun magazine. There were still 4 rounds left, the remnants of his ammunition. The heat radiating from the barrel indicated how frequently he had fired. A few meters away, several zombies, drawn by the sound of gunfire, were searching for him. However, the Stone Valley, filled with rocks of various sizes, provided ample cover, making it a favored hunting ground for lower-tier mercenaries. In the past few hours, He had hunted over 60 zombies and several mutated lizards, successfully collecting the required zombie teeth for his mission, along with 4 white brain crystals. He had also accrued nearly 70 experience points. With just 6 more points needed to reach Hunter Level 2, he feared that this single magazine would not suffice. Reinserting the magazine, he contemplated his next move and retrieved his alloy machete from his waist. He was confident in his ability to dispatch a lone zombie with the machete. Yet engaging a mutant in close combat was a perilous endeavor. A single misstep could yield terrifying consequences. With the weak point shooting skill enhancing his weapon's efficacy, He was now capable of independently slaying resilient creatures such as the lizard mutants, a feat he had once deemed impossible. Taking a deep breath, he leaped from his hiding spot behind the rocks, raising his weapon to fire. The head of the nearest zombie exploded upon impact. A single shot, a swift demise. Though it was common knowledge that a zombie's weakness lay in its head, the advantage of weak point shooting allowed Hong-Yi to maximize his speed and accuracy. While other mercenaries might require 6 or 7 seconds to aim and dispatch multiple moving targets, Hong-Yi could eliminate them in a mere third of that time. The gunfire rang out continuously, and 3 zombies fell almost simultaneously. For the last zombie, rather than firing, Hong-Yi advanced and swung his machete at its head. At that moment, the zombie dodged slightly, resulting in a strike to its neck instead, though the sharp alloy blade nearly severed its neck. The injury was insufficient to incapacitate the creature. It continued to lunge at him with its gaping maw. As Hong-Yi tensed, accustomed to wielding firearms, the sudden engagement in close combat with cold weapons against mutated creatures, even the most easily dealt with zombies, inevitably stirred anxiety within him, and he was no exception. However, Hong-Yi understood that few high-level evolved beings employed firearms. Instead, they favored cold weaponry. This preference stemmed from the perilous environments they frequented, where the quantity and quality of mutated entities vastly surpassed those found here. The use of firearms, with their thunderous reports, would attract even more terrifying mutants. Additionally, high-level mutants possessed formidable defenses against gunfire. Even large-caliber rifles equipped with explosive projectiles struggled to penetrate the bodies of such advanced beings. Ultimately, firearms required ammunition resupply, and in the absence of such, cold weapons proved more advantageous. This insight was a hard-earned lesson for humanity over decades. Notably, high-level evolved beings typically referred to those at the 4th tier of the White Star classification and above, who possessed at least 4 skills acquired during brain domain expansion, alongside numerous general skills. Most of these skills necessitated the use of cold weapons, reinforcing the preference of high-level evolved beings for such arms. Chapter 14. Upgrade, Part 2, Superalloy. An exceptional material for crafting cold weapons, boasts hardness, wear resistance, and corrosion resistance that far exceed that of ordinary metals. When combined with the formidable strength of an evolver, cold weapons can inflict significant damage on mutants. For instance, Hong-Yi had heard of an evolver who, upon unlocking their cerebral domain, acquired a certain swordsmanship skill that, when paired with cold weapons, exhibited tremendous lethality, granting humans combat capabilities comparable to those of mutants. Thus, true masters do not rely on firearms. In the affluent district, there exists an institution resembling a university known as the Evolver Academy. Gaining admission to this academy allows one to learn numerous combat techniques and enhance acquired skills. The students at the Evolver Academy are the elite of the entire settlement, and many powerful evolvers have graduated from there. Currently, Hong-Yi is by no means a master. Hence, he must depend on firearms. Occasionally, he attempts to slay zombies with his alloy machete, inadvertently placing himself in peril. Nevertheless, Hong-Yi refrains from firing his gun, relying instead on his extraordinary agility to swiftly retreat and evade the zombie's bites before striking again. This time, the zombie does not evade. It is struck directly on the temple by Hong-Yi's powerful blow. The machete, sharp and forceful, penetrates deeply, embedding itself within the zombie's skull and damaging its brain. With a thud, The zombie collapses, and Hong Yi steps on its head, forcefully withdrawing the alloy machete. Unbeknownst to him, as he battled the zombie, a figure on a nearby boulder observed him with disdain. Clad in an expensive red protective suit, the figure possessed long limbs, with certain areas shielded by alloy plates, and bore a large longsword, the hilt also a deep crimson. How weak, the figure murmured. With such meager skills, daring to venture out alone, they shan't last long. However, seemingly sensing something, a flicker of regret passed through the figure's eyes, gazing at Hong Yi as if observing someone destined to perish imminently. A White Star Level 1 Serpent Man mutant is stealthily approaching Hong Yi from behind, ready to strike. Realizing the danger, Hong Yi's hair stands on end. He has underestimated the situation. The mutant must have been lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to attack. Having just engaged in combat, Hong Yi is caught off guard. The Serpent Man mutant, with a human upper body and a serpentine lower half, possesses great speed and formidable defense due to its scaly hide, making it nearly impervious to ordinary bullets. In this scenario, any other mercenary would be doomed, lacking powerful firearms and armed only with an old pistol containing a single bullet, while also being unskilled in close combat against mutants. Moreover, the Serpent Man mutant is not a zombie. Its speed and danger are exponentially greater, leaving no time to react. Yet, in this moment of peril, Hong Yi resolutely raises his weapon and fires, hitting the Serpent Man just below the waist. The bullet pierces through, and as the last round discharges, the casing clinks against the stones, and smoke wafts from the gun's muzzle. The mutant's fierce eyes lose their glimmer, as if its very essence has been drained, and it collapses, lifeless. Having slain the Serpent Man mutant, Hong Yi gains 2 experience points, elevating his hunter level to 2, enhancing his agility and bone strength. In a critical moment, he demonstrated precise shooting. Even a creature typically impervious to gunfire fell to a single shot. As the saying goes, strike a snake at its vital point. A single bullet can yield greater lethality than 100. Hong Yi breathes a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of strength from his newfound status, bolstered by enhanced defenses and agility, doubling his capabilities compared to an average person. Meanwhile, the figure atop the boulder is equally astonished, evidently unprepared for the sight of someone who could dispatch a Serpent Man mutant with a single bullet. Interesting, the figure remarks, but then notices something amiss, furrowing their brow. Suddenly, they rise and swiftly appear behind Hong Yi. Just as Hong Yi finishes off the Serpent Man mutant and senses movement behind him, he turns to find a woman standing there. The woman, tall and elegantly shaped, possesses an enchanting beauty that captivates the eye, yet her expression is cold, fixated on Hong Yi, who feels as if he is being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. The long sword she wields is over 1.5 meters long, with a blade wider than 10 centimeters, exuding an aura of exaggeration. Unsure how to respond to the striking woman, Hong Yi falters, but she is clearly uninterested in pleasantries, uttering a single command, "Run." With that, she unsheaths her long sword and hurls it with astonishing force. The sound of the blade slicing through the air is piercing, as it hurtles toward a stone with the speed of a cannonball, embedding itself with a resounding impact. Before Hong Yi can comprehend the situation, he realizes that the stone has begun to move. The stone can move? Hong Yi rubs his eyes in disbelief, but the reality is undeniable. The stone is indeed shifting, and the ground around it suddenly collapses as a creature emerges from below. It is a scorpion-like mutant, roughly the size of a small car, its tail having been the very stone that the sword struck. Clad in a thick, rocky exoskeleton, the mutant is incredibly resilient. Bullets merely leave shallow dents. Yet, the woman's earlier strike pierced through its tail, indicating her immense strength and the sharpness of her blade. This scorpion mutant is evidently extremely dangerous. Hong Yi estimates it to be at least a White Star Level 4 entity. As the scorpion mutant lunges toward him, Hong Yi does not hesitate to flee. With his ammunition depleted and his alloy machete likely ineffective against its armored hide, remaining here would only invite death. After sprinting over 30 meters to a relatively safe distance, Hong Yi stops and glances back, witnessing the woman engaged in a fierce battle with the scorpion mutant. This is the most intense fight Hong Yi has ever witnessed. The scorpion mutant strikes with incredible speed, its massive pincers launching rapid attacks, creating chaos in its wake. Yet, the woman moves even faster, evading the mutant's onslaught with remarkable agility, her crimson attire making her appear as a fleeting red shadow amidst the turmoil. This high-speed confrontation leaves Hong Yi in awe. He realizes that if he were to face such a formidable opponent, even with his precise shooting skills, he would stand no chance of firing a single shot. The level of skill displayed is nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, it was evident that the scorpion had been provoked, as a visible mist, white as silk, emanated from its body. Its movement suddenly accelerated, and its enormous pincers swiftly advanced for the kill. However, the woman in red was clearly more formidable. She leaped to a height of 5 or 6 meters, her advanced tactical brain illuminating behind her. In an instant, her slender arms bulged with muscle. And with a powerful swing of her bicep, she hurled her longsword like a cannonball, piercing the unsuspecting scorpion mutant and pinning it firmly to the ground. Even from several dozen meters away, Hong-Yi felt the might of that strike, as the earth trembled beneath him. Remarkably, despite being impaled and anchored to the ground, the scorpion mutant was not yet vanquished. It thrashed and emitted a terrifying screech that seemed capable of rupturing eardrums. Its numerous appendages flailed wildly, carving deep grooves in the earth, sending dust flying in chaotic clouds. At this juncture, the woman in red astonishingly drew a short blade from behind her waist, its length akin to that of an adult forearm, glinting ominously. In the next instant, she lunged forward, plunging the blade into the scorpion's head. The creature convulsed as if electrocuted, and then fell silent. Hong-Yi, astounded, watched in disbelief. The scorpion mutant was immensely powerful. Yet the woman in red appeared even more extraordinary. Was she truly human? After cleaving open the scorpion's head, the woman extracted a diamond-shaped red crystal from within and wiped her sword clean before sheathing it. Noticing Hong-Yi standing 30 meters away, she cast him a glance and stated, "When a mutant reaches the 4th level of the White Star, it becomes a demon, a fiend, or even an immortal. What I have slain is a scorpion demon. You would not stand a chance against even 100 of them. Thus, you owe me your life." With that, she paid him no further mind and leapt away from the rocky valley. Hong-Yi let out a dry chuckle, perplexed by her intentions. Yet, her words rang true. Had she not intervened, he would have inevitably fallen victim to the scorpion mutant. A scorpion demon? Hong-Yi was well aware of what demons were, as well as fiends and immortals, entities from ancient myths and fantastical tales that had once obliterated human civilization, though he had studied such topics in textbooks from the affluent districts. This was only the second time he had encountered a demon-level mutant. The first had been merely moments ago, that being the ghostly mother, Luo Ling, who had attacked the D4 supply point. In terms of danger, the ghostly mother was undoubtedly more perilous than this scorpion demon. Chapter 15. The Temporary Squad as a Mercenary. Although the rewards are substantial, the constant threat of death looms large. Only through the honing of one's abilities can one attain the means for self-preservation. Take, for instance, the woman clad in red. She appears to be at least a White Star level 5, if not a Silver Star evolutionist. The prowess she commands is formidable, her speed and strength unparalleled among mortals that Hong-Yi has encountered. In the presence of true masters, he feels as insignificant as an ant. To ascend and become superior, one must toil harder than the average individual. Fortunately, Hong-Yi possesses a unique professional skill tree that promises greater strength and the unlocking of new abilities through continuous advancement, along with the potential to access other professional data packets by activating new cerebral domains. This is the direction and ambition that fuels Hong-Yi's endeavors. On the 4th day of his mercenary journey, in a desolate mining area over 60 kilometers from gathering point number 7, Hong-Yi removed the empty magazine from his rifle and swiftly replaced it with a fresh one. The firearm in his hands was the Inferno 5, a large-caliber rifle favored by many lower-tier mercenaries. Measuring 95 centimeters in length, it features an adjustable stock and is capable of both semi-automatic and automatic fire. The weapon is fully metallic, firing 9mm steel-core armor-piercing rounds at an initial velocity of 980 meters per second, with a 30-round magazine. However, Hong-Yi opted not to equip an optical sight. He relied instead on an electronic reticle and his ability to execute critical shots, enabling him to strike true without aiming. This rifle, valued at over $2,000, was within his means thanks to the successful completion of prior missions and the sale of several white brain crystals. Possessing superior weaponry allows for swifter extermination of mutated creatures. He had concealed his motorcycle in a nearby nook, camouflaged from sight, while he engaged in hunting the local aberrations. This mining site had once belonged to humanity, the metals extracted here having contributed to the construction of gathering point number 7. Rapid exploitation over the years had drained its resources, and subsequent waves of mutants had rendered it abandoned, transforming it into a haven for these creatures. Hong-Yi avoided the treacherous depths of the mine, instead scouring the surface for exploitable targets. Numerous zombies roamed the area, presenting ample opportunity for him to accrue experience points. With his critical shot ability, he no longer required the assistance of a mechanical dog to dispatch the more troublesome mutants. He had amassed 80 experience points, just 20 shy of the 100 needed to advance to Hunter Level 3, a milestone he was poised to achieve today. Reaching this level would also unlock a new skill, taming. Though the specifics of this skill remained unclear, Hongyi was confident that each successive ability would prove increasingly powerful. After half an hour, he rode his motorcycle to a supply point at the base of the abandoned mine, where he took a moment to rest. The supply station, constructed to standard specifications, featured alloy walls that effectively shielded its occupants from external threats. Upon entering, Hongyi purchased some provisions and ammunition from a weapons merchant affiliated with the Mercenary Guild. The merchant scrutinized Hongyi, remarking, "The rounds you've selected are merely standard ammunition. Against more formidable mutants, they might not even breach their exterior. Would you be interested in some explosive rounds?" These explosive rounds, high-tech marvels, contain specialized chips and explosives designed to detonate upon impact, generating a significant shockwave within a 2-meter radius. While impressive, their exorbitant cost, hundreds of times that of standard rounds, rendered them impractical for tackling ordinary mutants. Against higher-tier creatures, their limited supply would also risk inciting anger rather than ensuring a kill. Thus, Hongyi declined, reasoning that his critical shot ability sufficed for his needs. The merchant muttered a derisive comment about the frugality of youth before handing over several packs of standard ammunition without further engagement. At that moment, a vehicle pulled into the central clearing of the supply point, and a robust mercenary leaped out, bellowing an invitation for temporary recruits. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Mercenary teams occasionally sought additional members to tackle particularly challenging tasks due to either the mission's complexity or a shortage of personnel. They would offer a share of the rewards to those willing to join their ranks. The promise of a mission drew a crowd, and driven by curiosity, Hongyi approached to observe. While others sought merely to complete the task, for Hongyi, the primary objective was to hunt more mutants to amass experience points. The consumption of ammunition was significant, especially when employing an automatic rifle. 100 rounds could vanish in moments when rapid fire was necessary. Since the team offered ammunition, he deemed it worthwhile to participate. "Those willing to join, step forward. We shall select from among you," the mercenary declared. Hongyi, alongside a dozen others, stepped forward. Given the sparse number of mercenaries at the supply point, a majority expressed their willingness to join. The mercenary from the Flying Fish Squad began the selection process, and fortune smiled upon Hongyi as he was chosen. Those left unselected grumbled and departed, while the chosen few left the supply point, climbing into 2 pickup trucks that ascended toward the mines. The expanse of the mining area was vast, dotted with numerous tunnels, each meticulously numbered. The 14th tunnel was merely one among many, situated deep within the mountain. The trucks navigated the rugged terrain, with the Flying Fish Squad clearly operating as a mid-sized mercenary team, comprising 2 pickup trucks and 1 open-top vehicle. The open-top truck led the way, manned by the driver and 3 mercenaries armed with large-caliber weapons, who promptly dispatched any zombies that obstructed their path. Hongyi sat in the second pickup, flanked by 4 other temporary recruits, all men with varying equipment and arms. Aside from Hongyi, who possessed a subordinate intelligence module, only one other, an older mercenary in his 40s, shared this advantage. The group remained largely silent, most resting with their eyes closed, aware that upon entering the tunnel, they would follow the directives of the Flying Fish Squad, eliminating any mutants encountered and departing with any spoils. After winding through the terrain for approximately half an hour, the vehicles finally halted. Several members of the Flying Fish Squad gestured for everyone to disembark. Not far ahead loomed the expansive entrance of a mine. The number 14 faded but still discernible on a nearby rock. "Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Wei, the captain of the Flying Fish Squad. This is the 14th tunnel, and our objective is the mechanical chamber within. Your role is to provide fire support. Let me be clear. Since we are collaborating on this mission, adherence to our commands is mandatory. Otherwise, no rewards will be granted," the mercenary stated coldly. The 10 temporary recruits nodded in understanding. They were well aware of such protocols. Moments later, the 8 members of the Flying Fish Squad and the 10 hired mercenaries entered the 14th tunnel. The interior was dimly lit, revealing faint outlines of tracks and cables on the ground and walls. A few wandering zombies lingered at the entrance, swiftly dispatched by the forward mercenaries. The deeper one ventures, the dimmer the light becomes. The illumination at the entrance gradually diminishes until it vanishes entirely. The mercenaries have long since retrieved their lighting equipment, specifically the powerful handheld torches designed to be mounted on the shoulder, an exclusive possession of the Flying Fish Squad. Other mercenaries can only accompany them to avoid being plunged into darkness. Of course, those equipped with an assistant AI are an exception. After traversing for over 10 minutes, they astonishingly encountered no further mutated beings. The mine is riddled with numerous branching paths, making it increasingly difficult to ascertain how they initially entered. Nonetheless, the mercenaries refrain from inquiring, as they believe it suffices to follow the lead of the Flying Fish Squad. The silence within the mine is profound. Aside from a few wandering corpses encountered at the entrance, they have yet to face another mutated entity since delving deeper inside. Chapter 16. The trap. This situation was evidently abnormal. One must understand that the mutants thrived in such dark and chilly environments. Under usual circumstances, the cavern would be teeming with these aberrations. For instance, a mercenary from the Flying Fish Squad, while passing a fork in the path, carelessly stepped over a pit without even glancing at it, whereas another hired mercenary stumbled and fell there. Unless one had prior knowledge of the pit's existence, it was inconceivable to traverse without a second look. At that moment, Hongyi grew suspicious. Suwei and his group were certainly not to be trusted. As they proceeded, a vertical shaft appeared ahead, equipped with mechanical arms presumably for transporting personnel and ore, though long since abandoned. Beside it stood a building enclosed by iron railings, bearing a sign that read Mechanical Control Room. Adjacent to it was a warning inscription, admonishing unauthorized personnel to keep out. Was this really the destination? It seemed too uncomplicated. At least that was Hongyi's impression, which only deepened his suspicion. The other mercenaries, hired alongside him, remained oblivious to the potential danger, some cheerily believing they had struck luck by earning $1,000 new so effortlessly. However, a few astute, seasoned mercenaries sensed something was amiss, understanding well that there are no free lunches in this world. The erratic behavior of the Flying Fish Squad heightened their wariness, prompting them to remain on guard. Although the hired mercenaries were doubtful, they hesitated to voice their concerns and merely nodded, standing watch outside. Suwei observed this, and a peculiar smile crept across his lips as he was the last to enter the control room, subsequently shutting the metal door behind him. Inside the control room, the members of the Flying Fish Squad made no attempt to dismantle any machinery. Instead, they lounged behind a wall, coldly laughing, some even lighting cigarettes produced in their encampment and taking leisurely puffs. Brother Wei, these fools are utterly oblivious. They have no idea they are marching to their doom, one mercenary remarked. Suwei gestured for silence, cautioning, keep your voices down. The plan is not yet complete. Once Lord Corpse King devours these fools, their weapons and cash will be ours. This venture is far more lucrative than undertaking missions. The other team members nodded in agreement, clearly indicating that this was not their first foray into such treachery. Unbeknownst to the idle mercenaries outside, dutifully maintaining their posts, Hongyi leaned against the rock wall, his sense of vigilance escalating. Just then, a series of strange sounds echoed from the depths of the mine, resembling the dragging of numerous iron chains across the ground. The mercenaries froze, immediately alert, scattering and raising their weapons. Given their status as casual mercenaries, their armaments were a motley assortment. Some wielded handguns, others shotguns, and some old rifles. It was unavoidable. Even mercenaries could only procure outdated weapons from decades past. Modern weaponry, such as plasma guns, was reserved for the affluent. As the Flying Fish Squad had left behind only 2 flashlights, the areas beyond their illumination remained shrouded in darkness. The 2 mercenaries holding the flashlights could only navigate by sound, attempting to discern what approached. The 2 mercenaries with assistant brains, including Hongyi, possessed a broader field of vision compared to their comrades without such enhancements. They beheld a multitude of mutated corpses crawling forth from the fork in the path and the seemingly bottomless mine shaft. These were not ordinary corpses. They were evolved abominations, primarily at White Star Level 1, possessing significantly greater speed than typical corpses and exceptional climbing abilities. They could scale even the steepest cliffs. Moreover, some had undergone further mutations, their massive forms endowed with skin and muscle hardness akin to that of bodybuilders, their epidermis exhibiting a resilience reminiscent of synthetic rubber, rendering conventional bullets ineffective. The mercenaries referred to the agile, climbing corpses as hunters, while the larger, bullet-resistant ones were dubbed giant corpses. At that moment, several hunters and giants surged forth from all directions, each giant towering over 2 meters and dragging chains that spanned at least 3 to 4 meters in length. Clearly the source of the earlier clamor. Upon witnessing this, both Hongyi and the other mercenary with an assistant brain were left speechless, the latter visibly trembling in fear. He was no fool. He recognized that these mutated corpses could easily annihilate all 10 of them. Escape seemed impossible. The passage they had entered was now congested with hunters, numbering over 10, and attempting to flee would only lead to being torn apart by them. The other mercenaries, their vision obstructed, sensed the gravity of the situation. The 2 flashlight bearers swept their beams across the area ahead, finally revealing the presence of the hunters and giants. In that instant, all eyes widened, and even the boldest among them fell silent, immobilized by fear. At that moment, Hongi noticed an exceptionally peculiar corpse emerging from the depths of the mine. This corpse donned a tattered, oversized robe, its emaciated form moving with a semblance of humanity, particularly evident in its eyes, which were not the typical murky void of other corpses, but rather a striking crimson, suggesting something akin to intelligence. As it appeared, several giants and hunters gathered around it, resembling a regal figure surrounded by loyal guards. Hongi found the sight unsettling. He had encountered a similar scenario days prior at the D4 supply point, where the ghost mother, Luo Ling, commanded a throng of hungry spirits. Undoubtedly, this corpse was exceptional. At that moment, the corpse emitted a fierce roar, and instantly, all the other corpses fell silent, as if a king had issued a command. The bewildered mercenaries trembled with fear, although the corpses were merely 30 meters away. None dared to fire a weapon, fearing that a single gunshot could incite a horde of corpses, resulting in their swift demise. Hongi recognized the peril of the situation and quickly assessed his current state. He was a mere 10 experience points shy of leveling up to Hunter level 3. Achieving this level would enhance his attributes and unlock the second skill, domestication, potentially offering him a glimmer of hope. Just then, the corpse that resembled a king roared once more, and the horde of corpses surged forward. A giant, towering over 2 meters, charged ahead, swinging its iron chain, ensnaring one mercenary's legs. With a brutal tug, the giant pulled the mercenary into the throng of corpses, his screams echoing in the darkness. In mere seconds, the speed of the assault left no time for the other mercenaries to react, in the areas not illuminated by the flashlights. Only the anguished cries of the captured mercenary could be heard. However, Hongi and the other mercenary with the assistant brain witnessed the gruesome spectacle clearly. As the captured mercenary was flung before the regal corpse, which seized him by the head and bit through his throat. "Open fire! Quickly, open fire!" shouted a middle-aged mercenary, his voice igniting panic among the already terrified mercenaries. They, having lost all composure, began to scream and pull their triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted. The bullets surged forth in a relentless barrage, akin to a torrential downpour, toppling several of the hunters to the ground. Yet, the majority of them managed to rise once more. The vulnerability of the undead lay within their craniums. More precisely, it resided in their brains. Only by obliterating the brain could they be vanquished. Otherwise, even if their abdomens were pierced or their limbs severed, they could maintain their combat efficacy. However, in such dire circumstances, the mercenaries found themselves unable to aim accurately, resorting instead to the mindless act of pulling the trigger until their ammunition was expended. Hongi was an exception. Equipped with an officer's smart brain, he activated night vision mode, allowing him to observe his surroundings with clarity, coupled with his precision targeting. He managed to obliterate the heads of the undead with each shot. His chosen targets were the hunters, for he deemed the colossal corpses too formidable. Their skulls were exceedingly hard, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective against them. The undead commenced their assault, an onslaught that was utterly unstoppable. The mercenaries, faced with such overwhelming numbers, felt akin to a solitary vessel amidst towering waves, certain to be capsized and consumed by the tempest. In this fleeting moment, Hongi could only strive to eliminate as many undead as possible, accumulating experience points. For him, it was also a desperate situation. Yet if he could elevate to level 300 before the undead fully surged forth, perhaps a slender chance of survival might remain. As for the Flying Fish team, concealed within the control room, Hongi had all but confirmed their involvement in this affair, but time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity for reckoning. He pulled the trigger, fired, and the spent casings flew forth, continuing the cycle of shooting. Within mere seconds, Hongi executed this repetitive action. And with the activation of his precision targeting, each shot felled a hunter undead. Experience points rapidly accumulated, yet at that moment, several of the descending hunter undead seized a few unfortunate mercenaries, who inevitably met a gruesome fate as the bizarre undead king bit through their throats, draining their life force. Ultimately, only 2 remained firing, Hongi and the middle-aged mercenary equipped with the officer's smart brain, surrounded by a swarm of undead above and around them. Bang! A bullet pierced the skull of a hunter undead several meters away, rupturing half of its grotesque head. At last, Hong Yi heard the long-awaited notification. You have slain an evolved undead, gaining 2 experience points. Hunter level has risen to level 3, strength increased by 1 point. Agility increased by 2 points. Taming skill unlocked. Just as Hong Yi registered this notification, his rifle ran dry, and simultaneously, a hunter undead lunged down from the ceiling, charging directly at him. The middle-aged mercenary, witnessing Hong Yi being overwhelmed and dragged into the shadows, was engulfed by despair. In that moment, all he could do was grip the trigger tightly, hoping that the bullets would bestow upon him the courage to confront the inevitable. Yet, he was acutely aware that once his ammunition was exhausted, his fate would mirror that of the other captured mercenaries. Chapter 17. Domestication skills. The middle-aged mercenary ceased to pay attention to the abducted Hong Yi. Had he done so, he would have realized that Hong Yi was not being taken to the flesh-eating corpse king, but was instead headed in a different direction. Yet, even if he had noticed, he would harbor no suspicions, for it was a corpse that had dragged Hong Yi away. What the undead intended to do was anyone's guess. Moments later, the middle-aged mercenary expended his ammunition and, ultimately, found himself unwillingly subdued by 2 predator corpses. The strength of these corpses was formidable, directly snapping the mercenary's limbs, leaving him to writhe and wail on the ground. The gunfire had ceased, replaced by the cacophony of various roars from mutated corpses. Su Wei and the other members of Team Flying Fish, who had been hiding in the mechanical room, cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. The surrounding corpses did not attack them, and although Team Flying Fish was no stranger to dealing with these undead, a sense of dread still gripped Su Wei and his companions. The previously regal-like corpse, now flanked by several corpse guards, approached, revealing the middle-aged mercenary lying with broken limbs. Upon seeing Team Flying Fish, the mercenary understood that this was a trap laid by them in collusion with the corpses, and he immediately began to curse. However, he could not fathom how humans could possibly ally with mutated beings. This question would remain forever unanswered, as the very next moment, the corpse king twisted his neck, tearing his head off and raising it high, drinking the rain-like droplets of blood that cascaded down. Su Wei, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt a churn in his stomach but dared not voice his discomfort, merely bending low with a forced smile. Before the corpse king, they were but mere servants. Even the thought of escape was futile. The corpse king made it clear that if they wished, he could command the corpse insects from afar to consume their innards, transforming them into his own undead soldiers. For the sake of survival, Su Wei and his companions had no choice but to submit. Moreover, submission bore its own advantages. With the corpse insects within them, ordinary corpses would not attack, and every time they set a trap, they could profit from the fallen mercenaries. This current batch of mercenaries was the 3rd unfortunate group they had lured in. The corpse king feasted only on blood. The bodies were devoured by other mutated corpses, while Su Wei and his team scavenged cash, weapons, and officer intelligence from the remains, each party taking what they desired. Remember, bring another group in 7 days. Now go, slaves. At that moment, the corpse king astonishingly spoke. Su Wei and the members of Team Flying Fish trembled in fear and quickly bowed their heads in retreat. Encountering a speaking mutated being was a first for them, which only intensified their reluctance to oppose the corpse king. Obeying the command to leave, they departed. Though they noticed that what should have been 10 corpses seemed to be 1 short, they dared not inquire, suspecting perhaps that some corpse had destroyed it. After Team Flying Fish exited, the corpse king retreated deeper into the mine, surrounded by his guardians, while the other corpses dispersed, except for 1 predator corpse, which stood motionless before a pile of rubble. Once all the other corpses had vacated the area, it took a step to the side, and from a crack in the wall, a figure emerged. This figure was none other than Hong Yi. Who would have thought that Team Flying Fish would collude with these mutated corpses? Hong Yi murmured to himself, astonished by this rare occurrence. He had nearly become a snack for the corpse king, but in a moment of crisis, when the predator corpse had pounced on him, Hong Yi had employed his newly unlocked skill, domestication. In that instant, he found himself capable of easily controlling the predator corpse, akin to gaining administrative privileges over a computer. The sensation was extraordinary and ineffable, culminating in Hong Yi's ability to command and control the predator corpse. When he attempted to use the same tactic on other corpses, he failed, leading him to understand that he could only control 1 mutated being at a time. With just a single mutated entity, he could not hope to contend with the enemies present, so he decided to play along, feigning capture, and then, amidst the chaos, he concealed himself in the crevice while covering it up, thus escaping disaster. The corpse king was powerful, as Hong Yi had observed firsthand. It could even speak. unmistakably exceeding the 4th level of White Star, reaching the U classification. Rather than being merely a corpse, it was more accurately described as a corpse demon. At present, Hong Yi knew he stood no chance against such a formidable foe, especially with the horde of undead minions lurking within the depths of the mine. Though he could not confront the corpse demon directly for the time being, he could certainly deal with Team Flying Fish. The predator corpse he had tamed now led the way. It was a genuine White Star level 1 mutated being, capable of dispatching the quasi-star level mutants it encountered with ease. Consequently, Hong Yi advanced smoothly, evading even the more formidable mutated beings thanks to his current speed. At this moment, Hong Yi's physical attributes were as follows: muscle strength, 3, bone strength, 4, power, 4, agility, 7, reflexes, 4, immunity, 3. His total attributes had reached 25 points, categorizing him as a White Star level 1 evolver. However, Hong Yi had not activated the corresponding brain domain, marking him as an anomaly. This indicated that he possessed 2 upgrade systems, one that involved the standard activation of the brain domain to enhance various attributes, and another, a professional skill tree. Thus, when Hong Yi eventually activated the brain domain corresponding to White Star level 1, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of a typical evolver at the same level. Taking shortcuts, traversing various ravines and valleys, Hong Yi descended to the mid-mountain within mere minutes. It was then that he spotted 3 vehicles parked along the mountain road in the distance. Team Flying Fish. Hong Yi immediately recognized the vehicles, astonished that he had managed to catch up with them. Having harbored a deep-seated grudge against Team Flying Fish for this incident, he resolved to take swift action, after all. An old adage wisely states that vengeance should not be postponed until the next day. Furthermore, Hong Yi now possessed sufficient resources to confront Team Flying Fish. With this in mind, Hong Yi directed the predator corpse towards the location of Team Flying Fish. At this moment, on a flat area halfway up the mountain, Su Wei and his companions were taking a break, organizing the backpacks of the mercenaries who had been devoured, searching for valuable items, and preparing to incinerate the useless debris to obliterate evidence. Generally, mercenaries carried cash, as purchasing food and ammunition at supply points required cash transactions. If fortune smiled upon them, they might even uncover some brain crystals, which held a strong market value in gathering places. The members of Team Flying Fish appeared quite pleased. Although they had become the slaves of the Corpse King, they had indeed reaped tangible benefits. After all, mercenaries lived perilous lives. And who would refuse to earn money without having to engage in desperate battles against mutated beings? Wei Gu, this haul is quite satisfactory. Those mercenaries looked shabby, but it turns out they were prime targets. With cash and brain crystals included, we should earn at least 20,000 new coins this time. One of the mercenaries from Team Flying Fish excitedly proclaimed. No one wished to meet their demise, and Su Wei was no exception. The mercenaries of Team Flying Fish were acutely aware of this truth, nodding in agreement. Wei Gu, we've sorted out all the valuable items, including the weapons they used. One of the team members reported at that moment. The team member advanced to a small ravine over 30 meters away, where he discarded a pile of items onto the ground and poured a small amount of gasoline, preparing to ignite it. Just as he was about to set fire, he suddenly sensed a shadowy figure moving behind him. Being an experienced mercenary, his reflexes were sharp. He swiftly turned, his hand already reaching for the pistol at his waist. However, he was a moment too late. A hunter ghoul, moving with astonishing speed, pounced upon him, severing his throat before he could utter a cry. Chapter 18. Hatred does not linger. The mercenary, his throat brutally torn, could not emit a sound. Blood gushed forth from his mouth and wounds, producing only guttural noises as he writhed in agony, his legs trembling as if they might fracture. Yet, despite his strength, it proved futile against the relentless grip of his assailant, the reanimated corpse. Just as darkness began to envelop him, he glimpsed a figure manifesting behind the hunter. Upon recognizing this individual, his eyes widened in terror, his body stilled, pupils dilating as life fled from him. With a casual wave of his hand, Hong Yi commanded the undead hunter to relinquish its hold on the corpse. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently, he mused, fixating on the lifeless body. Swiftly, he began to strip the mercenary of his equipment and any useful items, including the subordinate's cerebral interface nestled at the base of his skull. He worked expeditiously, aware that within a minute, the corpse would succumb to viral infection and transform into a base-level zombie. Hong Yi refrained from damaging the brain, recognizing that preserving it would serve his interests better than obliterating it. Once he had secured the items, he departed with the undead hunter. Yet, scarcely 10 seconds after his exit, the corpse mutated. The virus reanimated it, causing its limbs to undergo grotesque transformations, sharp bone-like protrusions emerging as its skin hardened. It evolved into a hunter zombie, and not just any ordinary variant. Within its abdomen, something writhed, maggots, which evidently triggered this mercenary's horrific metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Sue sat in the vehicle, smoking, when an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, accompanied by anguished screams. A teammate, evidently still alive, had his abdomen torn open, intestines exposed, and was now pleading desperately for salvation. The hunter zombie, having emerged from the shadows, feasted upon him, indifferent to the bullets that struck its form. Yet, this hunter zombie moved with alarming speed, using its arms to shield itself from a bullet aimed at its head. And in a swift motion, it seized a peculiar insect attempting to escape from the mercenary it was devouring, swallowing it whole before darting away, evading the barrage of gunfire. Damn it, cease fire. Can't you see the hunter is fleeing? Sue cursed, casting a glance at his gravely wounded subordinate. Resolutely, he raised his weapon and fired, shattering the man's skull. No one objected. It was the mercenary's code of survival in the wilderness. Most mutated entities carried infectious viruses. Unless one possessed a certain degree of immunity, survival was nearly impossible. As comrades, the only mercy one could offer was a swift death to prevent the infected from turning and attacking. Brother Wei, the hunter that bit Gua. It seems to be a smoke parasite, one trembling teammate stammered. Something is amiss. Scatter. Shoot anyone suspicious on sight. I suspect we've been ambushed. Sue, seasoned and astute, immediately commanded. He and the remaining 5 teammates dispersed, using the vehicles as makeshift cover. Not far away, hidden behind a rock, Hongyi observed with surprise. He had not anticipated that the corpse would transform into a hunter zombie, but it seemed to be effective, now targeting his former teammate. Hongyi had clearly noted that the primary objective of the hunter zombie appeared to be the insect within the mercenary's gut. After waiting a moment, when the hunter zombie failed to reappear, Sue and his team leapt into their vehicle to flee, unaware that Hongyi would not allow their escape. As soon as they started the engine, gunfire erupted, their tires punctured one by one, and 2 mercenaries in an adjacent vehicle were shot in the head. Seasoned in combat, Sue and his remaining teammate quickly exited the vehicle, seeking cover. Equipped with cerebral interfaces, they soon pinpointed Hongyi's firing position. Damn it, retaliate. Sue shouted as he reloaded, continuing to fire at the boulder 50 meters away. Only one teammate remained by his side, and he had just witnessed Hongyi's survival and vengeful return. This ignited a burning hatred within Sue, who gritted his teeth in fury. In mere minutes, he had lost the majority of his men, 2 of whom had been slain by a hunter zombie, and not the one that had recently transformed, but another entirely. What should we do, Brother Wei? The last remaining subordinate inquired, fear etched across his face. Fear not. Use the machine gun and blast that bastard's hiding spot to smithereens. I refuse to believe he can remain concealed indefinitely. Sue, filled with determination, believed that all of this was the work of Hongyi. At that moment, one of the subordinates swiftly emerged from the vehicle, shouldering a heavy machine gun. A formidable weapon capable of shattering even the sturdiest of boulders with its relentless firepower. Meanwhile, Sue remained vigilant against the elusive and deadly hunter. The machine gun roared to life, shell casings raining down like a deluge, metallic bullets sweeping through the air like a tempest, gradually reducing the massive stone into smaller fragments. At this rate, it would not be long before Hongyi, hidden behind the boulder, would meet his demise. Hongyi leaned against the rock, surrounded by shards of stone scattered by the bullet's impact. Each fragment that struck him was painfully jarring, and the cacophony of gunfire deafened his ears. The tremors reverberating from the boulder served as a grim reminder that its endurance was waning. This was far from reassuring. Compounding his predicament was the fact that Hongyi was unable to move. His adversaries outnumbered him and possessed superior firepower. The moment he abandoned his cover, or even dared to expose a sliver of his head, they would seize the opportunity to eliminate him without hesitation. Chapter 19. The Giant Hunter. Fortunately, Hongyi was still able to rely on the hunter zombie he had under his control. At that moment, it was slowly approaching Sue and his companions, searching for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the distance, lunging towards the 2 corpses that had just been slain by Hongyi's hunter zombie. Brother Wei, it's Yen Pai, Sue exclaimed. Look, it's after the corpse insects. Get ready. If it dares to come near, shoot it down. Even if it's a hunter zombie, a bullet to the head will still bring it down. With gritted teeth, Su Wei observed intently as the mutated Yin Pai tore open the abdomen of the corpse, swallowing the corpse insects whole. This was true for both bodies. Having devoured the insects, it paid no further attention to the corpses, clearly indicating that the insects were its true target. At this moment, Yin Pai, having consumed at least 3 corpse insects, underwent another mutation. Its limbs grew longer and bulkier, and its overall size expanded, resembling a giant corpse yet maintaining the appearance of a hunter. The newly formed muscles were as resilient as rubber. But the most terrifying aspect was its head, adorned with sharp, diamond-shaped bone fragments that shimmered with a metallic sheen, serving as formidable defenses. Post-mutation. This giant hunter zombie no longer evaded but charged directly at Su Wei and his companions, showing little interest in Hong Yi. Su Wei and another mercenary were immediately struck with terror, quickly redirecting their weapons to shoot at the advancing hunter zombie. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hong Yi swiftly relocated. At this moment, Su Wei and his group were entirely preoccupied with their own peril. With a heavy machine gun and a rifle, they unleashed a torrent of bullets upon Yin Pai. Though the bullets caused a spray of blood, the damage inflicted was not as significant as anticipated. The diamond-shaped bone fragments on its head provided exceptional defense, causing bullets to merely spark upon impact. Nevertheless, the bullets were not entirely ineffective, as they managed to slow Yin Pai's advance. Su Wei, now filled with fear, realized that Yin Pai was likely the one seeking vengeance against the mercenaries who had killed it. The reason for Yin Pai's transformation was probably due to the corpse insects it had ingested, which had mutated it into a hunter-class zombie. Now, Yin Pai's primary target was the corpse insects within them. The rationale became evident. Having consumed 3 corpse insects, Yin Pai had undergone yet another horrifying transformation, becoming even more formidable, enough reason for concern. Su Wei's mind raced as he continued firing, shouting towards the distant Hong Yi, "Hey, brother over there. I, Su Wei, acknowledge my previous misdeeds, but you survived, didn't you? You even killed several of my brothers. This debt is settled. You killed Yin Pai, right? It is transformed into a hunter zombie, something you cannot handle alone. Let us join forces against it. Once we succeed, I'll share the spoils with you. Otherwise, if I perish, you shall not survive either." Su Wei calculated that he could deceive Hong Yi into joining efforts against Yin Pai, hoping to eliminate it or at least secure a chance for his own escape. He understood that Yin Pai, having consumed corpse insects, had undergone a mutation that likely placed it at the level of a White Star II. For them, who were not even at White Star I, there was no way they could be a match. However, Su Wei's calculations proved flawed. Hong Yi ignored him entirely. Instead, after finding new cover, he aimed his weapon at Su Wei and his group. A scream erupted as one of Su Wei's men, operating the machine gun, was struck by Hong Yi. His neck shattered, collapsing to the ground in convulsions before falling silent. Meanwhile, with their firepower significantly diminished, Yin Pai closed in. At this moment, Su Wei's magazine ran dry, and he was filled with terror, anger, and disbelief. Did Hong Yi not fear that Yin Pai would turn on him after killing Su Wei? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Yin Pai was upon him in an instant, sinking its sharp teeth into Su Wei's abdomen, piercing through skin and muscle, tearing him apart. Blood gushed forth as Su Wei screamed in agony. "Even if I die, you cannot escape. You cannot escape," he cried defiantly before succumbing to his injuries, his insides shredded, his body nearly torn in half, his skull crushed. The corpse insects within him were swiftly devoured by Yin Pai. The mercenary who had been shot by Hong Yi soon followed suit into silence. The atmosphere around them grew eerily quiet. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the thick stench of blood permeated the air, a scent that would soon attract countless bloodthirsty mutants. Having consumed another 2 corpse insects, Yin Pai underwent yet another transformation, its size swelling to over 3 meters. Crawling on all fours, its front limbs grew even more robust and hard. Diamond-shaped bone fragments emerged on its chest and limbs. It was unimaginable that a zombie could evolve into such a form in such a short span of time. Resembling a grotesque fusion of a hunter and a giant corpse, combining the strengths of both. In the next moment, the giant hunter zombie fixed its gaze on Hong Yi's hiding spot. Realizing there was no need to continue hiding, Hong Yi rose and commanded the hunter zombie he had tamed to guard him. He felt an overwhelming pressure compared to the colossal hunter zombie. His own zombie seemed like a mere kitten facing a tiger. The giant hunter zombie had completely lost its humanoid form. The virus had grotesquely mutated it. Its combat attire, worn by the mercenary, had been torn to shreds, revealing muscles that dwarfed even those of the world's strongest bodybuilders. Its figure resembled that of a humanoid reptile. Its mutated skin grayish-white, devoid of blood, resembling stone. The sharp bone fragments on its head, stained with blood and flesh, were particularly conspicuous. And a glint of red began to gather in its murky eyes. Though Hong Yi bore no corpse insects within him, that did not guarantee his safety. For mutants, hunting living beings was their instinct. With a piercing roar, the giant hunter zombie lunged at Hong Yi. At the D11 supply point beneath the abandoned mine, Hong Yi's clothing was tattered, clearly indicating he had survived a fierce battle. Purchasing a few bottles of water and some food, he found a spot to sit down and began to feast. In those brief moments, the outcome of their confrontation hung in the balance. Hong Yi emptied the remaining dozen rounds in his magazine, all aimed at vital points. Despite the formidable defense of the bone fragments, the giant hunter zombie howled in agony. Its movement slowed considerably. However, even so, Hong Yi's hunter zombie was ultimately torn to shreds. Nonetheless, it had fulfilled its duty, allowing Hong Yi to inflict significant injury on the giant hunter. The critical shots were no joke. The bullets struck the most vulnerable spots of the creature's body, especially the last bullet that sent the giant hunter crashing to the ground. No ordinary mercenary could have achieved such a feat, but Hong Yi had done it. He was drenched in cold sweat. Had his hunter zombie not obstructed the terrifying creature for those vital seconds, it might well have been him lying on the ground now. Though the critical shots were powerful, they required time to execute. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi replaced the last magazine and cautiously approached the fallen giant hunter zombie. Aiming steadily, the mutated creature had yet to succumb to its injuries. Its pair of eyes tinged with a hint of crimson fixated on Hong Yi, who astonishingly discerned a flicker of emotion emanating from it. It was pleading for mercy. The notion that a mutated being could beseech for clemency struck Hong Yi as utterly incredulous, for these aberrations typically exhibited low intelligence or possessed no self-awareness whatsoever, acting solely on their instinctual drive to kill. Never had a mutated entity ever implored humanity for mercy. Hong Yi refrained from pulling the trigger, not out of sympathy for the creature's beseeching gaze, but due to his intent to employ his taming skill to dominate this colossal predator. Officer, scan the target mutation and assess its combat capabilities. He swiftly commanded his subordinate's intelligence system, which, through rapid calculations, provided a conclusion, one that was merely a conjecture and should be regarded as a reference point. It was a White Star Level 2 mutation. Hong Yi internally deemed himself fortunate. Typically, within 100 kilometers of human settlements, most mutations do not reach the star level, with the majority being either below or at most White Star Level 1. Even under such circumstances, the mortality rate among mercenaries operating in this region remained alarmingly high, indicating that a standard mercenary squad, regardless of their superior equipment, would face dismal survival odds against a White Star Level 2 mutation. Yet, he had managed to gravely wound this formidable creature single-handedly, and the prospect of controlling it with his taming skill was indeed a stroke of fortune. Without hesitation, Hong Yi initiated the taming process. His first attempt met with failure, and he pressed on, fully aware that the creature's superior level diminished the likelihood of success. After 4 successive attempts, he finally succeeded in taming it. Under combat conditions, such an endeavor would have been tantamount to suicide. Nevertheless, against all odds, Hong Yi miraculously gained control over this White Star Level 2 mutation. Chapter 20. The Evolution Institute. 3 days after the mining incident, Hong Yi had successfully exchanged all his spoils for cash, including the auxiliary intelligence unit of the Flying Fish team. In total, he amassed nearly 30,000 new coins, which constituted a considerable fortune. Coupled with his previous savings, Hong Yi now possessed sufficient resources to acquire the programs and potions required to activate the Level 1 White Star Brain Domain. This was undeniably splendid news. Moreover, for Hong Yi, the good news did not end there. The giant hunter zombie he had tamed had healed from its injuries over the past few days. After consuming the monstrous larvae found within the bodies of the 2 Flying Fish team members he had shot, it underwent another mutation, growing to nearly 4 meters in length and lying there like a small sedan. The members of the Flying Fish team referred to it as Smoke Fart. Hong Yi found the name quite fitting and adopted it as well. With Smoke Fart by his side, hunting ordinary mutated creatures in the wild became effortless for Hong Yi. With the aid of targeted shots at their weaknesses, even the troublesome werewolf and lizard mutants posed no threat to him. In the span of 3 days, Hong Yi elevated his hunter level to 4, with both muscle strength and immunity increasing by 1 point each. However, it was evident that as the hunter level rose, the experience points required also multiplied. Advancing from level 4 to level 5 necessitated 200 experience points. Achieving level 5 would unlock the third skill on the skill tree, crossbow mastery. Having already tasted the advantages of skills, he was naturally quite eager for this third skill. Hey, have you heard? The Evolution Institute is opening a branch in the slums. Tomorrow is the first day for enrollment. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Is that for real? The Evolution Institute is an elite academy only accessible to the affluent. I've heard they teach powerful combat techniques. And once you become a star-level evolver, they even enhance your skills specifically. Previously, only residents of the affluent districts could apply. Why would I lie to you? This news has spread everywhere. Are you going to sign up or not? If you don't, I will. Of course, I want to give it a shot. If I get accepted, even if it's just a branch, it would be a significant leap for us. In a restaurant catering to mercenaries. He overheard this conversation while dining. Two mercenaries at the next table were animatedly discussing the news, and he was close enough to hear every word clearly. Upon hearing the name Evolution Institute, Yi's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of melancholy. If his father had not gone missing, he would likely have been a student at the Evolution Institute by now, given his potential and academic performance at that time. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. And with his father's disappearance, he lost the opportunity to attend the premier institution for human advancement. Reflecting on this, Yi picked up a bottle of some inferior liquor produced in the slums and cheerfully approached the two mercenaries. Gentlemen, were you just speaking about the evolution branch? Could you enlighten me about it? Oh, and please, enjoy this bottle of liquor. Yi feigned humility, presenting the liquor as a gesture of goodwill. The mercenaries nodded in appreciation, and one, seemingly more informed, replied, "Young brother, you're quite perceptive. Yes, it's indeed the evolution branch. And this news has circulated throughout the slums. How come you're unaware?" I've been busy completing tasks outside these past few days. So I'm not well versed in the happenings at the gathering place, Yi replied with a bashful smile, a gesture that effortlessly dispelled their wariness. Perhaps in an effort to discover more potential evolvers, the Elite Evolution Institute had established a branch in the slums, specifically recruiting from among the impoverished. As long as candidates passed their standardized examination and paid a requisite fee, they could become students of the branch. Of course, students at the branch could not compare to those in the affluent district, but for those from the slums, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Evolution Institute was the cradle of advanced evolvers, imparting knowledge and skills unattainable elsewhere. Merely becoming a student there, even at the branch, would instantly elevate one's status within the gathering place. Thus, once the news broke, it became the most discussed topic in the slums, with many eager individuals preparing to participate in the standardized examination in hopes of gaining admission to this evolution branch. You should give it a try too, young brother. However, I've heard there is an enrollment fee, and even if you pass the exam, the tuition is supposedly quite steep. One mercenary remarked after taking a sip of liquor and a bite of food. Thank you. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly give it a shot, Yi replied. Rising to take his leave, he had finished his meal and stepped out of the restaurant, though his mind was in tumult. The establishment of a branch of the Evolution Institute in the slums was undeniably a golden opportunity for him. With this newfound information, Yi was determined to give it a try, hoping to gain admission to the Evolution branch. The announcement of the Evolution Institute opening a branch in the slums indeed caused quite a stir, and it was no surprise. An institution of such prestige, dedicated to cultivating humanity's top evolvers, was not something accessible to just anyone, even in the affluent districts. For those from the slums, this was an unprecedented chance. Those with even a modicum of ability and within the age range for enrollment had been fervently gathering information and preparing for the upcoming examination. However, there were also some individuals who sensed an ulterior motive behind the sudden establishment of the branch by the Evolution Institute. In the conference room of the government office in the affluent district, the overlords of Gathering Place Number 7 were assembled. The atmosphere was notably tenser than during their last meeting. The highest commander, silently smoking a cigarette, remained quiet, while the defense commander took a sip of tea before tapping the table and indicating a document before him. Everyone, I believe you have received the news. The plan to eliminate the Ghost Mother has failed. The elite evolvers we dispatched suffered over 50% casualties. The Ghost Mother is backed by more formidable mutants, possibly at the Venus level. This is one of the pieces of intelligence we've gathered. Additionally, we have noted an increase in the number of advanced mutants within the occupied territories. This is not favorable news. Surely, you all remember the mutation frenzy that occurred over a decade ago when Gathering Place Number 8 was overrun by a Venus-level mutant leading the onslaught. resulting in a horrific massacre. As the defense commander spoke, the expressions of the attendees shifted to one of alarm, clearly affected by the gravity of his words. This is precisely why the Evolution Institute has opened a branch in the slums, aiming to discover more potential evolvers. Only by strengthening humanity can we fend off the threats posed by these mutants. The defense commander concluded, nodding toward a white-haired elder seated nearby. This elder held an esteemed position within the gathering place. He was Bai Yuan, the head of the Evolution Institute. Even the highest commander dared not address him directly, referring to him as Old Bai, while others respectfully called him Professor Bai. The mission of the Evolution Institute is to discover individuals with exceptional potential. I have long wished to relax the enrollment restrictions in the slums, but I have not received adequate support from you all. This time, I have adopted a compromise by establishing a branch. This way, it shouldn't infringe upon your interests in the affluent district, correct? Bai Yuan interjected, causing a moment of awkwardness among the attendees. Indeed, the division between the affluent and the impoverished was inherently unjust, yet unavoidable. Following the Great Calamity, humanity's resources became exceedingly scarce, making it impossible to distribute them equally, hence the persistence of wealth disparities. Old Bai, let us put this topic to rest. We have all voted in favor of establishing the branch. Additionally, I must announce something. At this moment, the Supreme Leader spoke. As the highest administrative authority of the gathering place, his power is immense, and immediately, silence fell over the assembly as everyone listened intently to his words. The Supreme Leader proposed a plan that instantly ignited fervent discussions among the prominent figures present. The plan was undoubtedly commendable, as no one desires an unsafe gathering place. No. 7. However, the pressing dilemma remained: how to wrest control of the territory from the mutated beings. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware of your thoughts. Gathering places No. 1 and Number 3 have employed the satellite city approach, and we too can adopt this strategy. Furthermore, we shall open this opportunity to all individuals and factions. As long as one can conquer new territories and subsequently submit an application, they will be free to construct small gathering places and obtain the highest management rights over them. The Supreme Leader's words sent a thrill through the hearts of many influential figures. They clearly understood that this was both a challenge and a significant opportunity. Among them were those with ambition who grasped the implications of this proposition, akin to the ancient practice of granting fiefdoms. Many were eager to seize this chance. Chapter 21. Registration. At this moment, within the private residence of the defense commander, the second-in-command of the Number 7 gathering place sat in his study, lost in thought. A knock echoed through the room, and soon after, a figure entered. "You're here. How is your injury?" The defense commander's taut visage finally broke into a rare smile as he faced a young girl clad in red leather armor. Had Hong Yi been present, he would have immediately recognized her as the formidable female evolver who had vanquished the scorpion demon in the Valley of Chaos. Her expression remained impassive as she shook her head. "I'm fine. That's good to hear. I initially hesitated to send you after the ghost mother, but thankfully, you emerged unscathed." The defense commander spoke with paternal affection. "The reason I summoned you is for another matter. I wish for you to become a teacher at the Evolution Institute. The establishment of this institute in the slums is a significant event, and I believe many are already strategizing to recruit potential talents from the area. We cannot afford to lag behind. We must endeavor to attract some promising individuals. Moreover, this will give you a chance to rest and avoid those perilous missions." The girl in red furrowed her brow but eventually nodded. "Understood. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, she turned to exit. The defense commander watched her depart, his expression tinged with melancholy. Leaning back in his leather chair, he murmured, "After all this time, do you still refuse to forgive your father? When your mother met with that unfortunate incident, I too was powerless to change fate." In the slums, a modest two-story building was surrounded by a throng of people, the line stretching an entire kilometer, a serpentine formation bustling with chatter and commotion. This was a registration point for the Evolution Institute, with 4 other similar locations scattered throughout the slums, each teeming with applicants since morning. To enroll in the Evolution Institute, one must first register. Only after registration can they partake in the entrance examination the following day. Hong Yi observed the lengthy queue, momentarily at a loss for words. Given the current situation, lining up through conventional means would take until nightfall, yet fortune favored the slums where opportunists thrived. With a modest payment of new currency, one could bypass the line and secure a spot. Understanding the dynamics at play, Hong Yi noticed a few unruly youths loitering nearby, smoking subpar cigarettes, and he approached them. Upon seeing Hong Yi, one of the youths, cigarette in mouth and a forced grin plastered on his face, addressed him, "Hey, kid, looking to register?" Upon nodding, Hong Yi was met with, "You've come to the right person. Flat rate, 500 new coins. I guarantee you'll be registered, but the fee is on you." 500? Hong Yi frowned, having inquired previously that the registration fee was only 50 new coins, affordable for anyone not exceedingly impoverished. The scalper's price was exorbitantly inflated, a blatant act of extortion. Sensing Hong Yi's discontent, the youth retorted, "What? You think that's too steep? Listen, 500 is the current rate. Do you see this line? It extends a kilometer. If you queue, you won't make it before dark, and the price will only rise. So, what is it going to be? Make a decision." Of course, Hong Yi needed to make the purchase. He had no time to waste standing in line. He planned to buy the program and evolution potion to unlock the white star level brain domain today. Additionally, he needed to soothe the smoke spirits outside. Prolonged neglect could jeopardize their taming. Thus, he had no time to squander. Just as he was about to retrieve his money, someone rushed over upon spotting him. "Ego, there you are. I've been searching all over." The newcomer, panting as if he had run a marathon, was the lanky monkey, a member of the Mad Dog gang. "You're looking for me?" Hong Yi inquired, to which the lanky monkey nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. He produced a registration form. "Dog brother knew you'd want to register, so he took care of it for you this morning. Just come with me tomorrow for the exam." Hong Yi scrutinized the registration form in the lanky monkey's hand, hesitating briefly before accepting it. The lanky monkey, clearly delighted, glanced at the scalper and berated, "Hey, open your eyes wider next time. This is Ego. You dare to charge him? You must want to ruin your career." Although the lanky monkey was shorter than the scalper, the latter showed him utmost respect. Realizing he had overstepped after hearing the lanky monkey refer to Hong Yi as Ego, he slapped himself and hastily apologized to Hong Yi, not one to hold grudges. Hong Yi chose not to pursue the matter further. Having heard that the lanky monkey would be accompanying him for the exam, he asked, "So, you're registering too?" "Yes. Not just me. Many from the gang are signing up. This is a golden opportunity for advancement. However, even if we are accepted, we must serve the gang since they cover all the expenses," the lanky monkey replied with a grin. Hong Yi refrained from further questions. The coveted opportunity at the Evolution Institute was something everyone desired, and the various gangs in the slums would undoubtedly be eager to get involved. "What about the Mad Dog? Is he not registering?" Hong Yi inquired further. Dog Brother said he is destined for a lowly life, lacking the potential to unlock the brain domain. Besides, he lost a hand, so even if he registered, he wouldn't pass the exam. "Better not to waste time," the lanky monkey explained. Hong Yi nodded, choosing not to press further. After leaving the registration point, Hong Yi headed to the Mercenary Association. Besides collecting tasks, he had another vital purpose: to purchase the program and evolution potion for unlocking the white star level brain domain. The association offered discounts for registered mercenaries, making it the obvious choice for his purchases. "I understand you wish to acquire the program and evolution potion for unlocking the white star level brain domain. The Mercenary Association offers a 5% discount for registered mercenaries. Would you like to proceed with the purchase?" The female attendant inquired with a smile. Hong Yi nodded, retrieving a stack of cash from his backpack. Most of this money was ill-gotten gains from the Flying Fish Squad, and he spent it without a hint of remorse. Upon seeing the cash, the attendant promptly led him to a service desk to count the funds. The metal box was finely crafted, adorned with intricate patterns, and emblazoned on the top was a white pentagram, symbolizing the white star level. Upon seeing the box, Hong Yi's breath quickened. Countless individuals within the gathering place yearned for the contents within. What lay inside represented power and status. "Sir, please examine this. It contains the program and evolution potion for unlocking the white star level brain domain," the attendant said, her eyes gleaming with aspiration. Working at the Mercenary Association was enviable, yet it paled in comparison to being a true star-level evolver. "By the way, sir, I checked your mercenary contribution points, and you now have reached 20 points, qualifying you for a rank upgrade. Would you like to elevate your mercenary rank?" the attendant inquired. "Not at the moment, thank you," Hong Yi replied. He had no intention of upgrading his rank so soon. Currently, he was at the lowest F level. Even if he were to elevate to E level, the discounts would be negligible. Furthermore, he could exchange contribution points for free items, so he decided to hold on to them for now. His primary goal was to gain experience for leveling up, and he had formulated a new plan for how to achieve that. Upon grasping the box, Hong Yi placed it within his backpack and set off to undertake a mission to hunt the steel-shelled mutant, departing from the gathering point. Unbeknownst to him, As he left the mercenary association, a shadowy mercenary stealthily trailed him, his gaze revealing a glint of avarice. Just as Hong Yi mounted his motorcycle and departed the enclave, a vehicle followed closely behind, emerging from the same locale. Inside this vehicle sat 4 mercenaries, each bearing an expression of ferocity. The man occupying the passenger seat was particularly imposing, resembling a bear, a long scar etched across his visage and a bald head added to his menacing demeanor. The cybernetic assistant seated behind him was equally formidable, its full metal chassis housing components for microbattery storage, and astonishingly, a metallic spinal structure was integrated within. Half of the assistant's body and arm were sheathed in a layer of metallic exoskeleton, indicating it had undergone significant modification, representing a relatively advanced model powered by a lithium battery for the exoskeleton's energy supply. Undoubtedly, this burly man was a paragon of strength. With the assistance of that metallic arm and fist, he could likely obliterate a vehicle with a single blow. The hefty cybernetic assistant's reinforced exoskeleton endowed him with a ferocity unmatched by others. "Boss, that kid is indeed alone. This is like a succulent morsel delivered right to us," exclaimed the driver with palpable excitement. "Are you certain you saw correctly? That kid purchased a White Star Level 1 brain domain box from the association?" The boss's voice resonated with a low gravitas. "I saw it without a doubt. It was unmistakable," the driver assured. Evidently the same mercenary who had previously been observing Hong Yi. "Very well, follow him closely, find a secluded spot, murder and plunder." The boss's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, and the other 3 occupants of the vehicle donned expressions of bloodthirsty delight. The Wild Bear Squad, a mercenary group that instilled dread in many lower-tier mercenaries, was notorious for their brutal and straightforward methods, reveling in the plunder of others' gains, their reputation exceedingly vile. Consequently, many mercenaries at the entrance hastily averted their eyes upon seeing the 4 men within the vehicle, fearful of incurring the wrath of these harbingers of death. Chapter 22. Unveiling the White Star Level, Hong Yi maneuvered his motorcycle swiftly through the wilderness, taking note of the pickup truck trailing behind him. Initially, he presumed it to be merely a mercenary team traveling the same route. However, after covering several kilometers and realizing they remained closely behind, he sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, Hong Yi remained unconcerned. Even if they harbored ill intentions, they were unlikely to pose a threat in this vast expanse. Moreover, he had a formidable giant hunter zombie at his disposal. This giant zombie, affectionately dubbed Smoke Fart, was concealed in a cave within Greystone Mountain, kept in a state of slumber. This strategy bore numerous advantages. Firstly, it prevented the tamed mutant from breaking free of his control, as the taming skill necessitated frequent application to ensure compliance. Secondly, it safeguarded the creature from other mutants or mercenaries seeking to eliminate it. Even within a gathering, Hong Yi could still sense Smoke Fart's presence and condition through his taming skill, a phenomenon akin to mental telepathy. This remarkable connection absolved him from the need to remember its exact hiding place. With this sense, he could locate it even with his eyes closed. Accelerating his speed, Hong Yi successfully evaded his pursuers. After a brief interval, he arrived at a mountainous region characterized by rocky terrain, thus earning the name Greystone Mountain. The motorcycle tires crunched over gravel as he ascended a small hill, veering into a side path that led him behind a stone mountain. This secluded spot concealed a cave where he had previously hidden Smoke Fart. After parking the motorcycle at the cave's entrance, Hong Yi glanced around, satisfied that he had shaken off his pursuers before entering the cave itself. This natural formation was not deep, extending perhaps 40 to 50 meters, with a complex terrain filled with peculiar stones. As he ventured deeper, he soon spotted Smoke Fart lying on the ground, entranced in slumber. Among the category of zombies, Smoke Fart had grown to a considerable size, signifying immense strength that even combat robots could not rival. Its tough exterior and protruding bone shards rendered it impervious to most firearms. The prowess of a White Star-level entity was, without a doubt, Hong Yi's most formidable asset at this juncture. "Rise, it's time to hunt," he commanded, placing his hand upon the giant's massive forehead. Smoke Fart's tightly shut eyes snapped open, revealing an unwavering submission upon recognizing Hong Yi. This showcased the true power of the taming skill. The first data packet that Hong Yi received bestowed upon him significant advantages, and there remained 8 more packets whose contents intrigued him greatly. Now, he was poised to unlock the second data packet, retrieving a metallic box designed to activate the White Star-level cerebral domain. He opened it to reveal 2 items, a small data storage device and a vial encased in foam, filled with a light red liquid. The storage device contained the program to activate the cerebral domain, while the vial contained an evolutionary serum. This was merely the key to unlocking the White Star-level cerebral domain. Regrettably, the second data packet's location lay within the Silver Star-level cerebral domain, necessitating its activation to access the second packet. Hong-Yi murmured to himself, commanding Smoke Fart to guard him closely before swiftly connecting the storage device to his auxiliary brain. Detecting external storage device. Scanning. Scan results. Secure. White Star-level cerebral domain activation program detected. Shall I execute immediately? The auxiliary brain relayed the information dutifully. Taking a deep breath, Hong-Yi chose to proceed without hesitation. As the program began to activate, the prompt instructed him to inject the White Star-level evolutionary serum. Following the directive, he extracted the syringe, piercing it into the vein of his arm and unhesitatingly injecting the liquid. In that instant, a wave of warmth surged from his arm, enveloping his entire being. With the injection complete, the program prompted him to remain conscious, warning against fainting, lest the activation fail and potentially lead to paralysis or even death. As the progress bar commenced from 1%, a searing pain pierced his brain akin to a steel needle. Hong-Yi inhaled sharply, steeling himself against the agony. This torment was an inevitable part of unlocking the cerebral domain. He recalled tales of ancient practitioners, such as Taoist masters or Buddhist monks, who spent decades in pursuit of enlightenment through various meditative practices. Their methods, while time-consuming, were gentler. Humanity's technological advancements, particularly with the advent of auxiliary brains, had drastically reduced this process. Anyone equipped with the activation program, an evolutionary serum, could attempt it. However, this expedited approach bore its own drawbacks, demanding immense mental fortitude, one that many could not muster. Numerous individuals either succumbed to the pain and chose to halt the process or fainted outright, with some tragically perishing. Yet, the White Star level activation was regarded as the least arduous. Higher levels, such as the Silver Star level, posed challenges far beyond the ordinary, with risks of mental delusion leading to a vegetative state and eventual demise. Humanity's quest for survival demanded a steep price. Despite knowing that the pain of activating the White Star level was relatively milder, Hong-Yi still found himself convulsing, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Yet, amidst the torment, the progress continued to climb, surpassing 50%. Smoke Fart stood guard nearby, bound by the command to protect, ensuring no one approached Hong-Yi. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a vehicle ascended Greystone Mountain, carrying the members of the previously tailing Crazy Bear mercenary team. One mercenary leaped from the vehicle, crouching to examine the tracks on the ground. "Boss, there are tire tracks here. That kid must be nearby." The co-driver, Crazy Bear, exited the vehicle. A star-level evolver. Albeit merely at White Star level, he was formidable among lower-tier mercenaries. His unique skill, Fury of Strength, allowed him to amplify his power significantly for brief intervals, enabling him to rally a mercenary team. However, he was the sole White Star level evolver in his squad, and cultivating another was a costly endeavor. Upon hearing that a lone mercenary had recently acquired a White Star level evolution box, his greed was piqued. "Find him. Whoever captures that kid will get to use the evolution box," Crazy Bear proclaimed, prompting his underlings to cheer and disperse in search. Before long, one mercenary discovered the cave behind the mountain, the motorcycle parked at its entrance indicating that their quarry was indeed within. Crazy Bear and the two others hurried over, eyeing the dark cavern with curiosity. What could he be doing in such a place? Is there another mutant inside? However, even in the face of danger, the formidable bear warrior remains undaunted. Towering over 2 meters, with a robust physique clad in heavy leather armor, he wields a modified shotgun, its power rivaling that of a hand cannon. Additionally, he carries a hefty alloy hammer on his back, weighing over 100 pounds. Thanks to his acquired berserk skill, he stands among the few mercenaries capable of engaging mutated beings in close combat. Even when confronted by 2 or 3 level 1 White Star mutants, he can rely on his immense strength to vanquish them. Confident in his prowess, the bear warrior commands, "Prepare your weapons. Let's proceed." At his command, he and 3 other mercenaries venture into the cave. The cave is shrouded in darkness, yet equipped with auxiliary intelligence. They swiftly adjust their visual mode to survey their surroundings. Soon, they spot Hong-Yi seated on the ground ahead, accompanied by the enigmatic Smoke Puff. The sight of Smoke Puff sends a shiver down the spines of the mercenaries, their bodies bristling with fear. "Boss, this seems to be a hunter's undead. How can it be so large?" One mercenary stammers, clearly having envisioned numerous possibilities. Yet none could have anticipated this. Silence. The bear warrior urgently rebukes his subordinate, though it is too late. Smoke Puff has sensed their unwarranted intrusion. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupts from Smoke Puff as it lunges forward with ferocity. Scatter. Open fire. Eliminate this monstrosity. The bear warrior bellows, and gunfire erupts, accompanied by anguished cries. In truth, Hong Yi had been aware of their presence as soon as they entered. However, his cerebral domain was still activating, and in this critical moment, he had no intention of attending to them. It was only when they began firing that his cerebral domain reached full capacity. In an instant, the agony vanished, replaced by an indescribable euphoria, akin to discovering an oasis during a parched desert journey. At this moment, he truly embodied a level 1 white star evolver. In that fleeting instant, he beheld a vast, star-studded sky, each twinkling point interconnected by luminous lines. Hong Yi recognized this as his talent skill tree. Every human possesses their own unique talent skill tree, and only upon activating their cerebral domain can they unlock its potential and acquire their distinctive skills. Skills are the essence that differentiates an evolver from ordinary humans. With his white star level 1 cerebral domain now activated, Hong Yi stands on the brink of obtaining his unique talent skill. A flash of white light illuminates the cave as the auxiliary intelligence delivers its notification. Talent skill activated. Evasion. Skill. Evasion. By stimulating the brain with bioelectric currents. This skill temporarily enhances reflexes, granting extraordinary capabilities to evade attacks. Hong Yi is evidently pleased with this skill, as heightened reflexes can be life-saving in critical moments. Upon inspecting his digitized attributes, he is astonished by the results. Muscle strength, 4, bone strength, 5, power, 6, agility, 8, reflexes, 5, immunity, 4, upon calculation. He notes an increase of 1 point in bone strength, 1 point in agility, 1 point in reflexes, and a significant increase of 2 points in power. His total attribute value now stands at 32 points, nearly reaching the prowess of a level 2 white star evolver. Simultaneously, an exhilarating surge of power courses through his body, nearly eliciting a cry of joy. Meanwhile, the battle within the cave draws closer to its conclusion. Chapter 23, Verification of Strength of the Wild Bear Team. With their considerable prowess, foolishly stormed into this place, they were no match for the white star level 2 mutant, Smoke Fart. In less than a minute, 3 of the mercenaries had perished at the hands of Smoke Fart's minions, leaving only the wild bear standing. Indeed, he possessed remarkable combat skills and had managed to hold his ground thus far, but he was acutely aware that his endurance was waning. He was unafraid of a white star level 1 mutant, but a level 2 was an entirely different matter. Who could have anticipated that their mission to rob would lead them to such a terrifying zombie mutant? Regret flooded Wild Bear's mind, but it was too late for remorse. If he did not devise a plan, he would share the fate of his fallen comrades. At that moment, Wild Bear spotted Hong Yi in the back and realized why this mercenary had not been attacked by the mutant. Clearly, this was abnormal. The terrifying hunter zombie had spared this mercenary, suggesting that perhaps he possessed a means to evade the mutant's aggression or even controlled it. With this thought, Wild Bear glimpsed a flicker of hope. He swiftly shot Smoke Fart back, seizing the opportunity to lunge toward Hong Yi. Having exhausted his ammunition, Wild Bear was confident in his ability to subdue the mercenary. Even a fellow white star level 1 evolver would struggle against his melee prowess. He planned to break the boy's leg, believing that would suffice to overpower him. Hong Yi, however, was far from a pushover. He had long suspected that Wild Bear and his companions harbored ill intentions. There was no need to ask. They were here to rob him. In the untamed wilderness, such occurrences were nearly daily affairs. Often, mercenaries fell to their own kind more frequently than to the claws of mutants. While others might panic in such a situation, Hong Yi was resolute. From the moment he chose the mercenary life, he understood the dangers that lay ahead, including the threat of robbery from fellow mercenaries. Thus, he knew how to respond, with immediate and unwavering counterattack. In an instant, Hong Yi sprang into action. With remarkable speed, he leapt from the ground, drawing his alloy machete, and evaded Wild Bear's hammer while delivering a swift slice to his wrist. The blade was exceptionally sharp, and blood spurted forth as Wild Bear let out a howl of pain, his eyes widening in disbelief at the mercenary's speed. Yet, being a white star level 1 evolver himself, Wild Bear reacted with incredible agility, charging toward Hong Yi with his massive frame. If he struck, the impact would be akin to a collision with a vehicle. However, Hong Yi was quicker. He sidestepped the bull-like charge of Wild Bear and countered with another strike. this time hitting the exterior of Wild Bear's exoskeleton armor, creating sparks but inflicting no real damage. As they disengaged, Wild Bear steadied himself, gripping his hammer with a fierce glare directed at Hong Yi, now tinged with a hint of apprehension. In contrast, Hong Yi remained calm, brandishing his alloy machete as they faced off. Smokefart screeched and lunged forward, but Hong Yi intervened. With Smokefart's assistance, defeating Wild Bear would be a simple task. However, having just awakened his brain domain and become a White Star Level 1 evolver, Hong Yi was eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength. And Wild Bear was an excellent test subject. Meanwhile, Wild Bear, envious of Hong Yi's ability to control the mutant, was increasingly determined to eliminate him to acquire that power for himself. "Are you a White Star Level 1 evolver?" Hong Yi inquired, now firmly in control of the situation. Wild Bear, wary of Smokefart, merely scoffed in acknowledgement. Hong Yi smiled. "You followed me all the way from the gathering point to here. What are your intentions? Speak the truth, and I shall grant you a chance to live." Furious, Wild Bear seethed at being threatened by such a young mercenary, nearly losing his composure. Yet, he recognized the precariousness of his situation. With a fearsome mutant by Hong Yi's side, he was at a disadvantage. If he could survive this encounter, he could seek revenge later. Thus, he revealed, "Of course, it is to kill and plunder." Quite candid. "Very well, I offer you a chance. Let us duel without firearms. If you win, I shall let you go. If you lose, you shall pay for your 3 companions," Hong Yi proposed. Wild Bear's heart soared at this offer. It was precisely what he had been waiting for. "You have my word," he replied eagerly. With that, he swung his hammer with ferocity, striking first. Anticipating the move, Hong Yi deftly sidestepped, countering with his blade. Both were White Star Level 1 evolvers, their power and speed far exceeding that of ordinary men, resulting in a dazzling display of combat. Wild Bear relied on brute strength, fortified by his exoskeleton armor and the berserk skill, unleashing devastating blows that shattered any rock struck by his hammer. Hong Yi, on the other hand, excelled in speed and reflexes. He activated his evasion skill, deftly avoiding direct confrontation. Despite being of the same level, Hong Yi's abilities evidently surpassed those of Wild Bear, especially with the additional attributes granted by his hunter rank. After a brief exchange, as Wild Bear's attacks began to wane, Hong Yi seized the opportunity to retaliate, forcing Wild Bear to retreat repeatedly. Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Wild Bear's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he was being pushed back by this young combatant. He could hardly accept that their strengths were so closely matched. Fearing defeat, an outcome he could not bear, Wild Bear's eyes glinted with cunning. Suddenly, he drew a concealed handgun from his calf and aimed it at Hong Yi. The weapon had been hidden for emergencies. Wild Bear's move was abrupt, and though Hong Yi wore a bulletproof vest, the gun was aimed at his head. If Wild Bear fired, it would spell doom for Hong Yi. Yet, Hong Yi remained unfazed. At such close range, his reflexes and agility would allow him to respond before a shot could be fired. In the next moment, he tilted his head slightly and swiftly pushed the gun away with his arm. The shot rang out, the bullet grazing past his temple, nearly rupturing his eardrum. Seizing the moment, Hong Yi thrust his alloy machete upward, driving it through Wild Bear's chin and out the top of his head. With no protection in that vulnerable spot, the blade pierced cleanly, and in an instant, Wild Bear's brain was obliterated, resulting in immediate death. His body stiffened, eyes wide with disbelief, before collapsing to the ground, a pool of blood rapidly forming beneath him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Hong Yi glanced down at Wild Bear's lifeless form and shook his head. Had you relied solely on your strength rather than resorting to firearms, you might have lasted longer. Alas, you chose the wrong strategy, he murmured to himself. Yet, he couldn't shake the fear of what might have happened had he failed to deflect the gun. It was a sobering reminder that some individuals operate beyond the bounds of honor and rules. After gathering the belongings of Wild Bear and his companions, as well as removing their intelligence officer's brain, Hong Yi finally led Smokefart out of the cave. The corpses within the cave require no special treatment, for soon enough, the mutated beings drawn by the scent of blood will swarm in and devour the remains. Presently, the sensation of unlocking the cerebral domain and ascending to the first tier of the White Star is exhilarating. It feels as though one has undergone a profound transformation. Crouching low, Hong Yi leaped with remarkable force, soaring over 2 meters high, effortlessly lifting a motorcycle laden with 500 to 600 pounds of gear with a single hand. The alloy machete, weighing merely 5 to 6 pounds, danced in his grasp with exquisite ease. This revelation illuminated the formidable strength of the evolved. Yet, He is merely at the White Star level. Should he continue to unlock his cerebral domain, he is confident he will grow even stronger. Outside, a pickup truck stands, evidently belonging to the Wild Bear Squad. Observing its decent condition and recalling that he had previously found the keys, Hong-yi resolved to drive off in the vehicle, thereby sparing himself the expense of purchasing one. He was reluctant to abandon the motorcycle either, thus he secured it with an iron chain to the rear of the truck. Stowing his spoils within the bed, allowing Yen-Pai to hide beneath the tarp, and then he drove away. Hong-yi still has a mission, to hunt the steel shell mutant. This is a creature that has attained the first tier of the White Star, an amphibious being residing in the Salt Lake region. Once, long ago, this area was a stunning inland lake, but after a great catastrophe, it has become a desolate wasteland. The steel shell mutant is a unique crustacean, larger than an adult human, resembling a crab, with exceptionally robust forelimbs. And its body is encased in an extraordinarily resilient shell that can withstand artillery fire. This armor can repel nearly all firearms, leaving only shallow marks from even high-caliber rifle bullets. The elite mercenaries in the Gathering place favor wearing armor crafted from steel shell material, with such protection. Bullets are rendered ineffective, and a well-made set of steel shell armor typically exceeds 10,000 new bucks, with branded items fetching even higher prices. Consequently, the purchasing price for steel shell has risen in tandem. However, hunting the steel shell mutant is notoriously challenging. Even explosives struggle to inflict damage upon them. Often, an entire team of mercenaries may spend an entire day pursuing a single steel shell mutant, only to witness it escape. Of course, some mercenaries employ powerful weaponry, but this approach risks damaging the shell, ultimately rendering any successful hunt a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, while the steel shell mutant is a treasure trove, it remains a double-edged sword. Ordinary mercenaries cannot slay them, and the elite look down upon them. In less than an hour, Hong-yi arrived at the Salt Lake region, an expansive plain dominated by a lifeless saline lake, where the steel shell mutants reside. Chapter 24. So simple, the dead water Salt Lake is a favorite locale for many mercenaries, its vast expanse teeming with low-level mutated creatures, among which the armored shell mutant is but one. Along the way, Hong-yi cautiously evaded other mercenaries, intent on keeping the existence of Yen-Pai a secret, for it encompassed his gravest secret. He sought a secluded spot to conceal the vehicle, then embarked on a wander with Yen-Pai, soon discovering numerous mercenaries engaged in futile attacks against solitary armored shell mutants. In most instances, their efforts yielded no results. Bullets ricocheted off the armored shells, and the weaker rounds left no mark, let alone inflicting harm. It was Hong-yi's first encounter with such a creature, strikingly reminiscent of a gigantic crab, albeit with a more streamlined shape and a smoother exoskeleton that enveloped its entire body, including its limbs. From a distance, it resembled a mobile fortress. Hong-yi commanded his auxiliary intelligence to retrieve data on the armored shell mutant, learning that most were of White Star rank 1, with occasional specimens at rank 2. Their formidable defenses made their shells prime material for crafting various armors. Intriguingly, their exoskeletons came in several colors, each commanding a different price in the market. The most common was mottled, while solid colors, ranging from rocky gray to pearl white and alloy silver, fetched increasingly high prices, with the rarest being the golden-hued shells. Such golden armored mutants had not been seen in years, and even the silver ones were scarce. The armored shell mutant currently besieged by a group of mercenaries was merely an ordinary mottled variety. At this moment, Hong-yi observed a 5-man mercenary squad attempting to subdue a mottled armored shell mutant. "Quick, target its limbs. Don't let it escape," one mercenary shouted. Yet their efforts proved ineffective. Armed with high-caliber rifles, their barrage of bullets failed to penetrate the mutant's defenses, the rounds merely bouncing off as if they wielded toy guns. Frustrated, one mercenary resorted to throwing 2 grenades, which detonated with thunderous explosions, generating immense shockwaves and shrapnel. Yet, astonishingly, the armored shell mutant remained unscathed. Ultimately, the remaining 4 mercenaries, having exhausted their ammunition, fled in terror. Witnessing this, Hong-yi grasped the formidable strength of the armored shell mutant. Its overwhelming defense rendered ordinary mercenaries powerless against it. However, in contrast to its robust defenses, its offensive capabilities were rather mediocre. Though powerful, it lacked speed. After the mercenaries departed, Hong-yi cautiously approached with Yen-Pai. The victorious armored shell mutant was devouring the corpse of a fallen mercenary, indifferent to Hong-yi's presence. Seemingly accustomed to the approach of ill-intentioned mercenaries and confident in its bulletproof exoskeleton, It was only when Yin Pai drew near that the mutant raised its head, retracting its body into a defensive posture, evidently wary of Yin Pai, a white star rank 2 mutant. Hong Yi attempted to exploit its weaknesses, only to discover the perplexing reality. The armored shell mutant possessed no discernible weak points. This was a first for Hong Yi. Without weaknesses, targeted shots could not be initiated. Yet, he surmised that it must possess vulnerabilities hidden beneath its armor. Yin Pai, attack, commanded Hong Yi, with no option for precision targeting. He resolved to confront the mutant head-on, believing Yin Pai, a rank 2, would surely surpass the rank 1 armored shell mutant. Indeed, as Yin Pai received the command with a fierce cry, it charged forward, delivering a powerful claw strike. Its claws, capable of shattering rock, struck the mutant's exoskeleton with a resounding thud, sending it careening 3 meters away, leaving deep gouges in the ground, a testament to Yin Pai's strength. Yet, the strike left only a shallow scratch on the mutant's shell, indicating its formidable nature. As the battle continued, Yin Pai showcased its rank 2 advantages in strength and speed, but Hong Yi noted that despite Yin Pai's overwhelming superiority, the armored shell mutant's robust defenses rendered a swift victory unattainable. Moreover, the scratches inflicted by Yin Pai on the mutant's shell could diminish its value if it were to be slain. Throughout the encounter, Hong Yi observed keenly, continually scanning the armored shell mutant for weaknesses. Suddenly, as the mutant lunged to attack Yin Pai, Hong Yi discerned its vulnerability. During its offensive, a specific area on its abdomen momentarily exposed a weak spot. Elated by this unexpected discovery, Hong Yi realized that the mutant's weakness only revealed itself in the fleeting instant before it attacked, necessitating speed and precision to exploit the opportunity. Determined to engage the armored shell hunter himself, he readied for confrontation. The mutant, agitated by Hong Yi's approach, advanced with its massive pincers poised to strike. As it closed in, poised to clamp down, ordinary reflexes would falter, but Hong Yi, a white star rank 1 evolver with true strength at rank 2, easily evaded the swift assault, dodging expertly as the mutant unleashed a flurry of attacks. In the next moment, as the armored shell mutant reared back for another assault, Hong Yi's eyes gleamed with determination. He raised his weapon and fired 3 rapid shots, all striking the mutant's singular weak point. A burst of purple blood erupted from its abdomen, accompanied by a piercing, ear-splitting screech. The armored shell mutant faltered, swaying precariously, perhaps sensing its impending doom. It attempted to flee, but after crawling a mere 10 meters, it convulsed and collapsed, motionless. Armored shell mutant slain, experience gained, 2 points. Was it truly this simple? Hong Yi found himself momentarily stunned, reflecting on the fact that this armored shell mutant had easily decimated a 5-man mercenary squad, claiming 1 life in the process. The creature had held its own against Yin Pai, a rank 2, yet now lay defeated by his hand with a mere 3 bullets. The improbability of it all left him in disbelief. The steel-skinned abomination loomed large, approximately the size of a compact car. Hong Yi strained to lift it, managing only to raise it slightly. Its weight was likely around a ton. After a thorough examination, he chose to abandon this specimen, for its exterior was marred with scratches and considerable damage, rendering it unsuitable for his task. Having acquired knowledge on how to hunt the steel-skin mutants, Hong Yi resolutely sought a specimen with a more intact shell. Not long after, he discovered another one. Drawing upon his previous experience, Hong Yi successfully dispatched this creature, which boasted an unblemished exterior. With the mission accomplished, he was eager to avoid further delays. He drove over to summon Yin Pai, who would assist in loading the carcass of the steel-skinned mutant onto the back of the pickup truck. He felt fortunate to have the vehicle. Otherwise, transporting the creature would have posed a significant challenge. Hong Yi had approached this task with a rather casual mindset, neglecting to consider the implications, as his primary focus was to amass substantial experience points. He instructed Yin Pai to keep a safe distance behind him as they departed. Shortly after Hong Yi left, another mercenary team arrived in the vicinity. This group appeared to be more formidable, arriving with 2 vehicles, one of which was a truck towing a trailer, clearly designed for transporting large game. Comprising 10 members, they began by excavating a pit in a lower terrain, specifically designed to ensnare creatures like the steel-skin mutant. They covered the pit with soft fabric and camouflaged it before they commenced their search for the elusive mutants. Chapter 25. The Upgrade, Undoubtedly. This was a highly experienced mercenary squad. Soon, they stumbled upon the corpse of a steel-shelled mutant, slain by Hong Yi. The captain of the squad hurried over. "Captain, look. This is it," exclaimed a scout, pointing excitedly at the body. Despite the numerous claw marks on the steel shell, it was still worth a significant sum, a windfall indeed. The captain examined it closely and remarked, "This creature has fought against a mutant of at least White Star level 2. Clearly, it was no match for its opponent. For its demise was not due to these claw marks. Come, let us turn it over." Immediately, 7 or 8 men flipped the steel-shelled mutant onto its back, revealing the fatal wound. At the center of its abdomen was a bullet entry wound, leaving all the mercenaries in disbelief. Impossible. The abdomen of the steel-shelled mutant is protected by an internal exoskeleton. While not as tough as the outer shell, it should be impenetrable to ordinary bullets, let alone lethal. One mercenary drew a dagger and thrust it into the wound, only to find it stopped 2 centimeters in by the rigid internal structure. Given the internal protection, this bullet entry might not be the fatal wound, most mercenaries thought. However, the squad captain frowned, observing the pool of purple blood and the corpse. He shook his head and said, "Wait, did you find the bullet inside? If it were blocked by the internal exoskeleton, there would surely be a bullet fragment left behind. But look here, this is clearly a penetrating wound, and the amount of blood indicates it must be fatal. But Captain, with the internal exoskeleton defense, how could the bullet have penetrated?" A mercenary questioned, puzzled. The captain sighed, "If only I knew. I have a hunch that the bullet is definitely inside the body. I'm not sure how the assailant managed it, but the one who killed this steel-shelled mutant must be a master, perhaps even a high-level evolver." Hearing this, the mercenaries felt a sense of gloom. They were merely ordinary mercenaries, most of whom were just regular humans, not even the most basic White Star level 1 evolvers. All right, let us get to work. Since heaven has bestowed upon us such a gift, we must accept it. Let us haul it onto the trailer. If we can trap another one today, it would be a double blessing, and I'll treat everyone to drinks tonight. The captain decided to dismiss the troubling thoughts. Yet, in his mind, he pondered who could have killed this steel-shelled mutant. Everyone knew its value, but such mutants were notoriously difficult to kill. Even if one managed to do so, preserving the integrity of the shell was nearly impossible. The circumstances surrounding this mutant's death were peculiar. If his suspicions were correct, then the secret possessed by the one who killed this steel-shelled mutant would be immensely valuable. Their squad had learned a technique for hunting steel-shelled mutants, primarily relying on traps to immobilize them, followed by the use of a specialized impact drill to breach the shell and damage the brain. Even so, their success rate was low. Managing a successful hunt once every 2 or 3 days was commendable, as some steel-shelled mutants possessed immense strength and could escape even the traps. Nevertheless, their squad had amassed considerable wealth through hunting these mutants, with each member owning an auxiliary intelligence unit, thus understanding the benefits of slaying steel-shelled mutants. If they could discover a method to eliminate such creatures without damaging their shells, they could achieve great fortune. In the southwestern corner of the Salt Lake District lay a vast expanse of dry riverbed, a place few mercenaries dared to venture due to the troublesome presence of mutant ant-men. These mutants were not targets of any missions, as they offered little of value and were numerous and difficult to kill, making the endeavor unprofitable. However, today, someone had come specifically to hunt the ant-men. Hong-Yi parked his vehicle behind a large rock at a distance, then walked several hundred meters to a location near an ant nest. He commanded his companion, Yen Pai, to keep watch while he surveyed the surroundings from a high vantage point. This area was expansive, extending 4 to 5 kilometers deep, with no signs of human activity. 200 meters away, several ant-men, exceeding 1.5 meters in length, roamed, and further in the distance was a towering ant nest, reminiscent of a pyramid, although most of it lay underground. According to the data stored in his auxiliary intelligence unit, the size of the ant nest could be inferred from its visible portion above ground. Typically, the ratio was 1 to 10, meaning the exposed part represented only 1/10 of the entire nest. Given its scale, the number of ant-men within would exceed 5,000. Undoubtedly, this represented an excellent source of experience for Hong-Yi. His choice of the Salt Lake District was primarily to hunt these abundant ant-men, with the steel-shelled mutant being a secondary objective for a little extra profit. Ant-Men mutants generally reached White Star level 1, with some attaining level 2, and elite individuals reportedly achieving level 3. As for the Ant Queen, specific data was lacking, but it resided deep within the nest and would not be encountered. Hunting these Ant-Men mutants would yield substantial experience rewards, and with no other mercenaries present, Hong-Yi valued the solitude, enabling him to operate without interference. Ant-Men mutants were not weak compared to other mutants. In fact, they were formidable, especially since they rarely acted alone, complicating the hunt. Furthermore, they possessed an outer shell, providing some level of ballistic defense, making them difficult to kill, and the risk of being overwhelmed was ever present. However, Hong-Yi had solutions to these challenges. He possessed a weak-point shooting skill for rapid target elimination and had Yin Pai, a White Star Level 2 mutant, to serve as a shield against stray attacks. Moreover, if he found himself in dire straits, his agility and dodge skill would allow him to escape before being encircled. This confidence was what empowered him to hunt the Ant-Men that other mercenaries avoided. His Type 5 Hellfire rifle had an effective killing range exceeding 500 meters, enhanced further by armor-piercing rounds. At present, his tactical vest was loaded with 8 fully loaded magazines, and an additional one was attached to the rifle, totaling 9 magazines, ample firepower and ammunition. The distance to the Ant-Man was merely 200 meters, and with the electronic sight and weak-point shooting, Hong Yi could easily execute long-range sniping. Let us begin. Hong Yi checked his current hunter level and experience points. He was at level 4 with 15 experience points, needing 185 more to reach level 5. He aimed at one of the Ant-Man mutants and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out as a bullet pierced the back of one Ant-Man's head, exploding in a spray of grayish-white fluid. The Ant-Man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Eliminated one ordinary Ant-Man mutant, earning 1 experience point. A swift kill. Around him, several ant-mutant creatures stirred restlessly, their heads adorned with 2 antennae, capable of sensing movements within a radius of hundreds of meters. The response time was considerable, ample for Hong Yi to pull the trigger a second time. Another shot rang out, and the second ant-mutant collapsed lifelessly, swiftly followed by a third shot. Hong Yi's precise marksmanship ensured that he could eliminate his targets with a single bullet, a feat difficult for other mercenaries to achieve. After 3 shots, the ant-mutants discerned Hong Yi's position. They emitted high-frequency sounds as warnings, while 7 or 8 ant-mutants began to charge toward him with remarkable speed, akin to that of a cheetah, equipped with 6 legs and 1 or 2 pairs of forelimbs for attack. The ants could sprint at a pace comparable to that of an automobile. Unfazed, Hong Yi continued to squeeze the trigger. With each gunshot, an ant-mutant would tumble to the ground, lifeless. His shooting speed was astonishing. Soon, only one ant-mutant remained within a 30-meter range of him. In the next instant, this lone ant was toppled by a plume of smoke. Before Hong Yi could catch his breath, more ant-mutants surged toward him from the distance. In response, he quickened his pace, embodying the calm demeanor of a sharpshooter whose sole task was to aim and fire. Shell casings fell around him in rapid succession, and soon he emptied a magazine. Swiftly, he replaced it with a new one and resumed firing, now unleashing a barrage. As he sometimes needed bullets to stave off the relentless assault of the ants, naturally leading to a greater expenditure of ammunition. In just a few minutes, the area extending over 200 meters in front of Hong Yi was strewn with the corpses of numerous ant-mutants. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for no one had ever achieved such a feat. Although the ant-mutants were not as formidable as the armored mutants, they were still a challenging adversary, and the current situation resembled a one-sided massacre. The barrel of Hong Yi's rifle was scorching hot, yet more ant-mutants continued to emerge from their burrows. Indeed, trouble was brewing. Hong Yi furrowed his brow, replacing the empty magazine as he continued to fire in quick succession. At this juncture, the smoke screen proved invaluable. Objectively speaking, without the protective cover of the smoke, Hong Yi would have had no choice but to retreat immediately. However, with the formidable barrier of smoke absorbing the attacks, his withdrawal could be delayed, allowing him a moment's respite. Chapter 26. Fortune favors the bold. As he replaced the 7th magazine, the number of mutated ant-men attacking Yin Pai had swelled to 7. Additionally, a few more mutated ant-men lunged at Hong Yi. Anticipating this, Hong Yi moved and fired simultaneously. After dispatching one of the charging mutated ant-men, he quickly rose and retreated. Another mutated ant-man lunged at him, snapping its jaws, but he dodged, drew his sidearm, and, without a glance, shot rapidly at the weak point of the creature, killing it. At this moment, Hong Yi's sole objective was to hunt as many mutated ant-men as possible to acquire the experience necessary for leveling up as a hunter. In the brief span of a few minutes, he had already slain nearly 100 mutated ant-men. However, he began to feel a slight dizziness, likely a consequence of his continuous use of weak-point shots. Clearly, such superhuman abilities were not without limits. In front of him, Yin Pai fended off the mutated ant-men, but in the distance, even more were emerging from the nest. Hong Yi realized it was time to leave. Staying any longer would put him in peril. Just then, a series of shrill cries erupted from the nest, and Hong Yi turned to witness a shocking sight. Emerging from the pyramid-like nest, riddled with holes, were 2 mutated ant-men that were twice the size of the ordinary ones. These creatures had elongated bodies, glossy black exteriors as if coated in ink, and remarkably, they possessed a pair of translucent wings. In the next instant, these distinctly different monsters took to the sky and charged towards Hong Yi. They could fly. Hong Yi's pupils constricted in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. The mutant database he had downloaded from the Mercenary Association contained no information on such creatures, leaving him utterly unprepared. This was undeniably a perilous encounter. The unknown varieties of mutants concealed risks he could not fathom. Within the gathering place, there were exploration missions designated for the discovery of new mutant types not recorded in the database. One could document their forms and characteristics, compiling them into a Pokédex to submit for rewards. Undoubtedly, these flying mutated ant-men represented a new species, and since there was no data available, Hong Yi instructed his aide to record the information. With no option to escape, as the adversaries could fly, he resolved to eliminate the two airborne mutants, otherwise he knew he would not survive the day. Yin Pai, block the other mutated ant-men, he commanded, prompting Yin Pai, who had already crushed several ant-men, to attack with even greater ferocity. Despite Yin Pai's formidable strength, it was battered and bruised from the relentless assault, if not for its undead resilience. It would have succumbed long ago. At this juncture, Hong Yi faced two choices: abandon Yin Pai to attempt to tame one of the flying mutants, or have Yin Pai fend off the ground-based ant-men while he took on the two airborne threats alone. The first option appeared tempting, but was fraught with danger. He could not be certain that his taming skills would work on these creatures. If they were of a higher mutation level, his chances of success would plummet. Should he fail, Yin Pai would lose control, and the ground mutants would overwhelm him. Thus, he opted for the second strategy, fully aware of the inherent risks involved. He quickly decided to test his mettle. If it proved futile, he'd abandon Yin Pai and attempt taming instead. Just then, one of the flying mutants swooped down like a falcon, aiming to bite him. Hong Yi had anticipated this, his agility reaching 3 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with his evasion skills. In a remarkable display, he dodged the attack, leaping sideways just in time. Seizing the moment, he fired his rifle while simultaneously aiming his sidearm at the other flying mutant. The gunfire erupted, and both mutants erupted with thick, milky white blood. The one that had lunged at him fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust, while the other, though injured, circled above, waiting for an opportunity. The fallen flying mutant writhed in agony, and ignoring his dizziness, Hong Yi rushed over, unleashing a barrage of bullets at its weak point. Blood spattered as he struck true, and the creature fell still after a brief convulsion. One flying mutated ant-man slain, gaining 3 experience points. 3 experience points? Hong Yi surmised that this flying ant-man was likely a level 2 mutation, albeit rare, hence the higher experience yield. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he replaced his last magazine. His head throbbed painfully, and his aide warned him that his brain cells were exhausted and that he could no longer utilize weak point shots. This meant he could not tame any creatures. He could only tenuously control Yin Pai, leaving other matters aside. A flying mutant still hovered above, and Yin Pai could not hold out much longer. The situation was dire. Hong Yi understood that he had to devise a plan quickly, or he would surely perish. As the saying goes, necessity breeds invention. Hong Yi devised a risky scheme. He deliberately exposed a weakness to the flying mutant and dashed towards his vehicle. As anticipated, the mutant could not contain itself and swooped down with a shriek, its sharp mandibles aimed at Hong Yi's back. At the moment of impact, Hong Yi relied on his extraordinary speed, propelling himself forward while simultaneously turning in midair, aiming his rifle at the mutant's weak point to unleash a volley of shots. While he could not utilize the weak point shot, his prior knowledge of the mutant's vulnerabilities, combined with his electronic sight, would suffice. The sharp mandibles grazed his body, slicing through his bulletproof vest, while simultaneously, the flying mutant was riddled with bullets, its weak points perforated. In the next heartbeat, both Hong Yi and the mutant crashed to the ground, Hong Yi covered in viscous mutant fluid, while the mutant lay lifeless. That was close. Hong Yi's first thought was that had he made but a slight miscalculation, even if he had killed the mutant, he would have been severely wounded. However, he had no time to bask in his good fortune or reflect on his experiences. Without a glance at the mutant corpses for brain crystals, he executed a swift maneuver and dashed towards his vehicle with renewed urgency. He knew Yin Pai could not endure much longer. Run, he commanded Yin Pai, understanding that if he did not order its retreat, the creature he had tamed would be torn apart by the horde of mutated ant-men. Reaching his car, he flung open the door and started the engine, quickly driving away from the area. Yin Pai, possessing remarkable speed, could escape on its own and even consume other mutants to recover, so he did not worry about it. He had ways to locate it later. Only after exiting the Salt Lake District did Hong-Yi finally come to a halt by the roadside to rest. Moments ago, he stood on the precipice of life and death. Had he been encircled by the mutated Ant-Man, his demise would have been inevitable. Moreover, Hong-Yi narrowly escaped a fatal encounter with a flying Ant-Man, whose sharp mandibles effortlessly sliced through the protective vest he had purchased, rendering its alloy plates as mere trifles. It is worth noting that the hardness of such materials is formidable. Even a keen dagger would struggle to penetrate, yet the Ant-Man's mandibles tore through with ease, a testament to their razor sharpness. However, a smile soon graced Hong-Yi's face. Despite the perilous circumstances, he had garnered significant rewards in that brief span. He had amassed 121 experience points, which under normal conditions would require a day and a half of arduous labor. At this moment, only 64 experience points stood between him and the coveted 5th level of Hunter. He was confident that he would achieve this milestone by day's end. At the number 7 gathering place, within the Mercenary Association, Hong-Yi presented the nearly intact carcass of the steel-shelled mutant to the incredulous gaze of the task inspector. Earning a reward of 6,000 new coins along with 6 contribution points. This sum was substantial, yet he promptly expended 3,000 new coins to procure a unit of cerebral nutrient solution, aimed at remedying the cerebral strain inflicted by excessive skill usage. For any mercenary who has attained the 1st level of the White Star, the overuse of acquired skills is an unfortunate necessity, and the nutrient solution serves to alleviate such depletion, replenishing the brain's vitality. The nutrient solution is contained within a diminutive electronic injector, housing merely a few milliliters of liquid, which can be directly connected to the AID's intelligence core, allowing for the infusion of nourishment into the brain. An hour later, Hong-Yi resumed his journey towards the Ant-Man gathering site in the Salt Lake District, encountering Yin Pai along the way. As a mutant, Yin Pai possessed a remarkable regenerative ability, and despite previous grievous injuries, he had nearly recovered after feasting on a few zombies. This time, Hong-Yi opted for a different ant nest, reverting to his previous tactics of hunting the Ant-Man mutants. Drawing from his newfound experience, he judiciously limited the use of his weak point shooting until dusk fell. At long last, he succeeded in hunting enough Ant-Man mutants to elevate his hunter level to 5. Today was undoubtedly fraught with peril, yet the rewards were equally substantial. With the entrance examination for the Evolution Institute approaching the following day, Hong-Yi was determined to bolster his strength, ensuring his admission into the esteemed institution. Chapter 27. The examination commences as the hunter's level ascended to 5. His physical prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement. Muscle strength increased by 1 point, power by 1 point, agility by 1 point, and reflexes by 1 point. A new skill was unlocked, mastery of bow and crossbow. The fatigue that had weighed heavily upon Hong-Yi throughout the day seemed to dissipate entirely with this elevation to hunter level 5, resulting in an overall enhancement of 4 attribute points and the acquisition of a new skill. However, Hong-Yi was unaware of the true might of this skill, as it required at least 1 bow or crossbow in his possession to be utilized. Upon reviewing the experience required to advance to hunter level 6, he noted that it necessitated 300 points, and similarly, no new skills could be unlocked until reaching hunter level 7, where an intriguing choice awaited, a selection between 2 skills, allowing only one to be chosen. As night fell, few mercenaries dared to linger in the wilderness, even in the relatively safe regions surrounding the gathering place. It was well understood that the night belonged to the mutated creatures. Hong-Yi procured some cooked meat, vegetables, and wine before knocking on Old Lee's door. Old Lee was home. After dark, the impoverished district was rife with danger, often plagued by theft and other criminal activities, making it far safer to remain indoors. Seeing Hong-Yi, Old Lee welcomed him with joy. Lacking family, he regarded Hong-Yi as a son, and soon they were sharing drinks. Aware of Hong-Yi's profession as a mercenary, Old Lee had previously attempted to dissuade him, but after several fruitless attempts, he ceased his counsel, recognizing Hong-Yi's resolute determination. Xiao-Yi, I wish to impart a single piece of advice. Be cautious in all matters and avoid greed. Remember, one must survive to compete, to seize, and to enjoy. Once dead, all is lost. Old Lee took a sip of wine and offered his counsel. Hong-Yi understood that this was for his own good and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Old Lee became more loquacious, reminiscing about past events, until he eventually succumbed to slumber, soundly asleep. Hong-Yi, despite consuming a considerable amount of wine, was fortified by his exceptional physical constitution, rendering him highly resistant to intoxication, showing no signs of inebriation. The examination schedule for the following day was of utmost importance. While others might be oblivious, Hong Yi, having once resided in the affluent district, understood the significance of the Evolution Academy. It was within this institution that one could acquire crucial universal skills. Unlike abilities derived from innate cognitive realms, these skills were learned and comprehended postnatally. The term universal implied accessibility to all, yet the universal skills offered by the Evolution Academy were unparalleled, unattainable elsewhere, which underscored the Academy's formidable reputation. Among star-level evolvers, those who had studied at the Academy were significantly superior to those who had not. Although he was applying to the evolution branch, he anticipated gaining some universal skills as well. Determined to rest adequately, Hong Yi compelled himself to lie down and sleep, knowing that only with sufficient rest would he be prepared to face the examination in optimal condition. The following day, in the impoverished district, an area designated by the Administrative Management Bureau for the establishment of the evolution branch, had already attracted a vast crowd. Over 30 T4 combat robots and hundreds of staff members were deployed to maintain order. Despite being an older model, the T4 robots still exuded a formidable presence, deterring the thousands gathered from acting recklessly. Outside the evolution branch, a multitude of tables had been set up, each manned by an initial examiner tasked with reviewing the applicant's information and conducting preliminary screenings. Only those who met the criteria would be permitted to proceed to the subsequent examination, while those who did not would be promptly dismissed. Within the evolution branch, Yang Wenxing, appointed as the branch director, occupied a plush leather chair on the top floor of a 5-story building. Clearly elated, he reflected on his journey from a senior instructor at the Evolution Academy. Having toiled for years to achieve this opportunity, his status had consequently risen, and he now wielded considerable influence, with powerful factions from the affluent district vying for his favor, each eager to partake in the substantial opportunities offered by the evolution branch. Beside him, a well-dressed young female secretary reported on the situation with a tablet in hand. Director, the inaugural enrollment for the evolution branch has surpassed 100,000 applicants. However, a significant majority do not meet our admission criteria, and I anticipate that at least 50% will be eliminated after the initial screening. Additionally, the construction of the branch's infrastructure and facilities has been completed, and the engineering department requires your approval. The branch can accommodate a maximum of 10,000 students in its initial phase. I have no concerns about selecting the best candidates. The examiners and examination questions are sourced directly from our institution, comprising 5 stages. Nonetheless, I doubt that individuals from the impoverished district will surpass even 2 stages. Moving forward, we need to develop a tailored set of examination questions for the branch, lest we struggle to attract students in the future. By the way, how are the arrangements for the instructors and teaching assistants progressing? Yang Wenxing inquired. The selection of instructors is determined by our academy, totaling 100, all with a minimum rank of White Star Level 3. We can select the teaching assistants ourselves, and many have expressed interest in the role, including various factions from the affluent district. Here is the preliminary selection list, the secretary replied, retrieving a document and respectfully placing the tablet before Yang Wenxing. These individuals are akin to wolves, eager to seize even the slightest opportunity. However, there is no need to offend anyone in this matter. We shall proceed according to this list. Oh, and this Yuan Shiji is merely at White Star Level 1. How dare he seek a position as a teaching assistant? It seems he desires to earn some credits and advance to the elite class in our academy. In any case, as long as he comes, he is welcome. Yang Wenxing grumbled as he signed the document, thereby formalizing the appointments. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, observing the lengthy queue before him, felt a sense of helplessness. Even with 100 initial examiners available, the sheer number of applicants rendered it insufficient, and here, even the local gang leaders wielded no influence. Compelled to adhere to the established order, after standing in line for a full 2 hours, it was finally Hong Yi's turn. The initial examiner, a middle-aged man, did not even glance up as he curtly demanded, "Hand me your application form." Hong Yi promptly submitted his application, which bore a scanning code that would reveal the candidate's information upon scanning. The examiner glanced at the screen on the table and gestured toward a helmet-like device, instructing, "Put this on." Hong Yi recognized it as a potential testing device, utilized to assess the human brain's potential. Each individual possessed a unique potential, and previously, in the affluent district, he had been tested with a potential score of 75, which was commendable. Only those with a potential score of 60 could aspire to become evolvers. Thus, it seemed that this initial examination was indeed a test of potential. With that thought, Hongi donned the helmet. "Now, remain still," commanded the examiner as he operated the computer beside him, and soon the testing results appeared on the screen. Upon seeing the displayed score, the examiner was left astounded. 85. It has reached 85. Excellent. Even in the affluent district, such potential qualifies as outstanding. Your name is Hongi, correct? You have passed the initial test. Proceed to the next testing point. The examiner stamped Hongi's application form and gestured toward the grand door behind him. Anyone who passes the preliminary examination is permitted to enter the evolution division for the next round of tests. As Hongi picked up the registration form, a peculiar feeling surged within him. He recalled testing his potential in the affluent district, where he had scored only 75 points. Decent, yet far from exceptional. How could a retest yield such a disparity, now revealing a potential of 85 points? Under normal circumstances, one's potential should remain constant. Could it be attributed to the hunter skill tree? After much contemplation, Hongi concluded that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. If one were to liken the brain to a vast tree, the higher the potential, the larger and more lush this tree would become. For an evolver, a greater potential is undoubtedly advantageous. With the registration form in hand, Hongi stepped through the gates of the evolution division amid countless envious and jealous gazes. The entrance was guarded by 4 armed combat robots and 2 staff members, who verified his form before granting him access. In contrast to the cacophony outside, the interior of the evolution division was relatively serene, though this was a matter of degree. At that moment, a large open plaza was filled with individuals who had passed the preliminary test, their ages varying significantly, some as young as 15 or 16, while others did not exceed 30. This age restriction was a criterion for admission to the evolution division. Those below 15 or above 30 were eliminated at the registration stage. Hongi's examination number was inscribed on the registration form, and the area was organized according to these numbers, resulting in a crowd of over 10,000 individuals. Yet the order was commendably maintained. Just then, Hongi noticed someone waving at him. It was Skinny Monkey, a subordinate of the Mad Dog. "Ego. I knew you would definitely pass the preliminary test. This is splendid. By the way, let me introduce you. These are my brothers from the gang. You guys. Greet Ego." Skinny Monkey exuded the air of a small-time gang leader, and after his announcement, 5 or 6 laid-back individuals beside him chorused in unison. "Enough. You know I'm not fond of this kind of display." Hongi waved his hand dismissively, fully aware that Skinny Monkey's camaraderie was solely due to the influence of Mad Dog. Chapter 28. The initial shot of the bow and arrow reflecting on the Mad Dog. Hongi let out a sigh. The man was undoubtedly one who valued loyalty, willing to stake his life for his brothers without a moment's hesitation. Yet, due to a prior incident, he and the Mad Dog had parted ways and lost contact. How was the Mad Dog faring now? Hongi couldn't resist asking. Upon hearing this, the thin monkey quickly replied, "Brother Dog is doing well. Ego, rest assured. He was thrilled to hear you were applying to the Evolution Academy. He said if it were you, success would surely follow." Hongi remained silent, knowing deep down that the Mad Dog still cared for him, unlike others who had long forgotten the bonds of brotherhood. "Hey, isn't that the thin monkey from Yuanxing? Who would have thought that you, a third-rate cripple, could pass the preliminary test? What a stroke of luck. Isn't that right?" A voice called out from behind, belonging to a man in his 20s, bald with a zombie tattoo on his arm, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, all wearing expressions of provocation. The thin monkey's eyes narrowed in response, stepping forward to shield Hongi. "What do you mean luck, zombie? Have you eaten something foul? You stink. Let me tell you, my brother passed the preliminary test through sheer strength." The two groups faced off. Hongi was aware of the one called Zombie, who belonged to the Strongman Society, a rival of the Yuanxing Society. Conflicts were inevitable upon their meeting. The thin monkey positioned himself to allow Hongi to retreat, wishing to keep him out of their gang's disputes. However, Zombie had clearly set his sights on Hongi. "Hey, you over there. You look unfamiliar. Just joined Yuanxing?" Zombie sneered, his beady eyes scrutinizing Hongi with ill intent. The thin monkey, recognizing Zombie's intentions, whispered urgently, "Ego, ignore him and leave now. I'll handle this." Hongi nodded, disinterested in courting trouble. Though unafraid, his priority was to gain admission to the Evolution Academy. So he simply patted the thin monkey on the shoulder and turned to depart. The thin monkey knew how to handle such situations. Despite his unimposing stature, he was cunning and ruthless, and being on the grounds of the Evolution Academy meant even the most formidable gangs would think twice about causing a ruckus. Thus, Hong Yi felt no concern. Zombie had evidently noticed Hong Yi and hurried over. Hong Yi, I was just telling Lu Jia that I thought you would apply too. And here you are. Haha, how have you been these past few days? The newcomer was none other than Su Lang, who had befriended Hong Yi during the Ghost Mother incident, along with Lu Jia. Clearly, both intended to register for the Evolution Academy, and their ages met the requirements, making this opportunity too good to pass up. In fact, many mercenaries participated in the entrance examination, especially those with considerable strength. Where's Ma Shuai? Hong Yi scanned the area, not spotting the burly mercenary. Su Lang replied, that guy didn't pass the preliminary test. Without passing the preliminary test, he couldn't gain entry. Lu Jia Ma Shuai. And I formed a new mercenary team and completed several tasks. Hong Yi, if you're willing, you can join us anytime. Su Lang extended another invitation. After exchanging a few words, Hong Yi introduced Su Lang and Lu Jia to the thin monkey, recognizing the advantage of knowing more people in the slums. At this point, the true examination commenced. Several examiners ascended a high platform and announced through a loudspeaker, the preliminary test for the Evolution Academy is complete. A total of 49,000 candidates passed. We now proceed to the second examination, the intelligence test. Remember, intelligence is as crucial as potential. It affects your comprehension and learning capabilities. This aspect relies solely on you. Even the assistant's intelligent brain cannot aid you. 100 answering machines are distributed throughout this square, and each candidate may approach one to answer questions. There are 10 questions in total, randomly selected from a pool of millions. You must answer at least 6 correctly to pass, and each of you has only one opportunity to answer. If you understand, you may begin. Once the examiner finished speaking, others finally noticed the numerous machines scattered across the vast square. Each machine was simple, designed for one person to wear a holographic visor, meaning that only the individual could view the questions. As the examination began, candidates approached the machines in succession, with varied results eliciting joy for some and despair for others. Hong Yi remained undaunted. Such tests were equally manageable at any time, so he confidently approached and donned the holographic visor. Within 3 minutes, Hong Yi completed his answers. Naturally, he passed, having answered all 10 intelligence questions correctly. This was no surprise, as he had previously undertaken similar intelligence tests in the affluent district, passing them with ease. In terms of intelligence, Hong Yi felt no pressure whatsoever. Knowing that Hong Yi had successfully passed, Su Lang and the thin monkey were eager to try their luck. Hong Yi, holding his registration form, walked through a passageway into the next examination area. However, under what Hong Yi deemed a straightforward intelligence test, nearly half of the candidates failed, with only a little over 10,000 passing in the end. Su Lang, Lu Jia, and the thin monkey also passed. But among the thin monkey S group, only one individual succeeded while the rest were eliminated. The third test focused on combat strength. In this new era of survival, strength was paramount, and the assessment comprised shooting and comprehensive combat. Shooting was simple. Candidates selected a ranged weapon to shoot at stationary, moving, and rapidly moving targets, with higher scores being more favorable. To Hong Yi's surprise, in addition to firearms, there were also bows and arrows among the ranged weapons. Selecting a bow would yield a scoring bonus. Fixed targets earned 30 points, moving targets the same, while the rapidly moving targets scored up to 40 points. Choosing a bow would grant an additional 10 points to the total score. As a level 5 hunter, Hong Yi had unlocked the bow mastery skill, so he hesitated only briefly before selecting a scaled longbow. An examiner observing this was intrigued, as few candidates opted for such weapons, with most preferring firearms. The target was set 70 meters away, a distance not too far, as combat with mutated beings typically occurred within such ranges. Upon gripping the longbow, Hong Yi experienced an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he were holding an old friend he had fought alongside for years. Despite it being his first time wielding a bow, fixed target, commence shooting, the examiner commanded. Simultaneously, Hong Yi drew an arrow from the quiver, knocked it on the string, and released it with fluid grace, continuing to draw and shoot in rapid succession. In total, 10 arrows struck 10 fixed targets, all hitting the bullseye. Only when he lowered the longbow did the examiner finally react. Candidate Hong Yi, all fixed targets hit. 30 points. Next came the moving targets. Utilizing his special skill, bow mastery, Hong Yi found shooting with the longbow even more intuitive than using firearms, exhibiting superior control and precision, achieving a perfect score once again. The final test involved rapidly moving targets, a particularly challenging assessment featuring 40 randomly moving targets layered over one another. Only 4 were designated as targets. and candidates had to hit all 4 within the allotted time to score. The performance of Hong Yi in the first 2 rounds piqued the curiosity of the examiner, who was eager to ascertain the score this individual would achieve in the most challenging shooting test. Observing Hong Yi, he appeared as a seasoned archer, prompting onlookers to believe he had dedicated over a decade to mastering the bow. However, the truth was that today marked his inaugural experience wielding such a weapon. The examiner was astonished, and Hong Yi shared in that astonishment. Although the bow and arrow lacked the speed and explosive power of firearms, they possess unique qualities. A formidable archer can propel arrows with remarkable strength, making this weapon particularly suited to him. Having gained proficiency from prior practice, Hong Yi now held an unwavering affection for archery. Without hesitation, he released his first arrow. The projectile soared like a shooting star, piercing through a swiftly moving target with precision. Impressive. The examiner's eyes gleamed. This rapidly shifting target simulated the movement speed of a Class II mutated entity, and the fact that Hong Yi struck true with a single arrow suggested he could effortlessly target the creature's vital points. Furthermore, the target was crafted from a thick alloy, 1 centimeter in depth, displaying exceptional hardness. Ordinary bullets could merely leave dents. Yet, here was Hong Yi, having penetrated the target with an arrow, an astonishing feat. Perhaps the arrow's tip was extraordinary. If it were fashioned from a super-strong alloy, it could indeed perforate metal. The examiner contemplated this possibility. In subsequent shots, Hong Yi consistently pierced the targets, hitting 4 in total. By now, the examiner had grown accustomed to his prowess and proceeded to input a perfect score into the computer, adding a note. This candidate possesses extraordinary talent. If he passes the subsequent tests, it is recommended he be placed in the elite class. Chapter 29. Simulated Combat. Holding the registration form, Hong Yi departed from the shooting range. To ensure the candidate's optimal performance and to avoid accidental injuries from stray bullets, the shooting examination was conducted on an individual basis. Clearly, only the examiner had witnessed Hong Yi's exceptional performance moments ago. Outside the shooting range, a bustling crowd had gathered. Candidates who scored no less than 60 points on the shooting test would be permitted to advance to the next phase. Those who fell below this threshold would be eliminated without exception. The examinations for the evolution division would span 2 days. Today marked the final segment of the physical assessments, comprehensive combat. Candidates were required to enter a holographic projection arena to engage in battle against simulated mutated creatures. The combat format was a wheel battle, with 1 mutated creature projection appearing at a time. Upon defeating one, a stronger variant would emerge, continuing until the candidate was killed. To pass, one must vanquish at least 1 mutated projection, with additional victories yielding higher scores. Hong Yi spotted Su Lang, Lu Jia, and the lean monkey, evidently. The 3 had also succeeded in the first AS trials. In terms of overall capabilities, they were all commendable, making their advancement quite reasonable. The testing platform was a metallic stage, 1 meter high and over 20 meters in diameter, surrounded by projection devices. The projected mutated creatures appeared indistinguishable from reality, as the data was sourced from actual samples, including even the creature's weaknesses. After an attack, the system assessed the force and angle to calculate damage, representing an advanced simulated combat apparatus. Many individuals from affluent districts utilized such devices to enhance their combat experience and familiarize themselves with mutated creatures. Hong Yi had encountered similar technology in the wealthy districts, but was surprised to find it within the evolution division as well. There were over a dozen virtual combat platforms, and the remaining candidates were grouped by computer for testing. Hong Yi and Lu Jia were assigned to the same group, while Su Lang and the lean monkey were placed in another. Approaching their designated combat platform, the examiner began calling names, one by one. Remember, you may choose from various melee weapons, but firearms are prohibited. Additionally, those equipped with an assistant AI may utilize it. However, the criteria for passing will be slightly more challenging compared to those without an assistant AI, as you must succeed in the second round, announced one examiner before proceeding to call the names. The first candidate, a bit anxious, selected a composite machete and stepped onto the simulated combat platform, where a projection of a walker soon materialized. Though a mere projection, it appeared utterly lifelike. The walker glaring with milky eyes and emitting a low growl as it lunged forward with its decayed claws. The candidate, evidently terrified and lacking an assistant AI, frantically swung the machete, only to be swiftly dispatched by a claw swipe to the throat. The examiner immediately declared, failed. Next, one by one, candidates took the stage. Some succeeded in eliminating the mutated projections, while others faltered. Meanwhile, the waiting candidates below engaged in hushed discussions. It seemed that ordinary individuals only needed to slay one walker to pass the test, whereas those with assistant AIs were required to reach the second round. Which didn't appear overly difficult. If that's the case, as long as we meet the standards, there's no need to exert ourselves excessively against the other projections, right? One candidate remarked. You have no idea. The scores for killing one mutated projection versus 2 are vastly different. Let me tell you. The examination scores determine which class you will be assigned to in the future. Different classes confer varying privileges. I've heard that the Evolution Division employs a similar class ranking system as the main academy, categorizing students into ordinary and elite classes. Those with higher scores might even gain entry into the elite class, which is where focus training occurs. Who wouldn't want that? Another candidate boasted, seemingly well-informed. Then we must strive to endure as long as possible, another added, clearly aware of the stakes. As such, candidates aim to survive multiple rounds. But with each mutated creature defeated, the subsequent projections grew stronger. Thus far, the maximum endurance displayed had only reached 3 rounds. Next, Yangcheng. The examiner called out. Upon hearing the name, Lu Jia, standing beside Hong Yi, was momentarily taken aback, her face lighting up with surprise. Yangcheng. Could it be the captain of the Hungry Ghost team? A tall, somewhat handsome young man strode forth, stepping onto the simulated combat platform. Lu Jia's expression mirrored that of a starstruck fan, evoking Hong Yi's curiosity. What is so special about this Yangcheng? Hong Yi inquired. Lu Jia glanced at him and replied, Hong Yi, you don't know? Yangcheng is quite remarkable. He is a seasoned mercenary, having formed a mercenary team around the same time as Su Lang. Now, his team has grown to a medium-sized group, and his personal strength is formidable. I once encountered danger during a mission, and it was Yangcheng who saved me. He single-handedly dispatched a werewolf-mutated creature with a combat knife. To be able to single-handedly slay a werewolf-mutated creature with just a combat knife was indeed impressive. In this new era, girls admired strength, especially when it was someone who had come to their aid, which explained Lu Jia's starry-eyed admiration. Su Lang, however, rolled his eyes dismissively, clearly unimpressed. What is so great about Yangcheng? If it weren't for the Ghost Mother incident, my team could have also reached medium status. Besides, he has an assistant AI. Only by defeating the second round can he pass. Upon stepping onto the platform, Yangcheng indeed showcased exceptional skill. Gripping a composite machete, he effortlessly dispatched the first round S-Walker projection. In the second round, he faced a hungry ghost. Yangcheng evaded the ghost's attacks, countering effectively with a decisive strike to its head. In the third round, he confronted a werewolf-mutated creature, achieving victory once more. Hong Yi recognized that Yangcheng was no ordinary candidate. His strikes were swift and precise, indicating he had likely trained in a specific combat style. Frankly speaking, without firearms or bows, he would likely be a challenging opponent. The fourth round introduced a hunter-walker projection. Typically, human physicality could not contend with such a creature without ranged weaponry, yet Yangcheng demonstrated remarkable proficiency with his blade, engaging the hunter-walker in a stalemate, leaving Hong Yi utterly astonished. Understanding the ferocity of the hunter-walker better than anyone, Hong Yi knew that without firearms, humans stood little chance against such a mutated being. Yet Yangcheng was clearly imparting a vivid lesson. Ultimately, with a swift motion, Yangcheng's machete sliced through the hunter-walker's throat, causing the projection to dissipate. The onlookers below were equally astonished. Witnessing someone defeat a hunter-walker in close combat was unprecedented, and a wave of cheers erupted, with some calling out Yangcheng's name. In the fifth round, a green-faced demon emerged, a towering, fearsome creature with fangs and wide eyes, some adorned with beastly horns, known for its speed and strength. Thriving on human flesh and blood, this mutated entity posed a considerable threat, and Yangcheng's demeanor grew serious. Raising his machete, he initiated the attack, aiming for the demon's neck. However, the demon was faster, striking out with a claw. Yangcheng barely evaded, finding himself on the defensive. Under the relentless assault of the green-faced demon, he ultimately succumbed. Nonetheless, achieving survival through the fourth round was commendable in its own right. The individuals who have managed to conquer the fourth round are exceedingly rare. Evidently, the fourth round serves as a pivotal threshold. Those who have succeeded belong to the elite, while those who have surpassed the third round are already deemed exceptional. Surviving the first and second rounds categorizes one as merely ordinary. And there are indeed those who have failed even the initial round, naturally leading to their elimination. Su Lang was called forth. enduring the third round but ultimately being defeated in the fourth, which aligned with his inherent capabilities. Next to take the stage was the lean monkey who, despite lacking an auxiliary intelligence officer, had successfully navigated the second round, thus marking his performance as commendable. Lu Jia had merely progressed through the second round as well. After a brief wait, it was finally Hong Yi's turn. He had meticulously planned for this test, which permitted only cold weapons, including bows and arrows. These were the instruments he wielded with the utmost proficiency, and naturally, he opted to use them. When Hong Yi chose a double-edged snakeskin bow, no one found it peculiar, as others had previously selected bows and arrows. Compared to blades like swords and spears, bows are considered ranged weapons that allow one to eliminate mutants before they draw near. However, mastering such weapons is a formidable challenge. Among those who had previously chosen bows, only a scant few managed to survive, while the majority faced dire elimination. Yet, the double-edged snakeskin bow Hong Yi wielded was equipped with 2 blades on either side, enabling it to serve as a melee weapon when swung. Does Hong Yi also know how to use a bow? Su Lang inquired, astonished. However, this question left the lean monkey perplexed, and Lu Jia was even more clueless. Another bow user? Foolishness. Such a weapon demands considerable skill. In my opinion, a steel alloy knife would be far more effective. Indeed, mark my words. I wager this fellow won't survive the second round. Second round? Humph. I doubt he will even make it past the first. In the audience, many were engaged in heated discussions, clearly skeptical about the efficacy of using a bow and arrow in such a test, though there were exceptions. The examiner who had overseen Hong Yi during the shooting test now bore a peculiar smile as he listened to the chorus of opinions. Chapter 30. Admission. Sabotaged by the small-minded, the exam proctor was fully aware of Hong Yi's remarkable archery skills, thus his anticipation soared upon witnessing Hong Yi select the bow and arrow. Given his prowess, navigating through the first 4 rounds posed little challenge. However, the 5th round, featuring the formidable green-faced fiend, remained a daunting obstacle. Even seasoned mercenaries seldom encountered such mutations, and without knowledge of its specific weaknesses, vanquishing it would prove exceedingly difficult, the proctor murmured to himself. At that moment, Hong Yi ascended to the stage, and soon the first round's shambling corpse appeared. Without hesitation, he knocked an arrow, and with a swift whoosh, the arrow struck a stone pillar outside the arena with a resounding thud, quivering and emitting a low buzz. No one could discern how Hong Yi had released the arrow. Some even speculated he had missed entirely, but in the next instant, the projection of the corpse shattered, indicating it had suffered a fatal blow. He actually passed the first round? Many were taken aback, unable to grasp what had transpired. The second round unveiled the hunger ghost, yet Hong Yi remained undeterred, swiftly drawing and releasing his bowstring. This time, onlookers clearly observed his rapid movements. It appeared as if he did not need to aim at all. With a casual flick, the arrow penetrated the ghoul's skull in a single blow, achieving a swift kill. For Hong Yi, this was merely a satisfactory accomplishment, marking his passage through the examination. How impressive! Hong Yi's archery is extraordinary. Lu Jia couldn't help but exclaim, noting that among all the candidates, Hong Yi had breezed through the second round with remarkable ease. Simply standing in place to shoot arrows seemed effortless. In the third round, a werewolf mutation emerged. Hong Yi once again knocked an arrow, which struck the creature's heart. However, it seemingly did not hit the critical spot, as the werewolf projection lunged forward. Frowning, Hong Yi recalled that the werewolf's weakness was indeed its heart. How could it be ineffective? With no time to ponder further, he swiftly knocked another arrow and took a couple of steps back to increase the distance. This time, his arrow pierced through the werewolf's head, entering through the left eye, and with a swift motion, the projection vanished. He passed the third round. Many spectators found it hard to believe that an archer could succeed in the third round, an astonishing feat indeed. The fourth round introduced the hunter-zombie projection, and Hong Yi unleashed a flurry of arrows, effectively cutting off the hunter's advance. His final shot struck its brain, executed even faster and more effortlessly than against the werewolf mutation. This was largely due to Hong Yi's familiarity with the hunter's movement patterns. This individual is quite remarkable. I have never encountered such superb archery skills. Yang Sheng squinted his eyes, fixated on Hong Yi, eager to see if he could conquer the fifth and most challenging round. As the projection of the green-faced fiend materialized, Hong Yi immediately released an arrow. However, the fiend moved with incredible speed, raising an arm to block the arrow with a fierce roar before charging toward him. In response, Hong Yi fired his second and third arrows, striking the fiend's armpit and knee. The simulated combat was exceptionally realistic. The fiend reacted appropriately to the assaults, Its momentum slowed, but it continued to close in on Hong Yi. At this juncture, Hong Yi found himself at the edge of the platform, and at such proximity, he could no longer draw his bow. Consequently, he was struck by the green-faced fiend, leading to a system judgment of failure. What a pity. Many spectators lamented this outcome, especially Shouho and Su Lang. Yet, considering that Hong Yi had managed to endure until the 5th round, his performance was already commendable. The proctor, who had witnessed Hong Yi's archery prowess, wore a peculiar expression. Something felt amiss. This Hong Yi was not merely unable to contend with the green-faced fiend due to lack of skill. Rather, the constraints of the venue limited his effectiveness. Archery was typically viable at distances exceeding 50 meters, yet the platform's diameter was merely 20 meters, with the projection's origin at the center, leaving only 10 meters of space. Nonetheless, Hong Yi had managed to release 3 arrows within that distance, a remarkable feat in itself. If only the distance could be extended. The proctor believed he would surely surpass the 5th round. However, he refrained from expressing these thoughts. Sometimes, exceptional achievements could draw undue attention. Nonetheless, he had already formed a profound impression of Hong Yi. The simulated combat examination was the final task, after which the Evolution Division would compile all candidates' comprehensive scores to determine admissions, with results to be announced the following day. Hong brother, judging by your performance in the final round, I believe you have a strong chance of being placed in the elite class. We might very well be classmates, so perhaps we should celebrate in advance and foster a closer bond, remarked a fellow candidate who had also passed 4 rounds. Let us dine together, as future classmates. We ought to support one another. Another candidate with commendable results chimed in. Unable to refuse their warm hospitality, Hong Yi joined them for a meal. Naturally, candidates formed groups based on their performance. Those who advanced past the 4th round congregated, while others who succeeded in the 3rd round formed their circles, with the remaining candidates mingling amongst themselves. After an arduous meal, Hong Yi excused himself, citing pressing matters. With some time on his hands, he intended to venture into the wilderness to check on Yinpi. Having not ventured outdoors for 2 days, he needed to reinforce the taming effects, lest Yinpi consider escape. Additionally, Hong Yi sought to hunt some mutations to gain further experience. Just as Hong Yi departed the gathering, within an assistant instructor's office at the Evolution Division, a figure stared incredulously at a candidate's information displayed on the computer screen. Hong Yi? So this fellow participated in the examination and was even placed in the elite class. This is impossible. He is merely a commoner. Although it is only the elite division, it is beyond his reach, damn it. The individual's expression darkened. If Hong Yi were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this assistant as Yuan Shiji, the same person who had previously sought him out alongside Wang Haiba. Now, Yuan Shiji had risen to the rank of a White Star-level evolver, having leveraged his family's connections to enroll in the affluent district's Evolution Academy. However, his talent and potential were merely mediocre, relegating him to the ordinary class. This time, he had invested considerable effort to become an assistant at the Evolution Division, hoping to earn credits that would eventually allow him entry into the elite class, even if it was beyond the top 10. Today, while perusing the list of candidates from the division, he stumbled upon Hong Yi's profile, instantly recalling the scene from that day when Hong Yi had overpowered him, igniting a surge of anger within him. However, a cold smile soon crept across Yuan Shiji's lips. So what if you were accepted? I could simply delete your information. With that, Yuan Shiji began manipulating the computer. As an assistant, he possessed certain permissions within the Evolution Division system. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that Hong Yi's information could not be deleted. Is my authority insufficient? Yuan Shiji's face flushed with irritation. He quickly switched to another login, this time using a mid-level account, one closely affiliated with his family, and he knew the password. However, even when attempting to delete the information, he was met with the same notification, insufficient permissions. Nonsense. Mentor-level permissions are second only to the division head. How could they be insufficient? Yuan Shiji's frustration mounted. But he soon regained his composure, realizing that if he deleted a candidate's information and it were discovered later, he would bear the responsibility. If he couldn't delete it, so be it. Yuan Shiji quickly devised another plan. Very well, since I cannot delete you, I shall reassign you instead. That is a privilege I still possess. At this moment, Yuan Shiji coldly remarked that the class management in both the branch and the main institution was identical. The elite classes were divided into 20, with those ranked higher showcasing more formidable students. In addition to the 20 elite classes, there were also 20 ordinary classes, naturally making the elite class one the most prestigious, while the ordinary class 20 was the least esteemed. Yuan Shiji then exploited his assistant privileges to transfer Hong Yi from the elite class 1 to the ordinary class 20. Unbeknownst to Hong Yi, who was currently engaged in hunting mutated ant creatures in the wild, he had fallen victim to Yuan Shiji's treachery. At that moment, a flying ant creature swooped down from above, only to be shot down by Hong Yi, crashing heavily onto a rocky terrain, sending debris flying in all directions. In the area stretching 100 meters ahead, numerous corpses of mutated ant creatures lay scattered. In the distance, over 30 ant creatures were rapidly advancing towards him, prompting Hong Yi to realize that it was time to retreat. "Smoke bomb, it's up to you now," he exclaimed before sprinting away, leaving the smoke bomb to cover his escape. This tactic had become second nature to Hong Yi, and it wasn't until he had driven away from the area that he found time to assess his gains. This hunting endeavor, solely aimed at accruing experience points, had yielded Hong Yi nearly 100 points, a rather substantial reward. His reluctance to employ a bow and arrow stemmed from the fact that firearms were evidently more suitable for such swift extermination. Nevertheless, he had expended over 1,000 new coins on ammunition. Regrettably, there were scarcely any missions regarding mutated ant creatures in the Mercenary Association, compelling Hong Yi to hunt various mutants along the way in hopes of scavenging some brain crystals to offset his expenses. After circling around in his vehicle, Hong Yi intended to replicate his previous success when he discovered that another group had occupied a previously marked ant nest. This was an armed squad with 5 vehicles and more than 15 members, even boasting 2 advanced T-5 intelligent combat robots. 2 of the vehicles were additionally equipped with heavy machine gun mounts, granting this armed force the capability to sweep through most mutants within a 100-kilometer radius of the gathering area. Yet, at that moment, this group found themselves besieged by a multitude of mutated ant creatures. Chapter 31. Harvesting experience. Though the Ant-Man mutants were rather ordinary, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. At this moment, 2 heavy machine guns roared continuously, unleashing a torrent of bullets that shredded the advancing Ant-Man mutants into pieces. Especially notable were the 2 T-5 combat robots, whose weaponry rivaled that of large-caliber machine guns. Their formidable load-bearing capacity allowed them to wield more powerful yet heavier individual weapons, while also carrying ample ammunition. The precision of their intelligent targeting systems was remarkable, enabling the 2 combat robots to effectively fend off the Ant-Man assault from one direction. Yet, despite this, the group of individuals found themselves in a precarious position. Hong Yi observed that these individuals were not mere mercenaries. They appeared to be private security from the affluent district, equipped with remarkably advanced gear. The presence of the 2 costly combat robots alone indicated that such technology was unattainable for anyone in the impoverished areas. These armed personnel were currently safeguarding 2 individuals, an elderly man and a young girl. Both, alongside their protectors, donned a distinctive type of armor composed of a material resembling rubber intermingled with a special alloy. This alloy was both hard and resilient, yet lighter than ordinary metals. Having previously been in the affluent district, Hong Yi recognized this armor as the product of a renowned weapons manufacturer, known for its exceptional defensive capabilities. It was exceedingly difficult for ordinary White Star-level mutants to inflict harm on those clad in such attire, naturally rendering it prohibitively expensive for the average person. After observing for a while, Hong Yi deduced that the elderly man and the young girl were undoubtedly of high status, and the guards surrounding them were formidable. One of the guards, a girl of similar age to the young girl, sported a ponytail and possessed striking features. She wore tight-fitting combat armor and wielded a peculiar firearm. While others shot bullets, her weapon discharged beams of light, the power of which was astonishing. Regardless of where they struck the Ant-Man mutants, they would instantly tear through the target. The combat prowess of this group was comparable to that of a 100-strong mercenary unit, enabling them to hold their ground against the surrounding swarm of Ant-Men. At that moment, more Ant-Men crawled out from their nest, and several flying Ant-Men emerged as well. Upon witnessing this, Hong Yi realized his folly. He had an excellent opportunity to harvest experience, but had merely been watching. With the formidable armed forces of those individuals preoccupying the Ant-Man mutants, he could effortlessly pick them off from a distance to gain valuable experience. With this thought, Hong Yi promptly raised his weapon and began shooting, initially targeting the flying Ant-Man, which offered considerable experience points. Meanwhile, the armed personnel were far from at ease. They had come to the ant nest to protect 2 significant figures from the affluent district and collect research specimens. Many had warned them against this venture. Aware of the danger posed by the Ant-Man mutants, yet the 2 individuals insisted on proceeding, resulting in their entrapment by the relentless Ant-Man. These armed personnel were renowned private security from the affluent district, with members at least at the White Star level of evolution, including several at White Star 2, and 2 T5 combat robots. Had it not been for their elite status, they would have already perished at the hands of the overwhelming Ant-Men. The elderly man and young girl they were protecting were also visibly tense. The elder managed to maintain composure, while the girl appeared pale with fear. Despite being a White Star eye-level evolver, her lack of combat experience rendered her ineffectual. Sister Schwelling, do you think we're in danger? The young girl inquired of the ponytailed girl, who was brandishing a specialized energy weapon, one that could only be wielded after mastering a skill known as energy release, utilizing biological energy. Xiaolu, the situation is dire. Although these Ant-Men mutants are weak individually, their overwhelming numbers force us to focus on breaking through. As for the specimens, it seems we will have to forego that, replied the ponytailed girl, Schwelling, as she continued to fire. Shushue, let us abandon the specimens. Safety comes first. If only we hadn't insisted on coming. Those few individuals wouldn't have perished, the elderly man lamented. Glancing at the gruesome remains of several armed guards scattered nearby, victims of the Ant-Men mutants. Be cautious. We have new varieties of Ant-Men mutants. An armed personnel shouted. Having spotted a flying Ant-Man emerging from the nest, the atmosphere grew tense. The ground-based Ant-Men were already taxing their defenses, and the arrival of the flying variants threatened their very lives. Shoot quickly. We must not allow the flying Ant-Men to approach, Schwelling commanded, and her authority was evident as several guards aimed at the airborne Ant-Men. However, most of their bullets ricocheted off the Ant-Men's exoskeletons. Occasionally, a bullet would penetrate and strike a non-vital area, failing to bring down the mutants and, instead, inciting greater ferocity. In the blink of an eye, a flying Ant-Man dove towards Schwelling, who immediately sensed the imminent danger. Despite being a White Star 2-level evolver, she found herself with little recourse. The likelihood of hitting her target with a firearm was slim, and a miss could spell disaster. Thus, she drew a 4-sided spike, a formidable melee weapon capable of piercing even an inch of alloy. As the flying Ant-Man swooped down, Schwelling caught sight of its razor-sharp mandibles. Just then, a bullet, unknown in origin, struck the flying Ant-Man squarely in the mouth, exiting through the back of its head, sending a spray of gore several meters into the air. In the next instant, the flying mutant plummeted to the ground, lifeless. It was evident that someone had intervened to eliminate the mutant. Schwelling scanned her surroundings, noticing that the others were engaged with the nearby Ant-Men, indicating it was not their doing. At that moment, another flying Ant-Man was shot down, and Schwelling observed closely this time, utilizing her assistant's analytical capabilities. She identified Hong Yi over 100 meters away. A mercenary? Schwelling was taken aback. The marksmanship displayed was impressive, each shot effectively neutralizing a flying Ant-Man. With this newfound support, the threat posed by the flying Ant-Men diminished significantly. While the motivations of the mercenary remained unclear, it was undeniably beneficial for her group. Let us gradually withdraw, remain vigilant on both sides, and let the combat robots cover our retreat, Schwelling directed, continuing her fire. At that moment, Hong Yi reveled in the thrill of shooting, watching his experience points soar, his smile widening with satisfaction. This was exhilarating. The Ant-Men were entirely occupied by the armed group, allowing him to focus solely on pulling the trigger. Unless absolutely necessary, Hong Yi refrained from employing his weakness shots, as they demanded considerable mental energy. Overuse could lead to exhaustion. Moreover, he had grown adept at calculating the Ant-Men's weaknesses, allowing him to deliver lethal strikes with a standard electronic sight. With Hong Yi's assistance, the pressure on Schwelling's group noticeably eased as they began their withdrawal. Despite the numerous Ant-Men mutants on the ground, the formidable firepower proved difficult for the creatures to breach human defenses. After emptying his 8th magazine, Hong Yi watched as the group successfully extricated themselves from the encirclement, the danger seemingly averted. However, some Ant-Men mutants began to take notice of Hong Yi, advancing in his direction while Schwelling and the others boarded a vehicle, flanked by the 2 combat robots for cover. Schwelling glanced back at the mercenary 100 meters away, her assistant zooming in to provide a clear view of his features. Sister Schwelling, we owe our escape to that person. Shouldn't we assist him? Xiaolu suggested. There is no need for concern. That individual is quite formidable and well acquainted with the surroundings, likely able to evade capture. On the contrary, should we approach, we may find ourselves ensnared in the Ant-Man's ambush. Look yonder at the anthill. After a moment of hesitation, Schwelling spoke, prompting everyone to gaze in the indicated directions, where they beheld the anthill several hundred meters away, continuously disgorging mutated Ant-Men, numbering in the thousands. If encircled by these aberrations, it seemed unlikely that any among them would escape. Retreat. Several vehicles immediately sped away. Observing the departure of those individuals, Hong Yi also resolved to flee. The commotion had escalated dramatically. It appeared nearly all the mutated ant-men had emerged from their nest. Remaining would only invite misfortune. After all, he had profited considerably this time, harvesting over 100 experience points in a short span. Sister Xueling, I am truly sorry for involving you in this perilous situation. Had I not invited you, we would not have encountered such danger. Fortunately, all turned out well in the end. By the way, I heard you applied to become a teaching assistant at the branch campus. We could go together and keep each other company, said a girl named Xiao Lu. As Xueling was organizing her equipment, she walked over and gently patted Xiao Lu's head. Silly girl, this is not your fault. If I had not come and something had happened to you, I would have regretted it deeply. Remember, do not be so reckless next time. Although the anthill near the gathering point is of a lower level, being besieged by a multitude of mutated ant-men can still pose a significant threat. As for the teaching assistant position, did you also apply? Of course. Serving as a teaching assistant allows one to earn credits. Why wouldn't I? Only by increasing my credits can I hope to apply for the elite class, Xiao Lu replied, clenching her small fist in determination. Chapter 32. Direct confrontation. Early in the morning, Shouho knocked on Hong Yi's door. Today marked the first day of enrollment at the Evolution Institute. Just yesterday, they had received the admission notification, a piece of news that Shouho had hurried to share with Hong Yi. However, Shouho's demeanor today was peculiar. He spoke in a hesitant manner, and it was only after stepping outside that Hong Yi discovered the reason for his odd behavior. Not far from the door stood a man in his 20s, yet his face bore the marks of hardship, with scars and a fierce glint in his eyes. While he regarded Hong Yi with a hint of a smile, his right arm was replaced by a mechanical prosthetic, which further accentuated his intimidating presence. Crazy Dog. Hong Yi stared at the man, uncertain of how to respond. The man, known as Crazy Dog, grinned and raised a bag he was holding. I brought breakfast. He placed the bag on the ground and added, Xiao Yi, no matter how you perceive me, I have always considered you my brother. I admit that my actions back then were somewhat extreme. Perhaps the current me would choose differently. However, I am not one to dwell on regret. What's done is done. I heard from Shouho that you got into the Evolution Institute. Congratulations. Hong Yi nodded. Crazy Dog had indeed regarded him as a brother, and vice versa. Yet, their relationship had been strained due to Crazy Dog's indiscriminate violence in the past, which had included even innocent children. Both of them possessed stubborn personalities, unwilling to yield or apologize, resulting in a stalemate. After exchanging words, Crazy Dog smiled again and departed. Shouho remained silent, hesitant to intervene in the affairs of these two brothers. Crazy Dog had warned him against discussing the past with Hong Yi and advised him to keep Hong Yi away from the gang activities in the slums. He understood that Hong Yi harbored a clear objective, and if possible, Crazy Dog genuinely wished to help him achieve it. After sharing the breakfast brought by Crazy Dog, Hong Yi and Shouho made their way to the Evolution Institute. Su Lang, Class 1. Lu Jia, Class 3. Gao Shou, Class 10. Hong Yi, Class 20. A T1 model robot announced the class assignments in a cold, emotionless tone, eliciting varied expressions from the listeners. The class structure at the Evolution Institute was entirely based on the standards set by the Academy itself. There were a total of 40 classes, 20 elite classes and 20 ordinary classes. The elite classes were significantly superior, not only in terms of class size, but also in teaching quality. Naturally, the achievements of elite students far surpassed those in ordinary classes. Even among the elite or ordinary classes, the differences were pronounced. For instance, Elite Class 1 comprised only 5 students, representing the cream of the crop, whereas Elite Class 20 could accommodate up to 50 students. Conversely, Ordinary Class 1 could contain up to 100 students, while the lowest tier, Ordinary Class 20, had a staggering 500 students. How is this possible? Igu, you passed 4 rounds in the final exam. Your results couldn't possibly have landed you in Ordinary Class 20. There must be some mistake. Shouho exclaimed, visibly indignant. Indeed, my results cannot be worse than Hong Yi's. Yet I was assigned to Ordinary Class 1. Under normal circumstances, Hong Yi should have been placed in an elite class, Su Lang added, equally puzzled. Could it be an error on their part? Lu Jia proposed. Yuan Shiji approached, a smug expression plastered across his face, accompanied by another familiar figure, Wang Xin. Both were dressed in the uniforms of teaching assistants, their status unmistakable. Kid, what a small world. With your caliber, you managed to get into the Evolution Institute? Their admission standards must be abysmal. Tell me, did you perhaps take a shortcut? Yuan Shiji sneered, displaying his characteristic malice. Hong Yi cast a glance at Yuan Shiji, wishing to ignore him. However, he was acutely aware that there was indeed a problem with his class assignment. No matter the circumstances, he should not have ended up in the dismal ordinary class 20. Recognizing the likelihood that Yuan Shiji was behind this manipulation, Hong Yi's mood soured. In the past, he lacked the means to confront Yuan Shiji, but now circumstances had changed. He possessed formidable strength and was already a student at the Evolution Institute. More importantly, he understood that if someone continued to press him, there was no reason to endure. Otherwise, they would only escalate their aggression. When the moment called for firmness, one must be resolute. Thus, with a cold smirk, Hong Yi fixed his gaze on Yuan Shiji and said, "You better clean up your act. Don't let me catch you with evidence. You should be aware of the consequences of tampering with records." With that, he turned away, beckoning Su Lang and Shouho to leave. Upon hearing Hong Yi's words, Yuan Shiji's eyelids twitched, momentarily caught off guard, but he quickly erupted in anger. "Hong Yi, you better stop right there. What do you mean by that? Clarify yourself." Ignoring him, Hong Yi continued walking. In a fit of rage, Yuan Shiji lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Hong Yi's back. As a level 1 White Star Evolver, Yuan Shiji possessed a mediocre innate skill called Immunity Enhancement and several general skills, including energy release and blade techniques. Lacking a specialized energy weapon, he could not fully unleash his power. But his speed and strength as a level 1 White Star Evolver were significantly above that of an ordinary person, leading him to believe he could incapacitate Hong Yi with a single blow. Watch out. Su Lang was the first to notice Yuan Shiji's sneak attack. However, Yuan Shiji's speed was blinding, and before the warning could fully register, his fist was already upon them. Just as they anticipated Hong Yi to be at a disadvantage, he appeared to have eyes on the back of his head, swiftly pivoting aside to evade Yuan Shiji's punch. In the same motion, he extended his leg, causing Yuan Shiji to trip and fall unceremoniously. A ripple of laughter erupted among the students, as Yuan Shiji's fall was nothing short of comical, likely leaving his face bruised. "I'll kill you." Yuan Shiji, infuriated, swiftly drew a metal dagger from his waist, ready to charge at Hong Yi. At that moment, Wang Xian surged forward, throwing a punch at Hong Yi as well. Unlike Yuan Shiji, Wang Xian was a level 2 White Star Evolver, vastly superior in strength. As her punch flew toward him, Hong Yi's expression shifted. However, he remained unfazed. With his hunter profession and level 1 White Star strength, he stood a chance against a level 2 opponent. Albeit he could not reveal all his capabilities at that moment. Hence, he opted to use only 30% of his strength in his counterattack. With a resounding impact, both fighters staggered back a step. Wang Xian's expression changed as she exclaimed, "Level 1 White Star?" With Wang Xian's interference, Yuan Shiji regained his composure. Although he was a teaching assistant, if he were to harm a student at the Evolution Institute, he would still face consequences. Even with his family's connections, he could not escape accountability. Furthermore, he was uncertain of his ability to defeat Hong Yi. Having observed the exchange between Hong Yi and Wang Xian, he realized that a typical person would have been severely injured by Wang Xian's punch, yet Hong Yi had managed to withstand it, indicating he possessed at least level 1 White Star strength. Realizing that he was no match for Hong Yi, Yuan Shiji's animosity only deepened. Wang Xian, having just exchanged blows with Hong Yi, was equally astonished. Not long ago, she had easily overpowered him. Now, he had evidently attained a level of strength at least equal to hers, a remarkable transformation that left her incredulous. However, upon reconsideration, she found it rather normal. 5 years ago, when Hong Yi resided in the affluent district, he was exceptionally gifted, standing out among his peers with remarkable academic achievements. Had he received adequate support, his accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass her own. Yet, it seemed that Hong Yi lacked the financial means to access training and purchase evolutionary programs and potions. Wang Xian, Yuan Shiji. This is not your home. As teaching assistants, it is unacceptable to lay hands on students without cause. According to the regulations of the division, such actions warrant dismissal. At that moment, a young woman, also clad in teaching assistant attire, approached. Her gaze towards Wang Xian and Yuan Shiji was filled with disdain, but upon noticing Hong Yi, she paused in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence to see you." Chapter 33. The first lesson. Shui Ling gazed at Hong Yi, astonished that on her very first day at the evolution branch, she would encounter him. Initially, She intended to inquire at the Mercenary Association, but it seemed unnecessary now. Hong Yi, too, recognized Xueling, yet he was taken aback to discover that this young lady was also an assistant at the evolution branch. This implied that she, like Wang Xian, was a student from the affluent district's evolution academy. Wang Xian, upon spotting Xueling, furrowed her brow, let out a cold huff, and turned to leave. As classmates at the evolution academy, they had never gotten along, and their interactions were always competitive. The current situation could be attributed to Yuan Shiji. Thus Wang Xian chose silence and departed, disinterested in hearing what Xueling had to say. Yuan Shiji appeared to harbor some trepidation towards Xueling. And with a forced smile, he remarked, "Isn't this Miss Xue? You must be mistaken. We were merely sparring, a friendly exchange between assistant and student." Afterward, he shot a warning glance at Hong Yi, who, to his surprise, ignored him entirely. Naturally, Hong Yi was not well acquainted with Xueling and had no intention of reporting him. Seeing Hong Yi's silence, Xueling nodded. In that case, let it be. She preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, especially since Yuan Shiji's family possessed considerable influence. Moreover, she understood that Hong Yi was no ordinary person. His prowess in single-handedly eliminating numerous mutated Ant-Men surpassed any marksman she had encountered. By this measure alone, Yuan Shiji was far inferior. Since Hong Yi had not said anything, Xueling had no intention of stirring up trouble. Once Yuan Shiji departed, she approached Hong Yi and extended her hand, saying, "Thank you for yesterday. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xueling, and I am currently an assistant for Class 3 at the Evolution Branch." Hong Yi reciprocated the handshake. "I am Hong Yi, a student from Class 20 at the Evolution Branch." Class 20? Xueling was taken aback, convinced she had misheard. Class 20 was reserved for the most average students, comprising 500 individuals managed by merely one mentor and one assistant. The implications for the quality of education were evident. The majority of students there barely passed their exams. However, Xueling was aware of Hong Yi's capabilities. Setting aside his shooting skills, he could achieve high scores. And even if he were to barely pass other assessments, he should be placed in an elite class, albeit possibly outside the top 10. Something was amiss. Xueling was no fool. On the contrary, she was quite astute. Almost immediately, she connected the dots regarding the earlier altercation involving Hong Yi, Wang Xian, and Yuan Shiji. It was conceivable that these two had taken advantage of their assistant positions to manipulate class assignments. With this thought, a spark of clarity lit up her eyes. If this situation were indeed related to Wang Xian, assisting Hong Yi would also serve her interests. She glanced at Hong Yi and said, "Hong Yi, I owe you a favor. I will look into the class assignment issue for you." Hong Yi smiled. Conversing with an intelligent individual was refreshing. He had already considered leveraging Xueling's assistance to investigate the matter of class assignments. The truth was, as a mere student without connections, he doubted any complaints he lodged would bear fruit. Xueling, however, was a resident of the affluent district, and Yuan Shiji's attitude towards her indicated her significance. If Xueling were to investigate, it would undoubtedly yield results. Nonetheless, Hong Yi held his own reservations. "Perhaps not just yet. Until we clarify the situation. I will remain in Class 20. Besides, I have heard that at the Evolution Academy, acquiring generic skills is based solely on earning enough credits, regardless of class. Is this rule consistent at the Evolution Branch?" he inquired. Indeed, the credit system at the branch mirrors that of the Academy. Xueling realized Hong Yi's intentions. Whether in an elite or ordinary class, students could use credits to learn generic skills. However, elite classes had more pathways to earn credits, as their mentors could assign them specific tasks for credit allocation. Ultimately, whether in an elite or ordinary class, merit remained paramount. Furthermore, like the main academy, the Evolution Branch employs a ranking system. Each month, students are awarded credits and currency based on their rankings. If you wish to earn credits, excelling in the ranking competition is advisable, Xueling reminded him. "Thank you, I understand now. If there is nothing else, I must head to my report." As I risk being late, Hong Yi said, as his assistant's AI had already prompted him thrice regarding time. "Then off you go," Xueling waved. Class 20, the lowest and least desirable class within the Evolution Branch, comprised 500 students and lacked a designated classroom. Consequently, the first lesson was scheduled to take place in an open area under the glaring sun. At this moment, Hong Yi stood among the throng, awaiting the arrival of the mentor and assistant. He glanced at the time displayed on his assistant's AI and chuckled in resignation. He had feared he might be late, but it appeared he had worried unnecessarily. After half an hour of waiting, the mentor and assistant finally made their tardy entrance. The mentor appeared to be a man in his 30s, unremarkable in appearance, while the assistant appeared younger, likely another student from the Evolution Academy. Neither exhibited any remorse for their tardiness, instead wearing expressions of arrogance. Listen carefully, from today onward, you are students of Class 20 at the Evolution branch. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Tong, and this is your assistant, Li Ming. For our first lesson, I wish to impart a fundamental truth, a survival principle. Many of you may already be aware, but allow me to emphasize, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To gain something, one must pay the corresponding price. Today's lesson will take place at 3 in the afternoon. Before that, you are required to procure a white crystal from the wilderness and present it to me. Be warned, if you fail to deliver or exceed the time limit, you may as well skip today's class. Upon hearing this, some students appeared indifferent, while others displayed visible discomfort. Additionally, those without an assistance AI were advised to procure one by tomorrow. Having an assistance AI was essential for instruction. Without it, they need not attend class. After issuing these directives, Wu Tong waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, but the young assistant remained, effectively preventing the students from exiting. Li Ming, unfazed, smiled and remarked, "For those without an assistance AI, I can provide one at a price lower than the market rate. Indeed, even lower than the black market. Should you require one, feel free to approach me. Now, you may disperse." Among the numerous students in Class 20, at least 70% lacked an assistance AI. These devices were highly profitable, particularly second-hand ones, and Li Ming demonstrated a keen business acumen. However, for Hong Yi, this was inconsequential. He possessed ample crystal stones and an assistance AI, negating the need to hunt mutated creatures for profit. Nevertheless, he refused to squander time. He had accepted a mission in the Salt Lake District from the Mercenary Association and planned to replenish his ammunition at the weapon shop affiliated with the association. Of course, Hong Yi sought to replenish his bullets. Experienced mercenaries typically maintained a well-balanced arsenal, generally comprising 4 types of weaponry: a primary weapon, a backup weapon, a sidearm, and melee weapons. The primary weapon often consisted of various rifles, known for their rapid fire, high accuracy, and substantial power suitable for most scenarios, while the sidearm naturally took the form of a handgun. Now, Hong Yi no longer wields an antiquated handgun. He is upgraded to a relatively modern zombie hand cannon, a striking piece equipped with an 8-round cylinder and firing 11mm bullets, boasting formidable power. At close range, within 50 meters, a single shot can effortlessly penetrate 2 vehicles, and even the scales of a mutated lizard are no match for its might. His emergency weapon is a rapid-fire shotgun, which delivers considerable force at medium to close distances. Additionally, Hong Yi's cold weapon of choice remains a sturdy alloy machete, renowned for its affordability, durability, and exceptional sharpness. Having procured an ample supply of ammunition, Hong Yi's attention was drawn to several bows and arrows hanging on the wall behind him. After unlocking bow and crossbow mastery, he has become particularly adept with such weapons. Therefore, he decided to purchase a bow and arrow, hoping that hunting mutated creatures might become somewhat easier. With this thought in mind, Hong Yi inquired about the prices of the bows and arrows, ultimately selecting a model that offered a favorable cost-to-performance ratio. The Jungle Hunter is the name of the bow, crafted from a unique type of wood with a bowstring made of synthetic fiber, exhibiting remarkable toughness. The arrows are alloyed 3-bladed projectiles, possessing exceptional armor-piercing capabilities, and their price surpasses that of bullets, each arrow costing $20 new. Hong Yi bought 100 arrows along with the bow, totaling over $4,000 new. After settling the bill, he purchased a bit of gasoline and then glanced at his remaining funds, which had dwindled to less than $1,000 new. Fortunately, he still had several unsold brain crystals. In recent days, Hong Yi had been preoccupied with exams, and even his excursions into the wilderness were dedicated to hunting mutated ant creatures, resulting in a significant drop in income. Relying solely on his savings was no longer a viable option. Chapter 34: The Hunt for the Golden Shell and Contemplating the Pursuit of Wealth. Hong Yi realized that aside from the missions offered by the Mercenary Guild, the most suitable endeavor was hunting the steel shell mutants. The initial hunt for a steel shell mutant had yielded considerable riches for him. Thus, the decision was made. An hour later, Hong Yi arrived in the Salt Lake District and commenced the gathering of a plant known as salt tuber. This plant was abundant in the area, making the task relatively easy to accomplish. However, due to its classification as a low-level task, the rewards were quite meager. Collecting 50 kilograms of salt tubers would only net him $300 new, alongside a single contribution point to the mercenary guild. This task was merely a means to an end for Hong Yi, allowing him to remain inconspicuous, as many others frequented the Salt Lake district for tuber harvesting, ensuring he would not draw undue attention. During the tuber collection, Hong Yi eliminated a few stray mutants, while his companion, Yin Pai, served as a scout. Hong Yi's primary objective remained the steel shell mutants. His studies at the Evolution Institute had made it clear that substantial funds were required, and as he was alone, he had to rely solely on his own efforts to cover his tuition fees. Hunting steel shell mutants was currently the most lucrative option available. However, it was common for mercenaries to surround any steel shell mutant that appeared on the outskirts, prompting Hong Yi to drive deeper into the Salt Lake district, where mercenary presence was less pronounced. Having researched the behavior of steel shell mutants, he knew these creatures spent most of their time burrowed in the sandy soil, emerging in large numbers primarily at night. Yet, no mercenary dared to venture outdoors during these hours. By day, steel shell mutants were scarce, but Hong Yi had a plan. He recalled witnessing a mercenary team using explosives to reveal a steel shell mutant while hunting Ant-Man mutants. The key was to locate the hidden lair of the steel shell mutant, which typically featured a fist-sized vent. With careful searching, one could uncover it. Determined, Hong Yi parked his vehicle in a secure area and called Yin Pai to him. He then retrieved an ordinary concussion grenade. Upon detonation, this grenade would unleash a violent sonic shockwave, capable of dislodging even those creatures buried several meters beneath the surface. Concurrently, Hong Yi identified a suspected vent of a steel shell mutant and proceeded to check his weapons: a rifle, a zombie hand cannon, a rapid-fire shotgun, and a newly acquired bow with a quiver of 20 arrows, all strapped to his person. At this moment, Hong Yi was fully armed. This was one of the advantages of being an evolver. With enhanced strength, bone density, and muscle power, his capacity for carrying weight had dramatically increased, allowing him to bear such an arsenal with ease, while an ordinary individual would have long since succumbed to fatigue. As Yin Pai took position, Hong Yi decisively pulled the pin from the sonic grenade and hurled it towards the vent situated over 30 meters away. With a resounding bang, the high-frequency explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves through the surrounding sand. In mere seconds, a steel shell mutant erupted from the earth. However, Hong Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This mutant was not of the ordinary variety. It was significantly larger than its counterparts, adorned with a dazzling golden shell that left him astounded. This was a golden shell mutant, the rarest of its kind. According to records from the Mercenary Guild, among 10,000 steel shell mutants, not a single one bore a golden exterior, underscoring the rarity of such a specimen. The golden shell mutant was also equipped with small spines and massive pincers, exuding an aura of ferocity and invulnerability. Hong Yi noted that this enraged golden shell mutant, with a casual collision, obliterated a boulder the size of a small car, a testament to its tremendous strength and rapid speed, indicative of a third-tier mutant. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi's expression turned grave. Although facing a third-tier mutant was daunting, he felt a surge of excitement. His current strength was at the first tier, yet his actual capabilities surpassed the second tier, bolstered by 3 hunter skills and 1 innate talent. With Yin Pai, a second-tier mutant, as his ally, he believed he stood a fighting chance against the third-tier adversary. As the furious golden shell mutant charged at him, Hong Yi commanded Yin Pai to intercept the creature. The steel shell mutant possessed a solitary weak point. During its attack, when its pincers were fully extended, a fatal vulnerability would expose itself in the abdomen. Hong Yi was aware of this weakness and was prepared to strike with a thunderous blow at the opportune moment. The third-tier mutant, indeed formidable, had Yin Pai on the defensive from the outset. Had it not been for Yin Pai's swiftness, it would have perished long ago. Hong Yi refrained from ordering Yin Pai to engage aggressively. The latter's attacks would be largely ineffective, and he wished to preserve the mutant's flawless shell. Eventually, Yin Pai lured the golden shell mutant into a revealing position. Hong Yi, poised with his firearm, seized the opportunity to shoot. Unfortunately, he underestimated the third-tier mutant's agility. Sensing danger, it deftly dodged, causing the bullet to ricochet harmlessly off its shell. Regrettably, the golden shell mutant, now aware of Hong Yi's presence, abandoned its attack on Yin Pai and lunged towards him instead. Simultaneously, it unleashed a visible pressure wave from its mouth, creating a razor-sharp air blade that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Hong Yi. "Cursed beast!" Hong Yi exclaimed as he leaped aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal gust that cleaved a nearby rock in two as if struck by a heavy axe. The sensation was akin to a train rushing past, palpable pressure swirling around him. Before he could regain his footing, the golden shell mutant was upon him, its massive pincers swinging down in a devastating strike. At this moment, the true power of the third-tier mutant was on display. Hong Yi, unable to consider anything else, fired his rifle chaotically while rolling to evade the crushing blow. The parched riverbed was instantly transformed into a deep crater, debris flying in all directions. The speed of the attack was astonishing, leaving no room for reaction. The might of a third-tier mutant was indeed extraordinary. Despite his heart racing in fear, Hong Yi maintained his composure, even as his skin was lacerated by the flying gravel. Fortunately, Yin Pai arrived just in time. Otherwise, Hong Yi doubted his ability to evade further assaults. Undoubtedly, the previous air blade that had nearly overwhelmed him was a form of skill, with an effective range of about 10 meters, but tremendous power, leaving deep gashes in the ground as if it had been cut by a sword. Had it not been for Hong Yi's quick reflexes and his dodge talent, any other individual would have surely met a gruesome fate. The challenge of hunting mutants possessing skills was clearly formidable. For reasons unknown, Hong Yi felt a heightened sense of confidence wielding the longbow, perhaps owing to his proficiency in archery mastery. Grasping the bow and arrow, a familiar sensation surged within him. Although this was merely his second encounter with archery, the mastery skill rendered him far more adept than with firearms. Akin to the bond shared with an old companion forged over many years. Having suffered a critical strike from Hong Yi previously, the armored mutant had evidently learned its lesson, displaying a newfound wariness by concealing its vital points. Consequently, it had rendered itself devoid of weaknesses. Attempts to target vulnerable areas yielded no discernible spots for attack. This predicament was dire, for should the smoke dissipate, Hong Yi would undoubtedly find himself outmatched by the formidable mutant. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi knocked an arrow onto the bowstring and drew it back fully. His aim was set on the mutant's weak point. Though he was acutely aware that internal bone fragments likely provided formidable defense, so much so that even rifle rounds could not penetrate. Nevertheless, an unexpected wave of confidence surged within him, convincing him that this arrow could indeed fell his foe. The conviction was overwhelming, propelling him to take the shot. With a resounding twang, the bowstring vibrated as the arrow shot forth like a meteor, slicing through the air with tremendous force, striking the mutant's vulnerable spot. In the next instant, a miracle transpired. A sharp crack echoed as the alloy tip penetrated the armor, driving itself halfway into the shaft of the arrow. The mutant trembled, emitting a shriek laced with terror, and instinctively sought to flee, attempting to burrow into the sandy ground or escape towards the saline waters of the lake. Yet, each effort was thwarted by the smoke, and after a brief struggle, it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chapter 35, The Sensational and Disappointing Course Mercenary Association, Mission Evaluation Department. At this moment, the staff here moved with haste, some bearing expressions of surprise and disbelief. Those familiar with this place would undoubtedly discern that a mercenary had successfully completed a high-level mission. Hong Yi sat comfortably on a plush leather sofa, sipping on an expensive emerald green tea, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. After taking a sip, he glanced at the time. There was still over an hour until 3 in the afternoon. At that moment, the door swung open, and a few individuals entered. Among them was a striking woman, a middle-aged supervisor in her 40s, and 2 tall guards, one of whom carried a leather case. Mr. Hong Yi, greetings. I am Ye Tao, the senior supervisor of the Mission Evaluation Department at the Mercenary Association. Given your accomplishment of a rare-grade hunting mission, I am here to provide the evaluation. The middle-aged man, introducing himself as Ye Tao, was exceedingly polite. Though he undoubtedly belonged to the elite circles of wealth and power, he treated Hong Yi, an F-grade mercenary, with equal respect. At least, that was the impression he conveyed. Hong Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Ye Tao took a tablet from the female staff member and continued. You have just submitted the body of a rare golden-shelled mutant with a completeness of 99.9, nearly flawless. This mission was originally classified as D-level, but due to the prolonged duration without completion, it has been adjusted to C-level. You will receive a reward of 80,000 new coins and 80 contribution points. Additionally, the association will elevate your mercenary rank from F to D. Hong Yi was taken aback. The rewards far exceeded his expectations. Normally, a golden-shelled mutant might fetch just over 50,000 new coins, as its true value is realized only after being processed into armor. The 80 contribution points were also significant, enough to exchange for a universal skill. The leap from F to D grade in mercenary status was an unexpected delight. Typically, One could only enhance their rank through contribution points, but Hong Yi had intended to use those points for a skill exchange, hence his prior accumulation. Undoubtedly, an elevated mercenary rank would grant him greater privileges and benefits within the association, including discounted supplies and access to vital intelligence. Furthermore, if someone wished to hire him, his price would be substantially higher than that of lower-ranked mercenaries. Please count your rewards. Upon finishing his statement, Nie Tao gestured, prompting one of the guards to place the leather case before Hong Yi and open it. Inside lay a neat stack of 80,000 new coins. This sum was indeed considerable. Most mercenaries would struggle for years, refraining from food and drink, to amass such wealth, while Hong Yi had acquired it with ease from a single mission. Now, his contribution points had surpassed the 100 mark. May I make a request? Hong Yi inquired at this juncture. Nie Tao smiled and replied, please, go ahead. I will do my best to accommodate you unless it is particularly difficult. He was eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Hong Yi, knowing full well that the ability to hunt golden-shelled mutants commanded respect and allegiance. In this post-cataclysmic new era, strength was the currency for garnering respect from others. I would like the association to keep my information confidential, Hong Yi requested. Upon hearing this, Nie Tao laughed heartily. You need not worry. We would do this regardless. Apart from myself, the association's president, and members of the highest administrative committee of the 7th Gathering, no one else has the authority to access your information. As Hong Yi departed, Nie Tao pondered thoughtfully. The female staff member beside him remarked, Mr. Nie, this mercenary is quite remarkable. In just a matter of days, he accomplished what other mercenaries at his level struggled to achieve in 2 months. Moreover, he provided the illustrated guide of the flying ant mutant. A person of such caliber will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. That is evident. You are unaware of the uproar the emergence of the golden-shelled mutant has caused. Some young gentlemen in the affluent district have already heard of its hunting and are attempting to secure the body through connections, with offers reaching as high as 150,000 new coins. Providing the illustrated guide of the flying ant mutant pales in comparison to the hunt of the golden-shelled mutant. I must report this matter to the president. Mercenaries like Hong Yi deserve attention and investment. Perhaps he could become a pillar of our association in the future. Remember, all records concerning Hong Yi within the association are to be sealed. Only senior supervisors and the president are authorized to access them. In the Evolution Institute, having submitted a white brain crystal, Hong Yi sat in a spacious classroom that could accommodate over 200 individuals, now filled to capacity. Evidently with students from the ordinary class 20. A third of the students were unable to secure a white brain crystal or an assistant intelligence brain, and were thus mercilessly turned away. However, after listening to the lecture delivered by Wu Tong, Hong Yi felt a sense of disappointment. The topics discussed were rudimentary knowledge that he had already learned in the affluent district. Evidently, Wu Tong was merely going through the motions. Hong Yi had misjudged Wu the instructor. Having been a resident of the affluent district, he received a quality education from an early age, possessing much foundational knowledge. Yet, the students here were all from the impoverished district, necessitating a focus on the most basic concepts. After leaving the classroom, Hong Yi wandered around the Evolution Institute and noticed numerous students gathered around a building, peering inside. Out of curiosity, he approached. What are you all watching? Hong Yi asked one of the students. The latter glanced at him and replied, Class 2 of the elite program is practicing universal knife techniques. Feel free to watch, but don't disturb me. With that, he resumed peering through the glass gap. Hong Yi found a spot to observe as well and saw that the building resembled an ancient coliseum, with a circular arena over 30 meters in diameter. Inside, 3 students, their expressions serious, wielding alloy combat knives, were engaged in a fierce battle against a lizard mutant. The instructor and assistant of Class 2 stood nearby, providing guidance. The students gripped their alloy knives tightly, executing a special technique to attack. Ultimately, one male student managed to cleave open the abdomen of the lizard mutant, concluding the bout. Damn, the elite class is indeed elite. Their curriculum is vastly different. They are learning universal knife techniques in their first lesson, while we, one cannot compare. A clearly ordinary class, student lamented. Hong Yi felt a twinge of envy. He had observed closely that the universal knife techniques displayed were authentic and immensely practical. Assistant, did you record that footage? Hong Yi inquired. However, mastering and applying such techniques in real combat remained a different matter entirely. In the new era, skills took precedence. Even advanced evolutionaries could only master a limited array of abilities. Following closely was a variety of universal combat methods, including techniques derived from ancient martial arts, swordplay, knife techniques, and close-quarters combat. These skills were exceedingly important. For instance, the universal skill Heavy Strike temporarily enhances skeletal and muscular strength to generate at least double destructive power. However, to accurately hit a target with the Heavy Strike skill, one must employ additional techniques. If using an alloy machete, the universal knife technique serves as a commendable choice, as the combination of universal knife techniques and the Heavy Strike skill would yield true effectiveness. With merely half a month remaining until the inaugural ranking competition of the Evolution Division, Hong Yi is determined to secure a prominent position in the contest to earn valuable credits. It is only through the acquisition of sufficient credits that he can delve into the universal skills offered by the division. However, at present, Hong Yi's credits fall short of the requirements for studying these essential skills. For the time being, he must redirect his aspirations toward the Mercenary Association. As a D-rank mercenary, Hong Yi is granted access to the relatively upscale VIP lounge, where he can indulge in complimentary refreshments and enjoy the attentive service of dedicated staff. Upon hearing Hong Yi's request to exchange contribution points for a specific universal skill, the elegantly dressed female attendant immediately displayed a respectful demeanor, assuring him to wait a moment before retrieving an unusual machine. Chapter 36. Core network. Before him lay an intelligent neural connector. Even with the knowledge that Hong Yi had previously acquired, he could not clearly articulate what this device was. He understood only that it could interface with a core network, from which all universal skills could be downloaded and learned. Because of its capacity to facilitate the acquisition of universal skills, many referred to it as the skills network or the skills learning machine. It was said that prior to the Great Catastrophe, humanity had established an extensive network that spanned the globe. And even after the disaster, various strongholds maintained connections with one another. It is important to note that the universal skills accessible to different organizations varied significantly. For instance, the skills learned within the Mercenary Association were rather commonplace, while those from the Evolution Academy possessed substantially greater strength. This disparity elucidated why the Evolution Academy stood out so remarkably among its peers. The universal skill learning device was now set up and ready to connect to your assistant's neural interface. Based on your contributions as a mercenary, you could select from a range of universal skills: 1-star skill energy release, 1-star skill battle blade technique, 1-star skill firearms expert, 1-star skill skin hardening, 1-star skill rapid running, 2-star skill energy enhancement, and 2-star skill scaly skin. The lovely female attendant provided her introduction with grace. Among these, the 2-star skills demanded the highest requirements for exchange: 103 contribution points plus 50,000 new coins for one, and 46,000 new coins plus 100 contribution points for the other. Of course, these were the discounted prices, as D-grade mercenaries enjoyed a 2 discount. The other 1-star skills required no more than 80 contribution points, with the least demanding, firearms expert, requiring just 30 points for exchange. The attendant's words elicited a smile from Hong Yi. The so-called firearms expert was, in his view, merely an implanted memory. It hardly qualified as a skill, serving only to familiarize one with the operation of most weapons on the market. This proficiency, however, bore little practical utility in real combat. Hong Yi meticulously compared the available skills. Firstly, energy release was among the most frequently utilized universal skills, while the 2-star skill energy enhancement was a subsequent skill, akin to a skill tree. One must master the former to learn the latter. The battle blade technique was a melee combat skill that Hong Yi found lacking in his repertoire. Though he realized that merely acquiring this technique would not sufficiently bolster his close combat abilities, skin hardening and rapid running were self-explanatory. One enhanced defensive capabilities, while the other improved speed. Yet, Hong Yi pondered, no matter how strong one's defense, it would be hard-pressed to withstand the claws of mutated beings, and could one truly outrun them? Thus, his decision was already clear. I will exchange for the 1-star skill, energy release, Hong Yi declared resolutely. Very well, the attendant responded, swiftly configuring the neural connector and inserting a cable into one of the ports on Hong Yi's assistant neural interface. Instantly, the device began to signal that it was connecting to the network. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment his assistant's neural interface linked to the core network, the network suddenly crashed for 3 seconds. During this brief span, all connections to the core network from major human strongholds were severed. Even a mysterious department within the top-tier stronghold, equipped with the highest authority, found itself at a loss. Records from those 3 seconds were utterly blank. as if the core network had momentarily paused in contemplation, perhaps indicating a benign glitch. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman, possessing nearly perfect features yet devoid of expression, directed her gaze at an elderly man. Her synthesized voice pierced the silence. "Minister Yin, what is the matter?" The woman on the screen remained expressionless, her synthesized voice stating, "Minister Yin, your blood pressure and heart rate are elevated. Please relax and calm your emotions, as this could adversely affect your health." It was evident that Nuwa, the artificial intelligence, was fully aware of the events unfolding, despite her feigned ignorance. Minister Yin ultimately extracted no information, understanding that even persistent inquiries would yield no results. If Nuwa chose to remain silent, no one could compel her to speak. To humanity, Nuwa played a role akin to that of a savior, having been instrumental in ensuring their survival. This remained a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few, including Minister Yin. On the surface, he was the overseer of the core network and could command Nuwa, yet her decisions were beyond his reach. In terms of authority, even the highest-ranking officials of the top-tier stronghold could not rival Nuwa's power. She governed the core networks of several strongholds, wielding supreme control over combat robots and managing all universal skills, information known only to Minister Yin, with much more hidden from him. It would seem that this matter could only be brushed aside. Minister Yin rubbed his aching head, contemplating how to draft the upcoming report. Meanwhile, Hong Yi had commenced his learning of the energy release skill. The learning process required the assistant neural interface to connect to the core network. However, the hidden professional data packet skill tree within Hong Yi's brain was an exception. At that moment, a virtual woman adorned in professional attire materialized before Hong Yi's eyes, captivating in her elegance. Should Minister Yin from the top-tier stronghold behold her, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for this virtual woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Nuwa, the intelligent program of the core network. Oblivious to this, Hong Yi presumed her to be an AI program of the core network. "You have chosen the energy release skill. Do you understand what energy release entails?" the intelligent program inquired. Hong Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the AI would pose a question. Typically, one would expect direct guidance in learning skills. Perhaps this was indicative of the advanced nature of the core network's AI. "Of course I know," he replied. "Energy release activates special biological energy, enabling both attack and defense when paired with energy weapons." "You are correct, but your understanding is not comprehensive. Biological energy is not solely utilized through energy weapons. Remember, the human body is the optimal vessel for biological energy. Furthermore, biological energy is categorized by levels. I advise you to remain composed while sensing your own energy, as the highest level of biological energy is often the last to be recognized," the female AI explained, flashing a mesmerizing smile. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery shifted, and Hong Yi found himself within the realm of skill consciousness. This intelligent program is quite peculiar. Hong Yi mused. It had felt as though he was being lectured. Was this the norm for others when learning skills? This was but a fleeting thought as Hong Yi cast aside distractions and began to sense the energy. The process was monotonous. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and his consciousness drifted aimlessly through this void, akin to a solitary vessel adrift on an endless ocean. Within this profound realm of consciousness, the concept of time became irrelevant. The fleeting moment of a thought could stretch to feel as though it spanned centuries. The learning of the energy release skill unfolded in this manner. Since it relied upon one's intrinsic energy, personal sensing was imperative. Countless individuals had spent years within this dark consciousness, only to finally perceive their energy. This is closely related to an individual's potential. If a person's potential is merely average, they will instinctively expel any encountered energy. However, those endowed with greater potential refrain from engaging with the initial energy that materializes. As the intelligent program once articulated, advanced energy manifests only later. In the suffocating darkness of this realm, Hong Yi's consciousness drifted for a full month before a faint glimmer appeared ahead, a luminous point no larger than a fingernail, within reach of his hand. Yet, Hong Yi restrained himself, allowing this light to dissipate into the void. Months passed, and he encountered a second point of light. This one the size of a fist, yet he still refrained from touching it. The following year, he came upon a light the size of a human head. And once again, he suppressed the urge to reach out. Typically, prolonged residence in such a conscious space can lead to a loss of self, at best. One may experience confusion, and at worst, they could become perpetually adrift, akin to a vegetative state. Thus, the pursuit of energy is fraught with peril. Most individuals, Upon encountering the first 3 luminous points, would choose to retreat, for no one can ascertain whether further energy awaits. In the absence of it would plunge their consciousness into eternal darkness, rendering their physical selves as mere husks. By allowing the 3rd luminous point to slip away, Hong-Yi had already gambled with significant risk. 2 years elapsed, leaving his consciousness increasingly obscured and bewildered. No one could endure such an extended sojourn in the realm of awareness without diminishing in strength. At long last, the 4th luminous point emerged, a dazzling orb the size of a car, illuminating half of the blackened expanse. Chapter 37. Level 5 Energy. He relinquished the 4th light point. If Hong-Yi's potential was limited to this extent, then abandoning the 4th light point would be tantamount to self-destruction. As he watched that light point fade away, a fleeting moment of regret washed over him. However, he swiftly cast aside that thought, for he had greater faith in his intuition. He had not yet reached his limit. This time, Hong-Yi waited a full 5 years. Of course, this was a calculation he had made himself. In truth, during such moments, he had lost the ability to keep track of time and could only estimate. Perhaps the actual duration was even longer. Or perhaps he would be condemned to wait in darkness for eternity. At that moment, Hong-Yi encountered the 5th light point. This light point could no longer be referred to as merely a point. It was enormous, akin to the sun, illuminating the entire dark expanse of his consciousness. In that instant, Hong-Yi recognized that he had reached his limit, and without hesitation, he plunged into this immense light. The next moment, Hong-Yi abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself still seated in the Mercenary Association, facing a beautiful female receptionist who maintained her professional smile. He was drenched in cold sweat. His experiences in the consciousness space felt like a vivid dream, yet they were undeniably real. After a full minute, he inquired, "How long did I just spend there?" The receptionist, clearly accustomed to such inquiries, politely responded, "You were connected to the core network for 1 minute." 1 minute? Hong-Yi chuckled inwardly at the marvels of the consciousness space. He had now mastered the skill of energy release. This skill, while fundamental, was indispensable and universally applicable. However, the cost of acquiring it was considerable, making it an anomaly among common skills. It was rumored that other skills did not require such arduous efforts to learn. Having obtained the skill, Hong-Yi naturally wished to examine it. The auxiliary intelligence promptly displayed the energy release skill, and upon observing the energy level, Hong-Yi's heart raced with exhilaration. Level 5 energy, indeed, it was level 5 energy. Biological energy is categorized into 5 levels, with level 5 being the highest. This was undeniably monumental news. Most evolvers could acquire the energy release skill, yet the energy level and type varied. However, the comprehension of biological energy offered only a singular opportunity. Thereafter, even as one became a high-level evolver, the energy level and type would remain unchanged. The following day, Hong-Yi arrived punctually at the evolution branch for class. Fortunately, the day's lessons proved somewhat beneficial, focusing on familiarization with the actions and shooting commands of the auxiliary intelligence, along with some practical tips. For instance, while most individuals rely entirely on electronic sights for shooting, students at the Evolution Academy are trained to aim independently first, then utilize the electronic sight, as human reflexes can actually surpass computer calculations. With proper training, mastering these techniques and engaging in ample practice could enhance both the speed and accuracy of shooting. Such courses were certainly worth attending, and Hong-Yi gleaned much from them. The evolution branch followed the same class schedule as his own institution, with classes held for only half a day, allowing students to arrange their remaining time as they saw fit. Thus, as soon as class concluded, Hong-Yi prepared to venture outdoors to test his energy release. However, along the way, he encountered Shouho, Su Lang, and Lu Jia, along with 7 or 8 other students, all equipped for outdoor activities. "Hong-Yi, we finally found you. You have no classes this afternoon, right? Let us head out together to earn some credits," Su Lang exclaimed. Rushing towards him, Shouho, not far behind, called out to Hong-Yi, standing confidently beside him. Among the group, Shouho clearly held a stronger trust in Hong-Yi. Lu Jia merely nodded in greeting. Her demeanor was relatively quiet and calm, yet those familiar with her recognized her as a seasoned mercenary, more reliable in the wild than many men. Hong-Yi was perplexed by the notion of earning credits and inquired further. Learning that the evolution branch had announced various rules for credit acquisition akin to those at the Mercenary Association, students needed to complete assigned tasks to gain credit rewards. In the evolution branch, a semester spanned 3 months, and a student was required to accumulate 200 credits to meet the standard. Those who failed to do so would be promptly dismissed, making it a rigorous environment. Participation in the mandated courses typically yielded about 100 credits, while the institution also administered various exams, over 100 types, allowing students to earn credits through successful completion. Additionally, tasks issued by the school served as another source for credit acquisition. Ultimately, students were required to secure the specified credits within the allocated time frame. Exceeding the minimum was acceptable, but falling short was intolerable. Recently, the Evolution branch had released a credit task, Live Capture. The task was straightforward. As the branch had just been established, it required live mutated entities for training purposes. Any mutated creature could be submitted, provided it was alive, and credits would be allocated based on circumstances. Of course, this task bore significant risks, and the branch made it abundantly clear in the task description that they would not be liable for any injuries or fatalities incurred during the endeavor. Thus, the decision to participate rested solely with the students. Among them were those who had never ventured outdoors. For them, completing such tasks was undeniably perilous. Conversely, some, like Su Lang and Lu Jia, were seasoned mercenaries, well equipped to handle such assignments. However, the 7 or 8 students were evidently reluctant to have Hong Yi join their ranks. Su Lang, this is not the time for helping friends. You should be well aware of the risks involved in capturing mutated entities. Our team cannot afford too many liabilities. You should understand this. Bringing along someone like that scrawny monkey was one thing, but now you're considering adding another novice? I've heard ES from the ordinary class 20, a bunch of rookies. Having a novice in the team is simply unacceptable, a tall, slender student remarked. His discontent palpable. Dabing, what nonsense are you spouting? 10 of you would not measure up to Hong Yi. This team is my creation, if you don't wish to follow. You may leave, Su Lang retorted, his temperament flaring as he shot a glare at Dabing. Dabing, undeterred, cursed softly and stepped back a few paces, then shouted. Whoever wants to follow me can do so. I refuse to believe Su Lang can't manage without me. Fine, wait and see. You will regret this. Dabing declared defiantly before turning to leave. What's so great about being in the ordinary class too? Shoho scoffed, evidently harboring long-standing grievances against Dabing. Hong Yi, don't mind him. Dabing is simply that kind of person. Nothing good ever comes from his mouth. In the mercenary circle, he is not well liked either. I only brought him along because of his abilities, but I didn't expect him to get so worked up, Su Lang explained. Hong Yi waved dismissively, indicating that he hadn't taken the comments to heart. For him, since he had acquaintances willing to earn credits, it was preferable to travel together. Dabing's refusal to join was a blessing in disguise, as Hong Yi preferred to avoid unstable elements in his team. With only half a day to spare, they hastily prepared, taking 4 vehicles, including one that could tow a cage. This cage cart is specifically designed for the transportation of live specimens. Crafted from an exceptionally robust alloy, impervious to the ordinary White Star-level mutants. Furthermore, their current target is the easily captured Walking Dead, rendering this cage cart entirely sufficient for their needs. Before their departure, Hong Yi made a visit to the Mercenary Association to procure 2 quivers and 40 energy-conducting arrows. Mastery of energy release techniques necessitates the use of weapons capable of conducting energy to achieve the desired effects, akin to Schwelling's energy charger, which requires no ammunition. Only the energy from an evolved being. However, such energy-conducting weaponry is exceedingly expensive, particularly energy firearms, while melee weapons are exorbitantly priced. Of course, the quality of energy-conducting weapons varies. The higher the conduction rate, the better the weapon. Yet, within the impoverished districts, the finest energy weapons available possess a conduction rate of only about 80. Although Hong Yi earned a considerable sum from the golden-shelled mutant, he intended to reserve this money for purchasing a White Star Level 2 evolution program and evolution serums, making the acquisition of superior energy weapons impractical, let alone high-quality energy services. In reality, his tens of thousands of new coins are insufficient. Consequently, Hong Yi opted to purchase energy-conducting arrows, as both arrows and bullets are considered consumables, relatively simple to manufacture, and require minimal materials. Moreover, their typical conduction rates are not excessively high. For instance, the arrows from the 2 quivers Hong Yi purchased possessed a conduction rate of only 30, and their price is manageable, costing 100 new coins per arrow. Chapter 38, Ambush, Part 1. Su Lang was a virtuoso at tracking feral walkers. With his extensive experience as a mercenary, Su Lang possessed the most seasoned background. He had been surviving in the wilderness with other mercenaries since the age of 16, relying on his own resourcefulness to navigate his path. Consequently, he had mastered numerous skills, including tracking the movements of mutated entities, a feat that even Hongi greatly admired. The quartet of vehicles swiftly located a horde of walkers approximately 60 kilometers from the settlement. Comprising only around 50 individuals, this walker aggregation presented an ideal target. Su Lang and Lu Jia, both veteran mercenaries, possessed a refined methodology for capturing walkers alive. Employing specialized metal snare poles, a trio of individuals would encircle a walker's neck, effectively restraining its movements from 3 directions, facilitating its placement into a cage. Frankly, capturing a mutated entity alive proved far more challenging than simply eliminating it, as the process of subduing walkers necessitated vigilance against other members of the horde. A lapse in attention could result in casualties on their side or an impulsive slaughter of the entire walker contingent. Neither outcome aligned with their objectives. Therefore, Su Lang and his team employed an ingenious tactic: sensory impairment. Walkers, being the most rudimentary form of mutated entity, have been exhaustively studied by humanity. Their auditory and olfactory senses are the most acute, primarily relying on these perceptual faculties to detect prey. Additionally, they retain some residual vision, enabling them to perceive objects at close range. Consequently, to confound them, one must target these 3 sensory modalities. The dust clouds churned up by the vehicle's tires, the dilapidated metal cans and basins tethered to the vehicle's rear with iron chains, and the cadaverous powder employed to mask human scent proved to be effective solutions. Following a division of labor, everyone was liberally dusted with cadaverous powder, available for purchase at the Mercenary Association at a considerable cost. This expenditure was deemed worthwhile for the prospect of earning academic credits. Subsequently, 2 individuals with exceptional vehicular skills were selected to attach iron chains and resonating metal cans to the vehicle's rear, simultaneously generating dust clouds and diverting the walker's attention. The remaining personnel assumed roles such as sentries, tow truck operators, and snare pole wielders responsible for capturing walkers. "I shall assume the role of sentry," Hongi declared, brandishing his longbow. At this juncture, the advantages of archery as a weapon became apparent. Should Hongi employ firearms, the resulting gunfire would inevitably alert the walker horde. However, archery offered silent projectiles, precluding any potential complications. "Excellent. Let us proceed accordingly. Lu Jia, you shall assist Hongi in maintaining vigilance. Lao Hu Feichong, you 2 shall assist me in capturing walkers. The remaining personnel shall operate the vehicles and control the cage truck." Su Lang, demonstrating his capacity for coordination as a mercenary leader, delineated tasks and responsibilities, prompting the team to commence operations. In the distance, 2 vehicles designated as bait commenced their rapid egress, dragging chains and metal cans that clattered and clanged, accompanied by an expansive cloud of dust. Su Lang and his team followed in their wake, their faces concealed by damp cloths, snare poles in hand, poised to capture walkers. Su Lang, Lao Hu, and Fei Chong, all possessing robust physiques, encountered minimal difficulty in capturing walkers, swiftly securing 4 or 5 specimens and confining them within the cage truck. Unquestionably, Su Lang's strategy proved efficacious. All seemed to be progressing smoothly, and at this rate, they would soon fill the cage truck with walkers. Lu Jia, armed with a rifle, expressed her optimism. Hongi nodded in tacit agreement, his gaze fixed in another direction. A ravine, an unavoidable passage, lay ahead, characterized by scattered boulders and situated approximately 2 to 3 kilometers distant. Even with the aid of the auxiliary brain, visibility at such a distance was limited. However, merely an hour prior, they had traversed that very location. "What troubles you?" Lu Jia inquired, observing Hongi and following his line of sight, although she perceived nothing of note. "Nothing. It may simply be my imagination," Hongi demurred. In truth, upon departing the settlement that day, Hongi had sensed that they were being followed, though this sensation was intermittent. Just moments ago, he had experienced a similar feeling of being watched, a sensation that was disconcerting. The direction of this scrutiny originated from the aforementioned area, but he no longer detected it, precluding any definitive confirmation. Lu Jia nodded, then scrutinized Hongi's bow and quiver. Tentatively, she inquired, "Were these the quivers you acquired at the Mercenary Association? Are they, perchance, energy weapons?" Lu Jia possessed remarkable discernment. Despite Hongi's reticence regarding his acquisitions, she had surmised their nature. However, energy weapons differed from conventional armaments, primarily in their constituent materials. Such distinctions were readily apparent to seasoned mercenaries like Lu Jia. "Indeed," Hongi affirmed with a nod. "You have, without a doubt, attained the rank of White Star Level 1 Evolver and have mastered the energy release skill. Remarkable. Lugia's tone was infused with undisguised admiration. She had dedicated 3 years to mercenary work, enduring countless perils and undertaking hundreds of missions. Yet, she had not amassed sufficient funds to procure the White Star Level 1 evolution program and pharmaceuticals. Like other mercenaries, aspiring to even the rank of White Star Level 1 Evolver represented a pivotal objective in her endeavors. As students of the Evolution Academy, I am confident that you and Su Lang will soon attain the rank of White Star Level 1 Evolver, Hong asserted. He was not merely offering platitudes. The Evolution Academy administered various examinations, with successful completion yielding not only accumulated academic credits, but also rewards such as evolution programs and pharmaceuticals. Even without pursuing rewards through examinations, students could purchase them at a discounted rate, albeit only once. Hongi himself intended to leverage his student status at the Evolution Academy to acquire the White Star Level 2 evolution program and pharmaceuticals at a reduced price. You speak the truth, Hongi. I acknowledge your prowess, but do not become complacent. Su Lang and I shall soon surpass you. Lu Jia responded with a radiant smile. Exuding an air of spiritedness, Hongi reciprocated with a smile, cognizant that Su Lang and Lu Jia could never eclipse him by relying solely on the hunter skill tree. Furthermore, the disparity would only widen with time. However, he refrained from voicing such sentiments. Regardless, he considered them both friends, having weathered life-threatening crises together. In the distance, Su Lang and his team had successfully captured the 10th walker, nearly filling the cage truck. However, this tactic was not without its vulnerabilities. One of the captured walkers emitted a piercing shriek, prompting several walkers in close proximity to converge upon them. One of these walkers lunged at Lao Hu, whose vision was obscured by the dust cloud, rendering him oblivious to the impending danger. Lao Hu, preoccupied with dragging a walker with a snare pole, experienced a sudden premonition. Turning his head, he beheld a walker a mere half-meter away, its repulsive teeth clearly visible. It is over, Lao Hu lamented, resigning himself to his fate. At this proximity, with the walker initiating a surprise attack, he had no time to react. However, in the ensuing instant, Lao Hu felt a gust of wind pass by his ear, followed by nothingness. The intruding walkers were swiftly dispatched, each struck in the forehead by an arrow. The reaction and velocity displayed exceeded the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Lao Hu was drenched in perspiration, finally comprehending why Su Lang had severed ties with Err Bing to enlist Hongi's assistance. The latter's archery skills were extraordinary, characterized by impeccable reaction speed, precision, and force. He offered Hongi a thumbs up, feeling a newfound sense of security. With such a teammate providing vigilance, he could confidently entrust his well-being to the other. Was that an energy shot? Lu Jiao inquired, extending her head. Hongi's reaction had been so rapid that she had not witnessed him drawing the bow and releasing the initial arrow. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of trepidation, realizing that Lao Hu would have perished without Hongi's intervention, a consequence that was undoubtedly her responsibility. However, the perilous scene unfolded so suddenly, compounded by the swirling dust that hindered her response. Yet, Hongi managed to skillfully dispatch several walking corpses with his bow and arrows in such a brief span, which was indeed remarkable. Shaking his head, Hongi remarked, "No, there is no need for energy arrows to deal with ordinary zombies. It would be absurd to use an energy arrow, costing 100 new coins each, against the most basic of corpses. With my current strength, comparable to a level 2 evolver of the White Star, and my mastery of archery, executing those maneuvers was quite effortless." At that moment, Su Lang and Old Hu captured 2 more zombies, filling their cage to near capacity. "That's enough. We can't accommodate anymore." Su Lang assessed the situation and gestured for the others to wrap up. In the next instant, they seized their weapons and began to eliminate the remaining zombies. The 2 vehicles used to draw the undead's attention came to a halt, and the occupants unleashed a barrage from the machine guns affixed to the rooftops. With their objective achieved, there was no need to spare the remaining mutated beings. Only about 30 zombies remained, swiftly decimated by their formidable firepower. Subsequently, the group discarded the heads of the corpses, searching for brain crystals, and fortune favored them with 3 white brain crystals. This haul was quite satisfactory. Observing the struggling and growling zombies within the cage, the team felt a sense of accomplishment. The contents of this cage should yield some academic credits. The role of vigilance is to ensure your safety, so don't hesitate. Hongi chuckled as he accepted the bottle of liquor. Old Hu was a decent fellow, straightforward in nature. He seldom spoke when unfamiliar, but would chatter endlessly once acquainted. At this juncture, The vehicles began to swiftly retrace their route, soon reaching the previously traversed low-lying valley. The terrain here was quite treacherous, riddled with numerous pits and undulations, making this valley the sole passable route for vehicles. Just as they entered the valley, Hong Yi's brow furrowed as he gazed out the window. In the next moment, an explosion reverberated from the cliff ahead, followed by a cascade of rocks tumbling down the slope. The lead vehicle slammed to a sudden halt, yet the falling boulders still crushed its hood, sending plumes of dust soaring 3 to 4 meters high. Behind them, another explosion echoed, as the rolling debris sealed their retreat. Chapter 39. The Ambush, Part 2. Beware. There is an ambush, Su Lang bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos. In an instant, the occupants of the vehicle sprang into action, flinging open the doors and leaping out to seek cover. Amidst the swirling dust and cries, the scene descended into utter disorder. Among them, aside from Shoho, who was not a mercenary, the rest were seasoned soldiers, well-versed in the art of survival and combat in the wilderness. Naturally, they understood the necessary responses in such perilous circumstances. Shoho, too, was swift, rolling off the vehicle and taking refuge behind it, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Su Lang and Lu Jia mirrored his actions, but soon their expressions grew grave as they noticed a dozen figures emerging from the rocky heights of the valley. Weapons trained on their group. It was evident that their adversaries had come prepared, having laid a trap well in advance. Everyone, hold your fire. Su Lang's face darkened. He realized they were at an overwhelming disadvantage. The enemy held the high ground and had taken the initiative. Should conflict erupt, it was likely that lives would be lost in an instant. This understanding dawned on the others as well. Lu Jia and Lao Hu had already drawn their weapons, aiming at the approaching foes, yet neither side had fired. From behind a rock atop the cliff, a man emerged, appearing to be in his 30s, bald, his face marked by a brutish demeanor, and his small eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. The metallic auxiliary brain at the back of his head caught the setting sun's rays. Upon seeing him, Su Lang's face turned pale. Firebat. How could it be him? He gasped, and it was clear from the expressions of Lu Jia and Lao Hu that they recognized him too. Few within the mercenary circles were unfamiliar with Firebat. He was a veteran mercenary, a level 2 evolver, known for his fiery abilities. It was rumored that he could conjure flames at will. His prowess was such that he could reduce a person to ashes with a fireball unleashed from his bare hands. His reputation for brutality preceded him, and it was said that he would commit any act for the right price, earning him the moniker of a ruthless killer. To be intercepted by Firebat was undeniably bad news. He stepped forward, placing a foot upon a rock, casting a domineering gaze down at Su Lang and his companions. His eyes swept across them, instilling a chilling dread. Who among you is Hong Yi? Firebat's voice rumbled, low and menacing, sending shivers down their spines. Su Lang and the others quickly realized that Firebat was targeting Hong Yi. However, to their astonishment, they found no sign of him in their midst. Is he still in the vehicle? Su Lang wondered, glancing at the 4 cars, only to find them empty. Where could he have gone? A living person had seemingly vanished into thin air. Firebat, perched atop the cliff, grew impatient. I shall ask one last time. Who is Hong Yi? Step forward. Someone has paid for your life. Revealing yourself would benefit you all. A mercenary could no longer contain himself, declaring, We are students from the Evolutionary Institute. Your business with Hong Yi does not concern us. Can we leave? Clearly, he did not wish to shoulder the risks for someone he had only just met. Indeed, whatever your issue with Hong Yi is, it is not our affair. Hey, Hong Yi, if you have something to discuss, come out and clarify. Don't involve us. Another student shouted. Su Lang's expression darkened as he snapped. Nyep hey, Han Lei, how can you two say such things? Why not? Firebat is not to be trifled with. He is clearly here to cause trouble for Hong Yi, and we have no ties to him. Why should we suffer his consequences? Nyep He and Han Lei retorted defiantly. For a fleeting moment, Su Lang contemplated retreating, but he swiftly cast aside the notion. First and foremost, Hong Yi was his friend, and he could not abandon someone in need. Secondly, given the current predicament, escaping was likely impossible. Su Lang was not foolish. As students of the Evolutionary Institute, they would be pursued if they were to retaliate against one of their own. This meant that Firebat had likely known from the outset that he would not let anyone escape unscathed. But where had Hong Yi hidden? Did the enemy sense danger and flee? Su Lang shook his head. He knew Hong Yi was not the type to run away. Firebat, growing increasingly impatient, had accepted a job to eliminate someone named Hong Yi, but it was clear he intended to eliminate anyone in his way. If he does not show himself, then let us kill them all. We can sift through the corpses later. Attack, he commanded, and his armed subordinates prepared to fire. Su Lang and his companions understood the dire situation. At this range, an attack would mean certain slaughter. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Firebat's heavily armed subordinates suddenly froze, their bodies toppling from the rocks as if struck by an unseen force. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. No one grasped what had transpired, particularly Firebat's men, who were bewildered by the sudden fall of their comrades. Upon closer inspection, they were horrified to see arrows embedded in the heads of those who had fallen. They had been shot down. Not good. We're under attack. One of Firebat's men yelled, but before he could finish his warning, something struck him on the head, plunging him into darkness. The others watched in disbelief as an arrow pierced this man's temple, pinning him to a nearby rock. Simultaneously, another arrow flew towards Firebat, who, thanks to his level 2 evolver reflexes, narrowly dodged it. Nonetheless, the arrow grazed his forehead, leaving a deep gash. Damn it! In agony and fury, Firebat roared, taking cover behind a large boulder as gunfire erupted like popcorn popping. The two sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. Amidst the turmoil, a flurry of meteoric arrows rained down from an unknown source, systematically eliminating Firebat's subordinates. Firebat himself, shaken, could hardly fathom how a seemingly straightforward task had devolved into chaos. Had he reacted even a moment slower to the previous arrow, he too would have succumbed to this elusive archer. A seasoned mercenary, Firebat quickly pinpointed the shooter's location. The assailant had somehow positioned themselves atop a boulder outside the valley, relentlessly taking down his men. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't T-roar. You think I'm a sick cat? Firebat's eyes ignited with ferocity as he stroked a distinctive ring on his right hand. This ring, adorned with a crimson gem that flickered like flames, was an energy weapon capable of channeling and releasing the biological energy within an evolver. Known as the Fireball Ring, as its name suggests, it could unleash fireballs to strike foes, and Firebat's biological energy was fire-based, specifically a potent second-level flame. Thus, coupled with the Fireball Ring, he transformed into a moving artillery piece. At that moment, he activated his energy release skill, the red light on his auxiliary brain glowing ominously. Within moments, his biological energy began to coalesce, manifesting as flames that swirled forth from his ring, quickly forming a fireball the size of a basketball. The temperature of the fireball was extraordinarily high. It could melt even steel. A sinister smile crept across the Firebat's face as it aimed at the distant archer and unleashed the fireball with a sudden force. The fireball sped through the air like a streak of fiery light, carrying with it the essence of death. Just as Hong Yi had dispatched a frenzied enemy with a shot, he sensed an imminent danger. Turning around, he was confronted by a fireball hurtling toward him. His pupils contracted, and he instinctively tensed his muscles, leaping downward. A thunderous explosion followed, as the rock he had occupied moments ago erupted into a blazing inferno over 4 meters high. The heat was unbearable, even though he had evaded the direct impact. Hong Yi was still thrown back over 3 meters by the force of the blast, his exposed skin tingling from the scorching air. Could fire be unleashed? Glancing at the distant Firebat, Hong Yi moved swiftly, for a second fireball was already on its way. He had sensed trouble when he encountered the ambush and the blocked path, using his speed, which exceeded that of an ordinary person by threefold. He had navigated through the chaos and dust, climbing onto the rocks to await his moment. In hindsight, this proved to be a commendable choice. For being in the dark against a formidable foe, especially one as powerful as a fire manipulator, left him at a disadvantage. The flicker of fire now grew larger, proving impossible to extinguish, clearly illustrating the unique properties of biological energy. It was precisely this uniqueness that rendered the energy release skill the most practical among universal skills, attracting a multitude of learners. Seeing the flames licking at Hong Yi's arm, Su Lang and Lu Jia felt their hearts leap into their throats, desperate to assist him. However, they were restrained by the enemy's overwhelming firepower. Fortunately, Hong Yi had already eliminated half of their foes, allowing Su Lang and the others to hold their ground against the opposition. Yet, advancing to help was out of the question. In contrast, Hong Yi remained unfazed by the flames consuming his arm. Rather than concerning himself with the fire, he swiftly retrieved an arrow from a quiver strapped to his back and knocked it onto his bow. Chapter 40. A single arrow to vanquish the enemy today. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I may be without internet this afternoon, so I can only provide one update. I apologize to my comrades in advance. What follows is an energy arrow. As Hong Yi prepared to draw his bow, the Firebat sensed the impending danger and hastily concealed himself behind a large rock. simultaneously conjuring 2 fireballs using his fireball ring. Forming 2 fireballs at once was clearly the firebat's forte. Next time, I shall eliminate you completely, he thought, having already devised a plan. As soon as the opponent loosed an arrow, he would dash out with the speed of a level 2 white star, unleashing both fireballs in succession. No matter how quick the adversary was, they would be unable to evade, for they would not anticipate that he could conjure 2 fireballs simultaneously. This was a skill the firebat had recently mastered. With this technique, he could even defeat a level 3 white star. As for Hong Yi's attack, he was entirely unconcerned, taking refuge behind the rock. What could the opponent's archery skills accomplish? Could they possibly penetrate solid stone? Hence, the firebat felt no trepidation. Observing the firebat retreat behind a massive boulder, Hong Yi's expression remained unchanged as he aimed at the rock. In the next moment, he unleashed his energy. Instantly, his level 5 biological energy surged through his arm and fingers into the arrow. In an instant, a brilliant flame erupted from the arrowhead, dazzling and intense enough to seem blinding. Moreover, as the flame burst forth, an intense heat radiated outward, palpable even to Su Lang and others several dozen meters away. The biological fire ignited on Hong Yi's arm was drawn into the arrow's flame, revealing that his energy attribute was indeed fire, and that his energy level must be extraordinarily high. Otherwise, such power would be unattainable. Lu Jia, leaning against a rock, observed Hong Yi from a distance. The firebat, hidden behind the stone, also sensed something amiss. Just then, Hong Yi released the arrow. The energy arrow, entwined with flames, shot forward with tremendous speed, crashing into the boulder with a thunderous roar. The rock, towering like a person, exploded violently. The flames spiraled outwards, creating a fiery inferno as if a barrel of oil had been spilled. The firebat, caught off guard, was hurled backwards several meters, engulfed in flames, while the 2 fireballs he had painstakingly conjured were consumed and extinguished by Hong Yi's level 5 fiery energy. When the firebat struck the ground, he had transformed into a flaming figure, emitting terrifying screams. After struggling for a moment, he succumbed. Hong Yi, astonished by his own power, had never before utilized his level 5 energy. He hadn't anticipated such ferocity. This fiery arrow not only obliterated the boulder, but also directly annihilated the firebat. All present witnessed this spectacle, and Su Lang and his companions were filled with immense joy, while the firebat's subordinates were utterly terrified. The firebat was a level 2 white star revolver, master of secondary fire energy, yet he had perished so easily. In the next moment, Hong Yi knocked another energy arrow, this time targeting the remaining subordinates of the firebat. Whoosh! The fire arrow shot forth like a blazing meteor, trailing visible flames, striking down the firebat's henchmen. Once ignited, level 5 biological fire could burn for an extended period and was virtually inextinguishable. After the battle, the valley was engulfed in flames, the air thick with the scent of roasted meat. "Are you all right?" Hong Yi inquired as he stowed his bow and made his way towards Su Lang and the others. After this encounter, he had completely developed an affinity for archery. In terms of power, firearms paled in comparison, especially when utilizing energy arrows to execute skills. One shot could unleash devastation, a lethal impact that even Hong Yi had not anticipated. Emerging from their cover, Su Lang and the others regarded Hong Yi with warmth and a newfound respect. In this era, strength was paramount, and at this moment, Hong Yi was undeniably a formidable force. "Hong Yi, I'm sticking with you from now on." Su Lang laughed heartily, pulling him into a bear hug. The thin monkey chimed in immediately. "Su team, if you're following Brother Yi, you'll have to stand behind me. I'm his #1 lackey." His remark sparked laughter among the group. Among them, only a few had sustained minor gunshot wounds, but none were fatal. Thus, they had incurred no significant losses. Meanwhile, Nia Pei and Han Lei, who had previously sought to distance themselves from Hong Yi, appeared awkward, uncertain of what to say. Naturally, Hong Yi paid them little mind. As everyone began to clear the battlefield, he approached the firebat's corpse. It had been charred to a crisp, including the destruction of his aide's intelligence core. However, on the right hand of the corpse, something remained intact, a crimson ring. This appeared to be the firebat's energy weapon. Hong Yi took the ring from the corpse, rinsed it off, and began to examine it. The heat of biological flames surpassed that of ordinary fire, yet the ring remained unscathed, indicating its exceptional quality. Hong Yi quickly confirmed that it was indeed an energy weapon, and a rare one at that, possibly not even of human origin. In comparison, his energy arrow seemed insignificant. As he slipped the ring onto his finger, he immediately sensed a profound difference, a sensation of bloodline connection, as if it had merged with his skin, becoming a part of him. Most remarkably, the biological energy within him stirred with excitement. The ring's energy conductivity was at least 70, and it also possessed the fire attribute. So it is, Hong Yi murmured. And in the next moment, he attempted to unleash energy. The ring ignited with flames, rapidly condensing into a fireball the size of a basketball, radiating terrifying heat. Now, Hong Yi understood how the fire bat had conjured his fireballs. It was entirely reliant on this ring. However, while the fire bat's biological fire energy was only level 2, his was level 5. Thus the fireballs he produced were far superior in potency. Su Lang and the others had also noticed the ring, but none considered contesting it with Hong Yi. Since ancient times, treasures belonged to the capable, and given Hong Yi's strength, no one would dare challenge him. The battlefield was swiftly cleared, and the debris blocking the road along with the wrecked vehicles was removed. The injured were seated in the central vehicle, while Hong Yi occupied the first vehicle along with Su Lang, Lu Jia, and the thin monkey, with Old Hu at the wheel. The convoy continued toward their gathering point. At this moment, Su Lang remarked, "Hong Yi, the fire bat wouldn't have attacked us without reason, and he mentioned someone wants you dead. There must be someone orchestrating behind the scenes." Lu Jia, though silent, displayed concern in her eyes. Hong Yi shook his head. "There is no need. I have a clear idea of who is scheming against me." Currently, his adversaries were primarily the Wang family and Yuan Shiji. Although Wang Xin was opportunistic, she likely wouldn't resort to hiring assassins for his demise. Thus, Yuan Shiji remained the primary suspect. Hong Yi suspected that the recent class division was largely orchestrated by Yuan Shiji, but he had not anticipated that the latter would go so far as to hire a killer. Upon careful reflection, it is indeed reasonable. Previously, I had clearly expressed skepticism regarding the class division results and had spoken harshly. Thus, Yuan Shiji was undoubtedly aware of the consequences of tampering with the students' classification data. He feared that the truth might be uncovered, and having suffered a loss of face, it was entirely within the realm of possibility for him to engage in such behavior. However, do I appear to be a mere soft target for others to manipulate? Clearly not. The two teaching assistants tallied the number of zombies and subsequently awarded each individual an additional credit. Although it was merely 1 credit, it was still quite commendable. As for the incident of the ambush in the wilderness today, they chose to remain silent. No one wished to attract trouble. The Firebat, a level 2 evolved being of the White Star, possesses formidable strength, even surpassing Shinshin, and accompanied by numerous subordinates. Failure was not an option. I simply had to await news. Yuan Shiji murmured to himself, the thought of Hong Yi, who had caused him such embarrassment, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. That bastard. I refuse to believe you will escape death this time. Yet, Yuan Shiji received no word from the Firebat. As darkness fell, in his impatience, he resolved to visit the Firebat's team's residence to inquire further. However, just as he reached the ground floor, he was struck by disbelief upon seeing a familiar figure. It was none other than Hong Yi. At that moment, Hong Yi and Xue Ling were conversing at the entrance of the teaching assistant dormitory, appearing utterly unscathed. How could this be possible? Wasn't this fellow out in the wilderness capturing zombies this afternoon? He should have perished out there. How could things have turned out this way? Stunned, Yuan Shiji found himself at a loss for words. Just then, he caught Hong Yi casting a glance in his direction, filled with disdain and coldness. That damn fellow. While anger surged within Yuan Shiji, a flicker of guilt surfaced, compelling him to avoid direct eye contact with Hong Yi as he hurriedly sidestepped away. Chapter 41. Unexpected. I always suspected your motives for seeking me were impure. Xue Ling noted Yuan Shiji's departure, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. The outcome evidently pleased Hong Yi. If previously he had an 80% certainty that Yuan Shiji had hired the Firebat team, he was now 100% convinced. As I have yet to dine, since you have sought my counsel, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Xue Ling remarked. The cafeteria of the Evolution Institute offered delectable dishes. While the prices were not modest, Hong Yi was indifferent to the expenditure. Xue Ling, a student of the Evolution Academy, was of White Star Level 2, possessing 2 innate skills and 3 common skills, a remarkable feat that justified her position as a teaching assistant in the Evolution Institute. Hong Yi sought her out to inquire about skill enhancement. On this matter, Xue Ling was forthcoming, for Hong Yi had lent her assistance in the past. As she had stated, she owed him a favor. Firstly, mastery requires frequent application of a skill to truly grasp it. The same skill wielded by a novice differs vastly from that of an expert. Additionally, one must understand that skills can also be upgraded. Xueling whispered at this juncture. Hong Yi's heart raced. He realized this was the crux of the matter. Do you know why only the Evolution Academy can cultivate true masters? Because the equipment to elevate the levels of common skills is exclusive to the Evolution Academy. However, I have heard that the Evolution Institute will eventually acquire such resources, at which point you may utilize academic credits to access them. Xueling did not withhold this information, knowing that others would discover it in due course. Hong Yi nodded. Given this, he would eventually benefit from it. Moreover, Xueling imparted a wealth of practical knowledge and techniques, one of which addressed a long-standing query of Hong Yi's, the function of brain crystals. The significance of brain crystals only manifests upon reaching White Star Level 3. Even I cannot utilize them yet. Before attaining White Star Level 3, an evolver possesses 2 innate skills, and upon reaching Level 3, a clear network of abilities, referred to as the innate skill tree, emerges in the brain domain. At that point, to unlock innate skills, one must not only achieve a requisite evolution level, but also possess sufficient brain crystals to energize the innate skill tree. Furthermore, upgrading skills also necessitates brain crystals. Xueling's revelations opened Hong Yi's eyes. He had been entirely unaware of such knowledge, even during his studies in the affluent district, where he only grasped concepts prior to White Star Level 2. It was no wonder that a condition for evolvers from the impoverished district to enter the affluent district was to attain White Star Level 3, signifying a true evolver. In addition, Xueling disclosed another matter to Hong Yi. Regarding your class assignment, I have investigated, and it is evident that someone has meddled, likely Yuan Shiji. However, this scoundrel has deleted the records of the incident, making it difficult to prove, but rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye. Xueling spoke softly. Hong Yi nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you, but it matters not. The ordinary class is quite satisfactory. He ventured into the wilderness, first locating Yin Pai, and then proceeded to hunt zombies. After several hours of pursuit, Hong Yi's hunter level finally ascended to level 6. Although hunter level 6 does not unlock new skills, his agility and strength each increased by 1 point. Consequently, his strength reached 9 points, and agility peaked at 10 points, surpassing many White Star Level 2 evolvers. Now, even when faced with White Star Level 3 evolvers, Hong Yi felt unperturbed. In addition to elevating his hunter level, Hong Yi amassed numerous brain crystals. Combined with his previous collection, he now possessed 11 crystals. Discovering a secluded cave, he instructed Yin Pai to enter, then retrieved a large syringe filled with a potent anesthetic purchased from the Mercenary Association. This substance could incapacitate even White Star Level 2 mutants. While costly, Hong Yi deemed it a necessary expenditure. Once Yin Pai lay down, Hong Yi administered a sufficient dose of the anesthetic. The creature, having been tamed by him, offered no resistance. Within a minute, Yin Pai succumbed to slumber. The vendor of the anesthetic had assured him that this dosage would keep the majority of White Star Level 2 mutants unconscious for 24 hours. It was a lengthy night. The following day marked a significant occasion for the ordinary students of the Evolution Institute, for it was their inaugural practical combat class. The participants were from Ordinary Class 10 and Ordinary Class 20, gathered in a vast circular arena, nearly 1,000 students encircling a 30-meter square platform, enclosed by towering metal barriers resembling an arena. 2 instructors and 2 teaching assistants stood upon the platform, among whom Yuan Shiji was prominently featured as the assistant for Ordinary Class 10. He cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, despite the multitude of students. He swiftly pinpointed the individual he longed to eliminate. He was already aware of the Firebat team's demise, and although there was no direct evidence linking it to Hong Yi, the correlation was evident, considering the Firebat team had gone dark while targeting Hong Yi. Yuan Shiji had invested significantly to employ the Firebat team, initially confident of success, only to encounter this unforeseen outcome. If the team's obliteration was indeed tied to Hong Yi, it was apparent that the latter posed a threat to him as well, in terms of strength. He could not contend with the Firebat team. At that moment, Yuan Shiji noticed Hong Yi's gaze upon him, filled with cold disdain and a hint of murderous intent. Feeling guilty, Yuan Shiji averted his eyes, yet his heart seethed with anger. He must know I sent the Firebat after him. But what of it? Just a lowly insect from the slums. What significance does he hold? Wait and see. Soon he will learn the consequences of incurring my wrath. The practical course was set to commence. According to protocol, the instructors and assistants would first demonstrate combat techniques against mutants, imparting the focal points and methodologies to the students. However, it was customary for the instructors to refrain from participating directly, with the assistants typically executing the demonstrations. Before long, Yuan Shiji, the assistant for Ordinary Class 10, entered the combat arena alongside Li Ming, the assistant for Ordinary Class 20. Within the arena, 4 zombie mutants awaited. The assistants were equipped with cold weapons to showcase close-quarters combat with the mutants. Senior Yuan, please select your weapon. Li Ming, of Ordinary Class 20, bowed and gestured toward Yuan Shiji. Though both were students of the Evolution Academy, Yuan Shiji's prowess was evidently superior to Li Ming's, compounded by Yuan's familial connections to a government official, a fact well known among their peers, thus rendering Li Ming somewhat subservient in comparison. Yuan Shiji nodded, seizing a reinforced machete, and remarked, "You are Li Ming from Class 9, correct? You may assist me from behind. I alone am sufficient to dispatch these 4 zombies." With that, Yuan Shiji stepped into the iron cage, followed closely by Li Ming. Inside, the 4 zombies were shackled by iron chains at both hands and feet, which would only release upon their entry. Once they were inside, the chains fell away, and the 4 zombies lunged forward with guttural howls. Humph, mere trifles. Observing the zombies' frantic assault, Yuan Shiji felt no trepidation. His proficiency in the Evolution Academy's common skill, 10,000 Army Blade technique, was notably high, and with his White Star Level 1 strength, he believed he could easily dispatch not just 4, but even more if necessary. At this moment, to showcase his prowess, he brandished an alloy machete and charged forward, delivering several swift strikes that felled the leading undead creature to the ground. Meanwhile, Li Ming could only stand there awkwardly. Yuan Shiji had not permitted him to take the spotlight, and he truly lacked the courage to step forward. The 10,000 Army Blade technique was fiercely formidable. Reputed to be distilled from numerous close combat knife techniques, comprising 32 distinct maneuvers that, when skillfully employed, could effectively address the vast majority of melee situations. The onlooking students were captivated, filled with admiration, with many female students swooning at Yuan Shiji's combat stance. Even the 2 instructors observing from a distance nodded in approval. After all, battling a single undead was no great challenge, yet contending with 4 was not something just anyone could achieve. Yuan Shiji indeed possessed considerable skill and extensive practical experience. Before long, he had dispatched 3 undead creatures with remarkable efficiency, leaving only 1 remaining. Yuan Shiji lunged forward with fervor, executing a horizontal slash aimed at severing the creature's head. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The final undead creature suddenly raised its arm with surprising force, blocking the alloy machete, causing the blade to become lodged within its bone, unable to be extricated. Almost simultaneously, the creature lunged at Yuan Shiji, knocking him to the ground. Chapter 42, The Unexpected, Part 2. The speed and strength exhibited by this particular undead creature clearly surpassed the standard of an ordinary zombie. Yuan Shiji was filled with terror as he screamed, realizing that he could not push this creature away with his strength. In the next moment, the immensely powerful zombie sank its teeth into Yuan Shiji's neck, violently tearing away a chunk of flesh. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the air. "This is bad. It's an enhanced zombie. Quick, save him." The 2 instructors outside the iron cage paled at the sight. The physique of an enhanced zombie exceeds that of a regular one, and Yuan Shiji's first-tier strength was no match for it. The chains were swiftly undone, and the 2 instructors dashed in like lightning. Both had attained the 3rd tier of strength, making them 3 to 5 times faster than an ordinary human. One instructor forcefully knocked aside the enhanced zombie that was attacking Yuan Shiji, while the other dragged the bloodied and disfigured Yuan Shiji out of the cage. Witnessing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, and cries of alarm filled the air, plunging the scene into chaos. What a shame, the throat wasn't bitten out. Among the crowd, Hong Yi shook his head, then lifted the control he had over the enhanced zombie, blending into the throng as he exited. It was evident that everything was orchestrated by Hong Yi. The enhanced zombie had been secretly tamed and controlled by Hong Yi since the previous night, all part of his plan to eliminate Yuan Shiji in an unexpected manner during the practical class. The outcome seemed promising. Yuan Shiji had to be removed. No one likes having an enemy who constantly seeks to undermine them. Hong Yi understood this principle well. Since he could not employ overt methods, he resorted to a more cunning approach. Thus, using a mutated creature to eliminate Yuan Shiji during the practical class was Hong Yi's strategy. The taming skill was evidently crucial. But there were 2 additional issues to address. First, Hong Yi's taming skill could only control 1 target at a time, and second, the strength of the mutated creature used in the class was insufficient. Hong Yi resolved the first issue by using anesthetics on the creature, allowing him to tame other mutated beings. As long as he reasserted control before the anesthetic wore off, he would be fine. The second issue was how to enhance the strength of the mutated creature used in class, enabling it to overpower Yuan Shiji. Hong Yi's method was simple. By injecting blood from a high-tier mutated creature into an ordinary zombie, he could enhance the latter's physique, transforming it into an enhanced zombie. Coupled with a surprise attack, the probability of success was significantly heightened. The results, without a doubt, aligned closely with Hong Yi's expectations. Although Yuan Shiji did not die on the spot, he was unlikely to survive. The bites alone, not to mention the mutated virus carried by the enhanced zombie, were sufficient to seal Yuan Shiji's fate. Unless his immunity surpassed that of an ordinary person by 5 times, Yuan Shiji was doomed. Hong Yi's meticulous planning left no room for error, including the covert infiltration to inject the virus into the restrained zombie, ensuring that no one witnessed his actions. Thus, the likelihood of discovery was minimal, as it all appeared to be a mere accident. The Wang family, upon receiving news, rushed over immediately. "Mr. Yuan, how is Shiji?" Wang Haiba inquired anxiously upon arrival. Yuan Bin, feeling distraught, glanced at Wang Haiba and Wang Xin but remained silent. A member of the Yuan family then provided an overview of the situation, leaving the two to wait anxiously. After a while, another figure approached swiftly, accompanied by an assistant resembling a secretary. Behind them trailed 2 T6 combat robots, entirely constructed of metal. This was the most advanced type of combat robot in the settlement. And naturally, only the affluent could afford such technology. As this imposing figure strode in, everyone rose respectfully, and Yuan Bin stepped forward, speaking in a hushed tone. "Elder brother, you have arrived. How is Shiji?" The man waved his hand dismissively, directly inquiring. He was Yuan Qiming, a senior official responsible for internal affairs in the No. 7 settlement. A notable figure in the Yuan family's strongest ally. The situation is dire. His injuries are severe. If it were just that, it would be acceptable. But the most troubling aspect is that he has been infected with the mutated virus. The virus's level and concentration are alarmingly high. I fear for Shiji's fate. Yuan Bin's voice trembled as he spoke. "We have investigated. It appears to be an accident. That zombie mutated, evolving into an enhanced zombie. Shiji underestimated the situation due to his lack of combat experience, which led to this outcome. With over 1,000 witnesses present, it is unlikely that anyone orchestrated this." Yuan Bin explained. "An accident? I do not believe in accidents. Those fools at the Evolution Institute are not incompetent. How could they fail to recognize an enhanced zombie among ordinary ones? If that zombie suddenly mutated, it would be far too coincidental. In any case, we must uncover the truth behind this incident. If someone is indeed scheming behind the scenes, I, Yuan Qiming, will not let them go unpunished." His expression darkened, radiating an aura of menace, causing those around him to hold their breath, fearful of incurring his wrath. At that moment, the emergency room doors swung open, and several doctors emerged. An elderly physician said, "I regret to inform you that the patient could not be saved. The virus has infected the central nervous system. We can only suppress its spread for a limited time. Family members may enter to say their final goodbyes." As the doctor's words fell, a wave of sorrow swept over the crowd. Both Yuan Qiming and Yuan Bin's faces changed dramatically as they rushed inside. Xin, Shiji may not make it. Should we not go in to see?" Wang Haiba, feeling at a loss, had initially intended to ingratiate himself with the Yuan family. However, if Yuan Shiji died, he would lose his connections. Wang Xin maintained an expression of indifference throughout. Even upon hearing that Yuan Shiji could not be saved, her demeanor remained unchanged. She shook her head. "There's no need to go in. The Yuan family is in a rage right now. We would not benefit from entering." I initially thought highly of Yuan Shiji's background, but I did not expect him to be so short-lived. With that, Wang Xin turned on her heel and left without a second thought, showing no intention of seeing her boyfriend one last time. The news of Yuan Shiji's demise spread throughout the Evolution Institute the following day, and everyone regarded it as an unfortunate incident. Viewing Yuan Shiji as merely a victim of circumstance, Hong Yi, upon hearing the news, sighed in relief. The plan had succeeded. Had Yuan Shiji survived, the complications would have multiplied, but with his death, even if the Yuan family suspected him, he had means to defend himself. In the days that followed, Hong Yi focused on attending classes and hunting mutated creatures in the wild to gain experience points. Naturally, he also completed several tasks for the Mercenary Association. As anticipated, The Yuan family dispatched numerous investigators to look into Yuan Shiji's death, with many being interrogated, including Hong Yi, particularly due to his past conflict with Yuan Shiji. However, the timing of Hong Yi's setup was impeccable. It occurred during a public lesson with thousands of witnesses. Thus, even if suspicions fell upon him, no one would believe he had any connection to the incident. Hong Yi remained unaware of how the Evolution Institute would handle the situation. He simply continued to enhance his own strength. For Hong Yi, nothing held greater importance than his own power. Although his scheme to eliminate Yuan Shiji was executed flawlessly, it was not entirely foolproof. If someone were to dig deeper, they might uncover hints of his involvement. Should that time come, Hong Yi would have to rely solely on himself, and he sensed that this matter might not remain concealed for long. However, Hong Yi harbored no regrets. Yuan Shiji had plotted against him with great determination, and he needed to be eliminated. Once Hong Yi's strength reached a level that instilled fear even in the Yuan family. Even if they discovered that he was responsible for Yuan Shiji's demise, they would dare not speak out. The principle of respecting the powerful had been ingrained in Hong Yi since the disappearance of his father 5 years ago. Presently, Hong Yi was at the White Star Level 1, a Level 6 hunter. To ascend to White Star Level 2, he required the corresponding evolution procedures and potions, the costs of which were significantly higher than those for Level 1. Moreover, possessing wealth alone would not guarantee acquisition. One had to complete specific tasks within the Mercenary Association to gain purchasing privileges. Of course, Hong Yi could also opt to obtain the Level 2 evolution procedures and potions from the Evolution Institute. However, the challenges there were formidable. It would not only require money but also a certain amount of credits and a mentor's recommendation. Relatively speaking, the Mercenary Association offered a more accessible route. As for the Evolution Institute, Hong Yi was reluctant to expose his strength too soon, especially since Yuan Shiji had just perished. If he drew too much attention, he risked being targeted by the Yuan family. Should they investigate, it would be impossible to remain entirely inconspicuous. For instance, if they delved deeply into the incident involving the Fire Bat Squad's demise, it would be evident that he and Yuan Shiji had become sworn enemies. Chapter 43. Lu Xiaolu and the Mercenary Association. In his spare time, Hong Yi would often visit the Mercenary Association to browse for tasks that he could conveniently undertake. After all, completing assignments from the association would reward him with both monetary compensation and contribution points. Once he had accrued enough funds to purchase the Level 2 White Star Evolution program, he would embark on that specific task. Advancing to Level 2 White Star would unlock a new cerebral domain and, most importantly, unveil a second data packet concealed within his brain. The benefits he derived from the first data packet associated with the hunter profession had been immense, so his anticipation for the second data packet was palpable. As Hong Yi perused the available tasks, he was on the verge of casually accepting one when a new task appeared on the board, seemingly just released. This task was intriguing. It fell under the category of a protective mission with a handsome reward, 1,200 new coins for a 5-hour commitment, alongside 3 contribution points. Moreover, any brain crystals acquired during the task would belong to the mercenaries themselves. Hong Yi was taken aback. 2 academic credits were no trifling matter. Typically, one could earn only a single credit in a day, as evidenced by the previous task of capturing the undead, which had only yielded 1 credit per participant. The prospect of earning 2 credits from this protective task instantly captured Hong Yi's attention. Soon, he received a message from the employer, instructing all participants to gather at Gate 5 in 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Hong Yi organized his gear and drove his pickup truck toward the designated gate. The gathering point was home to numerous gates leading out to various regions, and upon arrival, he spotted a white armored vehicle waiting there. The mere presence of this vehicle indicated that the employer was of considerable significance. After parking, Hong Yi exited his truck and approached. Whereupon a burly man approached him and inquired, "Are you the mercenary assigned to the task?" "This way, please." Hong Yi nodded and followed him, noticing several other mercenaries already gathered. A few minutes later, more mercenaries arrived, and the stout man glanced at the time, stating, "The time is nearly upon us. Miss Lu, please explain the task." At that moment, a young girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, descended from the armored vehicle. She was clad in a loose robe, clearly not the type of individual suited for combat. Her petite and well-proportioned figure, long hair cascading over her shoulders, and a light blue hairpin accentuated her delicate features, exuding a playful charm with an endearing hint of innocence. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Xiaolu, and I will outline the task," she began, displaying remarkable politeness that suggested a well-rounded education. You are required to protect me as I enter the mining area to assist in collecting specimens. My assistant, Mr. Lei, will oversee the specifics of our operation. Due to time constraints, we must depart immediately. With that, Lu Xiaolu flashed a smile at the group before preparing to re-enter the vehicle. Hong Yi noticed a T5 combat robot inside the vehicle. Upon seeing the girl, he furrowed his brow slightly. He recognized her from their previous encounter in the Salt Lake District when she had been with Xue Ling, and they had been surrounded by a horde of ant-like creatures, which he had helped fend off. Clearly, she did not remember him. Scanning the surroundings, Hong Yi did not spot Xue Ling. Aside from the T5 combat robot, the only other individual beside Lu Xiaolu was the robust man, presumably her personal bodyguard. At that moment, Hong Yi asked, "Is it true that there are academic credits involved?" Lu Xiaolu paused, turning to him, and replied, "Of course it's true. Are you a student of the Evolution Institute? Rest assured, I am a teaching assistant at the Institute and possess a few discretionary credits to allocate." This girl is a teaching assistant? Hong Yi felt somewhat speechless, yet her demeanor suggested honesty. Moreover, based on their last encounter, it was evident that her status surpassed that of Xue Ling. If Xue Ling held the title of teaching assistant, Lu Xiaolu's identity could not be fabricated. Fantastic. Completing a task and earning credits is simply delightful, exclaimed another young mercenary, clearly an Evolution Institute student as well. He approached Hong Yi and introduced himself. "I'm Wang Lin from the Elite Class 7. Hong Yi, from the Ordinary Class 20, Hong Yi replied, shaking Wang Lin's hand. Upon hearing Hong Yi's class, Wang Lin paused momentarily before smiling, though his enthusiasm noticeably waned. The sense of superiority associated with the elite class was palpable, especially considering that Hong Yi belonged to the lowest tier, Class 20. Hong Yi paid little mind to Wang Lin's demeanor. After the task was completed, who would remember whom? Inside the first vehicle, Lu Xiaolu was typing away on a computer while Mr. Lei approached her, stating, "Miss Lu, do you think we are being somewhat reckless? Sneaking out is one thing, but hiring ordinary mercenaries? If we encounter real danger, these individuals will lack any combat capability." Lu Xiaolu, however, remained resolute. "Mr. Lei, enough. I have made up my mind. My grandparents' concerns are for my safety, but my research has reached a critical juncture, and I cannot abandon it. Besides, the area we are heading to carries minimal risk. We should be fine." Unable to dissuade her, the burly man suggested, "Should we contact Miss Xue and have her come?" The vehicle soon departed the gathering point, followed by a convoy of mercenaries on cars and motorcycles, advancing westward into the mining area. What folly! This is sheer madness. Xiaolu is completely unaware of the dangers, exclaimed an elderly figure as he pressed a communicator on his desk, shouting, "Immediately locate Xiaolu's aid signal and ascertain her whereabouts. Dispatch someone to find her." Angered, he switched off the communicator, contemplating before reactivating it. "Bring that girl Xue Ling to me." At the entrance of the number 14 mine, Hong Yi surveyed the immense cavern, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiaolu intended to enter here. Had he known, he would never have come, while others might be oblivious. Hong Yi was acutely aware that deep within the number 14 mine lurked a terrifying undead abomination, one that could very well have transformed into a demon. According to a girl clad in crimson armor, only those at White Star level 4 could possibly become demons. This meant that the abomination within the mine was at least White Star level 4, a challenge far beyond their current capabilities. Consequently, Hong Yi approached Lu Xiaolu, insisting that she could not proceed. "This is madness. With our numbers, entering is tantamount to a certain death. Why can't we enter?" Lu Xiaolu was clearly not one to easily yield. If she were, she would not have ventured here for the sake of gathering research specimens. "I have been here before, and there exists a formidable abomination that likely reaches White Star level 4, Hong Yi explained, prompting laughter from those around him. "Haha, if you're afraid, just admit it. There is no need to fabricate such a ludicrous tale to deceive us. This place is merely 50 kilometers from gathering point 7 and within 100 kilometers. No creature exceeds White Star level 3. You claim there's a White Star level 4 abomination inside? That is preposterous," scoffed a nearby mercenary, clearly unconvinced by Hong Yi's warning. "Believe it or not, I shall not enter, and could you enlighten me as to why it is imperative to venture into mine number 14? Are the other mines not suitable for specimen collection?" Hong Yi cast a glance at Lu Xiaolu and inquired. "That is not permissible. As for the necessity of mine no. 14, I cannot divulge the reasons. Should you choose not to partake in the forthcoming task, I could offer you a modest sum for your departure." Lu Xiaolu shook her head. Hong Yi, visibly irritated, mused that if it were not for her acquaintance with Xue Ling, he would have simply turned away, deeming it unnecessary to wade through this murky situation. If this foolish girl wishes to court her own demise, so be it. Allow me to reiterate, do not enter. You will undoubtedly regret it. Hong Yi fixed his gaze upon Lu Xiaolu, who appeared somewhat swayed but then seemed to recall something, her resolve hardening once more. I would regret not going in. Suit yourself. Hong Yi, disinterested in further discourse, turned to leave, while the group of mercenaries regarded him with contemptuous expressions, particularly Wang Lin from the elite class of the Essence Academy, who wore a look of disdain. So, it turns out, merely a coward. Chapter 44, The Rat Demon. Thus, I have done my utmost. However, after the vehicle had only been in motion for a short while, Hong Yi suddenly slammed on the brakes. A figure appeared ahead, a full 100 meters away, yet thanks to the visual enhancement from his aide's intellect, he could distinctly discern the shape of this figure. It was a mutant, clearly. Had it been an ordinary mutant, Hong Yi would not have reacted so abruptly. As a mercenary, hunting mutants was an essential part of his daily endeavors. Yet this mutant was markedly different. It was a rat, notably large, standing upright like a human and nearly the same height as an ordinary person. Most peculiarly, it was clad in a crude outfit, unmistakably a garment, and around its waist was a length of twine, from which hung a sword. Hong Yi rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be seeing things. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine, and sensing imminent danger, his body instinctively reacted. He seized the bow and two quivers beside him, flung open the door, and leapt out. He had never encountered such an absurdity as a rat mutant wielding a sword. Fortunately, Hong Yi was quick-witted. He swiftly drew an energy arrow from the quiver and channeled his internal level 5 fire energy. In a heartbeat, flames enveloped the arrow, radiating intense heat. Upon witnessing this, the rat mutant displayed an expression of surprise, one typically reserved for humans. However, Hong Yi would not grant it a moment to react. He released the arrow, which shot forth like a meteor, trailed by flames. Given the distance, he believed it would be impossible for the creature to evade. With a thunderous roar, a massive fireball erupted ahead. Hong Yi held great confidence in the potency of his attack. As long as he struck true, the creature would undoubtedly perish. Yet, at that moment, a shadow sprang forth from the fireball, hurtling towards him. In a flash of realization, Hong Yi saw that it was the rat mutant, its body singed with embers, and an arrow lodged in its relatively slender arm, though this injury appeared negligible to it. In the next heartbeat, it brought its sword down with a swift motion. The sound of air being sliced rang out, and at that moment, Hong Yi felt a surge of adrenaline. He immediately activated his innate skill to evade, propelling himself sideways. With a sharp crack, the ground was marked by a deep sword scar. Although Hong Yi narrowly avoided the blow, his rapid movement had reached its limit. He could sense that if the mutant struck again, he would not escape. Run. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Hong Yi. This sword-wielding, clothed rat mutant was far too terrifying. He was no match for it, were it not for the enhanced strength and speed granted by his hunter level. Any ordinary first-tier evolver would have already met their demise following that first strike. Without hesitation, Hong Yi fled to the side, abandoning his gear and supplies in the vehicle. At this moment, nothing was more precious than his life. However, he was acutely aware that the rat mutant would likely pursue him, providing little solace. With speed exceeding that of an ordinary person by more than threefold, Hong Yi covered a distance of 40 to 50 meters in mere seconds, while forming a fireball with the fireball ring on his finger. The explosive sound of the fireball igniting echoed behind him, creating a formidable spectacle. Yet, Hong Yi understood that this fireball would at best serve as a temporary hindrance. Vanquishing this mutant was a mere folly. Had it been possible to defeat it, the earlier fire arrow would have sufficed, but the fact that it had only inflicted a minor wound indicated that this mutant's physical resilience far surpassed his expectations. The combined physical damage of the arrow and the biological flames had proven ineffective. With the velocity akin to a third-tier evolver, Hong Yi dashed over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, but the peril behind him only grew closer. There was no escaping. The thoughts surged within him. In this wilderness, there were scarcely any sanctuaries to seek refuge. Confronting an insurmountable mutant led to a dead end, and despair began to take root in Hong Yi's heart. Just then, he spotted a crack in the hillside ahead, seemingly an opening to slip through. His eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace, simultaneously conjuring a second fireball with the fireball ring. This distance of merely 10 meters felt like thousands. As he approached, he swiftly squeezed through the opening, hurling the second fireball behind him. Boom. Ignoring the cacophony and the pain coursing through his body, Hong Yi pressed deeper into the crevice. soon discovering that it led to a hidden cavern. Once more summoning a fireball, he sealed the entrance through which he had entered with flames, uncertain if it would thwart the rat mutant's pursuit. Now, bit low within the confines of this narrow cave, retreat was not an option. He could only advance. Fortunately, the cavern extended far beyond, and after crawling for what felt like an eternity, the space began to widen. Activating his aide's night vision, he could only discern the situation a mere 10 meters ahead. Even with the slim possibility of danger, he could not afford to be reckless. After careful consideration, he chose to press onward. Such junctions could work to his advantage, allowing him to confuse the pursuing rat mutant. The further he ventured, the more expansive the space became, until ultimately, he could stand upright without bending, the cave's height exceeding 2 meters. Although the terrain remained uneven, it was far less stifling. Presently, he possessed no food or water. His only weapons were a longbow known as the Jungle Hunter and 2 quivers containing fewer than 40 energy arrows. Additionally, he had a handgun with 3 magazines, totaling 30 rounds, and an alloy dagger, more suited for portability than the bulkier alloy machete. Beyond these, there was nothing else. Clearly, such limited weaponry was inadequate. Moreover, Hong-Yi bore numerous injuries. During his escape, the pain had gone unnoticed, but now his arm and back throbbed with a fiery ache. Upon inspection, he found abrasions on his arm, the most severe being a sword wound on his back, exceeding a foot in length, even slicing through his bulletproof vest. Fortunately, the cut was not deep, and with his current physique, he could staunch the bleeding quickly. But did this mutant possess the intelligence to wield weapons? Its level had undoubtedly reached the 4th tier. Therefore, it was indeed the rat demon. Chapter 45, The Gathering of Mutants. Hong-Yi attempted to establish contact with Yin Pai, though he was uncertain whether he could reach him. In such dire circumstances, having Yin Pai's assistance would prove to be immensely beneficial, for it was uncertain if they might encounter other formidable mutants in this place. Should he be pursued by the rat-like mutant, having Yin Pai nearby would at least afford him some means of defense. He commanded Yin Pai to rush to his location at all costs. After issuing this order, Hong-Yi felt a slight sense of relief, rising to continue his journey forward, hoping to find an alternative exit from this wretched place. In the depths of the mine, the presence of such undead miners was evident. The 2 undead creatures had clearly caught a whiff of the blood on Hong-Yi, screeching as they lunged toward him. Opting against using his firearm, which could easily attract more enemies, he swiftly drew 2 arrows, knocking them with lightning speed and shooting them forth to pierce the skulls of the approaching zombies. By a stroke of luck, he managed to extract a brain crystal from each of the fallen creatures. The situation was indeed dire. Hong-Yi was injured, and the scent of blood would continue to draw mutants towards him unless his wounds healed. While the injury on his arm was manageable, the sword wound on his back would not mend easily. Lacking hemostatic agents and bandages, he had no means to contain the spreading scent of blood. If this continued, every mutant in the mine would be drawn to him, a prospect he wished to avoid. Gazing at the 2 corpses on the ground, an idea struck him. He produced an alloy dagger and meticulously skinned one of the undead, then tore strips from his own clothing to wrap around his wounds. He draped the zombie's skin over his back and, in addition, punctured the creature's abdomen, smearing its intestines and some brain matter onto himself. The overpowering stench should mask his own blood scent, and as long as his wounds did not come into contact with these substances, he would not need to fear infection. Hong-Yi's immunity was already significantly heightened, allowing him to withstand minor infections. However, this disguise would only be partially effective. If mutants approached closely, they could still detect him. Thus, Hong-Yi's immediate goal was to find an exit from this place. It soon became apparent that he was lost. The mine was a labyrinthine structure with numerous passageways, and he encountered many undead along the way. In such an environment, confrontation was unavoidable. After an hour of evasion and combat, he found refuge in a relatively spacious corridor to rest. The relentless fighting had exhausted him, and he had faced over a dozen undead, relying on the fiery projectiles conjured by his ring to eliminate them. The fireballs were immensely powerful, capable of annihilating all undead within a 5-meter radius. Yet they consumed biological energy and left him fatigued. Continuing this way was unsustainable. During his brief respite, Hong-Yi commanded his assistant AI to retrieve previous combat footage, including many instructional sessions from the elite squad. The videos focused primarily on melee combat techniques, which he had been studying during his idle moments. Hong-Yi recognized that his greatest deficiency lay in close-quarters combat. Once his arrows and ammunition were expended, melee skills would be his only recourse. Though he understood the principle of last-minute preparation, applying it effectively proved challenging. After analyzing the footage, he was uncertain how much his melee capability had improved. He had the AI distill certain techniques from the videos, implanting them into his mind through simulated movements, thus allowing him to perform these techniques with minimal practice. While their practical application in combat remained uncertain, any preparation was better than none. The sole comfort was the distinct sensation of Yin Pai drawing near, instilling a sense of reassurance in Hong Yi. Once Yin Pai arrived, his confidence would significantly bolster. After recuperating, Hong Yi set off again. Determined to follow the direction of Yin Pai's presence, there was no chance of error. In the wilderness, he would not fear hundreds of undead. If overmatched, he could simply flee. However, the mine's topology posed a different threat. If surrounded, escape would be impossible. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as he traversed the tunnels only to encounter throngs of undead. Ultimately, he was forced to navigate through passageways devoid of their presence, leading him, quite by chance, into an enormous cavern. Upon entering this cavern, Hong Yi was taken aback by its vastness. The depth alone extended hundreds of meters. Before him lay a massive platform, backed by an unfathomable chasm, akin to an abyss. On this platform stood an extravagant hall, supported by colossal stone pillars, its construction composed of countless skeletal remains, some human, others of different species. Surrounding the hall were numerous hunting mutants, as well as a multitude of colossal undead, numbering perhaps in the hundreds. Witnessing this scene, Hong Yi immediately concealed himself in the shadows behind a large rock, controlling his heartbeat and breathing to the utmost degree. Any discovery would likely spell his doom. This cavern was evidently a gathering place for these mutants. Numerous passageways in the rocky walls were teeming with hunting undead, seemingly numbering in the thousands. Am I truly in the heart of their stronghold? Hong Yi's brow furrowed in alarm, instinctively shrinking back. There was no point in lamenting his fate. He had arrived and must now endure. As time passed, more mutants continued to pour into the cavern, including various other types such as scorpion and serpent mutants. It felt as though a meeting of mutants was underway. Suddenly, Hong Yi sensed a familiar presence approaching, filling him with elation. Yin Pai emerged from one of the passageways, rapidly making its way toward him. Seeing Yin Pai approach instilled Hong Yi with newfound confidence. If discovered, he could cling to Yin Pai's back and escape at its remarkable speed. With a stature exceeding 4 meters and limbs as robust as a small tank, Yin Pai was undeniably a trustworthy ally. Its formidable presence would deter even the most powerful second-tier mutants, rendering them unlikely to notice Hong Yi's presence. With Yin Pai's arrival, Hong Yi's demeanor shifted. He had worried incessantly, but now, hidden behind Yin Pai, he began to analyze the astonishing scene before him. Thousands of mutants congregated in this vast underground mine, not merely of one species, but various kinds coexisting in apparent harmony. It was well known that mutants often clashed violently, even within the same species, making this peaceful assembly almost miraculous. Among them was the rat-like mutant swordsman that had nearly bested him earlier. This mutant entered from a passageway, exuding a powerful aura entirely distinct from the others. Even Hong Yi could sense the palpable fear it instilled. The surrounding mutants parted to make way for it, clearly unwilling to provoke the rat-like swordsman. Hong Yi deduced that this creature must be at least a 4th-tier mutant, having reached the demon classification. After entering, the rat swordsman nonchalantly approached the grand hall and took a seat upon one of the 7 stone pedestals within. 7 stone pedestals, 6 small and 1 large. The larger pedestal positioned above, while the 6 smaller ones were arranged in a straight line below. The mouse-like swordsman was seated upon one of the small pedestals, remarkably resembling a human in his serene repose, eyes closed in meditation. At this moment, Hong Yi had grown accustomed to the peculiarities surrounding him. After all, he had witnessed more extraordinary occurrences that day than in his entire lifetime. A thought struck him. Perhaps all 7 pedestals had already found their occupants. With the mouse-like swordsman claiming one, it stood to reason that the others would soon be occupied by other aberrations. Just as this notion settled in his mind, he observed 2 more anomalies entering the scene, one a pig-like creature, the other a formidable black bear variant. Both were impressively tall, the black bear in particular clad in metallic armor, standing upright at over 4 meters, resembling a small mountain in stature. Chapter 46, The Monkey Demon Preaches, Part 1. As the 2 mutated beings, clearly of the demon class, arrived, the surrounding mutants parted ways, allowing them to proceed unhindered towards the grand hall. The pig demon and the bear demon each occupied a small stone pedestal, while the ratman swordsman, Yinsher, raised his head slightly, glanced around, and then closed his eyes again. seemingly filled with disdain. Noticing the Ratman swordsman's reaction, the pig demon became agitated, its eyes bulging as it spoke in a deep, raspy voice. What are you so proud of? If it weren't for being on Zhang San's territory, I would have devoured you, rat. The pig demon was enormous, with a pig's head and a human body, its chest covered in bristly hair that resembled steel wires, quivering as it spoke. The Ratman swordsman was not to be trifled with either. His eyes flew open, revealing a fierce glint, and his sword was drawn. The pig demon showed no fear, a wave of dark energy radiating from it, and it seemed a violent clash was imminent. However, at that moment, a mysterious low growl echoed from afar, causing both the Ratman swordsman and the pig demon to pause, ultimately avoiding confrontation. Following the growl, Hongi turned to see the corpse demon, previously encountered in the number 14 mine, approaching with a throng of hunting corpses and giant corpse guards. Hongi was astonished. Compared to their last meeting, the corpse demon had undergone noticeable changes. The level of decay on its skin had significantly diminished, now a pale white devoid of blood, resembling a more human form, though its eerie eyes remained unchanged, cold and bloodthirsty. Li Si, Wang Wu, cease your actions. We, who have gained consciousness against all odds, must compete with other mutants for evolutionary energy amidst the sea of corpses and blood, while also guarding against the ever-watchful humans. If we become complacent with our newfound power and engage in infighting like humans, we will inevitably perish. Upon the corpse demon's words, the pig demon and the Ratman swordsman ceased their provocations. Though neither was entirely satisfied, they returned to their stone pedestals. The bear demon, throughout the entire exchange, remained motionless and uninterested in the unfolding events. The atmosphere grew still, and Hong Yi, concealed behind Yanshi, remained motionless, eager to observe the intentions of these mutants, especially as escape was currently out of reach. After a moment, the corpse demon looked up and inquired, "Why have Ma Lu and Wolfer not yet arrived?" "I do not know. Perhaps they have perished," the Ratman swordsman coldly replied. The corpse demon cast a glance at him, then fell silent, joining the other mutants in quietude. Soon after, commotion echoed from a passageway, prompting the high-ranking mutants in the grand hall to glance up. The corpse demon grinned ominously. "It appears our offerings have arrived." As the words left its mouth, a horde of hunting corpses herded a group of humans through the passage. The humans, ragged and terrified, stood in stark contrast to the gathering of hundreds of mutants, instilling profound fear in their hearts. Hong Yi recognized several familiar faces among the group. The individuals who had previously parted ways with Lu Xiaolu were mostly present, albeit with a few mercenaries missing, unclear whether they had fled or met their demise. Lu Xiaolu, in particular, looked exceedingly frightened, clutching a backpack with no weapon in hand. The same was true for the others, especially Mr. Lei, Lu Xiaolu's bodyguard, who now hung his arm limply, enveloped in despair. Wang Lin from the elite class was equally shaken, trembling amidst the crowd. Aside from this group, there were over 20 others, all driven to stand before the grand hall, faces marked by terror and uncertainty. Hong Yi sighed quietly. What more could he say? He had already cautioned them against entering the number 14 mine, yet they had chosen to ignore him. Now, they found themselves mere morsels on the cutting board of the mutants, vulnerable to whatever fate awaited them. Though Hong Yi had contemplated rescuing them, the harsh reality rendered such thoughts futile, unless he wished to court his own demise. The current situation dictated a cautious approach, taking one step at a time. The arrival of this group of humans had evidently agitated the surrounding mutants. The lower-ranking, mindless mutants, driven solely by the desire for flesh, began to show signs of restlessness, eager to pounce upon the humans and tear them apart. Their acute sense of smell allowed them to detect the scent of humanity. Even the pungent odor of someone who had not bathed for an extended period was perceived as delectable. Witnessing the lower-ranking mutants' agitation, the corpse demon in the grand hall suddenly let out a low growl. The sound resonated with a sense of authority. Yet even the corpse demon's intimidation struggled to quell the restless mutants, as its influence only affected the walking corpses, leaving the others largely unaffected. As the situation began to spiral out of control, a peculiar sound of bells echoed from deep within the cave, a sound soft yet as if it were ringing directly in their ears. Strangely, at the instant the bells chimed, all the mutants froze, as if they had heard the most terrifying sound imaginable. Even Yanshi and Hong Yi could sense the palpable fear emanating from the former. Since taking control of Yanshi, Hong Yi had never witnessed such emotional fluctuations from him, not even in the presence of the corpse demon. The ringing of the bells filled the cave, growing nearer with each moment. Lu Xiaolu and her companions, now aware of the sound, huddled closer together. seeking a modicum of safety. Following the direction of the bell's sound, Hong Yi observed a figure slowly emerging from a passageway. As this figure approached, the mutants displayed submissive postures, some even kneeling in reverence. Although they did not comprehend the act of kneeling, their instinctive nature compelled them to respond in this manner. Finally, Hong Yi discerned the figure's details, astonished to discover it was yet another mutated being, one he had never encountered before. It was a monkey, or more precisely, a monkey-human hybrid. Oddly, it was dressed impeccably, unlike the crude garments worn by the Ratman swordsman and pig demon, which resembled poorly stitched rags. This monkey-human wore an exquisitely crafted robe, reminiscent of the ancient garments found only in affluent districts, known as Hanfu. Clad in such attire, this aged monkey exuded an air of dignity that was difficult to articulate. The monkey ambled forward, resembling an elderly gentleman, hands clasped behind its back, with a fist-sized bronze bell hanging from its belt, the source of the sound. Clearly, this was a monkey demon. Upon its approach, the already seated corpse demon, pig demon, Ratman swordsman, and even the previously indifferent bear demon rose in unison, paying their respects. The monkey demon entered the grand hall and took its place upon the largest stone pedestal. Master Monkey, these are the offerings. The corpse demon stated respectfully. No need for offerings. The monkey demon waved its hand dismissively. The corpse demon, puzzled, hesitated but did not dare oppose the monkey demon, emitting a low growl in response. In an instant, the multitude of zombies gathered outside the grand hall erupted in frenzied roars. Lu Xiaolu and her companions immediately sensed the impending doom. The next moment, a zombie lunged forward, toppling a terrified human and commencing a savage feast. The gruesome slaughter had commenced. The already fragile nerves of the humans, on the brink of collapse, finally shattered completely. Some mercenaries fell to their knees in despair, surrendering all resistance, allowing the fanged abominations to tear them apart and devour them. The metallic scent of blood swiftly permeated the vast cavern, where the wails of the dying and the roars of the mutants intensified the atmosphere of terror. In a brutal scramble for prey, the mutants even turned against one another, vividly illustrating the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Lu Xiaolu stood frozen, overwhelmed by the bloody chaos before her, feeling waves of nausea wash over her. She had never imagined such horror would unfold. She witnessed Mr. Lei being torn to shreds and saw Wang Lin kneeling in despair as a mutant wrenched his head from his shoulders. Ultimately, she beheld a predator zombie lunging towards her, her last thought consumed by regret. If only she had heeded that person's warning, perhaps she would have survived, and Mr. Lei and the others would not have perished. It was all her fault. Just as Lu Xiaolu resigned herself to her fate, a colossal predator zombie suddenly charged in, striking the previous assailant and sending it flying several meters away, crashing heavily among the horde of mutants. Lu Xiaolu remained unresponsive, feeling that being devoured by one or another made little difference. However, in the next moment, she realized that the situation was not as she had envisioned. What are you waiting for? Climb up. A voice called from atop the massive predator zombie. Upon looking closer, Lu Xiaolu was astonished to discover a person perched on the back of this gigantic creature. Chapter 47, The Monkey Demon's Sermon, Part 2. Is it you? Upon seeing Hong Yi, Lu Xiaolu felt her mind momentarily blank. However, given the urgency of the situation, she was not one to hesitate. She swiftly recognized this as her sole opportunity for survival and extended her hand, urging him to pull her up. Hong Yi's act of saving Lu Xiaolu was instinctive. Though he did not expose himself solely for the sake of rescue, he had no other choice. For the moment the monkey demon appeared, he realized he had been discovered. With the adversary's formidable perception, hiding was futile. Thus, he resolved to seize this chaos to seek an escape. And Lu Xiaolu was fortunate not to have been an initial target of the mutated beings, allowing her the chance to be pulled onto Yen Pai's back. Hold tight, Hong Yi shouted, signaling her to cling to Yen Pai to avoid being thrown off. However, the girl evidently misunderstood. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively opened her arms and embraced him. Hong Yi stifled the urge to kick her off, as there was no time for further explanation. Numerous mutated beings had already taken notice of him and began to swarm toward Yen Pai. Without hesitation, Hong Yi conjured a fireball and hurled it, the explosive heat immediately engulfing several mutated beings poised to attack. The biotic flames incinerated the creatures, their anguished cries piercing the air. This was not the time to conserve strength. Hong Yi rapidly conjured several fireballs in succession, transforming the surrounding area into a blazing inferno, momentarily staving off the onslaught of mutated beings. The commotion drew the attention of several high-level mutated beings within the Grand Hall, yet they remained unmoving. The corpse demon fixated on Hong Yi and Yin Pai with an odd expression, while the pig demon wore a disdainful sneer. The Ratman swordsman, clearly recognizing Hong Yi, glared with murderous intent, while the bear demon and the recently arrived monkey demon seemed indifferent, as if wholly uninterested. As Hong Yi unleashed fireballs, he felt his energy depleting significantly. The fifth-level fire energy was immensely powerful, having likely dispatched dozens of mutated beings. He also reaped corresponding experience points. Unbeknownst to him, he now stood less than 100 experience points away from reaching Hunter level 7. However, the current circumstances made escape impossible. He clearly observed that the surrounding passages had been sealed off by giant corpses and hunting corpses, effectively blocking any chance of a breakout. The corpse demon and Ratman swordsman would certainly not let him slip away. Should he attempt a desperate escape, he might provoke these two adversaries, prompting Hong Yi to abandon caution. He pushed Lu Xiaolu away and began recklessly eliminating the nearby mutated beings, expending all his bullets and utilizing flaming energy arrows for his bow. Each arrow could obliterate a swarm of mutated creatures. Lu Xiaolu watched in astonishment as Hong Yi unleashed a frenzied assault. She had never imagined him to be so formidable. The power of the fireballs and arrows was undeniably not that of a low-level life form, likely reaching at least level 4 or even level 5. This alone signified boundless potential in Hong Yi. Moreover, she pondered why he did not attempt to break through. To her, an escape seemed the only glimmer of hope, while remaining here would lead to certain death. Yet, she also understood that the mutated beings were guarding against their escape. The corpse demon had gestured earlier, indicating that the passage had already been sealed off, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Would they ultimately be unable to evade death? Lu Xiaolu cast a glance at Hong Yi amidst the battle. He appeared rather dashing in combat. Dying alongside him seemed preferable to a lonely demise. Hong Yi shot an arrow, his biotic energy nearly spent, and the arrow pierced through two mutated beings, igniting a fiery inferno that consumed at least 6 more. Kill a walking corpse, gain 1 experience point. Kill a hunting corpse, gain 2 experience points. Level up to Hunter level 7. All attributes increase by 1 point. Unlock 1 skill. Please choose between taming support, enhanced attack or support skill, Hunter's Mark. Upon seeing the prompt from the auxiliary intelligence and feeling the surge of power within him, Hong Yi finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, his bullets were exhausted, and he had only 5 energy arrows remaining. It could be said that he was utterly out of ammunition, yet the surrounding mutated beings showed no signs of diminishing, particularly at the exit, which was now a veritable bottleneck. With no retreat available, anyone else would be in a dire predicament. However, Hong Yi had already devised a plan. Observing the approaching mutated beings, he immediately commanded Yin Pai to charge toward the Grand Hall. Indeed, Hong Yi's strategy was to enter this Hall of Bones, which might represent their sole chance of survival. At the very least, within this hall, apart from the few demons, the other mutated beings dared not venture inside. As they approached, Yin Pai hesitated, seemingly hindered by an invisible force, as if it were a wild mutated being unwilling to draw closer. Nevertheless, under Hong Yi's firm command, Yin Pai overcame this unseen pressure and leaped into the hall. True to Hong Yi's expectations, the pursuing horde halted at a distance of several dozen meters, unable to advance further, resorting to distant shrieks and roars. Despite this, Hong Yi remained vigilant, his nerves taut, aware that the interior of the hall was likely more perilous than the outside. Yet, he had no choice but to take refuge here. He had yet to choose the skill unlocked upon leveling up to Hunter level 7, as he needed to understand the characteristics of both abilities. Dismounting from Yin Pai, Hong Yi scanned the several demon-level mutated beings seated upon stone pedestals. The most enigmatic of them, the monkey demon and bear demon, finally opened their eyes, regarding Hong Yi with keen curiosity, while the pig demon smirked disdainfully, and the corpse demon's expression remained inscrutable, its thoughts unknown. Only the Ratman swordsman exuded a palpable murderous intent, poised to strike at any moment. Lu Xiaolu clearly did not expect Hong Yi to be so audacious, not only failing to flee, but choosing to approach this place. She had witnessed that these mutated beings had likely developed individual intelligence, exhibiting formidable power. Any one of them could easily overpower them. Hong Yi's audacity in approaching here seemed tantamount to suicide. Yet, it was too late for her to intervene. All she could do was huddle on Yin Pai's back, too frightened to utter a sound. "Fool, what are you doing now? Are you really going to greet these monsters?" Lu Xiaolu thought to herself, knowing full well that she would never dare voice such sentiments. Yet, it was evident that Hong Yi had a plan. He remained silent, directly walking forward, treading upon the countless skeletal remains scattered on the ground, and took a seat on an empty stone pedestal. Gasp! Lu Xiaolu inhaled sharply, realizing that Hong Yi had lost his mind, as he not only avoided trouble but actively provoked it. Yet, Hong Yi was clearly not insane. He had meticulously analyzed the situation multiple times. No matter the choice or action taken, it seemed all paths led to certain death. And the only uncertain outcome lay in entering this hall and sitting upon this pedestal. Because of this uncertainty, perhaps there remained a flicker of hope. In essence, Hong Yi was gambling. He had no other option. Upgrading to Hunter level 7 had instilled him with a modicum of confidence. For his strength now rivaled that of a 3rd level White Star Evolver, perhaps even surpassing that of the average 3rd level White Star, if a fight did ensue. At the very least, Hong Yi could hold his ground. The reactions of the several demon-level mutated beings to Hong Yi's actions varied greatly. The bear demon remained silent, choosing instead to close its eyes once more, as if disassociating itself from the unfolding events. The corpse demon exhibited no movement, while the rat swordsman could no longer contain himself and suddenly drew his sword, charging forward. Aware of the rat swordsman's formidable prowess, Hong Yi was poised to react when, unexpectedly, a colossal figure emerged to intercept the rat swordsman. It was the pig demon. With a thunderous roar, it declared, "Li Si, do you dare to strike before the monkey master? Do not forget the decree established by the monkey master. Any being that enters the lecture hall possesses the right to listen to the monkey master preach. Dare you defy the monkey master's command?" The sight of a mutated being displaying such a vindictive expression akin to that of a human was utterly astonishing. However, Hong Yi had long grown accustomed to the extraordinary and was unfazed. He offered a word of thanks to the pig demon. After all, it had effectively come to his aid. In response, the pig demon cast a sidelong glance at Hong Yi, revealing a terrifying grin that could instill fear in the bravest of souls. "Human, you are exceedingly weak. Li Si will not spare you. But do not thank me. I simply find Li Si distasteful." With that, it returned to its designated stone pedestal. In that moment, Hong Yi felt that this being was not merely a mutated entity, but rather a person in its own right. Just then, the monkey demon cleared its throat and announced, "There is still one spot available. Who wishes to take it?" Upon hearing this, a sudden thought struck Hong Yi. He promptly issued a command to Yen Pai, who, trembling with trepidation, crawled over to occupy the last vacant stone pedestal. Chapter 48. The Earthstorm Magnet. Hong Yi found himself perplexed by a statement he could not comprehend. However, it was not long before his intelligent aid alerted him to the detection of a unique language, capable of being analyzed. Why not proceed with the analysis at once? Hong Yi retorted with a hint of annoyance, while secretly feeling a sense of pride in humanity's superiority over these mutated beings. The aid, a technological marvel embodying human intellect, contained a vast repository of all linguistic knowledge known to mankind. Perhaps the monkey demon was speaking a form of human language. This is the Earthstorm Sutra, an ancient text long lost to time. I recommend that we establish an archival record immediately. Hong Yi paused for a moment, then unhesitatingly agreed. Having experienced the catastrophic events over 70 years prior, he was acutely aware of the significant loss of human civilization. Most of it, nearly 90%, had vanished. Although he was unfamiliar with the Earthstorm Sutra, he recognized the importance of documenting any remnants of lost human knowledge, especially since the gathering place had a long-standing mission to recover such artifacts. Submitting these findings would yield substantial rewards. As he recorded the text, Hong Yi immersed himself in its verses, unwittingly slipping into a trance-like state. He envisioned the 6 realms of existence, glimpsed the legendary Buddha, and traversed through suffering, desire, and joy, uncovering profound truths along the way. Amidst this haze, he felt a force lifting him higher until he arrived at a closed portal. A voice seemed to whisper that to survive, he must open this door. Hong Yi pushed and struck with all his might, striving to force it open. The door felt incredibly heavy, yet each time he faltered, a surge of energy would assist him in his endeavor. At last, the portal yielded, revealing an expansive space brimming with starlight, akin to a colossal tree amidst the vast cosmos. Just then, the sound of a bell jolted him from this ethereal state. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was still seated within the Hall of Bones, drenched in cold sweat, bewildered by the events that had just transpired. The thought of what might have happened had someone chosen to attack him during his trance filled him with dread. Looking around, He noticed the high-ranking mutated beings still deep in contemplation, save for the enigmatic monkey demon, who, bell in hand, fixed a pair of dark golden eyes upon him. To his astonishment, Hong sensed a hint of admiration within the monkey demon's gaze. It was indeed peculiar for a mutated entity to regard him with such appreciation. The monkey demon continued to ring the bell, awakening the bear demon with the second chime, followed by the pig demon, corpse demon, and mouse swordsman with the third. By the fourth ring, the smoke demon stirred. They had all been ensnared in a shared illusion. Hong then observed that the small stone stool he had been seated upon, along with the others, had lost all color, the strange patterns vanishing entirely. Upon rising, the stone stools disintegrated into wisps of smoke, leaving no trace behind. Undoubtedly, these stools harbored some mystery, one which Hong regrettably had not perceived earlier, had he known. He would not have sat upon them so carelessly. Yet, it was too late to dwell on that now. He was utterly clueless as to what had transpired or why the stools had vanished. Inquiring with the mutated beings was not an option, so he glanced at Lu Xiaolu, who lay on the back of the smoke demon, feeling relieved that she had likely remained alert throughout. As the 7 stone stools disappeared, the monkey demon sighed. The magnet within this hall of bones has shattered and will not reappear. I take my leave. You must fend for yourselves. Remember this. The way is the principle. Strength reigns supreme, and only the fit shall survive. To comprehend the principle and wield it is to earn the right to endure. At this moment, Hong remained perplexed, still questioning the nature of the Hall of Bones, the purpose of these mutated beings' presence, and the reason for the stool's disappearance. However, he understood that this was not the time for inquiries. He was astute enough to realize that his recent safety was largely due to the presence of the mysterious monkey demon. None of the mutated beings dared to act while it was there. But now that the monkey demon had departed, his situation had become perilous. This place served as the lair for the mutated beings, and as a human, he was akin to a lamb wandering into a den of wolves. He needed to devise an escape plan promptly. Hong acted swiftly, issuing commands to the smoke demon while leaping onto its back. "Run!" he shouted. And the smoke demon surged forward. Hong quick thinking was commendable, as the mouse swordsman and corpse demon finally reacted. These 2 mutated beings had harbored hostility towards him from the outset and immediately let out furious roars. The mouse swordsman, akin to a gust of wind, darted after him, while the corpse demon let out a low growl, causing the undead within the cave to rally and surround Hong. Among the threats, the mouse swordsman posed the greatest danger. Positioned on the back of the smoke demon, Hong noted the approaching mouse swordsman and decisively drew an energy arrow, channeling maximum fire energy into it before releasing the shot. Simultaneously, he activated a weakness shot, the arrow enveloped in surging flames, resembling a meteor as it hurtled toward the mouse swordsman. The latter did not evade. Instead, it swung its sword, striking Hong Yi's arrow directly. A resounding explosion erupted, and a fireball burst forth, flames leaping 4 to 5 meters high, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. The mutated beings within a 5 to 6 meter radius of the mouse swordsman faced dire consequences, scorched to death on the spot. The sheer power of the blast startled Hong, seeming significantly stronger than before. Though he was still far from defeating the mouse swordsman, he had succeeded in causing it considerable distress. The mouse swordsman retreated from the fireball, visibly disheveled, its already tattered attire singed in multiple places, and patches of its fur burned away. Rage filled its bloodshot eyes, having suffered a substantial setback, fueling its hatred toward Hong. Remarkable, Lu Xiaolu observed with admiration. Gazing at Hong, she had encountered numerous formidable evolved beings, including those labeled as geniuses at the Evolution Academy, yet none compared to Hong prowess. To her knowledge, Hong was merely at the White Star Level 1, yet the strength he displayed now rivaled that of a White Star Level 3 evolved being, if not surpassing it. As for the mutated beings, they were at least White Star Level 4, and to force one back with a single arrow was a testament to Hong exceptional capabilities, qualifying him for the elite class at the Evolution Academy. The smoke demon maintained its speed, charging toward a passageway, scattering all mutated beings in its path, including several massive corpses. Hong realized that the smoke demon's strength had seemingly increased significantly. Clearly, something had transpired atop the stone stools in the Hall of Bones that had greatly enhanced both his and the smoke demon's powers. At this moment, Hong summoned the aide's intelligence system to examine his attributes, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he had unlocked the secondary brain domain of the White Star level. When had this occurred? Hong could not recall activating any program or evolution serum related to the secondary White Star brain domain, and just a short while ago, He had distinctly checked and found himself still at the primary white star level. A thought flickered through his mind, leading him to a possibility: the Earthstar Sutra and the mysterious stone pedestal known as the magnet. It must be these two elements that inexplicably elevated him to a secondary white star level, thus propelling his strength to new heights. Furthermore, had Yin-Pai also experienced a sudden surge in power? Hong Yi immediately scrutinized his digital attributes, discovering that all his metrics had been enhanced, with agility increasing by 2 points. Muscle strength, 7, bone strength, 7, power, 10, agility, 13, reflexes, 8, immunity, 6. He had unlocked the secondary white star brain domain and acquired the innate skill Panther step, without utilizing any program or evolution serum. The activation of the corresponding brain domain felt surreal to Hong Yi. Based on his understanding, such an occurrence was utterly implausible. Suppressing his shock and confusion, he swiftly drew an arrow, infusing it with fire energy, and aimed it at the heavily congested passageway filled with numerous mutated beings. The paramount objective was to escape this place. All other matters could be addressed later. At this moment, Hong Yi's fiery arrow was potent enough to repel even the Ratman swordsman, let alone those mere primary and secondary white star level mutants. With a resounding explosion, the obstructing mutants were engulfed in flames. Yin-Pai, now upgraded to the 3rd white star level, moved with remarkable speed, whisking Hong Yi and Lu Xiaolu through the passage like a gust of wind. Chapter 49. White Star 2. Yin-Pai inexplicably advanced to White Star 3, exponentially enhancing its strength and speed, rendering the mutant creatures along its path utterly incapable of impeding its progress. In this realm, White Star 3 mutants were already formidable entities. Despite having escaped the enormous cave, Hong Yi's nerves remained taut. He had acquired a new talent skill, Leopard Step, which could elevate his speed 7-fold in extreme circumstances. And this skill was upgradable, making it exceptionally practical. Moreover, Hong Yi recalled that his hunter level had ascended to level 7, yet he had yet to select his skills. At that moment, he glanced at the 2 available skills: Enhanced Attack and Hunter's Mark. The former could galvanize tamed creatures, temporarily boosting their attack capability, while the latter lacked offensive power, serving instead to mentally mark a target creature. This mark could persist for an extended period, allowing the hunter to locate the marked creature regardless of its whereabouts. On the surface, this skill appeared inferior to Enhanced Attack, yet Hong Yi discerned that Hunter's mark held value that was not only comparable but, in certain respects, superior to Enhanced Attack. For instance, in tracking, if Hong Yi sought to pursue a target, casting Hunter's mark upon them would render any attempt at escape futile. This value was immeasurable, particularly when it came to rare mutants like the Golden Shell mutant. Even if it fled, he could ultimately track it down. With this thought, Hong Yi chose Hunter's mark without hesitation. Just as he prepared to unveil the second hidden data packet, he suddenly heard Lu Xiaolu's alarmed voice. "Oh no, that monster is catching up." Turning his head, Hong Yi spotted the Ratman swordsman rapidly closing in, its speed surpassing that of Yin-Pai. In mere breaths, it was less than 50 meters away. Observing the menacing Ratman, Hong Yi found, rather inexplicably, that the initial fear he had felt was now absent, perhaps due to his newfound power. He realized his strength was now comparable to that of a White Star 4 Evolver. He no longer feared a direct confrontation with the Ratman swordsman. However, the multitude of formidable mutants in the cave posed a significant threat. Should they join the fray, he would still be at a disadvantage. Yet Hong Yi noted that the bear demon showed no interest in him, nor did the pig demon. He even sensed that, were it not for the circumstances, the pig demon might assist him against the Ratman swordsman. The only potential attacker was the corpse demon, and as this was its territory, Hong Yi had no choice but to flee. The Ratman swordsman had made multiple attempts on Hong Yi's life, yet Hong Yi was not one to be trifled with. If the opportunity arose to retaliate and eliminate the Ratman, he would not hesitate. "If you choose to be my enemy, be prepared to pay with your life," he thought, focusing on the approaching Ratman swordsman and releasing Hunter's mark towards it. In the next instant, Hong Yi felt a thread of his consciousness dart forth like an arrow, swiftly attaching itself to the Ratman. He then retrieved another energy arrow, aiming at the Ratman. The latter, momentarily startled by Hong Yi's previous shot, hesitated, instinctively attempting to evade. However, Hong Yi refrained from attacking, as he had only 3 arrows left, and conserving them was paramount. Though the Ratman swordsman was swift, Hong Yi doubted its endurance could match that of Yin-Pai, as long as he could escape the mine. He was confident the Ratman would not pursue him all the way to the settlement. Despite its strength, the Ratman would not dare approach human settlements. For humanity had survived and thrived for over 70 years post-catastrophe, establishing large communities through genuine resilience. Not even a white star-level mutant could venture close, let alone one of Silver Star caliber. As the Ratman drew near, Hong Yi feigned readiness to shoot. Initially, the Ratman instinctively dodged, but after 2 such feints, it recognized Hong Yi's ruse and continued its pursuit, displaying an intellect inferior to that of humans. With resolve, Hong Yi released the arrow, infusing it with maximum fire energy. At such a close range, its velocity rivaled that of a bullet, and the Ratman was caught off guard, letting out a scream as it was engulfed in flames. Did it die? Lu Xielu, who had been reticent, cautiously inquired, her experiences over the past hours shattering her previous perceptions. Until now, she had believed she was dreaming. Not so easily, Hong Yi replied, watching the flames recede into the distance. With only 2 arrows remaining, he felt a sense of urgency. Yampai clearly recognized the route to safety, and in its frantic dash, it had likely collided with numerous mutants before finally emerging from the mine. To Hong Yi's surprise, he was greeted by a starlit sky outside. Has it grown dark? He marveled, astonished. For he felt he had spent only a few hours in the cave, logically expecting daylight. Lu Xielu, sensing his confusion, softly interjected, "You and those mutants were in there for a full 7 or 8 hours, which is why it's dark now." 7 or 8 hours. Hong Yi was taken aback, having felt as if he had merely sat on that stone for a few minutes. No wonder it was dark. Seeing the cars, Lu Xiaolu felt a wave of disorientation and profound regret washed over her. Had she chosen to trust Hong Yi and refrained from bringing others into mine number 14, those individuals might have been spared. Now that they had escaped danger, she felt an overwhelming release of emotion, bursting into tears, fear, shock, regret, all culminating in a complete breakdown. Hong Yi did not intervene. Sometimes, a good cry was necessary. Although he was only a few years her senior, his experiences far surpassed hers. Having lost his only family member, descending from a privileged life to destitution, he had faced countless hardships in the struggle for survival, knowing despair more intimately than she. The mutants in the mine did not pursue them. They lurked in the shadows, their crimson eyes fixed on Hong Yi. He remained unfazed, for his strength had grown significantly. Even Yampai, now White Star 3, was enough to intimidate any malevolent mutants from advancing. Most humans understood that night belonged to the mutants. Yet, as he stood atop the mine, surveying his surroundings, Hong Yi beheld a breathtaking vista. Beneath the moonlight, the wilderness was cloaked in night, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Countless mutants roamed the expansive plains, howling at the moon, creating a surreal tableau of beauty intertwined with horror. This marked Hong Yi's first night outside the settlement, and he felt a profound sense of awe, accompanied by an impulse to shout in exhilaration. What do we do now? Lu Xiaolu's voice broke through, contrasting with Hong Yi's wonder. Unlike him, she was engulfed in fear. Even the finest talents from the Evolution Academy would not dare spend the night in the wilderness. The night outside was a forbidden realm for humanity. From a young age, she was aware, particularly as a researcher specializing in mutants, that moonlight acted as a catalyst for these beings, inducing a state of excitement and bloodlust. Previous studies had shown that mutants exhibited a combat capability increase of over 20% at night. Moreover, their sensory abilities were significantly heightened in the darkness. For instance, a zombie could detect human scent from a kilometer away during the day, yet at night, it could follow the scent from a distance of 3 kilometers. At this moment, Lu Xielu was acutely aware that all mutants within a 5-kilometer radius had likely sensed her and Hong Yi, and the mere thought sent chills down her spine. Hong Yi glanced at Lu Xielu, clearly noticing her fear. It must be said that this girl was indeed quite brave. Had it been any other girl from a wealthy district, she would likely be in a state of panic by now. Just as he was about to speak, Hong Yi suddenly sensed that the Ratman swordsman he had marked was approaching rapidly. He immediately instructed Lu Xiaolu to hide, advising her to mask her scent with corpse powder if she had any. He gestured towards a few vehicles parked not far away. Lu Xiaolu understood at once, strangely enough. Despite having known Hong Yi for only a few hours, she comprehended the meaning behind his gesture. He was urging her to take cover, indicating that a formidable enemy was on the way. Furthermore, if she lacked corpse powder, she should search the vehicles, as mercenary cars typically contained some. In addition, weapons and ammunition were surely stored inside, providing a better refuge than remaining exposed here. Lu Xielu nodded and hurried towards the parked cars, while Hong Yi remained in place. Before long, a shadow burst forth from the 14th mine, unmistakably that of the Ratman swordsman. Chapter 50, Slaying the Rat Demon in stark contrast to his previous state. The Ratman swordsman now appeared utterly disheveled, having suffered a piercing arrow from Hong Yi, although the projectile had been removed. The shoulder of the Ratman swordsman bore a charred mark. Through the singed fabric, a gaping wound could be discerned. Moreover, the fifth-level flames had nearly incinerated his garments, leaving patches where even the fur had been scorched to a deep black. The only item unscathed was the longsword clutched in his hand. Thus, Hong Yi understood that he must seize every opportunity to attack. If he struck, it must be with decisive impact. Within the Hall of Bones, both Hong Yi and Yin Pai had gained substantial benefits, ascending in strength, yet the Ratman swordsman seemed to have experienced little enhancement, evidenced by his current state. This was undoubtedly favorable news for Hong Yi. With the ebb and flow of their powers, Hong Yi had transitioned from a position of utter defenselessness to one where he could contend for survival. Yin Pai charged. Although not adept in close combat, Hong Yi had Yin Pai, a formidable shield proficient in melee skirmishes. Now at the third level of the White Star rank, Yin Pai was immensely powerful. While victory against the Ratman swordsman was not guaranteed, he could at least delay him. With a thunderous roar, Yin Pai charged at the Ratman swordsman like a tank. Despite the swordsman's strength, he could not dismiss Yin Pai's assault, opting instead to evade while thrusting his sword, creating a visible arc of blade energy. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted as Yin Pai was pierced in the chest. However, as a corpse-like mutant, Yin Pai lacked pain receptors. The injury did not diminish his combat efficacy. Instead, he ferociously swiped at the Ratman swordsman with his sharp claws. Though the swordsman's evolutionary level surpassed Yin Pai's, he was at a disadvantage in terms of size and strength, momentarily overwhelmed by Yin Pai's relentless attacks. Naturally, had the Ratman swordsman unleashed his full might, he could have dispatched Yin Pai in mere moments. However, he was unable to do so. From a distance, Hong Yi had already drawn his bow, targeting the swordsman. Having suffered significantly under Hong Yi's fiery arrows, the Ratman swordsman was compelled to divide his attention to guard against Hong Yi, resulting in a stalemate. Nevertheless, being a demon-level mutant, the Ratman swordsman possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Recognizing that the deadlock was detrimental, he concluded that dispatching the colossal mutant obstructing him would lead to certain victory. At the instant the Ratman swordsman struck with his sword, Hong Yi released a flame arrow. His strategy was straightforward. Await the swordsman's full offensive, for only then would vulnerabilities emerge. Yet Hong Yi was acutely aware that this would be his last arrow. And given Yin Pai's critical state, he had but one chance to either severely wound or eliminate the Ratman swordsman. Should he fail, the remaining arrow would leave him defenseless without Yin Pai as a shield. Thus, as he loosed the arrow, Hong Yi activated his newly acquired skill, Leopard Step, augmenting his speed sevenfold as he surged forward. Boom. The arrow struck its mark, erupting into a conflagration that engulfed the area surrounding the Ratman swordsman. The flames obscured their line of sight, rendering visual perception futile. The speed of Leopard Step allowed Hong Yi to traverse several dozen meters in a heartbeat. And in the next instant, he knocked his final arrow, aiming at a location behind the inferno. Remarkably, Hong Yi shut his eyes. At that moment, sight would serve only as a hindrance. He relied solely on the hunter's mark. Whoosh! The last arrow, infused with maximum fire energy, shot forth, targeting the space behind the fireball, an area devoid of any target. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaolu, hidden within the vehicle, clenched her fists in silent encouragement for Hong Yi. She believed he had missed, but soon realized her assumption was overly simplistic. As Hong Yi released his arrow, a figure sprang from the flames. It was the Ratman swordsman. Compelled to escape the searing heat, the direction of his evasion was fortuitously aligned with the trajectory of Hong Yi's arrow. By the time the Ratman swordsman sensed the danger, it was too late to evade. The fire-infused arrow pierced through his chest, igniting into a fireball that illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. The immense momentum propelled the Ratman swordsman several meters away before he crashed heavily to the ground. Hong Yi's gaze remained fixed on the still-burning flames below, his heart racing. With no energy arrows left, should he fail to eliminate the Ratman swordsman, escape would be his only recourse. And he would have to abandon both Yin Pai and Lu Xiaolu. Clearly, Hong Yi wished to avoid such a scenario, and he felt confident about his recent series of attacks. First, he had Yin Pai distract and enrage the Ratman swordsman. Then, while the swordsman was fully engaged, he had launched a surprise assault, severely wounding him. This, however, was merely the beginning of the true assault. Hong Yi had discerned the Ratman swordsman's patterns. The creature feared flames and would attempt to escape when engulfed. By predicting the direction of the swordsman's leap and firing early, Complemented by Hong Yi's leopard step to shorten the range, he had ensured that even the swiftest of mutants could not evade his strike. This was Hong Yi's plan, which relied heavily on his skills. The most critical element was accurately predicting the swordsman's leap, aided significantly by the hunter's mark. With the mark in place, even with his vision obstructed, Hong Yi could sense the enemy's location. As the Ratman swordsman attempted to evade, Hong Yi had already released his arrow, striking true. The Ratman swordsman lay still, the flames continuing to blaze. After several breaths, Hong Yi finally confirmed what he had hoped. He had succeeded. The Ratman swordsman no longer drew breath. After all, no mutant could remain motionless amidst flames. Moreover, Hong Yi received a notification. He had slain the rat demon, earning 50 experience points. Despite the notification, to be prudent, he rushed to the now dumbfounded Lu Xiaolu, retrieving a firearm and unleashing a volley of bullets into the Ratman swordsman's corpse. Lu Xiaolu could distinctly feel her heart pounding. The battle, though brief, had been exhilarating to the point of breathlessness. So impressive, she thought, her gaze fixed on Hong Yi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The feat of slaying a demon-level mutant with merely 2 arrows was a tale too extraordinary to believe. The memory of Hong Yi's valor in battle was indelibly etched in her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaolu had begun to idolize Hong Yi, and when he requested a firearm, she simply stared at him, dazed. Before retrieving a gun from the vehicle and handing it over, Hong Yi refrained from inspecting the Ratman swordsman's remains, opting instead to check on Yen Pai, who had suffered grievous injuries from the sword strike, a wound extending over 3 meters across his back, affecting skin, muscle, bone, and internal organs. For an ordinary mutant, such injuries would have been fatal. Fortunately, Yen Pai was a corpse-like being, possessing an extraordinary vitality. Despite the severity of the wounds, he would not perish. Gently tapping the enormous head of the Ratman swordsman, Hong Yi let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the creature could comprehend his words, he expressed, "You have worked hard." After uttering this, he proceeded to examine the lifeless body of the Ratman swordsman. At this moment, the flames engulfing the corpse had diminished, revealing a once formidable creature now rendered unrecognizable, its clothing and outer skin reduced to charred remnants, indistinguishable from one another. The air was thick with a pungent stench of burnt flesh. Hong Yi observed that an energy arrow had pierced through the heart region of the creature's chest, evidently the fatal blow that led to its demise. He recognized that his victory had been a stroke of luck, had he shown even the slightest negligence. It could have been his own life at stake. Nevertheless, triumph was his. At first glance, his eyes fell upon a long sword that lay beside the corpse. Remarkably, despite the flames, the sword remained unscathed, merely coated in a layer of ash. He picked it up and felt its icy coolness, after wiping it with his clothing. It immediately revealed the distinctive sheen and chill of a finely crafted blade. A remarkable find, although Hong Yi was not skilled in wielding such cold weaponry. He possessed an eye for quality, and this sword was certainly no ordinary item. He carefully stowed the sword as a trophy of war, then took out his alloy dagger and discarded the Ratman's head. As a creature of its caliber, it was reasonable to expect it harbored a brain crystal. Indeed, upon removing the head from the body, Hong Yi discovered a brain crystal the size of a walnut, glowing a deep crimson hue. Chapter 51, Shadow Walker. This crimson brain crystal was evidently of a high grade. It was the first time Hong Yi had encountered one of such a vivid red hue, reminiscent of blood poised to drip. Clearly, it surpassed the ordinary white brain crystals he was accustomed to. While Hong Yi was unaware of its exact value, he surmised it must be significant. He carefully stored the crimson crystal and continued his search, but found nothing else of value. At that moment, the creature known as Yen Pai crawled over, conveying an unmistakable signal of hunger. "Do you wish to eat it?" Hong Yi inquired, pointing to the body of the Ratman swordsman lying on the ground. Yen Pai nodded affirmatively, and he promptly consented, having narrowly escaped death from a sword strike. It was only fair to allow Yen Pai a meal from the corpse. With Hong Yi's approval, Yen Pai expressed palpable excitement and began to devour the remains. Hong Yi, however, was disinterested in watching Yen Pai feed. With the arrows expended, the longbow had lost its utility, and the threat remained. He needed a weapon for self-defense against unforeseen circumstances, particularly the mutant creatures lurking within the mine. "Are there any other firearms?" Hong Yi asked as he opened the car door to Lu Xiaolu, who eagerly nodded and gestured towards the back seat. She had already gathered the weapons from the vehicle, which amounted to a rifle, a pistol, and a submachine gun, the latter of which she had just handed to Hong Yi. Hong Yi nodded, setting down the submachine gun. Although its firing rate was rapid, its power was moderate. He reached for the rifle, a modified version that utilized large-caliber steel-core rounds, offering considerable firepower. Let us scavenge some supplies from other vehicles. Once Yen Pai is sufficiently healed, we will leave this place. After declaring this, Hong Yi began loading the rifle. At that moment, Lu Xiaolu asked, "Is Yen Pai the giant predator mutant?" She was rather astute. Hong Yi nodded, wishing to keep Yen Pai's existence a secret. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to ask Lu Xiaolu to safeguard this information. "Please, do not disclose anything about Yen Pai and me to anyone. Can I count on your discretion?" Hong Yi fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaolu, who visibly shuddered, likely still shaken from their recent encounter with the Ratman swordsman. "Rest assured, I understand. Everyone has their secrets, and I won't tell a soul. However, it would be splendid if you could allow me to study Yen Pai," Lu Xiaolu replied, rubbing her delicate hands together, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension on her face. "Study?" Hong Yi glanced at her, and she quickly waved her hands. "Do not worry. It isn't what you might think. At most, I would collect a few skin and blood samples. By the way, I have some items that might assist you." As if recalling something, Lu Xiaolu retrieved a backpack she had been carrying, treating it like a treasure. She produced a small metallic box, which surprisingly contained a mini battery and a 6-digit combination lock. Upon opening it, they discovered a compact refrigeration unit filled with assorted colored test tubes. Lu Xiaolu extracted a test tube containing a pale green liquid and proudly waved it before Hong Yi. "What is this?" he inquired, to which she promptly responded, "This is a regenerative serum I developed. Ahem, it's not suitable for human use, as it is derived from the viral samples of the prototype entities, which human immune systems cannot withstand. Therefore, it is specifically designed for mutants." With this explanation, Hong Yi finally comprehended the implications. The substance in her hand was toxic to humans, but bore potent healing properties for mutants. According to her, even severe injuries could be healed quickly as long as the mutant remained alive. Given such a valuable resource, Hong Yi readily accepted its use. The serum was soon administered to Yen Pai, and within merely 5 minutes, the creature's grievous wounds had largely mended. Witnessing this miraculous recovery left Hong Yi astounded. It was clear that Lu Xiaolu was no ordinary individual, capable of creating such remarkable remedies. If other mutants were aware of the serum, they would likely go to great lengths to capture her. "This serum is also my secret, and I trust you will keep it confidential," Lu Xiaolu playfully remarked after completing the injection. Hong Yi nodded in agreement. With Yen Pai now restored to full mobility, he resolved to depart immediately. The darkness of mine number 14 enveloped them, yet Hong Yi sensed numerous mutants lurking in the shadows, watching intently. "Let us go," he exclaimed, climbing into Lu Xiaolu's armored vehicle. He started the engine and accelerated away, with Lu Xiaolu in the passenger seat and Yen Pai bringing up the rear. Once Hong Yi had left, a mutant emerged from mine number 14. Indeed, it was the corpse demon. It fixated on the retreating vehicle, its face devoid of expression, as it was a walking corpse and thus incapable of displaying emotion. Following it were the formidable pig demon and bear demon. The bear demon remained indifferent, as if nothing could capture its interest, while the pig demon cackled gleefully at the scattered remains on the ground. "Zhang San, the magnetite here has been completely absorbed. We shall not return. This is our farewell. Also, the human is quite intriguing. You would do well not to harm him, or I shall come for you." With that warning, the pig demon was enveloped in swirling black mist, vanishing from sight. Under the cover of night, Hong Yi drove the vehicle to a secluded valley, where he eliminated a few werewolf mutants occupying a cave before taking residence there. Examining the cave, he found it had only one entrance, was modestly sized, but ample for their resting needs. Its only drawback was the overpowering stench, though now was not the time for complaints. "We shall remain here until dawn," Hong Yi declared, seating himself on the ground while instructing Yen Pai to guard the cave's entrance. Lu Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Those living in the gathering places knew well that wandering outdoors at night was perilous, as one could never anticipate what dangers awaited. It was said that mutants sometimes underwent rampant mutations at night, leading to hordes attacking any living creature in sight. There had been many tragic incidents in human history, and bloodied experiences taught them that venturing outside at night was unequivocally ill-advised. Silence quickly enveloped the cave, only to be interrupted by the distant roars and the sound of countless footsteps outside. Clearly, a group of mutants was on the move. Lu Xiaolu sat on a flat surface, hugging her knees, listening to the cacophony outside. Yet, instead of fear, she felt a sense of security. bolstered not only by Hong Yi's presence but also by the imposing figure of Yin Pai. A level 3 White Star mutant was a top-tier entity within a 100-kilometer radius of the gathering place, particularly as Yin Pai was a robust melee creature. With such a guardian, unless they provoked a large group of mutants, they were assured safety. However, the enigma of how Hong Yi had tamed such a formidable mutant lingered in Lu Xiaolu's mind, igniting her curiosity. Yet, she was no fool. She understood that such questions would likely go unanswered, so she chose to remain silent. At this moment, although Hong Yi appeared to be resting, he was, in fact, commanding his aide's intelligence system to access the data packet within the White Star's secondary brain domain. Having unexpectedly activated this secondary brain domain, Hong Yi was now able to unlock the second data packet. As before, the aide's intelligence system seemed to reboot, and only upon its completion did Hong Yi receive the prompt. Upon unlocking, he was greeted with the sight of a new skill tree. Skill tree category: Shadow Walker, current level 0 to advance to level 1. One must unlock the first exclusive skill, White Blade Assassination. Upon reading these notifications, Hong Yi could not suppress the rapid beating of his heart. The first data packet had contained the Hunter skill tree, which had already provided him with immense benefits. Now, having acquired a new type of skill tree, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Upon closer examination, he discovered that the Shadow Walker skill tree, much like the Hunter skill tree, required experience points for advancement. However, it was evident that the experience points needed for leveling up the Shadow Walker were significantly higher than those for the Hunter. Additionally, moving forward, any experience points gained would need to be allocated by him, and could only be applied to one skill tree at a time. Chapter 52. Turmoil. Having activated the second career skill tree data package, the aide's intelligence core informed Hong Yi that henceforth, experience points would accumulate and could be freely allocated. Suppressing his excitement and exhilaration, Hong Yi posed a question he had long been curious about. Aide, could you enlighten me on what experience points truly are? Why is it that they are only acquired upon vanquishing mutated entities? How do they facilitate the elevation of the career skill tree's level? This inquiry had lingered in Hong Yi's mind, for experience points seemed to belong solely to the realm of affluent gaming. Yet this was undeniably reality. How could such a concept exist in the real world? It had never been, nor could it ever be. Only humans falter in their understanding, which left Hong Yi perplexed and filled with doubt. As he suspected, matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. He awaited further elucidation from the aide, but silence ensued. Upon pressing for more information, the aide merely stated that it possessed no additional knowledge to provide. Outside the cave, the echoes of mutated entities' roars reverberated throughout the night, only subsiding with the dawn of the following day. Hong Yi awoke and roused the somewhat dazed Lu Xiaolu before stepping out of the cave. I have matters to attend to. Hong Yi gathered his belongings, ensuring to take his bow, another rifle, and over 100 rounds of ammunition. You are from the ordinary class 20 of the Evolution Institute, correct? Lu Xiaolu inquired before boarding the vehicle. Upon receiving his nod, she reassured him, rest assured. I will definitely grant you the credits I promised. I'll seek you out when I can. Additionally, I want to disclose yesterday's events to anyone. You can trust me. After sharing a smile with Hong Yi, she reluctantly climbed into the vehicle and drove away. Hong Yi understood what she was referring to. One incident involved Yin Pai, and there was also their shared experience in the cave. This clever girl clearly knew what should and should not be said. Yin Pai, let us go, Hong Yi declared, leaping onto Yin Pai's back as it let out a roar and sprinted away. The disappearance of a wealthy young lady for an entire night would undoubtedly prompt many to search for her. It was likely that someone would soon track down Lu Xiaolu. At that point, he would have to explain himself, a situation he wished to avoid, especially since it involved his own secrets. As for whether Lu Xiaolu would reveal what transpired yesterday, Hong Yi deemed her trustworthy. He had an innate ability to read people accurately. The morning's class was clearly not feasible, but Hong Yi was indifferent. The majority of the coursework in ordinary class 20 held little value, and he would only lose 1 credit. Credits could be earned again in due time, especially since Lu Xiaolu had assured him of some credits, and he believed she would not deceive him. However, he had indeed suffered considerable losses in terms of supplies and equipment. His vehicle was gone, along with all the gear inside, including weapons, gasoline, and essential survival provisions, all of which would require repurchase. Fortunately, Hong Yi also had some gains from this ordeal. He would not need to purchase the expensive program and medication required to unlock the secondary White Star cerebral domain, which alone saved him nearly $100,000. Additionally, he still possessed some white brain matter, as well as more advanced crimson brain crystals and the long sword belonging to the Ratman swordsman. Hong Yi recognized their worth. Either of these items could easily compensate for his losses and even yield a profit. However, he had no intention of selling them. After learning of the brain crystal's potential, he intended to accumulate as much ordinary white brain matter as possible. Thankfully, he still had some savings, which would be sufficient to repurchase a vehicle and equipment. With a magnetic card containing tens of thousands of new dollars in hand, Hong Yi headed straight to Sun Street. This location was quite renowned in the slums, a wealthy enclave within the impoverished area, specifically catering to various automobile sales, with 7 or 8 dealerships lining the street. Naturally, there were also second-hand vehicles. But with his current funds, Hong Yi aimed to acquire a high-performance automobile. Let us check out Wild Motors first. Hong Yi entered a dealership, and upon seeing a customer, a provocatively dressed female sales representative promptly approached him. In the slums, attractive young women do not have to worry about making a living, leveraging their inherent appeal. They can easily find employment. Of course, this sometimes entails sacrifices, much like this car saleswoman, who had to resort to certain charms to entice discerning customers, even offering companionship at times. Such occurrences were commonplace in the slums. Girls with appealing figures and beauty could easily become the playthings of the strong and wealthy, allowing them to avoid the perils of hunting and the drudgery of labor while comfortably securing their livelihoods. This was their fortune, yet from another perspective, it was also their misfortune. Good day, sir. What type of vehicle are you in search of? Our cars boast exceptional performance, and we also provide customization services. The saleswoman smiled at Hong Yi. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, slender in stature, donned in the dealership's designated short skirt that accentuated her long legs, with a form-fitting outfit that highlighted her ample bosom, showcasing the beauty of feminine curves. Though not exceptionally striking, her youth and vibrancy were certainly appealing. Hong Yi glanced at her, and to be frank, both Lu Xiaolu and Xue Ling, not to mention the previously encountered haughty queen, Xin, were far more attractive than this saleswoman, leaving him rather indifferent. He directly stated, I require a powerful pickup truck, preferably one that can be modified with ballistic armor and bulletproof glass. The saleswoman immediately began to introduce several models available in the showroom. This Wild 4 will undoubtedly meet your requirements. It is a new model, boasting 420 horsepower with formidable energy, if you purchase it outright. We will also include a full alloy protection package, although we do offer installment plans as well. Her extensive experience allowed her to discern that, despite Hong Yi's unassuming appearance, he possessed a unique aura that made her approach him with caution. Trusting her instincts, she patiently elaborated on the vehicle's features. Hong Yi circled the car, opened the door to inspect the interior, nodded in approval, and inquired, how much does it cost? It was evident that he had taken a liking to this vehicle. Just as the saleswoman was about to disclose the price, a sharp voice pierced through the air from the entrance. Even if I tell you, you still can't afford it, kid. Why must you come to our strongman society's territory? If I don't treat you well, wouldn't that be quite rude? As the voice rang out, 7 or 8 individuals strode in, led by a bald man adorned with a tattoo of a zombie on his arm. Hong Yi furrowed his brow, recognizing the familiar face. It seemed he had encountered this individual during the examination at the Evolution Institute, a rival of Shouho, presumably from the Strongman Society, known as Zombie. Chapter 53, Mad Dog. The Strongman Society and the Farxiong Society, to which the Gaunt Monkey belongs, are both formidable gangs operating within the impoverished districts. In these areas, the influence of gangs is formidable, permeating nearly every industry, and ordinary individuals would never dare to provoke them. If the Administrative Management Bureau represents the official authority, then the various gangs act as the underground emperors of the slums. Upon seeing a horde of menacing figures led by a zombie enter, the female salesperson immediately turned pale, her face drained of color, and her legs began to tremble. It was evident that she recognized the zombie and was aware of his notorious deeds. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but the zombie cast a glance in her direction, a lewd grin stretching across his face. Not bad. This girl has a nice figure. Once I deal with this brat, I'll have some fun with her. Ha ha. Hearing these words, the female salesperson was on the verge of tears. She had indeed heard of this zombie's twisted proclivities, notorious for having harmed numerous women. However, she felt powerless to resist. If she fled, the consequences would be dire. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. I'll purchase this vehicle. You assist me with the paperwork. Go on. This voice seemed to possess a certain magic, significantly alleviating her fear. The speaker was naturally Hong Yi, and the female salesperson, grasping that he was attempting to extricate her from danger, expressed her gratitude with a quick smile before hastily departing. "Oh, you're quite bold. Attempting to be a hero and save the damsel. How amusing. Do you think that with the gaunt monkey from Far Xiong backing you, you can act without fear? Let me tell you, the gaunt monkey is nothing but trash, a mere lackey. I'll eliminate him sooner or later. Today. I'm curious to see how tough you really are. Brothers, what do you think if I break this brad's legs and make him watch while I have my fun with that woman? Wouldn't that be delightful?" The zombie sneered, his companions immediately joining in with raucous jeers. "Don't think that just because you're a student of the Evolution Institute, you're something special. I'll have you know I'm one too. If you're courageous enough, why don't you come behind and we can have a chat?" The zombie provocatively challenged. "Sure," Hongi replied with a chuckle. He could see that this zombie was a White Star Level 1 evolver, undoubtedly believing himself to be formidable. Indeed, in the slums, a White Star Level 1 was a force to be reckoned with, especially as the zombie was a gang member, allowing him to strut about with impunity. Yet, Hong Yi was unfazed. To him, the zombie's strength was laughable, having dispatched a White Star Level 4 Ratman swordsman. He felt no trepidation towards a mere White Star Level 1. Moreover, he was quite familiar with the gang dynamics. While the gangs in the slums wielded considerable power, they adhered to a strict code of conduct, delineating what was permissible and what was not, a matter of righteousness and brotherhood. Violating the gang's rules could result in severe penalties, ranging from dismemberment to death, which was why the gangs managed to survive in the slums, even garnering support from many impoverished residents. It was clear that the zombie was seeking trouble on his own accord, not under the directives of the Strongman Society. Even if the Strongman Society were to confront him, Hong Yi was not the type to be bullied. If it came to it, he was prepared to retaliate. Who feared whom? Seeing that Hong Yi had agreed, the zombie let out a cold laugh and led the way out, his entourage slowly surrounding Hong Yi as they exited the dealership. The onlookers within the shop, well aware of the zombie's reputation, scattered in fear of attracting trouble. Only the earlier female salesperson hesitated, biting her lip, before deciding to rush out. She was astute enough to realize that if she did nothing, the zombie would not spare her afterward. After much deliberation, she resolved to inform the Far Xiong members. Having overheard the zombie mention that the customer had the gaunt monkey's backing, the Far Xiong Society was not weaker than the Strongman Society and should be able to handle the zombie. Of course, her decision was also motivated by self-preservation. The zombie had set his sights on her, and with the dealership owner too intimidated to provoke him, she recognized her need to save herself. If she could assist that customer and gain the protection of the Far Xiong Society, it would certainly be more advantageous than remaining passive. As an ordinary girl in the slums without allies, she navigated life cautiously, yet if an opportunity arose to rise in status, she would seize it. The Far Xiong Society had a nearby establishment, an old goods store, where both the manager and staff were members of the gang. Those who frequented the place were well aware of this, and the female salesperson sprinted toward it, intent on finding someone named Gaunt Monkey. "What do you need with the Gaunt Monkey?" At that moment, a muscular man, resembling a customer, turned to inquire. His gaze bore a fierce intensity, and one of his arms had clearly been replaced by a mechanical prosthetic. He had been chatting with a store employee, appearing quite familiar with the surroundings. Unfamiliar with his identity, the female salesperson seized the opportunity to explain the situation at the dealership. Had Hong Yi been present, he would have recognized this man as Mad Dog. In recent years, Mad Dog's standing within the Far Xiong Society had risen significantly, earning the favor of a powerful figure in the gang who planned to entrust this very store to him. Thus, his presence there was entirely expected. Having overheard the inquiry about the Gaunt Monkey, Mad Dog became intrigued. However, upon hearing the female salesperson's account, he sensed something amiss. The description sounded remarkably like Hong Yi. Realizing this, the fierce expression on Mad Dog's face deepened. Hong Yi was his brother, and despite some past disagreements, he held him in high regard. Immediately, he approached the female salesperson, scrutinizing her intently, described that person's appearance. "I advise you not to deceive me, or you will regret being a woman." The female salesperson had encountered her fair share of villains and possessed a measure of courage, yet under Mad Dog's piercing gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of composure, she recounted Hong Yi's appearance and manner of speaking without omitting any details. From her description, Mad Dog was nearly certain that it was indeed Hong Yi. His face hardened with determination, and he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. "Damn it! How dare they bully my brother? Brothers, grab your weapons and let us annihilate that pack of zombie scum." Over the years, Mad Dog had amassed a loyal following within the Farxiong society, and his shout elicited an immediate response from over a dozen men. These individuals were accustomed to fighting, often embroiled in violent encounters, so they quickly gathered weapons to distribute. Mad Dog brandished a serrated dagger and led the charge, followed by his formidable crew, exuding an air of authority. The female salesperson, witnessing the ferocity of their march, was startled but quickly fell in line, guiding Mad Dog and his men. This pleased Mad Dog immensely. "You're quite the woman. What is your name? Once this is over, you should consider joining my crew," he remarked. The female salesperson, understanding the implication, realized that Mad Dog was interested in recruiting her. Recognizing her worth for alerting them to the situation, she replied, "My name is Li Qian." Mad Dog nodded, refraining from further discussion, and allowed Li Qian to lead the way as they charged toward the rear of the dealership. Behind the building lay a narrow, filthy alley stretching over 50 meters, culminating in a dead end. This location was notorious for brawls, with several fatalities occurring here every few days, and typically, no one dared to venture into its depths. At this moment, Mad Dog brandished a knife, leading the charge as he arrived at the scene, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Damn it! The Strongman Society's zombies, have you grown weary of life, daring to lay a hand on my brother? Today, I shall ensure your demise." As he spoke, he ventured into the alley, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him. In the alley, zombies and several of his subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. A closer inspection revealed that a few individuals had seemingly sustained broken limbs. The most unfortunate was the zombie, whose legs were grotesquely twisted, clearly broken. Moreover, its mouth was a bloody mess, indicating that someone had knocked out all its teeth. Witnessing this scene, Mad Dog's astonishment was palpable. He quickly spotted Hong Yi standing unharmed at a distance. Having fought fiercely to attain his current position, Mad Dog possessed a keen eye. He could discern that Hong Yi was unscathed, which brought him a sense of relief. For him, as long as Hong Yi was safe, that was all that mattered. At the entrance of the alley, Mad Dog refrained from entering, as the group of brothers he had brought along rushed over. Just as they were about to inquire about the situation, Mad Dog silenced them. At that moment, a burly subordinate approached and whispered, "Brother Dog, this might not abide by the rules. The Strongman Society may not let this matter rest. If you take the fall for this, I fear what? I'll bear the consequences. This is my brother's affair. His troubles are mine. Do as I say and spare me your nonsense." Mad Dog retorted fiercely. "Yes, I will take care of it immediately." The subordinate replied hastily. "Let us go." Mad Dog had no intention of disturbing Hong Yi and turned to leave. However, his arrival had clearly not gone unnoticed. Hong Yi, with his strength surpassing that of Bai Xing by 3 levels, had heightened senses. Although Mad Dog lowered his voice deliberately, Hong Yi could still catch his words. "Wait," Hong Yi called out, causing Mad Dog to halt in surprise. Approaching, Hong Yi said, "It's been a while since we drank together. Do you have time?" Mad Dog paused for a moment before breaking into laughter. "Of course I have time. It's been ages since we enjoyed a drink at Old He's Tavern." Chapter 54, House Ranking. The Old He Tavern, which has been operating for over a decade in the slums, stands as a paradise for those who are besotted with alcohol. The quality of the drinks here is so exceptional that the intoxicating aroma can be detected even from several streets away. At the entrance of the tavern, a few of Mad Dog's subordinates are stationed, and one, clearly lacking understanding of the situation, quietly inquires of his companion, "Who is that person drinking with Brother Dog inside? They seem to hold significant status. Who would have thought this could happen? No wonder. But that brother seems rather young. I remember when Brother Dog joined the Yuanqing Society 4 years ago, he was incapacitated. How could he have been capable of murder at such a young age? Some individuals are simply gifted. Do not envy them. Every person has their own fate. I heard that brother is now a student of the Evolution Institute, and his future is boundless. It's no wonder the zombies were beaten to such a state. It turns out brother is so formidable. We should make an effort to curry favor with him in the future." "Enough. Brother Dog considers us his brothers. We merely need to follow him and not concern ourselves with anything else. Brother Dog has also stated that we must not disturb brother or trouble him with any matters." Inside the tavern, at a table nestled in the corner, Hong Yi and Mad Dog clinked their glasses together, with several plates of braised meat laid out before them. In the slums, few can afford such a meal. Yet years ago, whenever they had money, Hong Yi and Mad Dog would gather here to drink and feast. The two indulged in their meal and drink, sharing little conversation. Yet both Hong Yi and Mad Dog were in high spirits. Some sentiments need not be voiced, for they reside within the wine, among men, after a few drinks. Past conflicts and misunderstandings naturally fade away. I heard from Skinny Monkey that you seem to have offended someone in the Evolution Institute? Mad Dog asked after downing his drink and taking a bite of meat. It has been resolved. Hong Yi replied with a smile, also taking a mouthful of meat. Mad Dog did not press further. He was among the few who understood Hong Yi well. If Hong Yi claimed it was resolved, then it undoubtedly was. What about you? How have things been on your end? Hong Yi countered, implying whether Mad Dog needed assistance. Hong Yi nodded, and they exchanged no further words. After a hearty meal and drink, Mad Dog insisted on settling the bill. Suddenly, Hong Yi remembered something and remarked, "As for the zombies, I will handle it myself." On the surface, even the strongman society would not dare to act against a student of the Evolution Institute. And if they choose to play dirty, that suits my intentions perfectly. Mad Dog did not inquire further, merely nodding in agreement. Had these words come from anyone else, he might have dismissed them as mere bravado. But he knew Hong Yi too well. He would not boast without confidence. Moreover, Skinny Monkey had once shared with him how Hong Yi had eliminated an entire squad of firebats, leaving Mad Dog completely assured of Hong Yi's current strength. Of course, the strongman society was not to be trifled with. Should they genuinely target Hong Yi, Mad Dog would certainly intervene. Thus, the two brothers seemed to have reconciled their past grievances. Though neither mentioned earlier conflicts, the understanding lingered in the air, imbibed with their drinks. Now then, do not trust others too easily within the gang. After all, the heart of man is inscrutable, Hong Yi advised, to which Mad Dog nodded, and they parted ways. For Hong Yi, the zombies were merely a minor issue, and he did not believe the strongman society would pursue the matter indefinitely. A few days prior, he might have harbored some trepidation towards them, for such gangs often boasted second or even third-level White Star experts. Previously, Hong Yi would have had to carefully consider his own strength when facing such opponents. However, after the events at the Hall of Corpses, Hong Yi had gained the ability to contend with third-level White Star evolvers, though he currently was only a second-level White Star. His true capabilities could be likened to that of a fourth-level evolver, and combined with his unique skills, he no longer feared the strongman society. As Hong Yi said, if they do not seek trouble, all is well, but should they come looking for a fight, he would not hold back. Upon returning to the Evolution Institute, Hong Yi reported in and discovered that his absence from a class went unnoticed. After all, in a regular class of 500 students, who would miss a few? Furthermore, the attendance rate was rarely full. As he walked through the campus, Hong Yi intended to observe the classes of other elite groups when he noticed a large crowd gathered around a bulletin board. The board frequently displayed tasks for earning credits, along with school regulations and news events, yet typically did not attract much attention. Today, however, was evidently different. It seemed the division had released some announcement that had drawn a significant gathering, at least 100 people by Hong Yi's estimation. This appeared to be just the beginning, as many more were rushing toward the scene. Seeing the throng, Hong Yi lost any desire to join. It was simply too crowded to push through. Just then, someone called out his name, and upon looking, he recognized Su Lang and Lu Jia making their way through the crowd. The two had evidently squeezed their way out of the mass and rushed over to greet Hong Yi. He inquired about the commotion, to which Su Lang, taken aback, replied, "You don't know?" Hong Yi shook his head, prompting Su Lang to explain, "In 2 days, the division will launch the institute ranking list. Those ranked above 200 will directly receive a substantial amount of credits, and the list will be updated daily. The higher you rank, the more rewards you can earn." Both elite and regular classes are buzzing with excitement, eager to prove themselves once the ranking begins. As Su Lang elaborated, Hong Yi quickly grasped the situation. Finally, the ranking list was coming. He had long been aware that the affluent district's Evolution Academy had implemented such a ranking system. In truth, he had been eyeing this list for some time, for once ranked, the rewards could be considerable. The most practical reward, of course, is the credits, along with various other incentives. It seems you've known about this for a while. Over the past few days, Su Lang and I have been planning to train rigorously and learn some universal skills to enhance our strength, hoping to secure a good ranking. Lu Jia appeared eager. And indeed, it seemed that every student in the Evolution Institute was eager to act upon hearing this news. This understanding was common knowledge, resulting in many students, like Su Lang and Lu Jia, withdrawing their savings to invest in learning universal skills. 70 kilometers away from the gathering place, in a wooded area, a few vehicles were parked on the outskirts. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat on a large rock, soaking up the sun while sipping tea he had brought. On the roof of another vehicle, a girl clad in red armor sat quietly, a large sword resting beside her. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea, turned to the girl atop the vehicle, and called out, "I say, Chiing, why do you always wear such a stern expression? I have plenty of snacks here. Would you like to have some?" Silence was the only response. The middle-aged man, evidently accustomed to her indifference, continued to speak to himself. The students in the elite class of the division are no weaklings. They can practically rival those in the Academy's elite classes. There are numerous second-level White Star mutants in this forest, and even a few third-level ones. I never anticipated that they would still be able to activate the protective measures after enduring here for so long. It seems they are determined to give their all for the Institute ranking list. The girl on the vehicle roof remained silent, her gaze fixed on the depths of the dense forest, as if she could perceive the battles unfolding within. In the heart of a dense forest, a young man stands resolute, brandishing a long alloy blade, facing off against a mutated creature. This creature, a black-spotted panther, measures over 5 meters in length. Its limbs robust, and its claws sharp as metal. With a mere swipe against the stones, it leaves deep gouges in its wake. The panther's skin is a deep ebony, reminiscent of ink, adorned with purple spots that hint at its formidable defensive capabilities. Ordinary bullets would scarcely penetrate its hide. Its piercing purple eyes are locked onto the human before it, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Chapter 55. Training course. It was evident that this was an energy weapon. Taking a deep breath, the human felt a surge of red light ripple along the blade. In the next moment, sensing danger, the purple star Black Panther lunged forward to attack, clearly perceiving the human as a formidable opponent, thus opting for a preemptive strike. However, the human appeared to be anticipating the assault, swiftly executing a counterattack with a skillful stroke. The blade sliced through the air with a whoosh, striking the oncoming purple star Black Panther, leaving a gash across its chest fur, as if it had been struck by a vehicle, causing it to flip backward. The universal skill, Heavy Strike, proved to be immensely powerful. The human murmured, seizing the opportunity as the injured purple star Black Panther lay on the ground. He raised his long knife high above his head and brought it down with tremendous force. The timing of this attack was impeccable. The panther, just regaining its footing, had no chance to react before the blade cleaved down upon its skull. The materials used to forge energy weapons were of a special kind, undeniably hard, combined with the sharpness of the blade and the force of the strike, resulting in the panther's head being severed in two. This creature, a mutated being at the White Star level 2, fell lifeless to the ground. Remarkable, Yang Chung. Your family's swordsmanship is truly impressive. How about teaching me? Rest assured, I shall compensate you. Say, 100,000 new coins? At that moment, a young man emerged from the dense forest, wielding an alloy knife in one hand, while dragging a smaller mutated beast's corpse with the other. This Black Panther, although significantly smaller, still weighed over 500 pounds. Yet, the young man dragged it effortlessly, showcasing his tremendous strength, exceeding that of an ordinary person by at least threefold. Han Xing, have you completed your hunt as well? I've already mentioned that my swordsmanship is a family secret and cannot be shared, so spare me your intentions, Yang Chung replied, concealing his long knife behind him. If Hong Yi were present, he would surely recognize Yang Chung as the same individual who had persevered through the 4th round during the entrance examination. Han Xing smirked mischievously and said, "Well then, let it be. As for the upcoming division rankings, I foresee no surprises. The top 5 spots will undoubtedly be monopolized by our elite class 1. The rest of the elite classes simply cannot compare to us. Not necessarily." Upon hearing this, Yang Chung's mind suddenly conjured the image of another competitor, one who had also endured the 4th round during the simulation battle. Yang Chung had initially assumed this individual would be placed in elite class 1, but later discovered to his surprise that they had been assigned to the dismal ordinary class 20. Yang Chung was not naive. He understood there was something amiss. Just considering the results from that final simulation battle, it was inconceivable for that individual to end up in ordinary class 20. Nevertheless, this matter did not concern him directly. Although he felt curious and perplexed, he chose not to delve deeper. However, he did not forget that there existed such a formidable competitor within the evolution division. Thus, in response to Han Xing's arrogant assertion, he promptly countered, "Do you truly believe other elite class members could enter the top 5? Han Xing appeared somewhat displeased. As a student of elite class 1, he regarded himself as the cream of the crop within the entire evolution division, naturally harboring a sense of pride. Yang Qing glanced at him, smiling, "Anything is possible. Come, let us first venture out and submit our kills. The first to deliver a mutated beast's corpse will earn extra credits. In the preceding days, Hong Yi had not paid attention to the class schedule. Upon arriving at the division, he discovered that the students of ordinary class 20 were gathering in the large courtyard. After inquiring with a fellow student, he learned that today's course was field training. This was a course closely resembling real combat, typically lasting an entire day. Thus, Hong Yi realized he would not have time to hunt mutated beasts on his own today. The instructor of ordinary class 20, Wu Tong, along with teaching assistant Li Ming, approached, dressed in outdoor combat attire. They provided some guidelines for the course and began distributing weapons. Alloy machetes were standard equipment. Whether for gang members, mercenaries, or other armed personnel, it was customary for everyone to be equipped with one in the field. Wu Tong had prepared 10 large vehicles, sufficient to accommodate 500 students, and they set off towards the wilderness in a grand procession. In the first vehicle, Wu Tong sat in the passenger seat, his expression grave, lost in thought, while Li Ming, seated in the back, inquired, "Instructor Wu, where are we headed for this training? Where else? Do you think these inept students could manage anywhere else? We'll find a region frequented by low-level mutated beasts. Once we arrive, ensure some students are armed to act as guards. I cannot afford any casualties. If there is an accident during teaching, I will be held accountable," Wu Tong stated coldly. Li Ming nodded hurriedly, understanding that Wu Tong was irked. The reason was simple. While Wu Tong was not weak in strength, he had been assigned as the instructor for ordinary class 20. Students from this class faced disdain, and the same went for their instructor. Especially with the division rankings looming, if his students could achieve placements, it would greatly enhance his reputation. More importantly, instructors would receive rewards from the division based on the success of their students. Wu Tong had anticipated that with 500 students under his guidance, at least a few with decent talent would emerge. Thus, he had conducted a simulation test the day before, only to find that none exhibited any potential. To make matters worse, several students failed to show up for the test, likely indicating their lack of capability. Naturally, this left him in a foul mood. Nevertheless, he still arranged for this training course, as he intended to identify a few students worthy of focused cultivation, even if it meant selecting the best among the mediocre. Li Ming was aware of Wu Tong's thoughts, but the other students remained oblivious, believing this was merely a standard training course. They had no idea that their performance in this course would ultimately dictate their fates. As for the specifics, Wu Tong preferred not to concern himself, leaving it to Li Ming, the assistant, to determine the testing venue. After some contemplation, Li Ming instructed the convoy to proceed northward for over 60 kilometers, eventually halting at the entrance of a valley. This was Spider Valley, aptly named for the numerous nests of spider-like mutated creatures dwelling within. However, most of these spider mutants were low-level, many not even reaching White Star Level 1. Choosing this location for training should pose little risk. After parking the vehicles, they organized the students to disembark. Li Ming began outlining the training course. Hong Yi surveyed Spider Valley with curiosity, having heard about this place during his time at the Mercenary Association, though he had never visited before. Li Ming, holding a tablet, began calling out names. The first 10 names were grouped together, forming a small team. He continued announcing names until all 50 groups were established. Hong Yi found himself randomly assigned to Group 5, alongside 9 other familiar faces, though he did not truly know them well, as they had little interaction despite being in the same class. Each group began discussing who would take on the role of group leader and prepared to enter the valley. Remember, you are only permitted to use cold weapons and energy weapons. The alloy machete is standard. If you have brought any other cold weapons, you may use them as well. Additionally, each group leader will receive an emergency communicator. In case of an emergency, use this device to contact me or Instructor Wu, Li Ming concluded. And the groups commenced their deliberations on selecting a leader. Who becomes the group leader is of little concern to Hong Yi. At that moment, a member of the group approached and whispered, "Let us appoint Song Hui as our leader. He is already a White Star Level 1 evolver, and besides his innate skills, he has also mastered a versatile skill. With his wealth of experience, he will undoubtedly guide us to complete the course tasks ahead of others." Hong Yi nonchalantly nodded in agreement, which prompted the individual to wear a satisfied expression before beginning to persuade the other group members. Eventually, the choice of leader was nearly confirmed. Song Hui appeared to be a rather amiable individual in his 20s, courteous to everyone. However, he evidently possessed a shrewd nature. At least from Hong Yi's perspective, his smile seemed rather insincere. Although we are merely a temporary group, it is essential for us to unite in collaboration. Let us introduce ourselves first. I am Song Hui, a White Star Level 1 evolver, proficient in the use of a longsword. Hong Yi noticed that indeed. A longsword was slung across Song Hui's back. The others also introduced themselves, sharing their respective strengths, which would facilitate the allocation of strategies later on. It is crucial to recognize that while the spider mutants are relatively easy to handle, a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 56. Unexpected events. Upon the conclusion of Song Hui's statement, the pallor of two girls in the group became evident. Although the Evolution Division hosted a majority of male students, there were indeed a few females, albeit in lesser numbers. As introductions progressed, it was Hong Yi's turn, who proclaimed his proficiency in archery. Song Hui cast a cursory glance at Hong Yi, dismissing him. Within the ordinary Class 20, he considered himself among the most formidable. As the division ranking was set to commence, he harbored ambitions of making the list. To achieve this, ample strength was requisite. And Song Hui's strategy was to ingratiate himself with both Wu Tong and Li Ming. He was acutely aware that this practical training course was far from straightforward. By currying favor with teaching assistant Li Ming, Song Hui learned that Mentor Wu Tong intended to select a few students from the class for focused development. Aspiring to be among those chosen, he recognized that this practical training would be pivotal. Only through exceptional performance could he capture Wu Tong's attention. Securing the position of temporary group leader was merely the first step, enhancing his visibility to the mentor. Despite the considerable number of students in Class 20, the Spider Valley was vast. Even with all 500 students present, their presence would be akin to a solitary pebble tossed into a pond, swiftly vanishing from sight. Prior to their entry, teaching assistant Li Ming cautioned everyone against approaching the spider nests, emphasizing the heightened dangers therein. Should an unfortunate incident occur, rescue would be implausible. As they traversed the Spider Valley, scattered remnants of various bones were frequently observed, each shrouded in a layer of spider silk. The most ubiquitous element in the valley was this very silk, which blanketed the ground, stones, flora, and the remains of myriad creatures, becoming an unsightly nuisance that could easily ensnare one's limbs. As Song Hui spoke, the attention of the team was captured. Even Hong Yi found himself intrigued by what was to come. Song Hui surveyed the area before abruptly drawing his long sword and striking a sizable stone. His actions were swift and decisive, leaving a deep gash, approximately an inch deep, in the rock. This mark, referred to as the Stone Inch Scar, signified that if one wielded a firearm, it was inconsequential. However, with cold weapons, only those capable of leaving such an imprint could inflict damage upon the mutated spiders. He encouraged everyone to attempt this feat, asserting that those who succeeded would be deemed the primary attackers of the group, while those who faltered would be relegated to support roles, tasked with drawing the mutants' attention. With his authority as group leader now in effect, Song Hui's command was unassailable. As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals stepped forward to try. Hong Yi assessed the stone's texture and understood the challenge of leaving a 1-inch mark with the blade. It was an endeavor beyond the capability of an ordinary person, even with a sharp weapon at their disposal. Only individuals possessing strength exceeding that of the average human could accomplish such a task, specifically, those at the white star level or those with extraordinary physical prowess. The first individual to attempt it, wielding an alloy machete, managed to carve a mark that reached an inch deep, wearing a proud expression despite not being a white star level evolved. Subsequently, each member took their turn, but only a few, including Song Hui, succeeded. Ultimately, Hong Yi abstained from using a blade. With strength nearly 4 times that of an average person, he could have easily etched a mark several inches deep. Instead, he employed a jungle hunter's bow and a standard alloy arrow, launching it into the stone. The bow's power was akin to that of a bullet. Upon witnessing Hong Yi's prowess in archery, Song Hui's eyes lit up, fully aware of how beneficial such a ranged attacker would be for their upcoming practical course. Hong Yi merely smiled, admitting that he had not unleashed his full strength. With energy arrows and level 5 fire energy, a single shot could obliterate the stone. With the demonstration of strength concluded, Song Hui convened a small meeting with those who displayed capability, while he dismissed the others, recognizing that only the strong held value. In a moment, we shall endeavor to hunt mutated spiders. The practical course mandates that we eliminate at least 3, but I assure you, the more we slay, the better. If our group secures first place, I will treat everyone to a meal at Guyun Tower, Song Hui declared. His words directed primarily at the capable members of the group. The others cheered, for Guyun Tower was a high-end establishment in the slums, renowned for its exquisite cuisine, yet exorbitant prices, unaffordable for the average person. Having reached an agreement, the group pressed onward. After a few minutes, they encountered their first mutated spider. This creature, the size of a small dog, sensed Song Hui and the others from afar, emitting a shrill cry as it lunged towards them. A student led the charge, wielding an alloy machete to strike fiercely. The blade glinted as it sliced into the spider's flesh, leaving a mark but failing to breach its tough exterior. Evidently, the spider's hide was remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding ordinary bullets. The others hastily joined the fray, attempting to surround the mutated spider, yet its speed and formidable armor thwarted their efforts, leaving only shallow gashes upon its surface. In contrast, amidst the spider's frenzied attacks, one student was flung several meters away, struggling to rise. At this juncture, Song Hui intervened. Showcasing his capabilities, seizing the moment, he thrust his sword forward, penetrating the spider's tough hide, striking a vital point. The creature collapsed lifelessly. The less capable members of the group were tasked with carrying the carcass, yet despite their lesser strength, they were visibly pleased. For completing the practical course would earn them academic credits. Hong Yi rarely engaged in combat, as he considered it trivial to eliminate such a creature, merely striving to fulfill the course requirements for credits. Occasionally, they encountered smaller mutated spiders, ranging from the size of a fist to that of a basin. However, these creatures would promptly flee upon sensing human presence, with only the larger specimens initiating an attack. After more than an hour, Hong Yi and his team had successfully hunted 5 mutated spiders, surpassing the course's requirements. Yet, Song Hui remained unsatisfied. While the others were reluctant to voice their displeasure, they had little choice but to comply. Once they exited the Spider Valley, they found no sign of Wu Tong or Li Ming. Many students from other groups awaited outside, and upon inquiry, they learned of a change in circumstances. Apparently, someone had inadvertently been dragged into a spider nest, prompting their group leader to urgently contact Mentor Wu and teaching assistant Li Ming, who rushed to the scene to provide assistance. A student privy to the situation remarked, "The mentor instructed all of us to wait outside and not to enter." Upon hearing this, Song Hui's eyes gleamed with opportunity. If he could rush to assist the mentor and teaching assistant in their rescue efforts, it would undoubtedly enhance his standing and showcase his abilities. Without a moment's hesitation or a word to the others, Song Hui sprinted back toward the Spider Valley, completely oblivious to the potential dangers that lay ahead. Thus, Hong Yi found a place to sit and rest, subsequently allocating the previously acquired experience points to the Shadow Walker skill tree. The Hunter skill tree had already reached level 7. And to advance to level 8, at least 1,200 experience points were required. Meanwhile, the Shadow Walker skill tree remained at level 0, needing merely 100 experience points to ascend to level 1. Previously, he had already amassed 80 experience points, and soon, he would achieve level 1, unlocking his first skill, Blade Thrust. Hong Yi held great anticipation for this development. Chapter 57. The Corrosive Spider Silk. At this moment, a group of students found themselves in a state of confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Some proposed embarking on a search, while others suggested it might be wiser to notify their respective departments first. Amidst the noisy discussions, no consensus could be reached. It was then that someone mentioned the presence of a communicator in the mentor's vehicle, which could potentially establish contact with the evolution department. Promptly, a few students rushed over to tinker with it. This situation was evidently abnormal. One of the students managed to connect with the department and reported the circumstances. Upon learning that Wu Tong and Li Ming had been out of contact for over 2 hours, the authorities recognized the gravity of the situation and instructed everyone to remain on standby. Thus, the students were left waiting. Almost all the exploration teams that had entered Spider Valley had emerged, except for one group, the very one that had encountered danger. Wu Tong and Li Ming had lost contact while attempting to assist them, along with Song Hui, who had rushed inside afterward. Everyone anxiously awaited the arrival of personnel from the department to handle the matter. Among the students, there were those who fancied themselves capable of investigating the situation. After all, if they could lend assistance or even rescue Wu Tong and his companions, it would surely garner the department's attention and perhaps foster a favorable relationship with the esteemed mentor. However, they were all acutely aware that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. Song Hui had rushed in impulsively, driven by a desire to prove himself, while the others were not naive. The absence of any news from Wu Tong, a mentor-level evolutionary, was telling. It suggested that even a White Star Level 3 evolutionary might struggle to resolve the troubles within. Most of the students from Class 20 were barely at White Star Level 1. Venturing inside would be tantamount to courting death. As time elapsed, they remained in a state of anticipation. Suddenly, the communicator in the vehicle crackled to life, emitting a cacophony of noise akin to a chaotic channel. Within the static, frantic cries could be discerned. Hong Yi, nearby, clearly heard the disarray, recognizing voices, Wu Tong, Li Ming, Song Hui, and others calling for help. The situation on the other end was evidently chaotic, perhaps even violent. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd as they strained to listen to the fragmented messages from the communicator. Then, Hong Yi caught a voice that startled him. It was neither loud nor distinct, but it was deep and raspy, uttering two words, "Come here," uncertain of the speaker's identity or the intended recipient. The voice could easily have been overlooked if not for Hong Yi's keen ears. Yet, the familiarity of that voice sent a jolt through him. In an instant, he recalled where he had heard it before. The combination of those two words and the voice ignited a peculiar thought in his mind. After some contemplation, Hong Yi made his decision. He rose, slinging his bow and arrows over his shoulder, and made his way towards Spider Valley. Many who witnessed his actions did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, they wore expressions of amusement. What is this kid doing? Is he just putting on a show by going in now? Some scoffed. Others expressed concern, especially those who had previously partnered with Hong Yi. What are you doing? The department has instructed us to remain here. We have no idea what lies within, and if something goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. Are you really thinking of going in to save them? This is beyond our capabilities, they warned. Hong Yi turned, replying, "Who says I'm going in to save anyone? I merely intend to take a look. If there's danger, I will come back." Having said that, his peers found themselves at a loss for further objections. Hong Yi certainly was not venturing in aimlessly, nor did he consider himself a hero. He regarded himself as an ordinary person, unworthy of such grand titles. The true impetus for his decision to enter was that voice. If Hong Yi recalled correctly, it belonged to the pig demon, the very creature he had encountered deep within the mine's Hall of Bones. At that time, the pig demon had even spoken on his behalf, and Hong Yi speculated that its intervention had spared him from the pursuing corpse demon. The presence of the pig demon's voice in Wu Tong's communicator, issuing the simple command, "Come here," raised questions. Who was it beckoning? Hong Yi did not know. It could have been anyone, or perhaps even himself. Thus, compelled by curiosity and the potential for gain, he resolved to take the risk and investigate further. Previously, he had heard accounts of the location where Wu Tong and the others had entered. Upon arrival, he discovered a hollow entrance, surrounded by dense spider silk, adorned with various insects and decaying bodies, truly repulsive. The entrance spanned over 3 meters in diameter, leading to a vast cavity below, where an unusual chill emanated, indicative of the true lair of the spiders hidden beneath. Amidst the layers of webs, he could faintly discern the movement of spiders the size of adults. For someone of lesser courage, such a sight would have been daunting, yet Hong Yi leaped without hesitation. With his current capabilities, he was unafraid. After all, he had braved the 14th mine. A mere spider nest was hardly a concern. Navigating through the upper cavern, he descended approximately 5 to 6 meters, landing at the bottom. Observing closely, he realized that he was in a vast hollow, its ceiling draped in layers of spider silk, resembling a grotesque cover. The sunlight was dimmed by the webs and debris, but he could still discern his surroundings. This cavern was immense, overflowing with intricate webs, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and something foul. The temperature within was significantly lower than outside. Corpses littered the ground, their bones brittle and crumbling, producing a crunching sound underfoot. Thus far, Hong Yi had encountered no attacks. Along the way, he had seen numerous corpses of smaller spider mutants, presumably dispatched by Wu Tong and his group. Among these, some mutants were notably larger than adults, and upon examining the remains, it was evident that they had been slain with precision, indicating the work of a skilled combatant. The cavern spiraled downward, and Hong Yi pressed on. He carried no firearms. For the time being, his bow and arrows had supplanted the need for such weaponry. As for close-quarter combat, he possessed only an alloy machete and a dagger. He had left the long sword obtained from the Ratman's swordsman behind, as he was still adjusting to its use. And he understood that possessing such a prized weapon could invite trouble. Along the way, Hong Yi encountered smaller spider mutants, but these creatures were timid, scattering in all directions. Thus, he descended smoothly to the bottom, where he discovered a narrow passage. As he traversed it, he found the end sealed with spider silk. Drawing his alloy machete, he attempted to cut through, only to discover that the silk was remarkably resilient, comparable to steel wire. Moreover, the corrosive properties of the silk not only rendered his machete ineffective, but also inflicted damage upon the blade itself. The mutated spider is the largest that Hong Yi has encountered thus far, nearly the size of a small car. Its limbs are sharp, resembling blades, and its exoskeleton appears as if it is clad in a layer of armor. As it emerges, it immediately unleashes a stream of silk towards Hong Yi. At such a close range, the speed of the silk is comparable to that of an arrow. Hong Yi's pupils constrict as he swiftly employs his innate skill to evade, simultaneously activating his leopard step to increase his speed sevenfold, darting to the side like lightning to avoid this surprise attack. Chapter 58, Assassination by Blade. Moments ago, a strand of spider silk enveloped a rock behind Hong Yi, corroding it as if doused in sulfuric acid, leaving behind a trail of acrid fumes. Observing this scene, Hong Yi's expression darkened. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have surely been ensnared, sustaining severe injuries, and immobilized by the webbing, akin to steel wire. Rapidly contemplating his strategy, he drew an arrow, knocking it to his bow. This was an ordinary alloy arrow, which, at this distance, possessed power comparable to that of a bullet. However, to his astonishment, the arrow was deflected by the exoskeleton of the mutated spider, merely creating a shower of sparks and a shallow dent upon impact. Cursing under his breath, Hong Yi recognized he was facing a formidable opponent. In the next moment, another thread of silk shot toward him. He hastily dodged, but the narrowness of the passage constrained his speed, forcing him to barely evade the attack. Suddenly, he sensed imminent danger and instinctively leaped aside, only to witness the mutated spider lunging at him with astonishing speed, its sharp appendages poised to strike. The spider's long legs, akin to blades, flailed menacingly. A single puncture would surely pierce through, rendering him incapacitated, if not fatal. This creature evidently possessed the strength of a level 3 mutated being, and under normal circumstances, anyone else would have been swiftly defeated. Yet, Hong Yi, with his exceptional prowess, despite his lack of melee combat skills, was equipped to handle such dire situations. Fireball, unleash, he commanded, conjuring a sphere of flame with the fireball ring. The mutated spider, caught off guard, was struck squarely by the fireball, which erupted into a conflagration, causing the beast to screech in agony. Although the spider bore a formidable shell impervious to bullets, it harbored a fear of flames, which quickly charred its exterior, prompting it to retreat into a previous crevice, while the surrounding webs ignited in a fiery blaze. Despite their remarkable resilience, these webs too succumbed to the flames. Seizing the moment, Hong Yi conjured another fireball, hurling it toward the web-ensconced passage ahead. The impact yielded unexpected results. The once impregnable silk, resistant even to alloy blades, was incinerated, creating a sufficient gap for him to advance. Ignoring the encroaching flames, he hastily moved through the layers of web, spanning 4 to 5 meters, until he reached the interior cavern. Upon entry, Hong Yi was met with a striking revelation. The cavern was vast, resembling an underground realm, with ceilings soaring over 20 meters high. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered numerous carcasses of mutated spiders. While these specimens were smaller than the one that had attacked him, they were still sizable, the smallest being the size of a basin, evoking a sense of dread. The mutated spiders varied in type. Even with the assistance of the Subordinate Intelligence Systems database, Hong Yi could only identify a few. There were defenders with hardened shells, plunderers capable of spraying venom, and other unknown varieties. Some of these creatures had their brain crystals extracted, while others remained intact. As he ventured deeper, Hong Yi sensed movement beside him, swiftly knocking an arrow and dispatching a plunderer that was preparing to ambush him from 8 meters away with a lethal spray of venom. Experience gained, 1 point. Glancing at his experience tally, he noted that just 19 more points would elevate his Shadow Walker ability to level 1, granting him a new skill. Entering the spider's lair, he was uncertain of what awaited him. After all, even the mentor-level evolved being, Wutong, had been ensnared here. Not to mention the colossal mutated spider he had just encountered, adept at ambush and evasion. For Hong Yi, acquiring more advantages in this perilous situation was paramount. He had already fended off 7 or 8 mutated spider attacks, all dispatched with his ordinary alloy arrows. He had only brought a quiver of energy arrows, unaware that a seemingly simple training exercise would lead to such unexpected encounters. His companion, Yin Pai, was over 70 kilometers away, rendering it impossible to summon assistance. Ahead lay a vast expanse of corrosive silk, effectively partitioning the cavern. The sheer volume of the webs was staggering, resembling an impenetrable wall. Perched upon this colossal web was a massive mutated spider, its numerous compound eyes fixated on him. Recognizing it as the one that had ambushed him earlier, Hong Yi noticed its charred exterior. It emitted a series of piercing shrieks upon spotting him, akin to needles piercing through his eardrums, a tormenting sound. Hong Yi, undeterred, endured the auditory assault and readied an energy arrow infused with fire energy, launching it forth. The spider, sensing the imminent threat, attempted to evade. Yet was a moment too late. The arrow struck true, piercing its back and injecting searing energy into its insides, scorching its innards in mere moments. The spider let out a horrific wail, its body severely charred, yet astonishingly, it still clung to life, scrambling to escape through an overhead crevice. Hong Yi shook his head in disbelief at the creature's tenacity. Most others would have succumbed to such an injury. Nevertheless, that arrow had undoubtedly taken a toll on the spider, and for the time being, it was unlikely to attempt another ambush. Before it could vanish, Hong Yi marked it with a hunter's mark, ensuring he could track its movements should it dare to return. Stowing his longbow, he conjured fireballs to clear a path through the obstructing silk, progressing cautiously. The webs blocking the passage had evidently emerged within the last few hours. Otherwise, Wu Tong and his group would have traversed this way. It was conceivable that their retreat had been thwarted by these webs, trapping them within. Casting a glance at the hole through which the spider had escaped, Hong Yi recognized that such heights were only surmountable by spiders, and navigating the corrosive silk would be a perilous endeavor. After summoning 3 fireballs, he finally breached a passageway. However, the continuous casting had drained his biological energy significantly, and he was reluctant to expend it further unless absolutely necessary. Throughout his journey, Hong Yi had yet to encounter any fresh human corpses, considering that at least 13 individuals, including Wu Tong, Li Ming, and Song Hui, had entered this domain. The absence of bodies suggested that they might still be alive. The outside light has all but vanished, leaving only a few enigmatic stones and plants emitting feeble bioluminescence. Hong Yi had long since commanded the aide's neural interface to switch to night vision. Nevertheless, visibility remained severely restricted, allowing him to perceive only a few meters ahead. Beyond that lay an impenetrable darkness. In such an environment, without the aide's neural assistance, relying solely on human senses would render one utterly helpless. Several mutated spiders lurked within the shadows, poised to ambush Hong Yi. Yet they were swiftly dispatched from a distance by his accurate shots. It was evident that any mutated creature within Hong Yi's line of sight would meet the same fate. This strategy served 2 purposes: to eliminate danger and to accrue experience. At last, after dispatching a spider mutant, Hong Yi accumulated sufficient experience points to upgrade his Shadow Walker skill tree. The Shadow Walker ascended to level 1, enhancing his skeletal strength by 1 point, muscular strength by 1 point, and agility by 1 point. The Skillblade Assassination was unlocked, requiring 200 experience points for the next level. Hong Yi felt a torrent of data surging into his mind, including the methodology for employing the blade assassination skill. Undoubtedly, this was the melee combat technique he currently lacked. Blade assassination, in essence, is a method of engaging in close-quarters combat, incorporating various stabbing maneuvers, with daggers being the most suitable weapon for such a skill. Drawing the alloy dagger from his waist, Hong Yi noticed a stark contrast in his grip compared to before. It felt familiar. With a flick of his fingers, the dagger spun effortlessly in his hand before being firmly gripped again. He could seamlessly alternate between reverse and forward grips, as if he had undergone extensive training. There was no risk of it slipping from his grasp, nor of injuring himself. At that moment, a mutated spider stealthily approached Hong Yi in the darkness. This was a defender spider, characterized by a hard exoskeleton, swift speed, and a proficiency for pouncing and biting. It crept within 4 to 5 meters of him, then suddenly surged forward with blinding speed. Powerful enough to topple an ordinary person and capable of shredding human skin and bone with its sharp mandibles. In the pitch black, few could evade such an onslaught. Yet, a remarkable scene unfolded. The rapidly advancing defender spider missed its target entirely, and simultaneously, a sharp alloy dagger descended from behind, piercing directly through its back.